Another question. By Rabbi. Chartzon Bekama. Listen to this. I take a shua not to eat. Chartzon is a grape seed. I swear a grape seed. So you must say Bekama. So what's the shear? What's the violation? Kevan the misachal ayudei tarubes daitek zayis. Since in general, both side people don't eat grapes for consumption.
Late December back in February, especially for me. I remember
Yet I made a shua
oh what a
not to eat a
night.
grape seed.
I was never gonna be the same. What a late night.
A Nazir. Nazir
Oh
grape seed.
I get a funny feeling when
The prohibition of this case. The thing about the Kizai is
as I recall it ended much too soon.
Remember, a Nazir is already prohibited from eating grapes. He already can't eat it. So remember,
Hypnotized and mesmerized in me. She was everything I dreamed she'd be. Great surrender, what a night.
Perhaps that shua devolves upon what? Even a mashu, even a very small amount. On the other hand, so maybe his das is for what? Maybe his das will be for a kizayis. Rashi points out over here, if his das is for a kizayis, then what? Then the shua is meaningless. Right? Then the shua meaningless. Why? Because it's already prohibited. So that's the shayla, right? So again, a Nazir says, Shvur she'ein ozel chartzon. So what is he saying? Do we say chartz mashu? And therefore this shvur works because he's prohibiting something that he is not yet prohibited. Or conversely, no. Chartzon means kizayis. He's already ushered kizayis. The shvur is invalid. It's void. It's void. So Tashma shvur shelo ochal v'achal nevelos shevas shkatzim v'ramasim chayiv. So God says, back to our previous case, I swear I won't eat. And I end up eating non-kosher items. What's the halacha? Chayiv. I'm chayiv. So the Rabbanan say chayiv. Rabbi Shimon says I'm potter. Ravina asked about this case. Am I chayiv? Why should I be chayiv? Mushba v'omen mihasinu. I'm already prohibited to go ahead and eat these items. In other words, there's already a prohibition upon me. To which the Gemara says, Rav Ushmo Rabbi Yochanan Damit B'Kol Dvarim HaMutarim and Dvarim HaAsurim. So the case of say is, the reason why the shvur works is like this. Since the shvur she'ein ochel devolves upon prohibited items, it also devolves upon prohibited items. That concept, I've always called it Isser Kolal. It's inclusive. Therefore, again, when I say shvur shelo ochel and I eat milas sheva shkatzim v'ramasim, I'm going to be chayiv. Shlokish Amar iyatamose even mefarsh chatzi shir aliv d'Rabbanan even stam aliv d'Rabbi Akiva the adam oser b'choshu. We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here at the Tashma. Not going to rush through it. At the Tashma. So again, in this last case of Rav, Nazir goes ahead as Shvur shelo ochel son. I will not eat a grape. What does that mean? Does that mean the Nazir is making an occult shoe? In which case the shvur works, or no? Kizayis. In which case it doesn't work because the Nazir is already prohibited. It's a Shem resolution tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, Chevron on Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Today's daf is Chaf Gimel. Really great daf. Really great daf. We're going to start Chaf Beis and Beis Gemara. So remember again, Mishnah introduced us ultimately again to cases where I go and I take a shvu and I eat and I drink the Mishnah Paskin that I'm only going to be chayav once. So I'm a Rabbi Avid Amr Shmuel. Shmuel shelo ochal b'shah. Chayiv. The halacha is that if a person that, Shmuel shelo b'shah, so chayiv. So Rabbi Kiva asks Shmuel, I'm not going to eat. They drink, so they're chayiv. In other words, we'll say, I eat. I don't eat, but I drink. I'm chayiv for violating my Shmuel. Says the Gemara, so why is this? So again, one possibility is I can learn this out from a pasuk, or I can learn this out ultimately again from a svara. So the Gemara says, "Ibais ema svara." If you want to, it's a svara. The amalei inish lachavei nito midi va'ayil b'shasu. Because sometimes talk when a person says, "Let's go eat something," and they end up in what? They end up eating and drinking. So we see ultimately that what? That shkia is bichlal achiva. Drinking is subsumed under the eating. Ibais ema kra. What's the pasuk? That ultimately again drink subsumed under the umbrella eating. Damarish lakish minayim l'shtiya shlachila. Rish lakish, from where do we know that drinking is included with eating? Amar v'achalta v'yasham l'kechabam v'chomar sheikar shlakish mosham masar digancha. The pasuk says by Meiser Sheni that you will bring your Meiser Sheni and you will eat it in Yerushalayim. And when it says v'achalti, you will eat, what does it include? Ma'asar digan siroshcha, the Meiser of your grain and of your grapes. Top of chavkin, the siroshcha. We'll say, what's grapes? What's grapes? Grapes is one. And yet, what do you see? Uksiv v'achalta. And it says you will eat it. So what do you see from here? You see from here bichlal achiva, that ultimately drinking is included under the umbrella of eating. Or maybe the case over here is that you're drinking, or we'll say a negro eat dish, a beet dish. So therefore, again, I'm drinking wine as part of it. It's still a case of achiv. The Amar Rabba Bar Shmuel Mai Desalki, I need a dish that's made with beets. Ach sigron Mai Dekulu Silki. Achsigra, most remember this from our brachos days, is water or is a dish made from cooked vegetables. So we'll say, so maybe the case of Tirosh, the case of Meiser Sheni, is where a person is consuming, but wine is being consumed as solid food. Babka being consumed ultimately. Here's where it comes from. We'll say, here's we're saying that Shtia B'chalachid. Benasata Keset Lesher Tavan Nafshecha. The pasuk says again, I will say by my if you redeem Meiser Sheni for money, you take the money, you spend whatever you want. Bakar, son, wine, sheikha, yayin, chanu. We'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here that wine obviously is a drink. Wine was this bachal l'sham. It uses lashon b'achila by drinking wine. Ukhalta v'dilahach nigron. So maybe it's the same case. Maybe the case over here is where you're drinking the wine through or mixed in with solid food. That's why it calls it achila. To which the Gemara says, however, sheichar ksiv midi dimashka, but that's not true because it says what? It says sheichar. And what says sheichar means it's an item that intoxicates. When wine is mixed in with food, it doesn't intoxicate. So it must refer to what? It must refer to wine which is being consumed on its own. One second, the Gemara says, is that not true? There are foods that intoxicate. Listen to this. The Dilma, Devela Ki'ilis. Well, maybe he's talking about these Ki'ilis figs, right? These Ki'ilis figs have an intoxicating quality. Disanya. A person, if a Kohen ate this cake of pressed figs, this type of Ki'ilis figs, Visa Devash, or you drank honey, Vichalav and milk, Naslam Nikdash. He drank honey and milk and he went into the Beis HaMikdash. Va'avan did avoda. Chayiv. Well, ultimately, again, a person is chayiv. Why? Because these items all have an intoxicating or an inebriating effect. So you see from that what? That you can have some, first of all, it's just an interesting look in general. That a coin is not permitted to do the avodah. He's not permitted to go ahead and do the avodah. Interesting to see is that it's not only related to alcohol consumption, but apparently intoxicating foods would all preclude him and prohibit him from doing, which is pretty amazing. So the point the Gemara is making over here is that you see that there are intoxicating foods. Ela gamar sheichar min nazir. Rather, we make a zir shava between Meiser Sheni and nazir. It says sheichar by Meiser Sheni, it's a sheikha by Nazir. Mar lahalon yayin, just like by Nazir, sheikha refers to wine. Afkan yayin, so to Ma'aser Sheni as well. And therefore I will say what? And because sheikha refers to wine by Ma'aser Sheni, so Torah tells me that I can redeem the money of my Ma'aser Sheni and use it to purchase wine. And what lashon does the Torah use? Or use the lashon of va'achalta. Oh, what do we see from here? We see from here that shtia bichlal achila. That drinking is called eating. I'm both saying, you'll say to yourself, wonderful. Who cares? So why does it matter for us? Because if I take a shvuah and I say shvuah shelo ochal, I swear I'm not going anything today, and I drink, what? I'm in violation of my shvuah. Why? Because shtia al achila. Because all drinking is subsumed under umbrella. Rabbi says, we also learn this. If a person took a shvuah that I'm not going to eat, and he drank, I will say ultimately he's only chayav once. So they says, well, let's analyze this. So if you say that shtia is included under achila, it's ultimately that's why the Tana has to tell me that I'm only chayiv once. But I will say if you say that shtia is not part of achila, then when I take a shvur not to eat va'achal mi itzrich lashmoinu chayiv ela achos. So listen to this. So the Gemara says that shtia is not bichlal achila. Right? Shtia are two things. Then if I take a shvur and what I get and I eat and I drink, of course again I'm going to be chayiv twice. In other words, I will say, do I need a shua on Shabbos? I think a shua I'm not going to eat, and I eat bacha. So does the Gemara need to tell me that I'm chayiv twice? And of course I'm chayiv. So I'm sorry. Therefore, I will say, what do we see from here? That ultimately shtia bichlal achila, that drinking is under the umbrella ultimately of consumption. Really proven that first point, and therefore it backs up the statement of which is what the Gemara started with. The person takes a shvuah shelo ochel, instead he goes ahead and he thinks he is still going to be chayiv for the violation of the Shabbat. So first wide line, Chafim Lamed Aleph. Ema Seifa, but here's the problem. Let's look at the end of the Mishnah. Shvuah shelo ochel, shelo eshta. Person takes a shvuah. I take a shvuah that I'm not going to eat, that I'm not going to drink. Called the Shasa Chayiv Shtayim. What did the Seifa say? I eat and I drink, I'm chayiv twice, but 1 second. Kevan Damar shelo ochel. Shelo eshta. On my chayiv. So what's the problem? Here's the problem. We just established that shtia is bichlal achila, that drinking is part of eating. So therefore, again, so now in the second case of the Mishnah, I then take a shvuah. I say shvuah shlo ochal v'shlo eshta. I say a shvuah that I'm going to drink. So what did the Mishnah say? Chayiv twice. 1 second. Why am I chayiv twice? At the end of the day, if you say that shtia is bichlal achila, then what do I say shvuah shlo ochal? What does that include? What does that include? Achila and shtia. And therefore what? And therefore I go ahead, ki amar shelo eshta. When I then take that second and I again say shvuah that I'm not going to drink, am I chayiv? Why should I be chayiv at all? Ilu amar shelo eshta. Excuse me. Shelo eshta sheizimni mi chayiv. If I say I'm not, I swear I'm not going to swear. How many times? Once. Why? Because I will say that second shvuah is meaningless. Because the second shvuah doesn't come to prohibit any more than what the first shvuah did, and therefore again there will be no chiyuv under those circumstances. Therefore, I will say what the Gemara is asking is the following: if you hold that shtia is bichlal achila, then when I say shvuah shelo ochal, shvuah shelo eshta, as soon as I say shelo ochal, that automatically includes achila and shtia. Therefore, again, when I say shelo eshta, that's a meaningless thing. If it's a meaningless thing, then why does the Mishnah paskin that when I eat and when I drink, I'm chayiv twice? To which the Gemara says, Amarle Hasam the Amar Shalo Eshte Vahada Amar Shalo Och. This is very interesting. What's the Mishnah? The case of the Mishnah is where I first made one not to drink, and then afterwards did I take the Shvua not to eat. Why? So what I said that there. What does that create? That creates two independent Shvuas. Why? The Shtia Chila Isa Akla Michlal Ashtia Lesa. Because I was saying, listen to this. Relationship only goes in one direction. Shtia, drinking, is considered a part of eating. Eating, however, is not considered part of drinking. Therefore, again, I both say, therefore, and again, this is all with it. Therefore, again, when the Gemara person says, Shvuah Shalom Ochal, if I say I take a Shvuah, I'm not includes what? Eating and if go ahead and eat, you're going to be chayiv once. Not only that, but if I say Shvuah Shalom Ochal and then Shvuah Shalom Eshte, that second Shvuah is meaningless because the prohibition on Shti is already included in the first Shvuah. However, if I go ahead and I say Shvuah Shalom Eshte, Shvuah that I'm not going to drink, it only covers what? It only covers Shti. That does not cover Achila. Does not cover Achila. Therefore, I will say, listen to this. If I take a Shvuah Shalom Ochal and then afterwards take a Shvuah Shalom Eshte, excuse me, if I take a Shvuah Shalom Eshte, I'm not going to drink. Afterwards, take a Shvuah Shalom Ochal and then I eat and I drink. How many times am I chayiv? Twice. Because I will say both of those Shavuos work. You are suggesting that's the case in the Mishnah. The case in the Mishnah is where I first took the Shvuah Shalom Eshte, then the Shvuah Shalom Ochal. Both Shavuot devolve upon me. I eat and I drink. I'm going to be incredible. Incredible. I'm a Shvuah Shalom Ochal v'Shalom Eshte. But I will say, if I say Shvuah Shalom Ochal, and if I say, I take a Shvuah, I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. But Ochal v'Shasa, and I did eat and I drink. What's the halacha? My eno chayiv ela achos. In that case, we're going to chayiv once. I take a Shvuah Shalom Ochal, Shvuah Shalom Eshte. Why? Because ultimately, again, achila is shtia ichlal achila. Okay, so this is fine. I'm following you. But if that's the case, at the 20 ratio, Shvuah Shalom Ochal, va'achal b'shasa eno chayiv ela achos. So in the beginning of the Mishnah said, I take a Shvuah not to eat. And that drinking. So the Mishnah said, "I'll chayiv once." Listening, why don't you instead say the Shvuah Shalom Ochal v'Shalom Eshte eno chayiv ela achos? Why don't instead you make a better case? What's the better case? Let the better case be: I take a Shvuah that I'm not going to eat and I'm not going to drink. So you both say in the Mishnah's first case, the case was Shvuah Shalom Ochal. Take a Shvuah that I'm not going to eat, and I end up eating and drinking. What is the Mishnah paskin? I'm only chayiv what? Only chayiv once. So let me give you a better case. A better case. Why doesn't the Mishnah say? Let the guy say Shvuah Shalom Ochal v'Eshte. Right? I take a Shvuah that I'm not going to eat, that I'm not going to drink. So here, he's explicit achila and shtia, and then he goes and he eats and he drinks. What's the halacha? Still only chayiv once. Why not? Because shtia is below. Why don't you say that? Listening Shvuah Shalom Ochal v'Shalom Eshte. Let the Mishnah state a case of a Shvuah I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink, and let the Mishnah say in that case eno chayiv ela achos. The more so will say in a case just said Shvuah Shalom Ochal, and then I eat and I drink. And of course, it's going to be chayiv once. What the Gemara is asking over here is why doesn't the Mishnah the most chiddushnik case? I mean, give me the most novel case. The most novel case is not Shvuah Shalom Ochal, and then a person eats and drinks only chayiv once. Right? The case where a person says Shvuah Shalom Ochal v'Shalom Eshte, where a person explicitly articulates Shvuah that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. Then they go and they eat and they drink, and yet the Mishnah still passes what? You only chayiv one. Why? because essentially second shov shelo eshta is meaning shtia is bichlal achila. You tell me that case, then of course I know in a case where a person just says shvo shelo ochal, and then they eat, they drink, that of course it's only going to be chayiv once. To which the Gemara says, Ella, the olam. Rather, what they says the Gemara, have to go back to the way it is originally stated. And the case of the Mishnah is where he says, first he says, achila before shtia. V'shayni hacha. I will say, what's the case over here? See, here's the with the Gemara now is we're going to look at the seifa, understand the seifa as what's the case in the seifa as stated. He's saying shvur, take a shvur that I'm not going to eat, that I'm not going to drink. And then what did the Mishnah paskin? The Mishnah said that I'm chayiv twice. I'm chayiv twice. What about the fact shtia is bichlal achila? Morning, Mr. Sholto. Okay, for that. So you must have shiny hachlis. Kevan the amshalo ochal. The amashalo eshte gali daite da achila the amar achila gridos. We'll say, see the Gemara answers, which seems to be the pashut answer. When a person goes out of their way to articulate something, so clearly they're coming along to make more specific statements. So halach l'maisa, when a person comes along and says shvua shelo ochal v'shelo eshte, clearly saying is what? The achila that I articulated does what? Shtia. Meaning, see what as you see here, when it comes to shvuas, so much of shvuas ultimately focused on what a person says and how a person says. See, also there's a cloud goal. What's the cloud goal in life? Close your mouth. Words to live by. Close your mouth. Right? In other words, the less you say, the sharper your words are. So a person says shvuas shelo, understand that includes chila and shtia. Once a person goes ahead and says shvua shelo ochal, shvua shelo eshte, he's coming to something. Do something. What? They shouldn't say it. Then don't say it. Then sorry. Right? Then don't say it. And don't say it. The fact that he goes out of his way to articulate shvua shelo ochal v'shelo eshte means that the achila that he's mentioning, he means achila gridas, achila by itself, not achila with shtia, and therefore he's coming to create two distinct prohibitions upon himself, one for and one for shtia. I'm going to actually listen to Amideka. Our Mishnah seems to support this assertion. Shvua shelo ochal v'achal ochlan she'in ru'uyin la'achila. So the person, I take a shvua, I swear I'm not going to eat, and then I end up eating things that are not fit for consumption. This mashkin she'in ru'uyin l'shtia, or I drink things that are not fit for consumption. It seems to be that if it was fit for consumption, I would be chayiv. So we'll say ultimately again, why would I be chayiv ultimately again twice? For this, I said shvua shelo eshte. That was a case of where what? Where ultimately I explicitly articulate things. Ultimately, shvua ochal and shvua shelo eshte. The idea over here comes out from this sugya. What it seems to be that the line from the sugya is that shtia is that drinking is considered to be a part of consumption. Drinking is a chiluk of shtia. Therefore, I will say for our purposes, if a person takes a shelo ochal, I take a shelo and eat, and I end up drinking, I will be chayiv for violating that shvu. However, again, if a person were to say, and therefore again, a person explicitly articulates and says, and if a person explicitly articulates a separate shvua for achila, for shtia, then obviously they're coming to say that achila is this is in Parak Dalit, Shavuot. So listen to this. Rambam says, Parah halacha vav, ochal v'shelo eshte. Shavuot that I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to drink. V'shasa, called v'shasa, and ultimately, and I ate and I drank. Chayiv shtayim. Was it the Rambam says I'm chayiv twice? Shash b'chlal achila. Because under no circumstances, shtia is considered achila. However, b'holu perish achila. The nimsa kenish ba'azev ifnei hasmo, ba'azev ifnei hasmo l'fi chachai. It's like the Rambam sums it up 4 lines. Number 1, achila is b'chlal shtia. That's how you But if you explicitly articulate the shvua and you say shvua shelo ochal, shvua shelo eshte, out of your way to explicitly articulate two distinct shvuas, then what? Then you mean to break out, and therefore, if you eat and drink, you will be chayiv twice. Beautiful. Let's say weiter. Shvua shelo ochal v'achal paschit. You're supposed to remember again. The next case in Mishnah was as follows: where a person goes ahead and he takes a shvua shelo ochal. I swear that I'm not going to eat. And what happens? If a person goes ahead and first eats wheat bread, barley bread, spelt bread, only chayiv once. If he's shvua that I won't eat and he eats each of those bread, then what? He's chayiv each of them. So it says the Gemara Vidilma, right? Ultimately, again, maybe the reason we made a separate shura is also trying to out. What would be a person would say? Why would you articulate for that? So it says well, maybe the guy is coming along on both sides, and naturally to create separate liabilities, ultimately again for each type of bread, but to go ahead and highlight that he's not limiting himself to food items. To which the Gemara says, and ultimately, you're going to say, ultimately, instead of going ahead and saying what? The fact that he's articulating shvua specific items. The Dilma, paschit lechol, lakos. So we'll say maybe he's coming along to prohibit paschit. Go ahead and say that he should be permitted to go ahead and chew on kernels. Paschitin v'sa'orin v'shal kusmin. Could have just said ultimate paschitin and also sa'orin and also of kusmin. The Dilma Amabeis, the Dilma Ayidei Karobes. Maybe Rabosai, look at Rashi, Tabashi, Kimlam days. The Dilma Ayidei Karobes, E Amar Halish, Lo Yocha Pashish Bakalamin Halagu. Maybe the reason he didn't paschitin the shal kusmin is what does that sound like? What does it sound like it's prohibiting? Maybe it's only prohibiting a bread that needs different grains. Well, if that's the case, Ema, Im shal sa'orim, Vishal kusmin. He could have just, and so too of grain, of salt, and so too of spelt. Pas lamali. At the end of the day, what the Gemara is bothered, why does he have to say pas chitin, pas sa'orin, pas? Because he wasn't to see a trend here. When a Shavuos and later on by Nedarim, analyze each and every. We say Chachamim Hizaru b'divrei. A person should always be vigilant with words and always choose his words exceptionally carefully. But I will say when it comes ultimately again to Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, so again we mamish analyze every single word. Why pas or pas kusim? I will say that word pas. The Gemara understands to go ahead and generate separate prohibition upon each of these items, thereby creating separate shvua liability for each different type of. I will say this is in the Rambam Paskins as well. The Rambam says this is the same paragraph. If a person says shvua that I won't eat barley bread, I won't eat spelt bread, I won't eat wheat bread, and I eat them unless I eat one, I'm chayiv for each and every one. Why? Shalom Amar pas because I will say the beginning of that word pas, the beginning of every statement ultimately indicates that I'm creating separate shvua liability by each of these items. Let's go back to it. So we'll say if I take one that I'm not going to drink, I drink a lot of drink. Right? I go ahead and I drink a lot of different things. I'm only once. Okay, let's analyze this. So says the Gemara. The Amar. The Amr naturally pass the Chiyuva. So we'll say, so let's go back for just a moment. In the Mishnah's case is Shvua Shelo Eshte. Case number one is that they shvua that I'm not going to drink. And what happens? The Shas Amakin Harvey. I drink a lot of different items. What's that? chayiv elachos. I'm only chayiv once. Second case Rabbi says shvua shelo eshtet yayin shemen udvash. I show that I'm not going to drink wine or honey, and I drank them. Chayiv elachos v'achos. I'm chayiv for each and every one. Okay, those are the two cases. So says the Gemara, Bishlama Hassam. I understand in the previous case by the loaves of bread, the Amrit Mias relay pass the Chiyuva. See, Rabbi said there was an extra word there. That extra word pass before mentioning each of the different types of bread. That extra word, what did that extra word do? Rabbi say, what did it do? What did it do? It split up each of the items into separate shvua ability. In this case, where a person says shvua yayin shemen dvash, so I don't have separate shvua liability. He's just coming to relate certain things. What else could he have said? Maybe he's just coming along to say these items that I'm prohibiting myself to, but I'm not prohibiting other forms of drink. We'll say, what's the case? Case is where these drinks are sitting before him on the table. The yayin, shemen, and dvash are right there on the table. We'll say, what's his goal? The goal over here is this yayin, shemen, and dvash is in front of him. And his goal is he wants to prohibit these items upon himself. What should he have said? What should he have said? Shavua shelo eshte. I will say that's what he should have said. The fact that he says what? Shavua shelo eshte yayin shemen and dvash. Understand to mean what? A more globalized shvua and independent shvua liability for each of these items. The dilma eluhu delo shasina achrini shasina. There was maybe the reason they didn't, because had he said that, they would have inferred that only these items, this particular yayin shemen and dvash, that is asur, but other yayin shemen and dvash shall be mutter. Amar shvuah delo shasina kigon evu. As the Gemara could have said, right? Shvuah that I will not drink like that would have prohibited these items. The fact that he chooses to make a more global shvuah of shvuah shelo ochal yayin shemen dvash indicates to us what? That he's coming to create a more general shvuah with separate shvuah liability. Dilma kigon delo shasina mitzvah utvei mehachishina. But if you were to say that, I would infer that's what he would drink like these items. But again, I will say maybe measure, but more than these, less than these amounts, he would be able to drink. Rather, what I said is a shvuah that I drink from these types, from this min. Min shasina ihu gufai shasina. But if that were the case, then maybe ultimately I would infer from that it's only min is only these. Only this type of drink that he can drink. But these items sitting in front of him on the table could consume. Ema shelo eshte. So uminahu. Rather, is I won't drink these as well as their respective meaning. What's the case over here? The Mesare Bochayra Asking. The case Mishnah is as follows: where this man peer pressure to drink. Literally means he's trying to drink. The Amarlo, Bo should say ultimately again, where his friends are telling him, drink with us wine, honey. The haya lo, what's happening? This guy, the guy in our Mishnah, does not want to drink with his friends. So what does he do? He takes a shvuah ultimately in order to prevent himself from drinking with his friends. What would have been the shelo eshte imcha? He could have just said, I take a shvuah that I'm not going to drink with you. That would have accomplished that would have task. But yeah, what does he say? Yayin b'shemen udash lamali. So we'll say, if this is a din in avoid peer pressure, so then there's a way to avoid peer pressure. What's this simple way? Shvuah, then I'm not going to drink with you. I'm not going to drink with you. Done. You're like, I would say, but that's not what he says. What does it say in the Mishnah? Yayin shemen udvash. Why did he make that articulate? Why does he articulate this? Yayin b'shemen udvash lamali lechayiv al kos v'achos. Ultimately, what we'll say to go ahead with himself upon all these different items. And I will say that I'm He says, actually, we're going to leave this case for until we finish the next thing over here is as follows. If this is a pressure, then the easiest way to avoid that is to say, Shvua shelo eshtimcha. Make sure that I'm not going to drink with you. It says, Shvua, Shavuot is unnecessary to alleviate the peer pressure. When he says that, how do we interpret that? We interpret that as a bona fide Shvua, and the fact that what? That articulates each independent item tells me what? That it's creating separate shvua liability for each of these items, and therefore, if a giant shemen and dvash, each them. Incredible. Tiran Hassam. Listen to this case. Now we're transitioning for just a moment to what's called shvua sapikad in Rashida. What shvua sapikad means that if I say deposited something with you and you claim you don't have it, I could force you to take your shvua. So listen to this case. I go over to Reuven and I say, Reuven, I gave you my wheat, my barley, and my spelt to hold for me, right? To hold for me, or oats, to hold for me. And what happens? Reuven says, I swear I have none of your property. I have nothing of yours. And what it turns out that's what that Reuven was lying. Reuven was lying. So what's he's only chayvan. So let's say the case over here is I deposited chita, saoreng, and kusmin with Reuven. I said, Reuven, give me back my barley and my spelt. And what happens? Reuven says, I have nothing of yours. And then it turns out that he's lying. He's only chayvan. So what's the novelty in this? The novelty, of course, is he was kofar. He denied 3 different things, right? Barley and spelt. And yet he's only going to be chayiv once. However, if Reuven says, if Reuven were to say, I swear, I don't have your chita, I don't have your saora, I don't have your kusmin, but a chayiv alcohol, then Rabbi say you will be hit for each and every one. Why, Rabbi say? Why? Because in that case, what's happened? He's denial on each and every item independently. So if he makes a general denial, yours is chayiv once. He makes an item specific denial. I don't have your chitin, I don't have your kusmin, then he's going to be chayiv for each and every one. But Rabbi Yochanan says, "Afilu pruta mikula mitzterefes." Even a pruta from each of them ultimately combined. Let's take a look at Rashi. What does that mean? Pruta actually by the top of Rashi, only about 5 lines into the short lines. Pruta mikula mitzterefes. L'chayvo al shvua below. I'll call achas ba'achas el l'chayvo asham echad. This is actually quite interesting. So Rabbi Yochanan says that even if there's only a little less than a pruta from each of them, when you combine all, it turns out to be a pruta's worth of a claim. They're ultimately combined. So notice what you must say over here. Even though each independent item was less than a shabbat pruta, if combined in form of shabbat pruta, then ultimately will be higher for the denial. Pligi barak achav Rabbi. So Rav and Rabbi argue on this. Come on, baby. So it's like when a person says, go to Reuven, and Reuven says, I don't have your chitin, saori, and kusmin. So what is Reuven chayiv? So there's machlokes of Rabbi. One says, Chadamer, I'm putting the chayiv. What's the possible number of violations? At the most, how many violations are we speaking about? 4. And I'll tell you why. Right? No, good. It was a trick question. Right? 4. And I'll tell you why. The 3, denial for week, denial for solar, denial for there's also a possibility of a fourth, which is what I will say. General denial that I owe you nothing. So I will say, so the shaila is in this case where Reuben goes in, he says, I don't have your feet, I don't have your strength, I don't have your kusmin. What is he chayiv for? Chayiv Amar, chayiv. So one says, it's only chayiv for the specific denial. Denials of weak, of fetus or kusmin. But a close, quote-unquote, general denial, which is that I have nothing of yours, ultimately, again, he's not going to be chayiv. The Chazar, on the other opinion, is slowly non the Mechayim. The other Rabbi says that no, you Mechayim four for the specific denials and one for the general denial. They will say now the ideal here, the interesting condition over here, the general denial is not really exclusively articulated. It's just understood. In other words, if when Reuben says, "Oh, you I don't know what you're saying is, I'm nothing. I owe you nothing." So if you're Chayiv three, if you're Chayiv four, Hachamai, what do I say that? Look at Rashi. Hacham, so again, the shayla is over here. What about the argument of ultimately the back to Shvas open, right? Back to Shvas deep. Where a person goes out and they say, and they go out and they eat all three. Will you be chayiv three things? Will you be chayiv four things? Because you violate each of the shus. But are you also chayiv a fourth? Hamarava haki hashka, has mechayiv akvalo mechayiv. So we'll say, you're mixing and matching rules. This is by me and Ruby. There's no asking in mind. That's called shvuas. That's called the shvur item that was contrary. I gave Ruben my heathen son and it back. He says I don't have heathen, I don't have his son because I was in that case.
How are you?
Has mechayiv akvalo.
Rabbi,
how you doing, man?
Kicking names. How old are you guys?
We're get out of here. No, get out of here.
Yeah, it says that.
Get out. You gotta be 18 or over.
How'd you find out about me?
You know the e-girl world.
Oh, okay, very well. How old are you, Kira? Okay, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, I want to listen. I was told about you, and I just
Wonderful. Thank you for the
interesting person.
Oh, I'm no doubt. All right. You've got to be 18, dog.
Oh yeah, Nungar, you gotta be 18. Nungar. That's interesting.
You're not. No, dog. I don't want to have to ban you, but I'm gonna have to ban you.
Come on, man. Can we be respectful? Come on.
All right.
Like, you don't have to lie about your age. Just don't. I'm trying out this guy. Why are you being a
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. That goes back 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth, coronation of a king, and everything in between. Kira, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen both of them.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. If you would, in the upper left part of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 4/7 YouTube streams. Put that into YouTube right now. Look how many live streams I do at any given time. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than which may make me an influence here. And if and when that happens, I want to friend your family, all in wealthy if you're not already. Make sure that you have generational wealth already. And I want to make sure you have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Kira?
That sounds pretty cool, dude.
Excellent. Did you see my live streams on YouTube yet?
Oh, wait, look up.
So look at the red circle in this Discord. Come back to the Discord.
Hello?
Yo.
Wait. What happened?
You pulled yourself out somehow.
Freaking
So in the upper right, left-hand corner, how do you keep getting disconnected, dog? I'm not disconnecting. Come on back. Yeah. Touching hand, reaching out, touching me, touching sweet Caroline. So good, so good. I've been to be my little bitch. I dedicate this next future life.
It's only the case of Shuas Happy Kadon, where a person.
Here we go, kids. Seamstress for the band, highest smile, area music man, ballerina. You might. Now she's in me, tiny dancer in my hand. She's out and I forgot, turning back. She just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man, you take a stand in the auditorium, looking on, sing her song, the one she knows, tune she hums. But oh, how it feels so real, lying with no one near, only you, and you can't hear me when say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway to Lynn. Hey. We were just young and we sneak away every chance we could. Get it back. She used me, but neither one cared. We were getting our share. To do the thing.
Shown where Ruvain could be chayiv for the klal, the general denial, I have nothing of yours, and aprata, and the individual or specific denial of chit and kusim. Because we'll say is if Ruvain swears, I swear, I don't have your soren, I swear I don't have your kusim. Then what we'll say, he's chayiv each those hacha. Beklal,
best one.
Prati Yamai Mechayiv, Mushba Omeku. We'll say here by the Shvus of our Mishnah, if you say that there's a general, then by definition, all of these specific items are included in the general Shvua. In which case, again, what we'll say, then to go ahead and specifically articulate as chit, as kusim, as orange, what you're doing is you're swearing upon something that is already us, which we call mushva va'omed, in which case one would not be chayav. So we'll say this is actually so distinct distinction over here that the Gemara is making. This incredibly profound distinction. What? So again, when it comes to Shavuos HaPikadon, when it comes to a Shavuot, ultimately, again, regarding an item that was deposited in keeping, so we'll say in that case, ultimately, you could say that a person can be chayav for individual Shavuos and a global, more general Shavuot as well. What we call Shavuos Bidi, which is the Shavuot ultimately our Mishnah, we'll say one is to say that there's a general Shavuot of everything, then by definition, there is no room for individuals to devolve upon that original global Shvua. Therefore, the Gemara suggesting this machlokes about Kodesh Klali and Prati by Shvuas is dafka machlokes by Shvuas that does not apply by the Shvuas between of our Mishnah. Good, says the Gemara. I'll go for kasha. Well, let's begin this sugya. Just said it seems to be inherently contradictory. How so? Kasha. Amrit Shvua Shalom va'achal ochlin ru'in lachila. So what we just said before that what? If a person if a person takes a shvua not to eat something, so say what did we say? First case the Mishnah said that if I take a shvua not, and then what? What happens? I'm eating or drinking things that's for consumption. What's talacha? What's talacha? Potter, shvu in the Mishnah, shvu shelo ocha va'achal nevelas, take a shvu not to eat, and then what do I go ahead and I eat nevelas, treifa, shkatzim, but I'm not kosher items, then I'm chayiv. So Shna Reisha the Potter, umashna seif with the chayiv. Now both sides, assumption is that nevelas, treifa, shkatzim are what? Ozinam ru'uyim lach are not fit, quote unquote, for shit. So if that's the case, I was really for the Mishnah, but I take a shvur not to eat something, and then you went on that if I take a shvur not to eat, and I eat shkatzim, ramasim, nevelas, treifos, mashna isha, mashna seifa, the Gemara says, mashna isha, the Potter, mashna seifa, to which the Gemara says, mashna isha, kasaka, the nevelas, treifa, nami, open your name, halakasha, reisha, bistam, Rashi, hello, Kasha, Paloma, Pusha, Karis, in Kanzu, Yesha, Karis, in the whole Dukta, the Ika, hello, Kasha. So you want to say what's the difference? The difference of is the Resha is stamped. Right? I was going to see in a little bit. The Resha is a case where a person makes an unqualified statement, and he goes and he eats foods ultimately fit for consumption. The Sefer Rabos is where he's mefarish, to which the Gemara says, mefarish nami gupite, amai mehar sinahu. Well, said even if a person is mefarish, even if he articulates, still I don't understand why I'd be chayiv here. If I take a shvua not to eat, and I end up eating the belos treifah shtatzim that I'm also. I will say ultimately again I should be putter. Why? I mean, we say differently. I'm high for the shvua. At the end of the day, I'm because I eat something that is liberty, and I shouldn't be high for the shvua because at the end of the day, so without the shvua, to which the Gemara says, what we've given a number of times. Rabbi Shmuel. We'll say what's the case over here? The case where ultimately again I am including permitted items together with prohibited items. We'll say we've seen this concept before. If I take a shvua not to eat and I eat the velas treifah shtatzim but I why I will say because again those items are already usher. But if I take a shvua not to eat permitted items, I eat prohibited items. It's called a shvua.
We were just young and restless and bold. I used her, she used me, but neither
when we had this we spoke about it 2 days ago, then the Vela develops upon what? Designs. Designs. Rabbi said less than a desires will not be us in the Dorais. So we will say, when could a shvua devolve upon even that? If the shvua comes along to us, or even that which is not say what? Either chatzi shir less or in this case also a kol shvua. Any and with a shvua could even devolve upon that which is so we'll stop over there for today. We're going to pick up with this again. We're still in the middle ultimately of trying to figure out when under what circumstances can a shvua devolve upon that which is already. So again, there's the I lost the track. We'll continue with this tomorrow. Yeah, I know. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Song from 1962. And about 9 moves. You just don't seem to have as much to lose. Strange how the night moves.
All right, you will say.
Without him closing in.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Share to Thank. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Shach of our Our sponsors for the month, Shmuel Rabbi Barak, Nishmat, Father Zupa, Yuli Fesco, HaKohen Zifon Bracha, Rika Learning Sponsor, Henry Jacob C. Kent, memory of her daughter, Shifa Zifon Bracha, Das Kanadina,
working and practicing.
Benny Goldberg, in memory of his mother, Peggy Goldberg, Vega Razel, Das Lebiako. We are married. Of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, families in your all of those new which that one with Kol Cholei Yisrael, which Baruch Shlomo Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soul should be successful. B'chol Masei Yedeihem. Those with that, let us know a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do. Today's daf is Chav Aleph 21. We are picking up Amiras Hashem on Chav Amis 20b, 16 lines down from the top. So again, I'm hoping that in Eretz Yisrael also have a little bit of time today to delve a little bit into the Rambam, because the Rambam actually in the beginning of Hilchos Shavuos, literally again, Aleph, is getting a lot into these pages, and I think it provides a tremendous amount of clarity, which is going to be sorely needed. I also want to clarify something. I spoke about in Shavuot yesterday. So remember again, Rashi made reference to the idea, and I want to thank Mr. Alan Stein of New York. The Rothschild called me yesterday, leaving me a message about this. So I have to go. I didn't go back and listen to the recording, but I just want to clarify regardless. We spoke about Rashi pointed out yesterday between a neder and shvuah. And so just because I'm not sure how I said it yesterday, a shvuah is an isser gavra, right? A shvuah ultimately creates a prohibition on the individual, and neder creates a prohibition upon the lefza, right? That's why again, when you make a shvuah, ultimately again the lashon of shvuah is shvuah shalom. Like the subject is I will not eat. As a lashon of negarim of kikar zu. So again, we're not really getting into this topic right now. We'll get to this topic, but in the event that I said it yesterday, just wanted to clarify. I wrote it down from the top. That's Rabbi. Thank you to Mr. Simon. That's Rabbi. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. It's now remember again. Our topic is Shvuas Bitui. Our topic is, remember again, a specific type of shua called a definitive or declarative. A person is making a statement. So now Rabbi comes along and says something very so that person is sheker. Now what does that mean? Shua sheker. What does that mean? I take a shua. I will eat something, or I just take a simple example. I swear that I won't go ahead and eat this loaf today. And then what ends up happening, I eat the loaf. Now what? What have I? So obviously I've been in violation of my shvuah, but Rabbi shvuas sheker. Let's call it shvuah sheker. That false. He's taking now a false oath. And again, wishing the lab against the shvuah sheker in here. Lo sishavu b'shmila sheker. Do not swear in my name for falsehoods. Achalti v'lo achalti. What happens if a person? I swear that I ate, but he really did the loaf. So remember again, in Rabbi Yoch's model, a prospective that you violate is called a shvuas sheker. Effective shvuah. I swear I didn't eat the loaf, but in fact I ate the loaf. Shav. Right, a shvuah in vain. So what we're making is very interesting, and the law is from you. Again, aside from the bros, do not take the Lord's name in vain. So this is a very important model over here. So again, if I go ahead and I violate shvuas bitui, that is prospective, future-oriented, that is called the shvuas sheker. If I go ahead and I violate a retrospective shvuah, I swear that I did not eat the loaf, but I did eat the loaf. That's called a shvuas shav. Now, what's the difference between a shvuas sheker and a shvuas shav? So, of course, on the most basic level, it's just the nature of the isser, right? Where is the isser derived from? We'll see whether or not there are other chilukim as well. Now, we'll say you're because we've lived this before, that obviously this is going to be hotly compared. We saw a dramatically different definition for a shvuas shav beforehand, right? This shvuas shav says to try to go ahead and change something that everyone knows to be true. Just keep that in the back of your mind, but this is Rabbi Yochanan's model. Konamos are nedarim. What about a konam? Oh, so if you make a neder, and then you violate it, over yachal below yachal dvaro. So again, you violate the law. Do not profane your word. So the Gemara says, may say is Rabbi Yochanan's mouth. Then we raise the kasha mitzvah. Shav v'sheker echad hein. Oh, the Bryce says. Now there's another Bryce that says shav and sheker are the same thing. Effectively the same thing, which is another way of saying that l'maisa there's no difference whether you violate a prospective shvua or retrospective shvua. You're in violation. You know, shav, sheker. Okay, it's all the same thing. It says my love lememra. My love, need the sheker now, the shavar. Now, the fact that the Bryce is saying that shav and sheker are the same things, he's not saying the same way that shav is retrospective. So to shvas sheker is retrospective as well. Almost, what do you see from here? Help below sheker. So you see from here that if you go ahead and make a shvua, I swear that I ate the loaf, but you really didn't eat the loaf. That's called the shvuas sheker. Where says, no, not necessarily my ear. Hakidis and hakidis. No. Let's go back to what we said before. In reality, shvuas shav and shvuas sheker are two different things, two different animals. But what does it mean when it says my davar echad? What does it mean when it says that sheker are davar echad? So the Gemara says echad. Hein dibor echad nemru. It means when the Kadosh Baruch Hu gave halacha, they were in the same breath. Dibor echad nemru. Where else do we see this? Give the sign. Zaka v'shamar dibor echad nemru. Masha'in ha'yachal ha'peh l'daber u'masha'in ha'ozin yachal l'shoah. So Zakar v'Shama by Shabbos, by Hilchos Shabbos, Zakar v'Shama were given over the Dibur Echad. Kadosh Baruch Hu literally, literally said both of them in the same something that the human mouth cannot articulate and that the ear can't really hear. You can't really hear these two things at once. So the Gemara says, so Bishlam Hassan B'Dibur Echad wants to suggest that that's what it means when it says sheker and shav dibor echad nemru. Ultimately, again, what does that mean? It means that halacha l'maisa, when I say sheker and shav echad, it means Kadosh Baruch Hu gave over sheker and shav the dibor echad in one utterance. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So I understand why by Shabbos, Zachar and Shav were given over in the same utterance. Why? So the Gemara says, remember again what the Zohar Adabarabba said in Kiddush. So the Gemara says, Zachar v'Shama, Sheyeshnu b'Shmira Kira. Because let's remember again, Zachar and Shama was said in one utterance. So therefore, again, how long we say, whoever engaged in Shmira. Now remember again, Shamar as a Shabbos HaKadosh refers to what? Malachas. Malachas, the prohibitions of Shabbos. The fact that a Zachar are positive commandments of Shabbos. And therefore, again, this leads the Gemara to say that halacha l'maisa, whoever is obligated in Shamar in the prohibitions of Shabbos, ultimately is chayiv in the mitzvos of Shabbos. That's why you have what Paul speak that particular about he went ahead and he said both of them had to create a binding halachic paradigm.
What is this bullshit? Nobody gives a shit.
Ultimately, we have an obligation. We'll say that's why, by the way, technically speaking, right? Remember again, this creates a whole question that women are just as obligated in Kiddush as men are. So Mishnah has the whole thing, something very interesting. Mishnah says when you come home on Shabbos night, let's assume that you went to shul, your wife didn't go to shul. That you said Vaychulu already. So you said Vaychulu already, and you fulfilled your biblical obligation of Kiddush. Now the issue just is that if you fulfilled your biblical obligation, So you're still going to make
Pretty
Kiddush
high.
the problem is that you are only Chai Midrabanan. Like
You marry a music man.
How could it go, right? How could it Drabanan be
Ballerina,
is an interesting
you must have
say
seen
good Shabbos
dancing in the
technically speaking, one
sand.
fulfills Kiddush Midrabanan. So again, hopefully, but that relegates both of them to the same status, which also said, by the way, technically means that a woman could make Kiddush and be motzi her family. Now the Gemara has some choice words for that, right? The Gemara says, Tava alav me'ira, that a curse should come upon who relies on his wife to be motzi Kiddush, because according to Chazal, what it does is it represents a heightened level of ignorance, right? If a man doesn't know how to do that in order to be his family, so again, it represents a level of ignorance, which the Gemara thought was incredibly shameful. But again, on a technical level, the obligation is the same. Where does that come from? That comes from this Gemara over here. Since Shamar I don't know if it's but Shmuel, Sham, and Shem. Why do I need Zaka? I'm sorry. Shav and Sheker said in the same. When it says, when the Brisa says that Shav and Sheker are Dover Echad, what it means is they have shared liability. That the same way go ahead and you'll get Malka or Sheker. So to you get Malka. When I say softly, what's interesting is, remember, talking about Malchus, what did we do about? We've been talking about Karbanis. Right? So where was Malchus in the world of Shmulis? Intentional violation. The Karban was the headlights on the again, this context of Malchus will come for intentional violation of lay me down in sheets of linen. You have it the day to day. He says something amazing. He says, any person who's careful with his neshama, person who's careful to watch himself from Aveda, to watch himself from just, just for our own experiences. Every single time I commit an Aveda, lay me down in sheets of linen. It's like like rolling in the mud. I'm still good, I'm still holy, I'm still beautiful, I'm still anything, but the next time I'm rolling in the mud a little bit. And what that does is the self. And the problem when I compromise the self, it has an impact on all of the other appendages of my ruchnius. Right? So if I commit an Avera, my davening is the same. My learning is not the same. Nothing is the same because I think means I can always rebound, and I'm comfortable. Is compromised. Hashem says something, and this resonates. I think with particular us. This is one of the hardest things that we often encounter in English is retention of we love the dot. One of the most frustrating parts of the dot is Hashem does us a secret to attention for this. Dancing in the sand. Whoever is careful with his self, whoever is careful with his clean, I'm Shmira. I'm careful that I try not to be that here. I try to keep myself in a spiritual purity. I try to my personalistic utensil. Never try to avoid whatever things that are compromised to that.
But how it feels so real lying here. No one near
Why? Because the person keeping the personalistic utensil is in the right. So incredible, right? We're all looking for all of these tools. Slowly. Wow. Just stay awake. Just try to learn your own personal spirituality by not sullying myself with all the negative things of faith. And ultimately, remembrance and of what I've learned will ultimately So the Gemara says, Papi Layo. I can say it's just the opposite.
We had a busy day today.
Rather say the same way that you get Malchus.
Hold me closer, tiny
So again, you intentionally make a Shua Shakar. Malchus on a shot. So the words is cheaper. That's obvious. High love of a high love. Of course, again, essentially, now point out, remember, to create agreed upon definitions for Sheker and Shav. So remember, again, so far all we have is Rabbi Yochanan. And Rabbi Yochanan said that essentially Sheker is prospective, Shav is retrospective. So again, we'll get into this one, but the Gemara says, of course, they're both going to be Chayv and Malchus, because if you violate either of them, you're in violation of Allah. Now, he came up, like Rabbi said, wow. So I say, I'm going to talk like this. The book says, when it comes to, when it comes to Yeshua's Shav, lo sisa Hashem al Hashav, ki lo yinake Hashem. I might have thought that for Yeshua, there's no cleansing. Because it says you will not be cleansed. Now, that means what? There's no malchus. Because you also remember again, what says that by Yeshua's Shav is no nikoi, right? There is no cleansing. To which the Gemara says, top of Chafal. Kamash Malon Kiddishani, like, no, it's as he responded. Now we'll see the response later on. It's a malchus for a Shavuos Shav as well. Other possibilities we get. Shame. I was trying to figure out the Bryce. Well, the Bryce said that Shav and Sheker are Echad. They're one. So what does this mean? Kishem Shemedi Karb al Sheker. Maybe carbon al shav, or maybe the other possibility is like this: that Allah, so when the Bryce said and sheker are one thing, what it means to say is like this: the same will bring a carbon. Remember again, as an old on a sheker, also bring an old Rabbi Yored on a shav. But Rabbi Akiva he do and reflexively of Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva holds T for a respective shua, just like there is for a prospective shua. So whereas the Mace today. Is a kasha, ezu shav. Okay, so now we're getting into a very yesodistic machlokes about definitions. Definitions, right? Sheker is much easier. Sheker is much easier to define because what's sheker? What's sheker? Anything that's not true, right? Anything that's true. I swear, I ate the loaf of bread. Didn't eat the loaf of bread, or I will eat the loaf of bread today, and I don't eat it today. So it's very easy to make. I lied. What's shav? Ezu rishua shav nishba l'shav. So we'll say it's anything that tries to go ahead and change an established truth that is known to all. We saw this before earlier in the second. Look at Rashi. Nishba l'hachlif. No, sorry. So now, yeah, that's. So we'll say. So for example, I gave Rashi's example before. And Rashi's example was, I swear that this is a man when it's really a woman. Everyone knows that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, right? And therefore, again, if you try to go ahead and you swear to the contract, that's called Shavuos Shav. I swear that this sefer is a car. So again, it doesn't. So that's Shavuos Shav. You're swearing about something that is an observable truth, and you're trying to change that reality. You cannot change an observable truth. That's called shav. Now, both sides want that. Now, this comes together a little bit better because now shav and sheker are really different dramatic categories. So remember, sheker therefore could really be prospective, retrospective. And either way, it's a lot. Shav is much more profound. Mishpat l'shasasayah. I'm trying to change something that is objectively and observably known. The Gemara goes on. He says, good. What's shakar? So what's Chapal now 21 and 5 lines in. So the Gemara says, Shua shak. Nishpa l'hachlif is any shvua that tries to live. L'shana says ha'emes. B'shvua so hanu l'sha'abar kigon achal. So here it's interesting. We're suggesting that achlif means any shvua that change a truth. So, for example, I swear I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. Or I swear that I didn't eat the loaf, but I ate the loaf. Yes, Rabbi, and what's interesting is, according to the right here, one Shvuas Sheker is only retrospective. Only retrospective. So Kiyas Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Yochanan, Achalti v'Achalti Sheker. Retrospective Shvuah. I swear that I ate, or I swear that I didn't eat, and I ate. That's called Shvuas Sheker. That's how I'll say, where's the lot from? Sishvu b'shmi l'shaker. It's an expensive lot. Don't lie when you swear. Ochal v'lo ochal. What happens again if halacha is again? I make a prospective shua. I swear I will eat, but I did not eat. And what's the halacha? Over the Baal Yachel Dvaro. Ultimately, again, he violates Lo Yachal Dvaro. Interestingly enough, the Lashon of Lo Yachal Dvaro, the Gemara is actually quoted in the context of Ish ki yidar neder la Hashem, o yishava shvua la Sar Yisrael nafsho Lo Yachal Dvaro. Because more often than not, right, a neder, prospective. So here, interestingly enough, you have shvua mentioned in the context of neder. So the Gemara is suggesting, or these Rabban and Rabbi Yochanan is suggesting, that refers to a different type of shvuah. That comes under the umbrella of lo yachbaro. Do not violate your word. Do not violate your word. Good. Ve'ezu shvuas shav. What's a shvuas shav? Nishpa l'shana says hayah. Let's say Adam. It's any shvuah that tries to change an established, observable truth. So I just want to point out what happened over here. In this model, which is also quoting Rabbi Yochanan, is right. So again, what we have over here is the categories. The Shvuah Sheker. What's Shvuah Sheker? Shvuah Sheker is a retrospective, right? When I say, okay, you violate. I swear that I ate the loaf. That's called a Shvuah Sheker. Category 2 is what he calls Lo Yachel. He does not go ahead and oracle me. He just calls that you're in violation. So I will eat the loaf today, and I will eat the loaf today. I'm in violation of Lo Yachel Dvaro. And then category 3, Shvuas Shav. And then Shvuas Shav, Nishpa says Hayadua. Something that is objectively, observably seen as a truth, and they go ahead and lie about it. Okay, those are our categories. Again, we'll call them which categories we use. I'm not Papa. So, Papa says this statement, the Rabbi statement just made over here. Right? So, these two categories was not said explicitly, rather it was in the first. But here we go. This is one of these nice prices. All these big prices. So what do we say? Any lo sase in the Torah, right? Any provision in the Torah is that is a la sheyish b'maisa, right? That's where Makkah stays. Any la sheyish b'maisa that has with it an action. What's that? Look, you get mouse. Okay, straightforward. I eat the burger. That's Malchus. It's sheyish b'maisa. Okay, so the Gemara says b'maisa. What if you do a lav? Ultimately, it doesn't have a maisa. You don't get Malchus, and that is the general. Any lav she'ein b'maisa. There's no malchus for the prohibition or for the violation of sin. There are a number of chutzs. Number 1, mean nishpa, swear. Because remember, again, swearing falsely has no license. It's a deep, but yet nevertheless, again, going to be malchus for intentional violation. Meimar, right, means tmura, substituting one sacrificial animal for another. Again, no technical maisa, but again, still malchus. Mikalo as or you curse your friend, clearly not such a good friend, but you curse your friend with the name HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, so we'll say, so these are the exceptions. We have a principle, is lav sheyish b'maisa lokin alov, lav she'ein b'maisa ein lov, with the exception of cases. Now the Gemara goes to the nishpa minala. How do you know if you swear, and I will say, so swear, and I either intentionally violate the shua. How do I know that halacha l'maisa? There is malchus for such an act. So Rashbi, so this is the name of Rashbi. Do not take Hashem's name in vain, because you will not be cleansed. The Gemara says, Beis Din Shalmala ein menakinoso. What it means is, right, Beis Din Shalmala, the heavenly court, will not absolve you of this transgression. About in Shalmata Malkin also menakinoso. But Beis Din Shalmata will then Beis Din Shalmata cleanse you. How do they cleanse you? Malchus. The punishment cleanses you. So you must only a couple of Rabbi. I don't say, how do you know that? Maybe this needs to say, Lord, you not get cloud.
Shut the fuck
Maybe
up.
what it needs to say is like this. No, you will not be cleansed at all. Maybe that's what it means. Lord, you not, it means, you take a shvuah.
Eli, who the fuck is Eli?
Right? If you take an oath in vain, there's just ongoing culpability to be cleansed. Never be cleansed. Well, if it would have just said, well, you not,
no, you aren't, lady.
No cleansing process. The tremendous severity of such a prohibition. The Gemara says, Hasha d'chsiv ki Hashem. But that's not what the pasuk says. The pasuk says, Lo sisha Hashem Hashem Elokech al Hashav ki lo yinak Hashem. Hashem will not cleanse you. Hashem will not cleanse you. So Gemara says, what do you see from here? Hashem doesn't absolve you. But the human court, the earthly court, will go ahead and give you malchus and will absolve you. Okay, so we'll say, so what do you see from here? So this is case number one. That Shvuah, ultimately, even though it's a lav she'in bo maisa, right? It's a lav because remember, deeper is the maisa. You're still malchus for intentional violation of your shvuah. Okay, next. Ashkechan shvuah shav. So that's a shvuah shav. Which I will say, again, remember, what's our definition of a shvuah shav? Let's assume that we're going with the latest definition of Rabbi Avo, which is nishmaros hayadua. You're trying to change something that is a clearly observable truth that everyone knows. Shvuah sheker minalan. How do you know about a sheker? Now remember again, what's going to be our definition of sheker? What's our definition of sheker? We'll assume right now that either again you're lying, respectively or retrospectively. Either way, your shvuah sheker also gets malchus if you intentionally violate. If you intentionally do a shinalan, so you'll on Vite Amar Lashav Shtei Panim. The pasuk says Lashav twice. Right? It's again. Sisa Shema 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 Lashav. Kilo Yinak Hashem Hashem Nisa Shemo Lashav. So it says shav twice. Shav. So again, we need one shav for sure.
Hey, dog. Hey.
What does so what do I do another one? Today, the shvuah shaker. Give it to shvuah shaker and to say that what just like the shvuah malchus, so to a shvuah shaker, I malchus as well. Incredible. But how do you Rabbi about this? He said, "Hi shvuah shaker, heki dami." What is the case of shvuah shaker? So remember, just right now, definitionally, we're just trying to figure out ultimately again what all of this is. So, hi shvuah shaker, heki dami. If you want to say that it's a case of I swear that I will not eat, prospective shvuah, I swear to eat and I eat, can't be because that's a lot. It makes sense that that's a malchus, right? Why? Well, so that would fall under the normal rule that any lav she yesh b'maisa is lokin alav. So that makes sense. So get malchus for it. The ela damar shvuah. So remember again. So that's what we're trying to do. Right? What's the principle? If you have prohibition, and prohibition has an action attached to it, you get malchus. No act, no malchus, with the exception of cases. Which case? Shvuah. So now we're trying to figure out the case of shvuah. Get malchus. So if you're telling me that it's a props, I swear that I won't eat. You eat, And of course, they make a mark. So that why? Because I did an action. I did action. Now maybe it's the case of I swear that I will eat, and I didn't eat. So the Gemara says, well, in that case, and the Gemara says, in that case, after all, I swear that I'm going to loaf of bread today. I eat it today. The day goes by and I don't. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish both agree. You do not get malchus in such a thing. Says you don't get malchus. Why? You shouldn't have it shame by myself. And I don't eat. I can't get malchus. So says why? That's a lot of shame by myself. Right? There's no mindset attached to it. So because there's no mindset, therefore again I can't get malchus. A lot of shame by myself. Any lab ultimately I doesn't have a mice. You don't get malchus. Why? We shouldn't. The hubby has suffering. Also means you won't get malchus. Not hasras suffering loshmas. We saw this before. Malchus. Because generally, again, Surah has to be tiv and delivered within proximity. Here, the issue is that what? I have the whole day in order to comply with my shvuah. So therefore, that's interesting enough. Both Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish will know malchus, but agree for different reasons. So we'll say, so again, so what's going to be the case of shvuah, where it's a lav she'ein ma'isa, and I'm getting malchus. So again, remember, we'll say, if we're telling you that it's a case of I swear I'm going to eat, and I don't eat, everyone agrees you don't get malchus in that case, either because of lav she'ein ma'isa or asra sape. So from Rabbi Abo said, I'll tell you the case. Hey, it must be the case of what? I swear that I ate, but in fact I lied. I didn't eat. So that would be a case ultimately again of a lot she'ein bo ma'isa, but you would be chayiv malchus for a shvuah sheker. It's incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So look at Rashi. Rabbi Abo. Hey, shvuah sheker. We open on this Rabbi Milashav Lashav Bachalti Lo. So we'll say, and by the way, now you begin to also understand this is Rabbi Avo, right? I remember in this whole thing is because Rabbi Avo made a statement before that ultimately, again, Achalti v'lo achalti is shvuas sheker. The Gemara then said Rabbi Avo didn't say this explicitly. You learned it by this. Here's the inference. Looking back to the brisa that says that again, normally, lav shish b'maisa malchus, lav she'ein b'maisa in b'malchus. One of the exceptions to that rule is shvuah. What's the case of shvuah? Where it's a lav she'ein b'maisa, but you'll still get malchus. I swear that I ate the loaf. I swear that I ate the loaf. Ultimate achal. I swear I ate the loaf, but in fact I didn't eat the loaf. See, you know that is a lav she'ein b'maisa. Right? It turns out. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Like in other words, I swore falsely. I was a shua shaker. I swore that I ate loaf, but it turns out that I actually didn't do anything. Rabbi says, "Oh, that's the case of malchus. Even though it's a lot of shame of myself, that is going to be the case of malchus." The Gemara says, "Maishna." So ultimately, again, so why is this case taken? In other words, we'll say, if this is a lot of watch what just happened over here. We just said before that everyone agreed that in the case of I swear I will eat and I don't eat, everyone agrees there's no malchus in that case, right? Either why, or asra safek. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why is this case of I swear that I ate when I didn't eat. So everybody agrees in the case of shvuah sha'ochal. I swear I will eat and I don't eat. Everyone agrees what? No liability. Why not? Lav shein b'maisa or asras safek. But bottom line is everyone agrees that there's no liability. Now Rabbi Abba is coming along and saying that in this case of shvua sha'achalti, I swore that I ate it, but I didn't eat it, that there is liability. Why? Why? That's also a lav shein b'maisa. In other words, why is there liability in that particular? Gemara says, "Umayshna a favorite shrip satora shaker dumya l'shab," because the Torah explicitly equates shvuas sheker, which again in this case is this retrospective shvua. I swear that I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat it. The Torah explicitly compares this to a shvuas shav. Mashav sha'avar av sheker nami l'sha'avar. Just like the Most say. Now, by the way, a shvuas shav is inherently a retrospective shvua. Why? Because if we go with the idea, we'll say, what shav? Shanos es hayadua. Right? That's what it is. Right? Shav is nishma l'shavua. Right? It's fine. Shav is nishma l'shavua. Right? That's what shav does. Shav is nishma l'shavua doing. I swear that this are. That will say. So my God is always retrospective, because what I'm thinking about is something is and has been a certain way. I'm swearing it's differently. So interesting. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Abba says, the fair shipsato shvuas sheker is like a shvuas. That will say, where does the Torah explicitly go ahead and equate a shvuas sheker to a shvuas? So it could very well be from the drush made before that it says shav twice. One shav is for sure. So again, in the same way that a shav is retrospective and you're chayiv malchus, so to a shvuas sheker will also be retrospective and you will be chayiv malchus. That's the drasha. Incredible. So the Gemara says, good. So I'm sorry. Referring to Torah Shva Shagar Shav l'Shabar, Af Shemi l'Shabar, just like a Shav is retrospective, and your Chayiv Malchus. So a Shvas Shekel will be retrospective, and your Chayiv Malchus. Incredible. So for both sides, so just so it seems to be coming out over here is that halacha l'maisa. We're going with these three categories of Shvas. So what we have over here is Shvas Shekel Part 1, which is what we call a retrospective shua. I swear that I didn't eat, or I swear that I will eat, or I did eat, but I didn't eat, whatever case that is. Right? Retrospective. That and chayiv malchus. Number 2, prospective shuas. I swear that I will eat, or I won't eat. Interesting enough, Rabbi Abba doesn't really title that. What he just said is that you're in violation of Yachal. Because that's the type of shua that's mentioned in the context of Nadarim. So that's a shua neder. Just like a neder is prospective, so to this type of shua is prospective as well. Now, is that called shvua sheker? Is that called something else? We'll have to see. But for now, it's just called category 2 shvua. And then category 3 is what we call shvua shav. What shvua shav? Mishpa shanos es hayadu. Where you try to go and you swear to change an established, observable truth. Halacha l'maisa, enough as much as shvua in general could fall into the category of lav she'ein maisa. It's one of the exceptions of Maisa rule that even though normally Maisa doesn't get Malchus, Shavuos do get Malchus. Incredible. That's Rabbi Abba. He's Rabbi Abba. Rabbi is the kasha. Shavuos shelo ochal kikarzu. Shavuos shelo ochlana. Shavuos shelo ochal va'achla. Chayiv ela achas. So let's listen to this case. It's actually very interesting. Again, we're going to talk more about these Yisodos and Meretz Hashem as we go on. But just quickly, here's what's happening over here. We'll actually just couple this now. I swear I will not eat this loaf. I swear I will not eat this loaf. Okay, so we'll say, so again, Rabbi Yavo's, what we call, what is this? This is what we call like a category 2, like Conum type model, Nether type model, a prospective shvua. I swear I will not eat this loaf. And then I'll say what happens. Then I take another oath. I swear I won't eat it. Then I even take a third oath. Shvua, shlo ochano. I swear it's ugly. I eat it. What's the I'm only chayiv once. So we'll say, now why is that? Look at Rashi. So we'll see. The halachas we're going to talk about this. One shvua cannot evolve upon the first oath. Then that's it. The loaf is prohibited. Or obligated, whichever case you want to frame it as. And I will say, ultimately, we're going to see that if you swear to perform a mitzvah, I swear to put on tefillin today, such a shavua is meaningless. Why? Because since I'm already obligated to do so, to take a shavua to do something that you're already obligated to do is a meaningless shavua. So therefore, the first time I swear, right, to go ahead and not eat that loaf, I am now commanded to speak not to eat that loaf. And therefore, any subsequent shavua does not devolve upon me. So the Gemara says, "Zogi shvuas chayav al zadon makas b'ashir gosa carbon all of you." Example of a shvuas, right? A declarative shvua. Where if you violate this shvua intentionally, you'll get malchus, and if you go in and violate the shvua intentionally, you will have to hold the deal rate. That's it. So we'll say, so if you notice, by the way, what's happening? Example of a shvuas pitui. Interestingly enough, what is the paradigm example? Is a prospective shvua. So here, zohi, when it says this is the paradigm to exclude, so when it says my love, lucky. First part line at the bottom. It must be coming to exclude ultimately again a retrospective shvua, where if you were to make the shvua intentionally violated, get malchus. So what do you see from here? That a retrospective shvua is malchus. Kachu just said before. Versus no. What you need to say is actually retrospective shvua, if unintentionally violated, is not subject to a carbon. So the Gemara says, Zohi, thou shigasa carbon all of the already. It's only a prospective shvua that if accidentally violated, you have a carbon. You accidentally make false retrospective shvua, you are not chayv a carbon. Intentionally, you're malchus. Unintentionally exempt from a carbon. To which the Gemara Yishmael, and this reflects the Rabbi Yishmael. The Amar Eino chayiv ella al ha'asid laval. Rabbi Yishmael holds you are only chayiv a carbon for a prospective shvua. About milka lucky. However, again, as much as you're not chayiv a carbon for anything other than a prospective shvua, if you violate the retrospective shvua, you will be chayiv malchus. This is Rabbi Yishmael. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Right? The Brisa says this is the example of a shua shab. Now let's remember again. Let's assume over here that with the shab we're going and operating with our basic definition that we saw before. This is the example of a shua shab. If you intentionally make a shua shab, you get malchus. And for shogeg, you're putter. There's no carbon over the already by a shua shab. Zohi lemiute. What is this coming to exclude? My love achalti v'lo achalti the lucky. It's coming to exclude ultimately a retrospective shvu that you don't get malchus. To which the Gemara is low, zohi be'agasa pata mekarban. No, what it means is to say this is a case where if you do it b'shogeg, you turn a karban. Aba'achalti v'lo achalti. But in a case, or ultimately again, a retrospective shvua, al shigagasa chayiv karban. Ultimately, even for accidental violation, you will be chayiv a karban. But Rabbi Akiva, he's in the chayiv barkilahaba. So we'll say, so this is ongoing machlokes Rabbi Shmuel about whether or not one is chayiv retrospective shuas. Rabbi Shmuel says you're not. Rabbi Akiva says you are. Mercy, one second. Here's the problem. Now, based on this, you just said before that the Reisha reflects the Yishmael. So the Gemara says, Reish Rabbi Shmuel, say for Rabbi Akiva. Again, we never like that. Right? We never like it. What I have over here is as follows, Rabbi Abba. Shuas Shav is Nishpa Lashanos, that's a knowable fact. Is a car, you just can't do that. That's called Shua. Enough in Rabbi Abba's model. So Rabbi Abba's model, he has I swear that I ate the loaf, like prospective. Interestingly enough, he learns out from the category always prospective false. Is that called the bonus? Not immediate. There are three categories. Shua Shav, retrospective code. There's also concentrated prospective code. Is that called a sheker? Is that called something else? That's the lingering. Again, we're going to get to Rambam, then touch on all of these categories drop. We'll see all clear. Literally, the answer is it's very low. So actually, we'll say, you know what? Let's actually do this right now. This is on Perek Aleph, Perek Hilchos Shvuos. So you have Rabbi Shach for that. It's a beautiful read. Everything to really set for ourselves. So actually says as follows. Sorry, Rabbi says also you can take some definition that you're looking to it, which we're not going to get into right now because we'll do a little bit, but here's what I want to point out to you. Rabbi says like this. Nishpa costs me arba machlokes beheflet. Shenishpa shelo yochal, o sheyochal v'lo o shachal v'lo shelo achal v'al harei zu shvuas sheker. So sheker is you lie. Whether you're lying prospectively or you're lying prospectively, that is called shvuas sheker. So I swear that I eat the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. I swear that I will eat the loaf, but I didn't eat them. So retrospectively, prospectively, if you're lying, that is called a shvuas sheker. V'al zek yotzin ne'emar lo shav b'shiv sheker v'mish sheker v'meisid loka. If you lie intentionally, you get no. If you lie unintentionally, make a mistake, b'shogeg, maybe carbon ola biorate, shenemar v'nela v'menu v'hu yadashin. So we'll say, here it is, halach l'maisa. Anytime you're lying retrospectively or you're lying prospectively, that is called shvuas sheker. Intentional violation of it gives you malchus. Intentional is carbon ola vior. Shvuas shav. Halacha dal. Rambam right. He says shvuas shav nechlekes ba'arba machloko. Ha'achos shenishbar hayadur she'en okay. So number one, about something that is known, objectively known truth, and you swear to the contrary. Ketzon shenishbar ala ish shu isha, ala isha shu ish, al amud shel shayish shel zot. The kiyotze our approach as well. Gemara's approach as well, that halacha l'maisa, again, anytime you have something objectively known truth and you swear to the contrary, that is called ishvua. So we'll say, now we have it, there's only two categories. Halacha l'maisa, nishvua shana, shvuas shav, anytime time you lie, whether you're lying retrospectively or it turns out prospectively, halacha l'maisa shvuas, intentional violation of shua malchus, unintentional violation of shua shakar carbon, a lot more here. But for now, these are categorical incredible. All right, let's back to the game. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop over here. Okay, let's say we're fine. We're on target. We had the Rambam end of the day with clarity. We want to pick up here tomorrow. More exciting sugyas ahead. Bennett, your mother's neshama shaliyah. All right, Turbo, say good morning. Our sponsors for this morning should to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, annual Talmud for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Habal's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel, and our week of learning sponsor, Hillary Jacobs in Kent, in memory of her daughter, Shifra Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our all of the all of those who need a refuah should have one together. Hashem bring home all hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's say with that, let's begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf Chaf. As we begin the parak today, we're picking up on the test on the days 19b, 15 lines down from the top. Right? That's Rabbi Yochanan. We actually began this yesterday. Let's just start here again. Rabbi Yochanan as Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shlokish as Rabbi Shlokish. And let's contrast the two opinions of Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shlokish. This is how we remember we ended off yesterday's daf with Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shlokish. Rabbi Yochanan said that in this context of also we made something that possible knowledge is like definitive knowledge, and Reish Lakish ultimately chose to interpret the case as doing something. Shmuel, who says that you don't need Yediyah B'tchila. That's what we ended off with yesterday's stuff. Now the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Reish Lakish. This is very interesting. Something they let the know that. The case. I consume.
I mean, if they should have know you.
I consume something chaylev. So, for example, there's a piece of meat in front of me. I am not sure. Is it chaylev, which is prohibited? Is it shuman, which is permitted? I consume it. There's a lapse of awareness. I eat it, right? And then afterwards, I know what I did. I realize what I did. Now, under normal circumstances, what we the halacha for such a situation like that, you bring what is called an asham talui. The sin offering, talui means like possibilities. You bring, again, a possible infraction. So asham talui, say in this case over here, we did this twice, or whatever. It could be 3 times, 4 times. Just a moment. Rashi says over here, chaticha son of a safek shuman, and no, the achar is machu safek chaylev, v'hari ba'asham talui, v'chazer ba'achal safek chaylev, v'no glosha safek shesachal. So you repeat this, 2 or more. Maybe chatos achal echad ve'achad, maybe asham achal echad ve'achad. So the same way that if you go ahead and you commit multiple averos, so you can be chayiv for multiple offerings. So too, if you go ahead and violate this type of prohibition, you can be chayiv asham taluis. Okay, that is Rebbe's position. She says over here. Actually, that's Rashi. Rabbi Shimon Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Eino maybe Elam Sham Talui Echad. So, Rabbi Shimon Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, all said in the name of Rabbi Shimon, Talui is different. Only one Asham Talui, even though again there are multiple potential Nagad. Pasuk says you will be an Asham Talui. Ashim for his accident that he accidentally committed. HaTorah Ripsa Shagas Harbe Va'ashamui Echad. So the way it's set up is the Torah goes there and highlights Shindos harbe. Many potential shkagas. Yet even for many potential shkagas, there's only one asham talui. So let's say one of them very interesting. If your focus is not in the chat, right? Everyone agrees. You committed multiple averos. And multiple averos. Now again, remember, the here is it's not elam echad. Because remember, multiple averos in one list, especially if it's the same avero. How many times will be chayiv? Only once. The idea is that if multiple averos, right? Multiple lapses, there of course will be liability for each every one. The question is, in an asham talui case, is there multiple asham talui liability or not? Rabbi says yes. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says no. One asham talui per customer. Rothschild says, "Can't show already the deals space mischalkos v'chatos." Here Rabbi is saying that ultimately in the deals svekos, which means possible infractions, right? So multiple deals to generate multiple carbonic liabilities. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Kishim shi dias va'alma mischalkos v'chatos." So Yochanan frames it a little different. He says the same creates people are independent carbonic liabilities. You do such a mischakos la'ashamos. Two, even the deal suffix that possibly violated something could create multiple asham talui obligations. As additional with Rabbi Yochanan, so it seems to contradict their previously espoused positions. So which one Rabbi Yochanan, so you can say Rabbi Yochanan is not a catch, it's not a contradiction. Why not? In the case of Asham Talui, so could it very well be that Kisim Kalacha Asham Talui? Because it's here in the case of Asham Talui that there is no idea that is mentioned explicitly. Because why? Remember again, it's learned out from the phrase of V'ne'elam Torah Kula Asu. Right? Because that's the Torah. All other cases are really different. Why? The pasuk explicitly says it became known to him or it became Yediyah Yasa Ba'inan. One requires definitive knowledge. Reish Lakish Adamoki Mokrebi. By Reish Lakish is setting out the Rabbi Yishmael. Why establish it like Hakamashon the Rabbi Yishmael no by Yediyah B'Kira. To highlight the idea that Rabbi Yishmael does not require definitive knowledge on the front end in order to generate liability. That's obvious. So lo by cry the Ne'elam the Mechai V'Hala. So no, I'm sorry. The Lo Yasu they cry the Ne'elam. So again, obviously, Bishmal doesn't require you. We already established that beforehand. So if you want to Oju, I thought, he less than the cry, make the B'Tchila from the Pasuk. Ma'avam the Gemara is like, he has a tradition, like Yoda, that you still require Tchila, to which the Gemara says, come on, no, that the Bishmal require Yediyah B'Tchila. So I say, so halacha myself. In this case, you know, the way there's really two takeaways over here. First of all, in yesterday's case, we never really closed it out, which is this machlokes Rabbi Rothschild, so that the case Shnei Shvirim and paths to just understand that Rabbi Yochanan holds something Yediyah to Yediyah, Reish Lakish doesn't. That's why, again, interesting enough in the case where I go down both paths. Each time that I went down the second path, there will be Asham Talui. There will be carbon over the Yored. The over the Yored liability. This key idea. In other words, and the kind of we require that in order Asham Talui, carbon over the Yored, like, that you have the idea. So tended to merge these two ideas. You must have the idea. You must have knowledge to become coming, and then a lapse of awareness, and then. But again, we merge that concept with Yochanan, saying that the definition of definitive knowledge doesn't have to mean that you possess all the knowledge at the time. It just means that at some point you realize that now Even if you forgot about the first path, at the time you walk in the second path, halacha l'maisa that called the definitive knowledge. So possibly you need the idea, but you also possibly like you need Rabbi Yochanan. In this case, also the Rambam possibly like Rabbi, meaning that one could be chayiv for mok asham talis. So in this case, where Caleb, right, and then I forgot I ate something Caleb again, right? So I have multiple kahalam echad, not in one lapse, but over halacha l'maisa, one could be chayiv asham talis. Okay, good. I'll say hadron alach. Oh, sorry, before I jump the gun. One more piece. I just want to explicitly speak it. We also passed this yesterday, like Rabbi in the Mishnah, that there is carbon old again a machlokes, three machlokes between Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shmuel. Come near Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua is that they hold it for helam mikvah, but not for the other chechai for helam tumah, not for helam. If you forget about the tumah, if you forget about the mikvah kodesh, Rabbi Shmuel holds that chechai helam tumah. And for helam mikvah, we paskin like Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, therefore again, there's covered all of your life, whether you forget about your or whether you forget that you were in the base. I mean, you have consumed kodesh. Incredible. I will say, Hadron Allah, Mazel Tov, second paragraph of Shavuos. So Shavuos, Shtayim, Shein Arab. We'll say now, Baruch Hashem, we've seen it already so many times, so we're keen in it already. So there are, again, in reality, the nice part is because this very topic of the Mishnah actually spells everything for us, which is very exciting. So what are the two very types of Shavuos? Shavuos, so let's say, so the Mishnah's understanding of it is that on a midah. Now, again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the set, let's say it again. The shua that we're dealing with over here is what's called a shua bitui. Shua means a declared shua. You're making, in this case, not something that will occur. You need to say something that will occur. So the Gemara asks, the Mishnah says, the midah, there are two primary cases. What are the two primary cases? Shvur sha'ochel, I swear, we'll just use the kikar. I swear that this loaf of bread, I will eat it. And shelo ochel, or I swear that I won't eat it. So the Mishnah is understanding, and we get in the first paragraph, that this is subject to some level of dispute. Halacha l'maisa again, the D'oraisa paradigm of Shulas Bitui is future oriented. So those are the two. I swear I will eat the loaf of bread. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Which then yields two more Shulas. Shachalti, V'shelo achalti. Past tense. I swear I eat the loaf of bread. I swear I did not eat the loaf of bread. Okay. Shua shelo ochal, va'ol shai. So now let's talk about this. So now this is very important, right? So again, Shmuel between the paradigm midoraisa, future-oriented Shavuos 2, I will eat, I won't eat. It's two more. Then let's say now, what exactly those two more? What is that? Rabbanon, the oraisa, like what? We'll see. I won't eat, I did eat, or I did not. Okay, good. Now the Gemara says, Shachal, so let's say I make a biblically medical. I swear I will not eat this loaf of bread. V'achal koshu, and I eat a little bit of it. So the Gemara says, Kiva says you're chayiv. Consumption of any small amount of bread. Amar Kiva. So the Rabbanan says to Kiva, how can you say in general, whenever there's an Isra Achila, what's the share? A desires. Again, you have exceptions to that rule. Like but nice again in general, Isuri Achila are a desires. So the Kiva, how can you say that you're chayiv for doing like any? You eat a crumb of the loaf. You come of the loaf and you're going to be fed. It doesn't make any sense. Rabbi Kiva says, if you come matzir the there, or maybe carbon, shizim whatever, maybe carbon. Rabbi Kiva says, well, look, this by Shua is already a different circumstances. Why? Where else do you see a case where one can generate liability simply for speaking? Simply for speaking. We think about it, by the way, by Shua, there's no maisa, there's no action. All the yet speech is not a mace, it generates liability. You see things that the halach of shvuos are fundamentally than regular. They're just different. Same way that non-mace of speech could generate liability, so too again, even this could generate liability as well. Incredible. says the Gemara, the main law. The sha'ochal dachil lamash. Then we'll say it's interesting because from the shvua sha'ochal, right? I swear that sha'ochal means I'm going to eat. I'm going, right? The Gemara says, is that true? Or minhu, Gemara is the shvua sha'ochal lacha, shvua sha'ochal lacha, asr. Okay, the most of the phrases. Shvua lo lacha. I swear, right? Lo lacha. I will not eat for you. Now, literally translated in yours. Lo shvua, not a shvua that I won't eat of yours. In all of these cases, it's asr. I will say now, out of all these cases, we're only focused on one. What are we focused on? Shvua sha'ochal lacha. So what do you see from here? That the way you interpret shvua sha'ochal lacha is, I swear, I won't eat of your food. So what do you see here? That in the context of shvua, it sounds like sha'ochal doesn't eat. Rather, what does it mean? Not to eat. To eat. So that contradicts, no? Says the Imam Rabbi, no. The olam, no, really means I will eat. I will eat. It does. Look, so how do you reconcile our Mishnah with this place? So, Rothschild, kind of misarvin bo lecho, kind top of chaf, b'she'in misarvin bo lecho. To which the Gemara says everything depends on context. The Rice's case is talking about a situation where Reuben is being pressured to eat. If Reuben is being pressured to eat, Reuben doesn't want to eat. It's a shvua not to eat. No one's pressuring anyone to go ahead and eat. Therefore, the Gemara says, Rice saw the sovereign bowl lecho. So, in the Rice's case, right? So someone's Reuben to eat. Amar Molach Choma Molach Choma L'chikam Mishtaba Alikam Shvua Shelo Ochal. So what's that? So now we're going to say very interesting, which is that Halacha myself. It could very well be that the interpretation of Shvuas and by extension in the Darim could also be based on the context in which they are uttered. So therefore, again, the Gemara says like this: in a case where Reuben pressured to eat, and he says, "Sha'ochal," it's clear from the context not to eat. So therefore, we interpret the words accordingly. Even though he says "Shvua sha'al," it's clear to us contextually that he does not want to eat, and therefore, halacha, that's how we interpret this phrase. Ultimately, in Mishnah, where there is no pressure that is being applied, so stam shvua means what? That I will eat. Okay, very interesting. Rashi says, Rashi Amartani shvua she'i ochal lacha. Rashi says you're right. The brayso actually has to be amended, and the way that the brayso should be is Shvua she'i ochal lacha. I swear, and she'i means that I will not go ahead and eat of your food. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, ihachi ma'ila. Okay, so the guy's making a shvua that says she'i ochal lacha. Obviously, he's swearing that he's not finishing his food. So what's the here? Ma'ila memra. What would you have thought? Lishko iskale. So we'll say that again. Person says shvua shelo ochal to the additional word. So the intention is completely clear. Right? Shvua, right? She'i ochal lacha. She'i may be interpreted as a slip of the tongue, maybe not intended. Mashmallah, the Gemara says when we she'i, we understand that what he's saying is shelo. That's another word, shelo. And if halacha so that is construed as a shvua not to say. So again, we'll disagree in depth because only with what it sounds like we're fundamentally arguing on, do we use context to interpret the meaning of utterers shvua? Sabaye clearly says yes, and Rashi may disagree on that. So again, see that later on as we progress. For our purposes, it's interesting to see that there is a say that sometimes sha'ol. It's fascinating. Sha'ol can mean, it could mean that. Now, in stam case, shvua sha'ol means I swear I will eat. But interesting to note that perhaps context could have a bearing on the interpretation of the shvua, and that maybe given the context, sha'ol ochal could actually mean I won't eat. Okay, but for our purposes, again, for the Mishnah, shvua she'ochal means I swear I will eat. Good. What's this? So now we're going to get really into the mechanics of shvua. Now we're going to do something very interesting. We're going to speak expressions mean a shvua. So remember, classic case, how do you take a shvua? Classic case of shvua, how do you take it? Right? I swear. Shvua sha'ani ochal. I swear I will. Shvua sha'ani ochal kikarzu. I swear I will eat this loaf of bread. Right? Again, using the Mishnah, the biblical paradigm is future-oriented shvuas. Now we can continue our different expressions that can also mean shvua. For example, the Gemara says, "Mifta shvua." Let's see. The person says, "Mifta, mifta, mifta." You actually make that expression. Mifta okal kigarzu. The word mifta also means shvua. Isser, shvua. So too again, the word isser also means shvua. For example, now what it sounds like a Gemara saying is isser kigarzu. Sounds like what he's saying is, right? I swear I will not eat this loaf. So mifta is interpreted as literally, you use the word mifta instead of shvua. You use the word isser instead of shvua. It sounds like these words themselves create a shvua. The Gemara says, mifta shvua, isser shvua, isser. Now I'll say no. Now the Gemara is asking us like this. When you use the word, what type of liability does that actually create? Actually, for just a moment, you want to call a mitzvah shvua, call the mitzvah kisu alai, call a shalo ochlam. Ochlu harezia ba'olavion. By the way, I didn't mention this before. So the years of shvuas bitul, right? And the punishment for violation of a shvuas bitul ultimately is a carbon rate, right? So now we have. Good, so fine. So it says as follows. And by the way, just so you understand, this is why the Gemara also puts the same type of carbonic liability, all so now the Gemara is asking whether, so now mifta, literally again, you say the word mifta, it's like say isser, sounds like isser also. What exactly is the isser of isser? How does isser work? The Gemara says, listen to this. In ata omer chayiv, b'lav pater. So what does that mean? So it's your shvua. You have to use washing of isser shvua. So isser shvua will liability, but if you don't have isser shvua, then that's not a shvua. Therefore, you'll be turned. In ata omer isser shvua. Really, if you say isser shvua, the ha'amin shvua. And it's all said mifta shvua. Isser is shvua. It says isser by its phrase creates liability. Let's go over this. Right, so I'm going to buy off the door. It means to say mifta shvua. No. So there's different categories of here. Right, the word mifta, actually using mifta, and we'll see where that comes from. But the actual word mifta is the equivalent to saying shvua. So halachically, there is no difference in saying shvua. Sha'ani ochal kikarzu. I swear I will eat this for bread. And saying mifta ani ochal, I swear mifta I will eat this over bread. Same exact thing. In both of those cases, you are swearing people over bread. So listen and watch this. However, isser mishvua. Oh, this is very interesting. It's a little bit different. Isser works through a principle. This is very exciting. Atfasa is the process by which you make something prohibited to something that is already prohibited. Right? That's in three months. Look at Rashi just a moment. It's this b'shvua. It's a light keeper. So if a person says, literally use that lashon. It's a light keeper. Right? What are they saying? So is this kikar? What are they saying? The chazer ba'amr ala kikar achar So we'll say, so the way it works is like this. When a person says, essentially what they're doing is, but they're linking the loads to some already previously established prohibited. It could be another prohibited load, it could be a prohibited something else. But that's the way it works. So we'll say, you hear what's happening? So as opposed to on one hand, you have shvu and nifta. Shvu and nifta do it's new prohibition. So shvu shani okal kikar zu, right? Oh yeah, I swear I will eat this for bread. Nifta okal kikar zu, so bread and reality created. Isser kikar zu, or Israel ultimately goes ahead and says linking this law to a previously established prohibition. That's what Israel does. Hatfasa. Again, we're going to delve into this a little bit more. So he says, so I'm not going to Isser this Mishwa. Isser. So now Rav says, Umahu Isur is the nature of this is. Kimotzi Shua Mipid B'chayiv. So the Rabbi again comes into a fundamental issue, which does hatfas work by shvuah? So there's a lot of details that works over here. Does it work to make a shvuah? Or can you generate shvuah by linking a present or previously prohibited item or not? Is that tantamount? Does that to create shvuah reality or not? Again, so the answer to the question will determine whether or not there's that liability. Now we have our categories. Now that we have them, we're going to go ahead and expound on them. So remember, on one hand, shvuah and nifta. Shvuah and nifta themselves are actual expressions of an oath. So halacha l'maisa, again, when you say shvuah, you say isser karzu is fasa. I'm linking this loaf, which is right now unprohibited, to something that is previously prohibited. And again, by linking it to a prohibited item, the isser upon this new law. Okay, now those are our categories. Let's delve into it. Where do you know that from? How do you know that the lashon of nifta is the actual lashon of Allah? It says, "O nefesh kisi shava mevatei bisfasai." Okay, so we'll say. Now, by the way, the lashon of mevatei bitui means articulate or expression. So therefore, you see the word nifta is used in the context of shvuah. Therefore, it is a proper synonym for shvuah itself. Isser nami, but if that's the case, you could say same with isser. Ksiv, omeda the whole shvuah's isser. Again, so why don't you say the same way that nifta works? To create an Allah, you might the isser mitzvah b'shvuah. So I reverse the question. How do you know that the lashon of isser is lashon of hatfasa? Ksiv, o asra isser al nafsha b'shvuah. As well as the pasuk says, "O asar isra al nafsha b'shvuah." So again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Mashma," it's actually right across. "O asar isra b'shvuah," mashma shasarto v'tafasto b'davar shenishpa alav kvar. So we'll say it's actually interesting, just from the pasuk itself. "O asar isra al nafsha." The Gemara says, through I am through a lashon of isser and creating a prohibition through something that was already previously prohibited. Okay, very interesting. Adam b'shvuah. It says anything that a person will articulate through a shvuah. So you can make the same argument. Maybe it's talking linkage to something that goes already. Rabbi Nifta shvuah. Rabbi says the fact that nifta is an expression of shvuah is learned that from here. In Ayos Sihiyah Ish Unidareha Aleha Nifta Sifasa Asher Asra Al Nafsha Vidu Shvuah Loka'amar. So let's say, what do you see from here in this pasuk? In this pasuk, literally, Mitzvah is used as a synonym for shua. Better than synonym. It's used as a replacement for the word. Right? It says neder, and remember again, we're going to talk about this more. The neder and shvua are sister concepts, but they are sisters who are nothing alike. Right? They're a little bit alike, right? They're sisters, who we know that they're related. So we're going to see that shvua. So what's interesting is it's very common wherever you're made. What's fascinating about the concept is that clearly we're both talking about shvua, but the word shvua instead what the mitzvah. Mitzvah, where you see that literally again, mitzvah is an synonym for shvua. So the Gemara is that what is the prohibition being created with the miftah? Ultimately, here you see that the word miftah literally works in the head and works. Incredible. So Rabbi wants to say, in reality, Hatov does not work by being a shvua, linking a current permitted item to a previous prohibited item is not to create a shvua. Shvua is in a different way. So what's going on here? If you try to do that, it does not create a reality. Baki kamar, not shvua. This is what it means to say at the end of the day, halacha is shvua. Isunami shvua. Isur is again. And now what Rav is coming along to say that shvua is lashon of shvua, obviously. Miftah is lashon of shvua, and guess what? Isur is also. Isur is also. So what do you see from here? Raging Machlokas about how Isur works. Does Isur work through Hatz?
Yo, can you hear me?
Lashon of Isur essentially say, I'm taking a permitted item, linking it. Is that how Isur works? Or Isur is an actual love shvua as well. The Gemara says, Asrei the Isur, Itila Kasav Bein Neder L'Shvua. Okay, so what's that? Now when it comes to the prohibitory nature of Isur, the Torah placed it between Neder and Shvua. Okay, now what does that mean? I must say, just hold on to your seats over there because you have to get a lot of information. There's a lot that's being thrown at us right now, which is always very exciting because now you're going to have all the information you're successful for the rest of your life. Like in the next 5 minutes, at least when it comes to Shavuos in the garden, right? Because we're going to see some fundamental use. So like we see often, we get a lot of information, don't know what to do with it, but as long as you put it somewhere, you'll be able to actually use. So look at Rashi, almost right across. So she is Zeh. So watch this. Here's the Isser. Mata Omer, Ba'achi Kamar, Isser shall Isser. Again, just understand, Isser shall Isser means when you use the word Isser in the context of making a shvua, what type of Isser does that create? This means Isser shall Isser. Here we go. Shuv shvua. Lo kol halashonos shavos bo. The truth is, not all expressions of Isser work the same way. How so? Shariatilu hakasav bein neder l'shvua. This is very interesting. The word Isser itself appears in the context between neder and shvua. The Gemara says, now we'll say, what is the difference between a neder and a shvua? It's easy, right? A neder, a shvua is an oath, right? Now, mechanistically, hold on for just a second. Amisa b'lashon shvua kigon iser shelo ochal kikar zeh ki lashon hanishvua in shelo ochal af ha-iser shotzi b'lashon zeh shvua b'chayiv karban. V'imad, should we want to say v'imad she'ino iser kikar zu alei. Okay, so let me say this, something very interesting. And this is perhaps one of the important statements we're going to make during the entire Masechta. The fundamental distinction between a neder and a shvua is ultimately again a shvua. A shvua is ultimately an issue on chefza. Right? The prohibition of a shvua devolves upon the object, and neder is an issur b'fra. The prohibition of the neder devolves upon the individual. They all say that distinction is core to everything you learn for the next couple of weeks. So again, that's why if you even see the lashon, right? So remember again, of a shvua is shvua, right? Shvua she'eni ochal kikar zu. I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. By neder, you would say kikar Zu alai. Kikar zu alai. This loaf is prohibited unto me. Now say to yourself, who cares? Like at the end of the day, the loaf is prohibited. We're going to see why it makes tremendous distinctions. But again, just remember that Shvuah is the prohibition revolves upon the object. There is certain gavra revolves upon the individual. So now watch this. Now the Gemara says, so what's Isser? Here's the beauty of Isser. Sounds strange, the beauty of Isser. Right? But the beauty of the expression of Isser is, it's all depends. So now go back to Rashi for just one more moment. Rashi says over here, watch this. When I said, see if you use Isser in the Lashon of Shua, Isser Shalom Ozeh. Right? Isser, I will eat, I will not eat this. I'll say that's an expression of Shua. So Mishla Ochal, Acha Isser Shal Siva Lonzeh, Shua, the Chayfan, Vimla. So we'll say, see, if you use, literally again, if you use this resolution of Shua, so wait, Shua Shalom Ochal Karzu, instead you say Isser Karzu, then that's an expression of Neder, Shamar Isser Karzu Alai, Shulashna Yotim. But if you say again, right, Isser, Karzu Alai, Isser, this loaf on me, Isser Gavra, so again, I remember we're going to see violation of an neder does not create liability for common different liability. The violation of a shua creates liability ultimately again for common oliviyori. So let's now watch this. So this is actually quite interesting. So now the Gemara says over here, Rabbi wants to suggest like this. Shvua is Lashon Mifta is Shvua. What's Isser? What's Isser? Not Hatfasa. Right? So Rabbi is dispensing with Hatfasa. Rabbi says that Isser is a bona fide Lashon, but Isser is unique. Why? It can be used in either context. You can use to create a Lashon, or you can use to create Shvua, or Neder, all depends on you use it. Incredible. The Gemara says, hey, where do you see that the Torah is Isser? Neder and Shvua in base Isha Nadara. Oh, wow, there it is. So it's actually talking about the context ultimately again of a woman who makes Nadarim or Shvuos, and they're literally right in the middle. We have Nadar or Isar or Asra Isra al Nafsha, and they're literally right afterwards Shvuah. So from here, Rabbi says, as you see from here, you can use Isra either as Neder or Shvuah. Incredible. Abai says, no, Timotzi Shami Piv Dami. Abai says, Timotzi again, Lashon is not just like a Lashon of Shvuah. Amar, Lav Timotzi Shvuah Mi Piv Dami. No, again, Halacha says, not that. So basically, where is the Kasha? Where is the very interesting case. So therefore, most like what you see, just to understand, everyone seems to be agreeing on Shvuah, and everyone agrees on Mifta. The Machlokes case is by Isser. Does Isser work? Is Isser a function of Shvuah that ultimately works through Hatfasa, or Isser is a unique verb, or a unique lashon that can be either Shvuah or depending on how it's used in the statement. Okay, so here's the kasha. Very interesting case here. Isser al Torah. What's the Isser? What's the case of Isser? Homer, Harei alai okal basar, v'shelo eshte yayin. Kiyom shenis bo'adas. So let's listen to this case. A person says, Ruben says, Harei alai, right? I hereby take upon myself that I will not eat meat and I will not drink wine. Kiyom shenis bo'adas, like the day my father died. Kiyom shenis bo'kloni, like the day so and so died. Kiyom shenerak bo Gedalia ben Achikam, like the day that Gedalia ben Achikam from Gedalia, right? Like the day that Gedalia ben Achikam was assassinated. Kiyom shelo Yerushalayim b'chorbanah, or like the day that I saw Yerushalayim in a state of destruction. So we'll say in all of these cases, a person has created a binding prohibition upon himself not to eat meat and not to drink wine. Now let's look at it actually. So we'll say now a little bit of context over here. You might be assuming over here that on the day that Reuben's father died, Reuben took upon himself not to eat meat and not drink wine. Okay, third side, so he took upon himself, he didn't have to fast per se, but not to eat meat and not to drink wine. So now what he's saying is, his father died on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Now it's the 25th day of Iyar. Right? So now he's coming along and saying, on the 25th day of Iyar, I hereby prepare give myself a meat and wine like the day that my father died. Right? Or like Som Gedalia, or like the day the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, or the day that I what's the halacha? It works, and it creates a person to eat meat and drink wine. Bamar Shmuel says, Bahu Shenada Ubame El Sayom. This is presupposing that there already was a pre-existing neder. Now, I just want to point out, we switched a little bit from Shavuos to Nidarim, which is kind of a big deal for this context. Shmuel says this presupposes that he already had accepted upon himself the prohibition not to eat meat and not to drink wine on any of these pre-existing days. Take a look at Rashi. So again, he had already driven it upon himself his father's yard site, or Plony's yard site, or the day that Gedalia was sold. So just to be clear, this is a Hatfasa. This is standing on a random way. And what I'm saying is, I take a nether and to be permitted to me like the day that my father died. And again, presupposing that I already made a nether not to eat meat, drink wine on the day that my father died. Being matched, I'm connecting today to the yard site of my father. V'katani izu isra amar b'torah yachal dvaro homer ama matvis b'neder harei b'lo yachal k'neder asmo v'matvis b'neder neder matvis b'shvua. So what's the point over here? What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That hatfasa works. Right? Again, the Rothschild case does hatfasa work. Clearly from this place, see that hatfasa linkage works. And now this is by neder. So remember that in general, works by neder also works by shvua. So if hatfasa is going to work by a shvua, this supports the idea that hatfasa works. And question against those who say that there is no hatfasa shvuas and by nedarim. So Bishul Abaye, so this is going to Abaye. Midumatvis b'neder. Sorry, midumatvis b'neder, matvis b'shvua. So according to Abaye, for example, the same way that hatfasa works by nedarim, hatfasa, right? And ultimately again, because Abaye is the one remembering here, also going back, Abaye was the one who said that Isser is that Isser is hatfasa. You see from here that hatfasa works. Ella Amud Beis, Ella l'Rava Kashya. But to Rava, this is a right. Why Rava said that there was no hatfasa. There's a lot of hatfasa, but here we see clearly hatfasa. Rava, no. How did say Mahaki? What does he have to say? Ezu Isser Neder Homer Batorah. What is the biblically paradigmatic neder? Homer Rei Alai Shelo Ocha Basar Shelo Eshte Yayin Ki Yom Sheni Spo Arvid Ki Yom Sheni Ratfon. So Rava says like this. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Kalomar, Hai Kanalat and Matari, Ella, Baker Net. So it's actually quite Rava says, we're not even hatfasa here. It's not hatfasa. The Bryce is talking about the primary way in which to make an neder. How does this tunnel say one should make a neder? So look at Rashi. So in fact, the Africa slow davar neither alov kvar kidiyar lefeva azomikra. I'm just going to read the two ones that Ezu Isu Neder about not. So this is a little bit mind blowing. Rabbi says, no, the Bryce actually like this. The primary way to make a neder is through linkage. Now, when a person wants to create a neder, you have the neder to something that is already. So, in other words, how do I make a neder? I like the day my father. This is not how Toss says, Rabbi. This is how you make a neder. This is how you make a neder. By that, a neder is only created if there is linkage to something that is already previously prohibited. Quite dramatic. I'll tell you something. That is the way ultimately make a nether. If that's the case, then how do you do Hatfasa? What's Hatfasa according to Rabbi? Look at Rashi. The Gemara says, "Ve'etiv dami matis." Look at the last white line Rashi. Sheikner matis kedon. Shopeir sharia like shokabas slash shia. Ela Omar harala yom zeh yom shreis ba'am. Kim shirabas shaf. So I said, "This is get ready for this." Okay, so terrible. So we have a fundamental focus in the dark. Sabai says the way to make a nether is, how do you make a nether? Hare kika zualai. Right? Hare kika zualai loss. Right? Hare kika zualai. Right? That's how you make a nether. Then what's hatfasa? Hatfasa says, right, today I hereby prohibited to drink meat, to eat meat and drink wine, or meat be upon me today, like the day my father died. So I'm being matters, I'm connecting to my father's yard site. Rabbi says, no, it's not what it's saying. Rabbi says to make a nether, and this is, in order to make a nether is only created if you presently link the nether to something that is already previously prohibited. That's Hanadara 101. I want Fasa. That's simple. Hatfasa says, meat and wine today should be like meat and wine yard site. It's a short and nether. You don't have to say Arezu Alai, but you just say meat and wine today is like meat and the yard site. That's it. That's Hatfasa. It's a shorthand nether that doesn't need a full articulation because it links something that is permitted because I know it's permitted before, and that's Hatfasa. Wild. Now, both sides. Now, the more everyone is agreeing that there's everyone thought about. My focus in the mechanics of Hatfasa. What's more, you have to link it that is already prohibited. Tomorrow says, my time. What's Rabbi's logic? When making a nether, do you link the son that was already previously Shkid or nether la Hashem? Because the pasuk says, if a person is Hashem, Ad Sheyida B'davar Hana. Shabbat said this is pretty wild. So Rabbi says the pasuk itself says, it's a double option. When you make a nether, you must link it to something that is already clear. The only way to make a nether is to link it to something beforehand. Incredible. Now, if you're linking the day that your father died, that's obvious. So that's already prohibited by nether. You must just like the big Kiddush is linking it to the day of that he died. It was a second. Even the Philo Nami Usser, since you're going to say some guys also even without the clock of a nether, he nether Nami Lo Havia Ale Sir, the high love must be nether. I might have thought that the way to go ahead and accomplish Hatfasa is if you link that you're previously in the present people, the something that was also put through a nether, but something was previously put not through a nether, maybe it doesn't work with Hatfasa. As long as the item was previously put, it doesn't have to be prohibited for a nether. You can still do Hatfasa with it. So we'll stop over here for today. So what we end up with, I will say something. Everyone that Halacha L'Maisa, both Rabbi and Rabbi are agreed that Halacha L'Maisa again, that there's the constant concept of Hatfasa. I is understanding over here, but mechanics are different, and so everyone's agreeing. Create through Hatfasa, linking it to something previously prohibited. The tremendous finish over here is that Rabbi's holding that even to make an initial nether, must link it to something that is previously prohibited. More mechanics, and again, seems too much is correct. And here's Hashem tomorrow. Fascinating solos, but now that we have it, we're going to see it plugging in as we move forward. Okay, Chevron Zoom, have a great day, everyone. Let us begin thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to faith. Our Torah sponsors. The annual Talmud Torah response for the month of Tafshin Pei 55. For dedicating all the Shur Rothschilds this year, as is the close to Talmud for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar, Haba Alim Talmud Shmuel, Rabbi Franklin, location of the yard site of Shmuel's father, Leonard Rabbi Lipa Ben Yecheskel, according to Kol Nebracha, learning sponsor Henry Jacobs in Kent, and memory of my daughter Shif Bas Chana Dina Zichron Libracha. That is the merit of our Talmud Torah. The Shlomo have an Aliyah, the family in Chama, and the merit of our learning, the merit of Mishpat, the merit of brings all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Those people are beautiful that ahead of us today. That is Yud Ches 19. We are picking up on Yud Ches Amud Beis, pretty much right in the smack in the middle of the daf, right in the middle. Amar Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Yochanan says, Shimon Bar Yochai. Literally, like right in the middle. Good. There are kosher Polish Mishnah, some of that. Whoever does not go ahead and separate from his wife prior to the onset of her nidos, her period. So let's remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf. What does this mean? So the halal definition of this is an ona. So let's say, for example, again, just giving a very simple example. A woman becomes legal, let me get your period every 30. So I saw how 30 that's considered to be a best. And the ona, let's say she gets it by day, that daytime is her ona. So the halacha is that a husband is supposed to separate from his wife the time of that entire date period. So the Gemara says whoever does not go ahead and separate from his wife prior to her vessels, prior to the arrival of her period, even if he has children who are so righteous, like Aaron, they die. Now, what we're going to do is give me a couple of Gemaras like this. We're going to go through all of these Gemaras, again, highlighting a little bit of profundity into the pieces, and then looking at all of them in a more general sense. Hold on. So again, and who does not separate his wife prior to her vessel, some of the vessel for that owner, even if the children are entitled to be righteous, they die. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Ultimately, you shall warn Klal Yisrael regarding so again, just see the juxtaposition. There's a mention of Tumah. After there's a mention of Tumah, ultimately again, there's a mention of Midos. And then after that, juxtaposition of the son of Leah, Acharei Moshe Aaron. So that's the position. Tumah, Nida, to the death of the sons of Aaron. Okay, so that's halacha number one. Just be pashtos again. Well, exactly what Chazal, how do you understand something like this, but on a basic level? What's the result? Because this is going to be a thing that runs through. What's Horish from his wife, Samach Lebesta? Like, what is this? Well, what is this? So, this is ultimately up something that technically should permit it to you of achieving a higher Kedusha. You're willing to self-sacrifice, right? Now, we're not going to get this because not the halacha. We can talk about vestos, daraisa, derabanan. This whole concept ultimately again of how a person has to conduct themselves and anticipate the arrival of a woman's period. Is that again a din daraisa? Again, without besides all of that, so midaraisa. So if a woman becomes a nida, her husband can't be with her. They can't be there. That's the halacha. This idea of samach levesa means that the couple is dedicated to maintaining a level of kedusha within their life, to the point to give up on certain aspects of marriage, elements of intimacy, even before the woman becomes a nida. When a couple has that motivation within their home life, that creates a heightened level of kedusha. Failure to do that creates a diminished kedusha. We've seen that sometimes when Chazal say that die, chas v'shalom son, it doesn't have to literally mean that she'll die, but rather what it means is that sometimes is used a metaphor for non-actualization. That one of the greatest ways to stymie the spiritual growth of our children is to parents who are not devoted to spiritual growth. So I'm as a parent and not willing to sacrifice for Kedusha. If I'm a parent, I'm not willing to push myself for a heightened spiritual level in my marriage and in my home. Guess what? I'm going to have children just like that. And also, don't expect your kids to be any better than you. So if I'm not committed to sacrificing and giving up things for levels of Kedusha, then even if my kid is righteous as the sons of Aaron, if they're being raised in a home in an atmosphere where sacrifice for Kedusha is not a thing, they're not going to sacrifice, they're not going to self-actualize either. And ultimately, Chas v'Shalom, they can, so to speak, never fully actualize into the people they can become. Incredible Gemara. Next. Listen to this. This is the converse. You don't often see this in Ma'amar Chazal. This is really fascinating. So the converse, if a man separates from his wife, Hagi love banim zecharim. Left sons. Okay. So where did we get that from? The Chsid. Hagi ben Hakamia ben Atar. So let's listen to this because it says positions. And I will say, by the way, I just want to point out also these juxtapositions, not that they're right one after the other, but rather contextually they're not far from each other. So you want to say, so the distinction between Tameh and Tah. Okay, so that's definitely the separating from prior to Ves. The Samach like Isha Kisa Fial Bazachar. Afterwards, I just as we are. Oh, we come pregnant. So from here you see ultimate person who goes ahead. Separate prior to her. That says go ahead and have son. What's the shot? Like a lot to say. So it's interesting that in Kabbalah, there are two entities that are known. There's Duchra, Zachar, Nekeba. Wherein lies the distinction between male and female according to the Zohar? So the Zohar understands it from the perspective of intimacy. The fact that intimacy is the no-same. Kiva, the woman, is the mechaba. That's how in the physical act of intimacy. So perhaps what's happening over here is as follows: same theme. A man and is poised from prior to becoming a Nida. What is he doing? He's engaging in an act of giving. He's giving. I'm giving up something that is technically right, so to speak. It's a right that marriage. They're giving up that. They're yielding. They're giving that for the sake of achieving a life of kedusha. So what do they have? Banim zecharim. Banim zecharim could mean boys. Banim zecharim can mean zachar. Again, like I said in Kabbalah, zachar means the identity of the giver. That's why Zohar uses it sometimes referred to and nukva. That's why sometimes Hashem, sometimes in the feminine. Sometimes Hashem is the giver, sometimes Hashem receives from us. The same is so just phrased in the positive way. If a couple is, and by the way, I just want to point out, all of this is phrasing it from the perspective of the man, but of course these halachas, right, these halachas for this to work, this is a man and woman together. This is a synergistic partnership with husband and wife. So if husband and wife can live a life where ultimately they're willing to give to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they're willing to sacrifice to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the sake of some higher, what happens? Having a bunch, they will have children to do the same. So if not willing to sacrifice for the sake of achieving a higher level of mission in my life, don't expect that from your kids. Don't expect selflessness from your kids if you're not willing to do it. Conversely, children, and next I will have children who are givers for the Ribono Shel Olam as well. Then Yeshua Levi Omer, and Yeshua says not only like the sons of Aaron, but also or just Banim Zecharim. You'll have sons who are Ru'uyin Lahol. And what does Ha'ula mean? Judges. But again, it means it's a heightened level of giving. Have children who themselves, because also the highest level of giving that we engage in is the sons of self-sacrifice. Banim Zecharim, male children, Duchra, who are willing to give for Klal Yisrael. Incredible. I'm going to hear one more halacha, or one more statement. I'm going to hear Rabbi Yochanan. Great Gemara. Whoever is to make Havdalah on wine on Matzah Shabbos, Havilo banim zecharim. Ultimately, again, we'll have literally translated voice. Voice. Yksiv lahavdil bin hakodesh shebeachol. Is to make a distinction between my kodesh and chol. Yksiv hasam lahavdil bin atami or bin atar. V'sichlei isha kisasriya. So Gzir Shav Havdil Havdil and juxtaposition of Isha Kisazriya Fial Bazachar. So from here you see that Halais again, if you get Havdalah online, you will have Banim Zachar. You have what's this? So it could be the same lines as well. You know, let's say for many, by the time you get to the end of Shabbos, right? What the last thing you want to really see is a glass of wine. I don't know, maybe it's just in my house. Right? The heart on Shabbos, right? So again, by the time you cut the rest of Shabbos, that's why again the halacha says use Chamar Medina, right? You could use orange juice, you could use beer, you could use all different kinds of things. But at the end of the day, a mitzvah deserves wine. A mitzvah deserves wine. A mitzvah doesn't deserve a beer. Beer is what you use if you don't have anything else. Juice is what you use if you don't have anything else. A mitzvah deserves a glass of wine. A glass of grape juice. It really deserves a glass of wine. That's what it deserves. So again, I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. There's other things that I can do to fulfill the obligation. So all the same thing. How do you approach your missus? How do you approach your missus? So I approach my missus says, look, it's mutar. It's halacha. But it wasn't just mutar. No, it's not just, again, you're allowed to use a Chamar Medina. You're allowed to use a glass of grape. You're allowed to do it with the Chamar Medina. Right? You're allowed to use a good glass of orange juice. You can do things. I fulfill the obligation. Okay. So you live life like that. Just know that will translate into the type of family that you're raising, and the type of children ultimately that emanate from your household, or you're the kind of person who goes above and beyond. Maybe I don't want a glass of wine right now. I don't want it. Abdullah deserves it. Deserves a glass of wine. And if I'm the kind of person to push myself to do the mitzvah on the highest level, then ultimately I have children who live in that same way as well. Incredible. That was, I'll just point out, ultimately, again, we should take it a step further. Wherever you see ru'uyin la'ra, so what that means is even higher. So banim zechar verse, dukhra, right in Kabbalah, the giver personality. Hora is even a higher level of giving. In this context, represents commitment to the cloud. So the highest level, we know on our personal, it's the highest level of giving that we achieve. Yes, is with our money. Whatever we do for the cloud, highest level of giving. I'm going to be young by Yatas. Plus, I really find out there's so much more to say on all of these. I've already ruined the today's year. So that's actually for a different time. But just to understand how to know by Yatas, I just point out, I'm Rabbi Lazar. It's just absolutely shas tashmish. Whoever goes in and sanctifies me some time of intimacy. Ultimately, we'll have. Once again, often it refers to children. Once again, remember, I think we're globalized, so to mean children who are givers. Pasuk says, sanctify yourself. Some of like Isha Kisriya, and it juxtaposes him again to it's a woman at his son. Last points out over here, the council of the Tashmish, destinies. What does it mean to find oneself ultimately again during intimacy? To be modest. And I said there are many different halachas that govern how couples should be intimate. Again, halacha is very permissive in terms of ensuring that the act of relationship between husband and wife is pleasurable, is enjoyable. Right? But the lesson there still is a certain element of modesty that's attached to it. So let's say incredibly so, same idea. You can approach and see as an animal seeking to gratify an innate desire. And doing that, like I don't care about anything, I just want to satisfy that desire. You can do that. Or a person is animalistic the aspects of this to make this a davar shebek kedusha, to make it holy, to make it holy. And I will say again, I want to be clear. Like, sometimes when we see gemaras like this, we have a zayla, like, a person has a sefer. Your husband has a sefer. Has a sefer to him, and then they throw the sefer to him, and you put a museum kind of a sefer. He's the actually and then maybe for some people that's what it is, right? But the nice said that's not what the Gemara is talking about for human beings. And the truth is, the act of relations, the act of intimacy with one's wife is supposed to be one of the most beautiful, meaningful, and incredible and enjoyable things. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. And it's usually not preceded to him. It's usually preceded by other things to make the act more enjoyable, not by a capital of tefillin. That all being said, there are things that we don't necessarily do, or ways in which we conduct ourselves. Again, even during intimacy, and when we and perhaps there are things that we'd rather not do, or things that we'd rather just not hold on anything. So again, that's what a Jew does. It just doesn't give in to desire fully for anything. There's always a guardrail. That guardrail is called tznius. That guardrail is called modesty. And if you're willing to live within that guardrail, which means I'm willing to give up certain things for the sake of higher kedusha, ultimately, again, just understand that translates into the whole meaning, translates into the thing that I'm raising. Incredible, absolutely incredible. All right, back to Sharetz. Remember, those are all. Back to too much to say. Well, those are Omer Sharetz ben Elanos. The end of the paragraph, Hashem. At the end of the Mishnah, we had a three-way machlokes. Rabbi Eliezer said that halacha l'maisa b'chayiv ha'elam tuma b'chayiv ha'elam mikdash. Rabbi Akiva seemed to say, we'll see what their point of contention is. And Rabbi Shmuel said, it says b'ne'elam twice, b'chayiv for ha'elam mikdash and for ha'elam tuma. Okay, so it says, so my b'nayim, what exactly is producing all of these opinions? So the Gemara says, Amar Piskiyah, this is very interesting. Sheret and Avela Ikavinayim. Ultimately, again, Sheret and Avela are the point of contention. What is here? We go. Rabbi Eliezer Savar, first one on the bottom. But at the other, even Sheret, it may even Avela. Rabbi Eliezer, this is like this. When a person becomes Tamei, we'll say, we're focused on one thing and one thing only, which is what? Carbonic liability, type of carbon, whole rate. Right? That when we speak about like liability, that's what we're referring to over here. So it says like this: in order to be chayav, you need to know the source of your tumah. In other words, it's not just enough to have known them. Because remember, we're talking about a lapse of awareness over here. It's not just enough to know that I was tamei, but rather again, I need to know the very specific type of tumah. Rabbi Akiva says, "Lo, but you the itma ba'olam. What's not Akiva? Sharetz it may even available." Rabbi Akiva again, this is not true. Not true. You don't have to know Tumah. As long as you know what you became Tamei, then you lapse of awareness. You ate kodesh, you entered into the mikdash, then you realize what you did. Then you're guilty for all. So it doesn't matter if I know, was it a Sheretz, was it an available, who cares? The thing of Ula says as follows, is whether or not you have to know the actual source of your Torah. To because Ula pointed out the contradiction to positions of Rabbi Eliezer, and he rectified or he reconciled this. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, so he was Mishani. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, but even at the other, even Sharetz, it means so Rabbi Eliezer, you need to be higher source of your I we're mini. Amar Eliezer, Manav Shach. It says like this. Either way. Manav Shach, Chaylev Achol Chayiv, no Achol Chayiv. Let me point out to you what's happening over here. Take a look at Rashi. Manav Shach. Rashi says, Manav Shach, Mishnehi B'Krisus, Chaylev V'Nosa Lefanav, Achol Echamem B'Shogeg, V'Eni Yodei Ezer Mehen. B'Shabbos Yom Kippur, Malacha B'Echad. So Rabbi says like this. Let's say you have a case where you violate. And the truth is, it doesn't matter how you violated liability to say. For example, I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of nosar in front of me. They both say, both are allowed to eat it, and if you eat it, you chay lechatos. Right? So Rothschild says like, chaylev alcohol, chayiv, nosar alcohol, chayiv. So there's two pieces, right? I'm not sure. There are two pieces. Chaylev in front of me, nosar, each one of them. I'm not sure which one I ate. So Rothschild says, who cares? Who cares which one you ate? Why? Because what do we know? It did something asur and you're chayav. What does it make a difference if we never know? So, for example, Shilo chayiv Yom Kippur chayiv. Right? What does it make a difference if I violate Yom Kippur? Did I violate? Either way, you chayiv. Right? This is from the shogis. You chayiv chatos. Or chayiv achosa or chayiv. So I think this one may matter, actually a little bit, right? So Lamaisa, right? A man or his sister, he's not sure when, right? Either way, it's usher. Either way, it's usher. The Gemara means, what does it matter? It means from a liability perspective, liability. So again, the point of what do you see from here? That seems to be the Eliezer holds that you do not make use of your liability, which is what we just said before. Lord Yeshua Omer, O Holda Elav Chatasa Asher Chataba. Yeshua says it's not true. Pasuk explicitly says, "Oh, hold the love chakal." So, when do you have life? Know what you did. When you not just that I know that I did something asur, but what I know exactly specifically what it is that I did. And the Shabbos says, so first of all, that country now just be hyperfocal here, which is quoted before Rabbi Eliezer saying, in order to be chai the covenant all the way, you have to know the source of your tumah. Now, the Gemara quotes it right. So, what Rabbi Eliezer seemingly says, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about the source of your tumah. Umshani Asam, and it's how to reconcile this. Umshani Asam, Asher the Evi Amrachmana. Kol Shehu. The Gemara says, Kol Shehu. Ultimately, in general, all you need to know, you don't need to know specific liability. So that's why the case of the Chaylev and Nosar is the best example of this. Right? I don't know. I know that I ate something prohibited. Was it chaylev and nosar in general? So free, I don't have to know the specific item. Different over here. Ha mitik siv b'chol davar tamei ol b'nevelas sheretz tamei lamali. So we'll say so here. The difference is by tuma is different. By tuma the Torah goes out of its way to say or b'nevelas sheretz. Why do you have to bring that up? You have to know by tumah, you have to make source of your tumah in order to jab and all that the yorei ability. So once what we have over here is this. Now, it has essentially whole different shikos in two different ways. In the world of liability, you do not have to know the source of your liability. In other words, if you're absolutely clear that you ultimately again, then you're the type of so again, I don't know if I ate chaylev or nosar, but what do I want of them? I have to shade one, right? This is not a case of like one is kosher and one is chaylev. This is a case of both pieces are prohibited. And even if I don't know what I did wrong, I know it's one of these things, I'm liable. So tumah is different. Because the Torah goes out of its way to specify a specific, it says, called dartameh, and it says, benevelas sheretz. The fact that it goes out and it singles out sheretz indicates that by tumah, because of the tumah, in order to generate liability, you know exactly what the source of tumah was. Now that's what it is. Remember in mind, Rabbi Kiva holds you don't have to. Rabbi Kiva says as long as you know definitively that you're tameh, even if you ultimately again will be liable. Rabbi Kiva, now we come Rabbi Kiva, Tas, Rabbi Kiva, I did the Bible of the Rabbi. So now Rabbi Kiva actually the pasuk differently. He says no. Don't bring a right on that pasuk by Tumah. Since you have to write the name on Chaya, like we saw the drush and Rabbi before, okay, of course, as I was so Nami Sheretz, you have to write Sheretz as well. So the Kiva doesn't buy into this idea. He says again, Sheretz just has to be there since the pasuk required the writing of Behim and Chaya. which was an earlier drasha of Rabbi. Can you turn to the repeats? Remember again, the Torah is not repetitive. And even the Torah seems to be repetitive, it's only repeating it. Why? Because it's highlighting some new idea. Some new idea. So what's your Rabbi? So again, the Rabbi comes out of it as follows. Remember, Rabbi Eliezer's whole idea, whole yisod, was because the pasuk by Tumah goes out of this way to mention Sheretz specifically after making a general statement. Why does it mention Sheretz specifically? To teach me that you have to know the exact source of your Torah. Rabbi Akiva will say, no, it only mentions Sheretz because it had to mention Behema and Chai. That was a different drasha which we're not revisiting right now of Rabbi. That's why it has to mention Sheretz, but there's no raya. No raya. Rabbi Eliezer, Hi, Ba, my uncle, right? What does Rabbi Eliezer do with the word Ba? What does he do with the Ba? He goes ahead and uses this to go ahead and exclude the case of misasek. What's misasek? Misasek is, if you look at Rashi, misasek with davar hater, uba liyodo iser, v'lo l'gufa shel zon. L'kavim l'achtoch es hatolush, v'chotach is kavim l'ishto b'har. So just give the simplest example of this, right? And and before Shabbos, I went ahead and I pulled some vegetables out of the ground. From Shabbos, I want to go to make a little bit more time. Grab the vegetables, thinking that I'm grabbing the vegetables that I already detached, but instead I end up attached. That's called misasek. Because here, again, my kavanah was I was engaging in a totally committed act, right? As opposed to showcase. Well, let's say I didn't know that I forgot to finish Shabbos, or I didn't know that pulling vegetables out of the ground is also. So the Maisa here, I have kavanah for a much act, but I ended up doing something else. So that's called misasek. So the Rothschild says that the ball comes to go ahead and excuse a case ultimately of misasek. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Mashmos darshan ika b'nayim." In reality, the focusing Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer is really about how you darshan the nuances in the pasuk. The thing about Rav Sheshes, Mashmos darshan ika b'nayim. Rav Sheshes machlek Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer. Interestingly enough, Rav Sheshes would change attributions in this machlokes. So according to Rav Sheshes, you see from here that really all they were arguing about was the, and not really arguing about the practicalities of the halacha. Okay, so no, like the Bani Ravna and Nachman. Before we go on, how do we pass? So again, just the point to take out of this is that fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva. Right, halacha. In order to be chayav a carbon over the yored, right? In our cases of hella mikdash or hella mesh, do you need to know the exact source of your tumah? That's the shayla. Rabbi Eliezer says yes, you must know. Rabbi Akiva says no, you don't need to know. How do you paskin? Be paskin like the Rambam paskins like Rabbi Akiva, that you need not to know the exact source. In other words, so whether you can tell me through a Sheretz or a Behema, I don't know. Now, what I do need to know is, in order Rav, I need to have a period of definitive awareness, right? So there has to be a moment that I definitively tell me, I know that I touched one of two things, either a sheret or an avela, but Allah again, I'm not sure which one. There's still going to be liability. Incredible. By the way, Rav Nachman, Helam Zat Zat Yadol Mal. All right, so this is very interesting. So remember again, I was asking a question according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva. Now remember, according to Rabbi Akiva, only chayiv for He'elam Tuma, not for He'elam Mikvah. Right? He'elam Tuma, but not for He'elam Mikvah. So again, just to explain explicitly what that means. If I became Tamei, and then I forgot that I was Tamei, and I went into the Beis HaMikdash, right? Then I come out, and then afterwards I remember Tamei. There's liability. If I was tummy, I forgot that I was tummy, and I ate truma. I ate truma. There's liability in that case. According to Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Akiva. Now, obviously, was finished. Sorry. Now, Rabbi Shmuel told you how. So the Gemara is asking the question according to Rabbi Eliezer and Akiva, who hold that for Helam Mikdash, not listen to this. So why may Ram Nachman Helam Zeb Yadol Mahu? What happens if I have a lapse of awareness of both of these things? So I forgot my tumah, and I also forgot about the fact that I was eating Kodesh. Is there liability? So the Gemara says, Amrale, Hare Helam Tumah Yadol. Yeah. Why? Because even Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer will agree there's still a tumah in this case, therefore there should be liability. Hare Helam Mikdash Yadol. I can see just the opposite, because there's also Helam Mish included in this, and there it should be Potter. Rashi says like this. This again, I just want to point out, this is only according to Rabbi Akiva, as we hold that there's only liability for Helam Mikdash and not for Helam Kodesh. He has a lapse of awareness of both these things. I became Tamei, and now I'm eating truma. So I'm Tamei, and I forgot that I'm eating truma. Is there liability in this case? The first opinion is, yeah, of course. Because after all, there's Helam Mikdash. Let's ambush. So the Gemara says, I'd rather Hare Helam Mikdash no Potter. Rabbi Chazin Hare Helam Tuma. So Rashi says like this: when he has awareness of what? If ultimately again it's awareness of his tumah that causes him ultimately to separate, then it's clear that this is a case of Helam Tumah and therefore there's liability. If on the other hand it's awareness of Dash that causes him to separate, then this is a Helam Mikdash, he will be Potter. I'm going to read Rashi, that doesn't make any sense. Klum Parish Mikdash. At the end of the day, obviously, any prisha, any separation, be because, of awareness of the Mikdash. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm reading about Klum Parish Mikdash. Ela Mishum Tuma. Klum Parish Mituma Mishum Mikdash. So we'll say that day again, these types of tumas and mitzvahs are intertwined. He was going to separate out because of the tumah, and the only reason he's going to is because of the mikdash. Ella Loshna. Rather, the Gemara says it makes no distinction. Says upater. It's interesting. According to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, there is Helam Mikdash, even if there is also accompanying Helam Tumah, you will be exempt from carbonic liability. Again, you're exempt from carbon. Fine. Turn around. So I point out, I guess it's a good time to mention this. Now, mention paskin like Rabbi Shmuel. It's a little epic on that. We kind of know that because we've been operating now throughout the entire sugya. He paskin Rabbi Shmuel, meaning that there is liability for both Helam Tumah and Helam Mikdash, right? So whether it's that I'm becoming tamei, I eat kodesh. I forgot that I'm tamei. I eat kodesh, and then I remember that I was tamei, or I became tamei. I forgot that I was tamei. Entered into the mikdash, left, and then realized that I was tamei. So whether it's helam mikdash, I forgot that about mikdash, or I forgot about my tumah. Either way, halacha l'maisa, I should say, there's liability. Sorry, not that I'm telling you. There's liability for covering all the violas. So once again, we passing halacha l'maisa like Rabbi Shmuel, that whether for helam tumah or for helam mikdash v'kadosh, there is carbon all the viola liability. Beautiful. Okay, let's go back to it. But it's a very interesting case. Wow. What a Gemara. I come a crossroads in life. Two paths in front of you. One is Tahar, one is Tameh. Of our lives. So we'll say, you know what the great part about the Gemara is? But it's not necessarily true in our lives. Is the case in the Gemara, right? The Gemara says, I know exactly which one is which. Right? The chapter of the human condition is, I know that there are two paths, but I do not know which one is Tameh and which one is Tar. Right? Crossroads, there are two pathways in life. One is Tameh, one is Rishon, below Nichnas, the Sheni v'Nichnas. So I'm going to say, what do? I go ahead and Rashi says, right, the Gemara also, it's not known which path is which, right? But here's what I do for sure, just to frame this case in the right way. I know for sure that there is a grade on one of these pathways. For sure that there's a grade. I don't know which path has the grade. Okay? I don't enter into the base because after walking down path 2. Then walk down path 2. After walking down path 2, I then go into the base of Mikdash. So what's the halacha? Chai. Then we'll say, now by the way, just to kind of put the meat and bones over here, I don't go path 1. I don't go to the Mikdash. I go down 2. And then afterwards, I forgot about this. I go into the base of Mikdash. I got to the base of Mikdash and I realized, those paths. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv a carbon rate. Now, why am I chayiv? This is actually a pretty intuitive case. Why am I chayiv a carbon rate? Why? Because when I say again, short tameh. Why am I for short time? Why? I went down both paths, and both those paths is definitive tameh. Okay, beautiful. Rashi says chayiv carbon over the rate and the idea of $5. Because again, after I went to path number 2, I know for sure at this point I am tameh. I'm tameh. Right? By the way, a point that's very interesting. It harkens back, just like that word, harkens back to our previous machlok, yes? Right, where we see like that one need not know the definitive source of their tumah in order to be tameh. So as long as I know that I'm definitively tameh, even if I don't know tameh. So now at this point I want to go paths. Afterwards, again, I heard about the paths. I go to Mikdash, I come out, I'm chayiv carbon. Okay, pretty intuitive case. However, how about this? The Nichnas, so within the second page, I go down the first path. After the first path, I go into the Then, he's not the Tabo. Then I do part right? So again, here's the first. I go down first path, then do part for myself. Then I go second path, right? And then I go into the Okay. Now what happened? I will say. After I go down the first path, Rashi points out over here, I know that I'm suffix coming. I go to the Mikdash anyway. Now again, not anyway, but I forgot. I went down the first path. So I go out, I come out, go through the whole purification process. Right? Again. Now I go down the second path. Now I will say I go down the second path. I forget about the second path. and then I go into the Hamikdash. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Tanakama says in Chayiv. Rashi says over here, Omak must be a Rishon, Omak must be a Shnia. Tamar Avshach, over here, Rishon be a Shnia, but Tuma Haisi. And Tanakama says, I'm Tameh. Because either way I'm Tameh. In other words, one way or another I'm Tameh. Because I went into the Beis Hamikdash at first path, or I'm Tameh because I went into the Beis Hamikdash after the second path. Either way I'm Chayiv. Rav Shimon says I'm Potter. Now why is that? Rashi says over here, this is incredible. Rashi says Rav Shimon Potter. The ain't kulan yediyah v'ada is b'tchilah. Sha'af yediyah tchilah shavir shem sekin. So Rav Shimon says like this. I will say, in order to cover all of the Yoreh, you need yediyah v'tchilah. Like you have to have awareness. Awareness means what? Awareness means what? In neither of these cases did you have definitive awareness. Why? I went down path one, and then I went to the Beis Hamikdash. After path one, what do I have? What do I have? Possible. After path two, what do I have? Possible. It could have been fasting. It could have been. You've never had a period of definitive awareness. That's no cover of your Shimon Yehuda says part of the Kulan. Shimon Ben Yehuda says that you're part in all of these cases. Now, interestingly enough, Shimon says you're part even in the first case, right? Where you go down path one, then you go down path two, and then you go into the Mikdash. Shimon says you're part in all cases. Why? Because of Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so we'll say now we're going to analyze this. Here we go. The Kulan, could Shimon really say that you're part in all the cases? They both say, now the first case, on the base, the first seemed to be like pretty obvious, right? What was the first case? I go down town, okay? Stop. Go down path two, and then go to Hamikdash, right? Then again, I was saying all of these cases, obviously, there's a lapse of awareness, right? Lapse of awareness. I forgot about the past. I go into this Hamikdash. I come out. The Rabbi said, "I'm chayiv." Right? Why am I chayiv? What was like? Why am I chayiv? So how could Rashbi, how could Rashbi say that I'm posture in that case? This doesn't make any sense. The man of shock, because either way, in case number one was an easy case. Case number one, because I went in both cases. Who also the Gemara says, Rabbi is incredible. Half the case, you go Shalach Rishon, we went down the first path, over Shach B'Sheni, Shach the Halach B'Rishon. We'll say, watch this. We presuppose the case was, I go, okay, obviously, then I go down path two. But at the time that I'm going down path two, I remember that what? I remember that I went down path one. Rashbi said, no, that's not the case. The case is where I go down path one, and then at the time that I go down path two, I about path one. So because of that, I never had a moment of definitive awareness. So therefore, again, the Havile it's only partial. It's only a partial. Because I will say, here's what's interesting. If at a certain point in time I go down path one and two, I recognize what I did, we can call that definitive awareness, right? Why? Because I know now that as a result of my two journeys, I am definitively. I forgot about path one. I don't have definitive awareness. If there's no moment of definitive awareness, it's what we call Yediyah Tchilah, and there can't be liability for cover over it. How incredible is that? How incredible is that? So we must Dagilei Mitzas Yediyah. There's only partial awareness. So we'll say, I just want to point out, I wish I had like a little bit more time, but I just want to take but I can't let this go because it's too ridiculous. It's incredible. You know what you were just said? In life, if you do not remember the pathways that you have taken, that's only called partial awareness. So much of life is not just about planning for the future, it's about having an acute understanding of the decisions you have made in the past and the pathways you've taken in the past. Right? The only way to live a better future is to know which roads you've traveled in the past and which ones work and which ones don't. But I out past journeys that I do with a stunted awareness. That stunted awareness prevents me from making informed decisions about my future, right? That's what we say. Those who don't learn from the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them. If you don't know which paths you've taken in the past, which ones have worked, which ones have not, that partial awareness stunts you going forward. Incredible. Well, how come if you think about here we go, it's like Tanakama Sava, I mean, Tanakama holds, even partial awareness isn't definitive awareness. Shimon Savar, Ro Amina makes us in the Shimon says, no, definitive awareness means you know all the pieces. In other words, Tanakama will say it's okay if you don't remember path 1 at the time you take path 2. That's fine. Shimon says, no, it's not true. You need to know all the pathways at the end of the day. So it's going to say almost like, now what we see is now what we see. Okay, again, it's even in case number 1, we have a fundamental machlokas. So again, the case number 1, if understood just as I go down path 1, then I go down path 2, and then I go into the mikdash. If we're talking about a case where I remember both pathways, everyone agrees that I'll be chayav cover all of the I forget that it was English, I come out, cover all of the everyone will agree with that. Happens, however, when you're on to and I forgot about path 1. So awareness, you can be chayav to cover all of the Shimon says no, that's called partial awareness. Partial awareness is not definitive awareness. Lack of all of the incredible. The following case. Halak was shown the nichnas. This is case 2, right? I go down path 1 to the base of the then I come out. Because then after I come out, I remember, that first patch. I sprinkled on 3, 7, good. Now what happens? I go down path the nichnas, and then back into the base of nichnas. What's halacha? Tanakama says, the Shimon says that you're va'amai, right? So I don't understand why the Shimon suffix, as Sigmar says, suffix yidahi. Again, once again, it's non-definitive. To which the Gemara says, now the Gemara is really saying over here from the Tanakama. But the Tanakama, not for Rashi, not from Shimon. Tanakama is only partial awareness. Rabbi Yochanan says, Kamasu suffix idea. In these cases, we have made a idea, suffix awareness, like a awareness. Where Shlosh says, Hamani, Rabbi Shmoni, whose opinion is Rabbi Shmoni, the Amar, Lo Ba'in Yediyah. Okay, so this really throws a wrench and everything. Whose opinion might this reflect? This could be the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel is a dramatic position. We reject. Rabbi Shmuel holds you do not need the Yediyah. You do not need awareness at the beginning in order to create liability for Kabbalah, which is contradistinction to everyone else. We do not like Rabbi Shimon. Let's say Rabbi Shimon, sorry. Let's say that I will point out to so this case has 2 parts of the interesting and more involved one. That is a very local for myself. We passing that even makes so we passing out awareness is like complete awareness. Therefore, in this case, what we hear, if at the time that Reuben was on path number 2, he forgot about path number 1, so there is still liability. Still would be liability. So the way we pass in both of these cases are both saying as follows. Is number 1, case 1, which let's just go through the Pasha way of it. I walk down path 1, walk down path 2. I don't know which one has it, so definitely has it. I forget about it. I walk to the base of Mikdash. This efforts come out. Remember what I did. This carbonic liability covered all of the already. Even if I forgot about path number 1 at the time that I walked path number 2, that's case one. What about case number two? I go into the mikdash. I go to number one. Forgot about it. Go to the base of mikdash. Come out. Do the whole part. Do a thing. Half number two. Go to number two. Go back to the mikdash. We pass like the top. That there's liability for carbon over the urine. Let's go back there. The Gemara says as follows. So we can go ahead again. Contrast these with one another. The sign of suffix vinoda, suffix vinoda. This is very. Let's begin to say Hashem. I eat a piece of suffix chaylev. Okay, so this is a piece of meat. Right? It's a suffix. Is it chaylev or is it shuman? Is that chaylev is also shuman is permitted? So I ate a piece of meat. I'm not sure what I did. So now. I ate one piece of chaylev, and then I found out about it. Right? I found out about it. And then ultimately, again, eat another piece. And I find out about it. Look at Rashi. Achal safek chaylev. Chatichas safek chaylev is safek shuman. V'nodelo la'achshu safek chaylev. V'ari ba'asham. V'chazer v'apal safek chaylev is safek achal. So again, I do these two acts. So I eat a piece of, right? Okay. Then I did it again. Right? First, but the nice again. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi says, maybe Asham Taleka Achadach. So we'll say, what you're going to see is as follows. Rabbi says like this, in saying that halacha l'mais, you could have repeat acts that make you liable to cover chatas, and let's say you eat something that is suffix that makes you liable. Asham Talek is a type of carbon that is brought in a case of doubtful or possible. You could also be chayiv multiple asham talois. Shimon ben Yehuda and Lazar Amru Mishra B'Shimon Eino Ela asham taloi. On the other hand, this other school of thought, you're only liable to one. Shenemar Ashigaso Ashesh Shagag Torah Ripsa Shgagos Hert B'Asham Taloi. So here for today, but Lamai see again a fundamental machlok and therefore it's in which you be multiple chatos. You be chayiv multiple. Asham Taloi, Asham Taloi is unique. Only one Asham Taloi, even for multiple liabilities. To be continued tomorrow. All right, have a good day, everyone. Morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share, to thank our annual sponsor, the Philson Shach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shumim Drushes this year in the schools of the Soros levels for all of Am Yisrael. Sponsors for the month of Iyar, Habalin with Rabbi Karatkin, for the outside of Shmuel's father, Ben Yecheskel, Hakin Zipol Libracha, Abitzer Hillary Jacobson Kent, in memory of her daughter, Shifra Yachmiel's father, Yaakov Ben Moshe Tzvi Libracha, and Michael H. Declaration of the outside of Michael's Shimon Ben Baruch Elimelech Zipol Libracha, Sham Savin Ali, the families in the Chama, with Kol Chole Yisrael, Shemet Hashem, bring home all of our Hasalam and Bekarov, and all these successful B'chol Maaseh. Also with that, we have a great daf, really an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yechas. We are Meretz Hashem on designing our days 70, 18 lines up from the bottom. So Moses, remember getting a case, well, really two different cases, but a case one was where someone was tamei, had a lapse of awareness about and then entered into the base. And then case number two was where someone brushed itself. These are the two dealing with. Now the way to make each of those cases was the example of a mitzvah saseh that if based in word erroneously about this case, there would not be a har he'elam davar minbar. There was a special offering in case of sacrifice that is brought, and the majority of the cloud upon that ruling. So we look, Rashi says, say translation of mikdash. Rashi says, Kilomar, al koras tumas mikdash v'kadashav. If Daisy were to deliver an erroneous ruling regarding, again, something to do with the tumah, within the base of mikdash itself, or the consumption of the items, bein shu shalasei kilon shenitma ba'azal. Now, interestingly enough, there's two different cases over here. Right? If somebody goes ahead and becomes tamei within the base of mikdash, and then let's say based on the erroneous ruling, let's say based on says they didn't have to leave under those particular circumstances, even though they did. That's a violation of an assay. Because the assay, if you become tummy in the mikdash itself, the assay to go and get out is the shalku min machana, that all by culture goes up. Anyone who is tummy is sent the machana. That's the obligation you have. That if you're in the mikdash and tummy, shalu shalos assay, you go nit the chutz the ika as far as mikdash also. On the other hand, if you become coming outside of the base of mikdash, and then enter into the mikdash, there's a low there's a prohibition, and the prohibition ultimately is ala mikdash lo sabo. Don't go into the mikdash. So let's say again, based in delivered an erroneous ruling regarding either of these circumstances, and someone acted on that ruling. So the halacha is there is no par helam davar minat tzibur. Why not? Rashi actually runs this out over here. He says the hasan of Arish Taima bein chayav mishum de'im mevi b'hara ela al her sheshigedasa chatos kvua liyachid. Aval tumas mikdash covered all of the orders. Halacha is you only bring a so your helam davar minat tzibur is a covenant brought in a situation where based in delivered in erroneous ruling, and people acted on that ruling. So the people, to a certain degree, themselves are covered because they acted under the based in. Parallel government is interestingly enough, parallel is only brought for an infraction where if committed act would have what we call fixed carbon. But because when it comes to tumah in the mikdash, what carbon, right? Ultimately, you bring the carbon rate. So because you bring this variable carbon, so it's a technicality. So now go back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we talking about over here? Coming from the Kamar. So remember again, the Mishnah was, this is all. So whenever you say it that way, it makes it sound like you're coming from a broader discussion. We're actually coming again from the Gemara says, so Gemara says, you're not chayiv a par of a minat tzibur, and on a losas mikdash. Now again, what's the losas say? The assay is referring to a case where you're inside of the base of the mikdash, and the losas is referring to a case where you became coming outside of the base of the mikdash, but entered some awareness. Ve'im din asham talui ala say ba'alosas say shivamik. Bring it asham talui on a say in the base of the mikdash. Okay. About chayot ala say ba'alosa say nida. Now, we'll say, so now I brought up the case of nida, and move through this case in the Mishnah, but actually, you spend some significant time on it today. So you do go ahead and carbon on an asay shebenida. Umevi sham taloi ala say shebenida. Okay, we can rash for just a moment. Then the asham hechidim shabal yad safek kares. So we'll say, so remember, Asham Taloi, like its name, carbon that is brought when there is the potential, it's not that potential liability. That's what it means. Asham sin offering, Taloi means suspended. I may or may not have done something wrong, but the stakes are very high. If I did do something wrong, is a kares bearing prohibition. Because of that, there's a special covenant that's introduced. Interestingly enough, when it comes to tumah in the but there is asham tal. There is asham tal that is bachalamayis again for the case of Suffolk need to go forward. So come out, the Kamar, the Gemara says, the Kamar, so he this is the positive commandment that one is not chayiv for. So by the way, you understand, why is it that and Tumas Mikdash brought in the same? So remember again, what's the case of Nida referring to over here? The case of Nida referring to over here is where a man is having relations with his, and in the middle of relations, he says he might become a Nida. So we're going to see the number of complications in case, but interestingly, what they both represent are cases of entry with Suffolk Tuma. Commonality, that's the commonality of these cases over here. Again, they're going to have group dynamics, but we're going to see that's why they're mentioned in the. So What's the get to figure out? What do you mean mitzvahs asay? What's the positive plan? So what's the case? What's the mitzvah? So what's the case of the mitzvahs asay that one would be chayiv? But what's this case? Here we go. This case in Mishnah. A man having relations with his wife who was Torah, not a nida. And she says in the Revelations, I've become a nida who piresh miyad, withdraws immediately. Chayiv. He's chayiv. Why? Because the withdrawal is measurable for him, like the meaning that halacha, if he withdraws in an around state because of pleasure from that act of withdrawal, therefore that is considered relations with a remedy is. Okay, so let's say so that's enough. So that's and that's why both of these cases are brought together in the same because they both represent what we call endic tumah. Okay, so now spend some time on the neither case. So, it's beautiful. Yeah, we like that ringtone. Well, so Itmar, Abai Arshvid Barav. So now let's get into this a lot. So Abai says in the name of Rab. The Gemara says Itmar Shad Mishel Barav. Stein. Abai says actually in the case of Nida, one is actually chayiv twice. Now, which case? She says chayiv. If a man goes ahead and we're going to have fine parameters of the case. If a man with, in this case of nida, man with the arousal, he's chayiv twice. Chayiv twice. What are the two levels of liability? One liability, right? One chayiv is for entry, and one chayiv ultimately again is for withdrawal. So Rabbi is puzzled by this statement. What's the what are we talking about over here? So Gemara says Vesta. If we're talking a case where halacha the couple is relations close to her, that's close to the time that she's expecting it. So the Gemara says, Ubenman. Again, I want to say there's a lot of halachas thrown at us over here. Unravel them as they come. So remember, in the concept of Vesas, that again, a woman expects her period at a particular time. There are many different types of Vestas. We are not delving into the intricacies of Nida right now. Point the Gemara is trying to figure out what are the parameters case. So if we're talking about Vesas, which means that if it was close to a time that she was expecting her period, and then let's say again they have relations, she says, "Oh no, draws while still in a state of arousal." I can understand why potentially there would be dual liability. Why the dual liability? Number one, why did he have relations with her in the future that she was expecting her period? They should have abstained. And more again, after she became in a state of arousal to withdraw, the fact that withdrawing and aroused ultimately creates a study. Okay, so the Gemara says, listen to this. So now, what kind of person are we talking about? Right. Idle of the Talmud. If we're talking about a Talmud, so the Gemara says, Bishlama Aknisa Lechayev. I understand why there should be liability or what we call entry for the initial act of relations. Why? Kasavar, because we'll say in this case, actually interesting enough, he's a shogeg. Why is he a shogeg? Because he himself like this. Kasavar, Bali Libo. I thought I had time. I know that my wife is expecting to be shortly, but I thought I had time to have the act of relations before she would actually become. Look at that. So again, if we're assuming over here that this is a tam kach, so therefore we'll say what? I understand on the front end of things, on the entry, he ultimately again would be chayiv, right? At the entry, he would be chayiv. Why? Because halacha l'maisa again would be a shogeg. That's a shogeg case, right? Because again, he thought he had enough time. It turns out that he didn't have enough time. That's shogeg. The Gemara says, however, prisha but if you withdrew in a state of arousal, then ultimately again, you should be chayiv. You should be chayiv. He knows better. Right? She should have waited until he was no longer around in order to go out and withdraw. The fact that he was doing it aroused, it makes him liable. But the mezid, if it's mezid, then there's no carbonic liability. So we're talking 18a. So it's the Iba Amaretz, and if we're talking about an Amaretz, ED, then I will say shogeg in both cases. He's a shogeg for the entry, shogeg for the withdrawal. If that's the case, I will say then what? Then it's 2 in 1 lapse of awareness. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? When you do the same avera twice in 1 lapse of awareness, you only chayev once. Again, if a person eats zaysin of chaylev in 1 lapse of awareness, what's halacha? They'll be chayev once. So therefore, if this guy's in Amaretz, he doesn't know about the entry, he does withdrawal. Halacha l'maisa again, he should only be chayev once. The Ella. So what's the case? So what's the second line? 18a. The Ella to change some of that stuff. It must be where it's not close to her best session, meaning she's not expecting her period. What kind of person are we talking about over here? Even if it comes chacham, if we're talking chacham, so then really he shouldn't be chayiv for either one. He shouldn't be chayiv for anything. Why? Again, if it's not some of Levesta, if she's not expecting to become a nida, so then and then so therefore it's totally committed from having a relationship with his wife. So therefore there should be no liability, even show liability for the entry, and all of the again. And a pre-shah music, and if he withdraws while still aroused, ultimately that's amazing because if he's tamacham, he knows this, and therefore there's no carbonic liability by amazing. And if it's an amaretz, the Gemara says hudim mechayev a pre-shah. So the Gemara says ultimately chad hudim mechayev a pre-shah. If it's an amaretz, once again, can't you Knisa for entry was permitted. If anything, he'll only be chayav once for pre-shah, for withdrawing in the state of arousal. So we'll say, so we're trying to figure out the case. Trying to figure out the case for the chayav shtein, chayav for entry and withdrawal. Hada Amar Rabbi. So let's say then Rabbi came back and Rabbi, the olam is some of the best stuff. In reality, let's go back. We're talking about case where halacha says she is expending her period. It's close to her best. He's a tam chacham. So he's a tam chacham. The tam chacham wuzu, ve'in tam chacham wuzu. So we'll say this is great, right? So we'll say he's a tam chacham in certain areas. So we'll say most are like this. We are certain areas and found tipshin in other areas, right? This is the way that life is. So really, because he's called Chacham, he knows everything. He's a Chacham and things. So what does he know? He knows that that you have to be careful with having relations close to her vessels. So in that respect, she was onset of her period. He was wrong. He was wrong. Again, intentional violation. He was a shogeg. See, he's a shogeg in that area, and ultimately again, but he had no idea halacha that you can't withdraw in a state of arousal. So therefore, again, he was a shogeg in the knisa, in the entry. He was a shogeg in the withdrawal as well, and therefore that would be the case of dual liability. Kilomar yodeh sheisam mushar le'esam chodas. Like the dollar come on. These hard to explain some to us. They yodeh shemishar mishimat hora ba'amar nifnesi sarf l'tash be'ever mace. So again, Salach Hamais is the shogeg because he thought he had enough revelation before the onset of her needles. He had no idea about this halacha that you can't withdraw in a state of arousal. Therefore, shogeg on both ends. Therefore, dual liability. Beautiful, beautiful. Amar Rabbi said, "V'tarvai hanimu knisa." Sorry, v'tarvai hanimu. Rabbi said both of these concepts, the entry and the withdrawal, are both still in the Mishnah. Knisana, Prisha, Tanina. Both are mentioned. Prisha, Tanina. So once I saw this is enough. Which is actually, by the way, it's actually Mishnah Hara. So let's remember again, like the most exciting things in Shas in general is remember, this is not the primary place for this discussion, right? Remember, really, not our topic. What's our topic? Really, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosha. But in the second, this is brought down as a package for Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosha. So our Gemara is just mentioning it tangentially, but as often happens in Talmudic tangents often become primary discussions. So just understand this. In Horius, this is not anyway. Simara says it's mentioned in Mishnah. A man relations with his wife who was a Tahora, and I became Tamea. In the middle of our relations, I feel that I'm a Nida. The most I can with Hargasha, like an internal sensation that she Nida. So she has this Hargasha in the midst of a relationship. And he would immediately i.e. while still in a state of arousal, ultimately again, that's the case Prisha. Knisa Tanina, we also learn the case of entry, Nimsalo al Shalom. So what's it is? After the act of relations. So again, husband and wife are cleaning up, and a man is cleaning up with a cloth, and he finds blood on his cloth. So what's halacha? What's halacha? I'm sorry. They're both tamei. They're chayavim b'karban, and ultimately chayav b'karban. Take it Rashi. So he finds blood that he's using to clean himself after relations. Tmeim, Rashi, Tumas Shiva. So this is interesting. If you ever, not good trivia, probably not for the Shabbat, but interestingly enough, if you ever want to find the case, did you ever have a case of a man who's Tumas Nida? Man who's telling Tumas Nida. So it can happen if it turns out that after relations finds blood on his mouth, and it turns out that again, actually, Scott, keep this to yourself. So the idea here is that he becomes tamei tumas. Both of them are tamei for 7 days. Rashi says over here, tamei shneim tumas shiva mishum nida v'hu mishum to be contemporarily at least more involved. In other words, our halachos that deal with if a couple sees blood in the aftermath of relations. So again, one is kind of presenting it in a little bit more of a one-dimensional area. Halacha it's a bit more complex. In any event, our purpose is today. So she's going to be a nida. So again, remember, let's say nida oraisa. Must nida extends for how long? 7 days. So we saw this. We saw this with Chaschava when we did nida in our last cycle. So remember again just important as an aside, the concept that we have of Hilchos Nida, of being a 12-day period, is a combination of the halachos of Nida and Zava Gedola. We kind of collapse 7 days. It doesn't matter, clean day, leading days, it doesn't make any difference. So when we get period, that's it. The construct that we have again is the merging of two biblical precepts in concept of Taras HaMishpach. And anyway, so therefore, they're both tummy. And if they see blood after, she's coming for 7 days. That's too much. She's coming because he had relations with him. She said, we assume that the blood that he's finding on his cloth obviously came from her. So either she was bleeding before the act of relations or during the act of relations, but either way, she's a nida and he is chayv. Both tamei, the carbon. So the Gemara says, what's the case? My love, the summer for that. We're not talking about a case where she's in her period, and therefore that's up. And the liability is for the entry because they should. No. It's not close to her Vesas. So what's the case of the Prisha? What's the liability? The liability was for withdrawal. Because halakha, if you withdraws while still in a state of arousal, absolute liability. If he takes Prisha Lali, so the Gemara says, but why do we case of Prisha? We already learned it. It's your flash. No, I need to know again why. Nimsal Shalah Tim Besafek. As Moshe is very interesting. All of this is presupposing that he's finding blood on his cloth. What happens if after the act of relations, she's cleaning up and she finds blood on her cloth? So what's the halakha? So we'll say in this case, interestingly enough, they're Tmeim B'Safek. Why are they Tmeim B'Safek? Cloth. It's possible that she was bleeding before relations, during relations, or after relations. So because, again, remember, she's the one finding the blood. Maybe it happened after. If it happened after relations, she may be a need, but ultimately, again, not to have any liability. And ultimately, I got putter from carbon. The ID the boy missed since the Gemara wanted to she finding blood on her cloth, and for ultimately, he also brought up a case of him finding on cloth. So now, is it really possible to set this up as a case where they're having relations not close to the time of the onset of the Vesas? Right? So this is not a Vesas issue. The liability that we're talking about is for the withdrawal. Okay? Because he's in a state of that, again, he's going to be liable. But that's what it says. It says Nimsa. Nimsa is fighting the case where they find it on the cloth. The Nimsa, the bus, Mashma. Nimsa usually after the relation. So the Gemara says, the Nimsa, I'm sorry, behind Nimsa, Nimsa, the bus, Mashma. Via Prisha, Meikara. I'm sorry, via Prisha, Meikara. But let's say, in my case, the Prisha that occurred beforehand. He punished Meikara, and ultimately, if that's the case, there was an awareness of this situation. Amalei Rava, Sinus might become truth is in Amalei, how can you come up with this case? How can you construct this case? The sign Allah, Zogi Mitzvahs Asay Shebenidah. This is the case, and this is a quotation from our Mishnah. This is the Mitzvahs, I'm sorry, Zogi Mitzvahs Asay Shebenidah. And Esau, now if it's correct as the way you just set it up, Mitzvahs Losa Sehi. We'll say again, we'll discuss the Asay and the Losa in just a moment, but this is not a case of a mitzvahs asay, but rather, again, this is a case of a mitzvahs mosas. Itanina chaser. If you're reading the Mishnah, it must be deficient. In other words, this must be the mechsura b'hachani. So much of a taki. This is how you have to read it. Go ahead and say, Zoki mitzvahs mosas shebenidah shechayav nalav. This is actually a case of a mitzvahs mosas. Say, where if you violated it, you would be chayiv. Now, remember again, the greater context of all of this, just from, we're not going to delve too much into this, but the greater context of all this, all of these are talking about cases based in gave instruction, ultimately, again, gave a instruction. So trying to figure out when there would be liability in those cases. So, were to give erroneous instruction, it would be. What's the case? A man was having relations with his wife who was tahora. She said, I am tmeya, and he was chayiv. Ultimately, again, there is liability. That ultimately, again, is a violation of a mitzvah by a need. Okay, so therefore I tell myself, what we see over here is that, over here is a situation where She becomes in the middle of relations. She tells her husband, halacha is he is supposed to wait until there is no longer. He goes ahead and withdraws in a state of arousal, going to be liability in that particular case. A lot of ambiguity upon the case. How did all of this start? So it's almost as if the Gemara kind of puts that to the side of it. Because remember again, the reason what threw all of that a little bit into it was that Bryce talked about Chayiv Stein. That you can be twice. We're trying to figure out times, but if we kind of put on the side, the case that we're really focusing on over here is the concept where she becomes in the middle of relations, and if he withdraws while still in a state of arousal, there is liability for an act of relations with Anida. If however he waits, then halakha l'maisa again, there won't be liability in the case. So the Gemara says as follows. She says there won't be halam davar in that case. Okay, so now let's analyze this a little bit more. Perish miyad chayit. If he withdraws immediately, still in a state of arousal, there's liability. So the Gemara says, so what should he do? What exactly is he supposed to do? So the Gemara says, Amravina mishmei d'Rava noit setzi parnav bekarka ad shiyamos v'tovi. So literally translated, he should dig his fingernails into the ground until longer aroused, and then all it will be good for him. I will say what that means is he should wait. Rashi says over here, no wait. He should wait. He stays still until there's no longer, and then he should withdraw. What's the lashon of noit of the karka? So the Naishal points out the lashon of Yosef, right? He must sota. These members have a story. Remember, the Gemara discusses how Yosef was so tremendously type of Potiphar, but he decided not to. What did he do? No, it's also part of the karka. Little again, he dug his fingers into the earth. Right, and he abstained. Went ahead and he literally helps himself back from committing with HSPT. So he might just borrows that same Russian over here to talk about this idea that this husband has to exercise restraint, not go ahead and continue in the act of relations until he's no longer around, and then withdraw after that. It seems to me it'll be good for him. Be good for him. There's Amra. There's also so just by the way, this is actually interesting. He's also tells something else. Hamishamish makes ba'alayis potter. So this is very, very interesting. What if a man has things with a woman who's in erva, he's not aroused during the relations? Right? So penetration occurs without arousal. So you see from here, right? Where do you see that from? Because halakha l'maisa, if he withdraws, as long as he's not aroused, it's not considered to be an act, so to speak, of beat, right? So you see, so I guess what he wants is just extrapolates that if a man has relations with a woman who's in erba, but he is not aroused during that act, there is not liability for that. Remember, the east side, that's what Allah said again, you would be chayiv, then haka might cutter. And I was saying this, if you would be chayiv for actions with an erva, even aroused state, so when the husband withdraws ability, which was maybe this case is why you shouldn't be honest with an owners. You can't compare the cases. Because remember again, let's have relations with one of the but an Arab allows if he's choosing to engage in that. Instead, no one here started out with the intention to draw. Right? This was a perfectly fine act of intimacy with your husband and wife, something here in the middle. So again, halakha l'maisa, because he's an ones, the halakha says, okay, wait till there's no arousal, then withdraw, but perhaps you can't extrapolate from this case to others. Versus, if he's an ones, keep punishment. Well, if he's an ones, they'll withdraw even in a state of arousal. So I don't understand. If he's an ones, why does he have to wait till he's no longer aroused? Says, keep your shad right near. Now, if the olam, so listen to this. Sabai reality in general, some issues with an erba, even roused, halakha l'maisa liable. Halakha my time apart. So over here, if he withdraws, when he's not aroused, you shouldn't unassum because again, as they extrapolate from here, other cases. The Amrit, keep parish miyad and my chayiv. But again, when I said that's the case, if he withdrew immediately, why should be liability if he is indeed an ones. Shahayalo Lifrosh Bahana Muatas, Perish Bahana Meruba. Because he should have withdrawn in a case where there would be diminished pleasure, but instead he drew in a way where there would be heightened pleasure, because drawing in a state of arousal will ultimately give him pleasure from. That's where the liability comes from. Amar Rabba Bar Hamalabaye, Imkain, so it's very interesting. Imkain, Matsinu, Aruka Ukitsara Bida, so let's say something very interesting, right? And now here comes the parallelism. Remember again, as we spoke when we started this year today, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because remember again, this is very to the Mikdash case. Both are dealing with cases of entry and then again Tumah, right? Entry and Tumah. Now again, and just like the Mikdash case is I entered into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of Tara, and then when inside became Tameh. Very similar to the case of Nida. The relations began in a state of Tara, and then in the middle, Tumah occurred. So I want to just point out, now remember again, what's the Beis Hamikdash case? When you become Tameh in the Beis Hamikdash, what's the halacha? Find the shortest exit. So it's interesting. By the Beis Hamikdash, you have Aruka and Kitzara, right? The long way out, the short way out, and the halacha to take that of Kitzara. Nida, you also have Aruka and Kitzara, right? The short way and the long way. And what's the halacha? You have to take the long, right? Interestingly enough, you have to wait. It's fascinating, right? So by the Beis Hamikdash, withdraw as big as possible. By Hilchos Nida, actually, again, you wait for the withdrawal. It's fascinating. It's like, Imkain, Matsinu, Aruka, Kitzara, look at the last Rashi. Look at Rashi on Amud Aleph. Matsinu, Aruka, Kitzara, Ben Kitzara, Varuka, Shin Hereth V'Shah Potter, Ben Piri Kitzara, Kilomer Miyad Havichai. And I will say again, so I just want to obviously, there's like so much action unfolding over here in these cases. So Allah remember gets mentioned that there's liability for it immediately. Remember that Allah will be again of some of that stuff. And again now the parallelism between Mikdash and the case of Nida. On the base, La'anan, the Mikdash we are dealing. So it's interesting. Why don't you use the same Rashi? Why don't by the same way there's Aruka and Kitzara? Why not use the same Rashi by Nida? In other words, you're already bringing down the Nida case of Mishnah Maseches Shvu. You're already bringing it down because of the parallelism. Why not parallelism all the way? And just say again, just like you said by the Beis Hamikdash and Kitzara. So by Nida, Aruka and Kitzara, Mishum Aruka Dahacha, Aruka Dahacha, Kitzar Dahacha. For the simple reason, ultimately, again, that they're not similar. So look at Rashi, shining below. Aruka Dahacha, Kitzar Dahacha, Karuka Dahacha. That's interesting. I thought it might actually get more confusing. Why? Because as you just said, it's actually the opposite. By the Beis Hamikdash, you are chayiv, you are sitzara, chayiv for aruka. By Hilchos Nida, you're chayiv for aruka. Sorry, you're chayiv for kitzara, potter for chayiv for kitzara, potter for aruka. So because it's the exact opposite, the Gemara said, you know what? This is going to get confusing. So therefore, again, do not use the Lashon Rabbi. But again, for our purposes, this is it, right? This is the consolidation of into this phrase. We have two cases of where and what how do you resolve the Torah in the Beis Hamikdash? If you take the derech, the short way out, you are better. Long way out, you are chayiv. No close nida. If you take the short way out, you are chayiv. If you take the long way out, ultimately again you are potter. Incredible. That's it. So Maski brave Rabbi. Let's go back to this a second earlier, right? So I was saying before that the reason why there's not going to be liability for entry for Knisa, like the initial act of relations, is because honest, both of them are also in circumstances. Alma should be sure some of them that's the candidate. So obviously, in order to make it an onus, you have to make this a case where it's not it's not close to her vessels, meaning she's not expecting her period. So because of that, again, absolutely no reason to contemplate that she was going to become a nida. So the Gemara says, but Rabbi was one who constructed the case where there can be two liabilities, one for entry and one for exit. So the Gemara says, that's asking it. Never saying that the only way to create liability for entry is how is if you set up the case as samuch stuff. Right? It has to be a case where ultimately she's expecting a period. Because then he made a mistake. Now again, not intentional, but a mistake. He thought he had time to have relations before she became a nida, but he was wrong. He is wrong. That's a shogeg. It's not honest. Right? Why is it not honest? Can't be honest. Because it was samuch less. She was expecting a period. He just made a mistake that he had time. The Gemara says, "Ki itmar da'ay's statement by made in a general situation, not really referring to the key Mishnah." Okay, so what I was saying was essentially you can construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim. How would you put the case of Chayiv Shtayim? Where the husband is having relations with his wife, samuch leves. That's not a Bayikam Mishnah. Our Mishnah is talking about liability for the withdrawal. Right? He should have waited until he was announced and then withdraw. If he withdrew, that must be a case of Amos for that stuff. Where again, she wasn't expecting a period, therefore no liability for the entry. And just know if you want the case of twofold liability, you could do so. So let's say now we're going to use this as an opportunity to speak about some generals nida. It's really quite interesting. So by me, Yossi ben Lakunya. Brothers, right? So Rabbi Yonasan ben Yossi ben Lakunya asked from Shimon ben Yossi ben Lakunya about nida, Torah. What's his great? He asked him, from where do you know that it is biblical relations with nida? So he goes, what did he do? Shakal kala pasuk day. He took a earth and he threw it at him. You know, which is another way of saying, what a stupid question. Right? What? Really? That was the biblical prohibition. Never understand that they are related. Sometimes brothers have the ability to interact with each other, right? Because there's a love, right? There's an underlying love that's there, right? It's just like the equivalent of like getting a dead arm. You know, like you don't tell other people what you do, brother, right? So nice, so like you know, so that's I think where it goes out of the to highlight that obviously you wouldn't do this with someone else, even if obviously every question is wonderful, right? Except for the ones that are profoundly stupid, right? But when I saw it's a family member, where with a brother, you take a little bit more liberties, but obviously with someone else, you never cast a shalom do this. It took whatever, he threw it out. We're talking about what the biblical prohibition. It's a pasuk. It's a pasuk. The Alisha benidas lo sikrav. Now, Alisha benidas. It's up in the pasuk. It's an explicit pasuk. Explicit pasuk in the Torah to a woman, right? To a woman in the tumah of her nida, do not come close. Ella as hara lemishamish imatahora v'lo nitmisi v'lo nifresh miyad miyad. No, so it's an abzakit. I know about the pasuk about it. I'm asking a different question. I'm asking about the case of where a man is having life. In the middle of a relationship, she says, I am a nida. From where do we know it's not supposed to withdraw immediately? In other words, just look out. Right? If you think about this halacha, it's totally counterintuitive. Right? One would have thought just the opposite. Man is having relations with it. She says, oh no, I'm a nida. He would have thought is just withdraw immediately. Now understand the logic, the logic of being remain in place. Ultimately, he's no longer aroused. Draw in unaroused, stand the logic, but it's not intuitive. So what he was really asking is, where does the halal from? How do we know that? So we know that Amar Tiskya, Amar Kra, we learn it from. We learn it from Midas Alav. Midas Alav. So literally again, her nidos should be on him. Ashas Midasa Tehei Alav. So most of these is very interesting. So the way the word attachment is like this. Sometimes, even when a woman is in what's the case of where a woman and her husband with her is this case where again he's having in the middle of a relationship. She tells him, you might have thought he's supposed to withdraw immediately. Kamash Malan, he should wait. So it's like by waiting, what's happening over here? They're with Anita. He's actively together with this woman. Yeah. Even though the wife is Anita, they're still going to remain there. Incredible until the point that he's still aroused and then he withdraws. Fascinating. So Ashke Asay. So we'll say that's the Asay. Because remember again, this is fascinating. This is the passage. As I remember again, there was all these Lashonas. Asay, lo say. This is the Asay. Say that if she becomes Anita in the middle of relations, he should remain there until ultimately again he's no longer aroused. That's the Asay. Ashke say. Lo say. Where do you know the Lo say? Where's the Lo say from? So the Gemara says, Amar Papa, Amar Kra, Lo Sikrav. So I say this is fascinating. It says Ve'al Isha Betumas Nida, Lo Sikrav Legaba. So literally again, do not come close. So how is that related to our case? So it's fascinating. Lo Sikrav Lo Sifroshu. Sometimes Lo Sikrav also means do not separate. Now, what does that mean? Look at it. So let's say, quotes over the front of Yeshaya. So it says, Omen Krav Ela Al Tigash Bidi the Kikidash Ticha. Context over here. So Yeshaya Hanavi was giving Musar. So late son, and Rashi points out scappers, late son didn't want Yeshaya's Musar. What they said, Yeshaya, you're very holy. Krav Ela, stay close to yourself. Stay to yourself. Al Tigash Bidi. Don't come to us, because you're so holy. Or they're saying you should follow yourself by coming close to us. You're such a holy guy. We're sinners. You stay by me. So what do you see from here? Sometimes Lashon means stay close to yourself. Watch this. When the pasuk says Lo Sikrav Legalos Ervaz, sometimes do not come close to yourself. What does it mean come close to yourself? To withdraw. Sometimes the halacha says, do not come close to yourself, rather remain engaged with the nida. What case the Torah would say remain engaged with the nida? It's this case over here. Where halacha l'maisa again, she's in nida nations, and in that case, halacha l'maisa, he says to her, he remained there until he's no longer in a state of arousal. Fascinating. We see the Asay, right? I'm sorry. About Isha, no, sorry. That's the Asay. And the Lo Sikra Galos Erbasa. So we see an Asay and a Lo Sasu regarding this case. Absolutely amazing. So now we get a little bit into some beautiful, not as much Agadah, but it's more Musar. So Tanabana, the exact Masam, you shall warn Bnei Yisrael regarding your Torah. On Yoshia, you can as Haram Bnei Yisrael, Trishum and Yisrael saying some of what asked. So listen, when the Pasuk says, You shall warn the Israel regarding their. She says from here you see that a couple should separate what we call some with that. Some of that means whenever a woman is expecting her period, a couple should not go ahead and engage in relations. So how far in advance do you have to separate? Amarava Ona. Ona means one time period. So both say, it's actually interesting. So let's assume for a moment we do regularity. So she knows a period every certain number of days, and she knows it's by day or by night. That period of day or night when she is expecting her period, the couple should not be together. That's called the owner. So she normally, let's say she gets her period every 30 day, at night. That entire nighttime period, they should not engage in relations. Previous day is permitted. Night, ultimately, against both sides. Just interestingly enough, I'm not going to step between here. Because the concept of the Chumrah of the Or. The Or Zarua said, famous Chumrah of the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua said the couple should really abstain the owner before as well. Chumrah of the Or Zarua. Again, it's a chumrah, so listen, don't accept it. I think it's a more popular. So again, if she normally gets her period, let's say on the 30th day, so the halacha says they can't be together that daytime period, but halacha says the previous night they could. The Or Zarua says no, they should even abstain of the Or Zarua, because even with some degree of regularity, halacha said the body shit, and therefore just outside measure, better to abstain. That's called the chumrah of the Or Zarua. Beautiful Gemara for tomorrow. So we're going to start today in Meretz Hashem. It's short after tomorrow. Let's start today in Meretz with some beautiful. Shkoyach, everyone. Tremendous sugyas. All right, that runs another day, everyone. A lot of layers. A lot of layers over here. To be able to begin a new week of learning together. Exciting to begin by thanking all of our sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah response, Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, to dedicating all the Sherman and Joshua's this year as his chus for the Torah's followed on Yisrael. From verse 1 to 12 for the month of Iyar Hallelujah Tova, Shmuel Rabbi Karak, information of the architect of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yetel HaKohen, Zichrono Livracha. A week of learning sponsors, Jacob's intent, and memory of her daughter, Shifra, Zichrono Livracha, Bas Chano Dinashi. Hope that in America, about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavic Aliyah, the families in the family, all of those leaders, Reverend Pedro, the Kol Chol Yisrael, the Baruch Hashem, Hashem, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, our holy soldiers should be successful. The Kol Maaseh Yadei. Listen, with that, let us begin. Exciting stuff ahead of us. This keeps getting better and better every day. That is Zion 17. Picking up on 10 Zion on the days. We left off in the middle of on the days at the two dots. The sugi that begins so probably about 15 up from the bottom. So once remember again, just orient ourselves a little bit. So you remember in Mishnah we dealt with two cases of tumah. Up until a few days ago, the case of tumah we were dealing with was someone becomes tumah outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and then also forgets about their tumah, and then into the Hamikdash in a state of tumah. What we then transitioned to was a new case, and in this new case, someone became tumah inside the Beis Hamikdash. So the status, or specifically what's chronic liability. So the Mishnah explained it depends. Does it depend on? Do you tarry? Are you lingering? Say if you become tumah in the Mikdash, you get out to really take the shortest way out, then halacha l'maisa, you have no carbonic liability. If, however, again, now it's interesting because there are two expressions that were used with this tari kite, right? With this tarrying. One was kidei ishtachab, the amount of time it takes to prostrate yourself, and the other one was the idea that you take a long way out. So the words in the Kodesh, Amarallah. And Reuben is inside of the nation, and if he now begins to prostrate, he's liable. Rabbi qualifies this. When type of prostration, sink towards the Kodesh, facing in, facing straight forward. But bow down the opposite way. Right, the opposite way. In other words, facing the exit, then halakha l'maisa for prostration. Unless, of course, you stay in the base hamikdash for. So let's say, I'm out, and then inside this moment. We're going to there are two different shiurim. There's prostration, and then there's zio, which is lingering. So if you bow that quick bower and you in the right way, there's like if you're bowing down the wrong way, and therefore there's only right linger. So now what is telling us the definition of ishtachava. Ishtachava means prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Anything not in the direction of the Kodesh is not called ishtachava. It could be called if you're there for long enough. It's not called ishtachava. The Gemara says, therefore, you bow down, facing away from the Kodesh HaKadosh. In Moshalo, if you linger, you're liable. So others explain this on this thought. If you linger there long enough for the amount that it takes to prostrate yourself, now that makes it sound like even if you still require some type of lingering. What's going on? No. Well, okay, so here it is. This is the line. So it's like this. If you're bowing down the right way, what's the definition of the right way? Definition of right way? Tell the Shakadashi. That's called the Shtachava, and you are liable. You are liable now a carbon older v'yorei for having lain in the base hamikdash in the state of tumah. If you bow down, not face called the shakadoshim, that's not called bowing. It's very interesting. The halachic definition of ishtachva is prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're not in the right direction, it's not called ishtachva. So again, if you bow down in the wrong direction, you're liable. Now we haven't defined what lingering means yet. If you linger, incredible. What does it mean to say ishtachva? If you go out and you bow down in the right direction, or you linger for the amount of time that it takes to prostrate yourself. So now we begin to see it as follows. Essentially, prostration can either be an act or it can be a. So meaning what? If I become coming inside of the base hamikdash and I bow down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I'm liable. If I bow down in a different direction, so then again, I'm not chayav for bowing. I can be chayav for lingering if I linger in the mikdash for the amount of time normally take to bow. Okay, incredible. So much as follows. Give me an example. So now, explain to me bowing that has the less space is Zukriya Ba'almas. What we're going to see in the world of. So ultimately, again, there is bound with lingering and there's bowing without lingering. So the Gemara says Kriya Ba'alma. So literally again, so bowing without lingering is kind of like Ba'anakorim, right? In other words, just a bow, a bow. So literally again, like a bow waist, and also at the knees. Ultimately again could be a Ishtach Shihiyah. This space Shihiyah, what's an example of bowing that has lingering? Pishut Yadayim V'Raglayim. That's prostration. That's like spread out flat on the ground. Because you're Shihiyah. So we'll say, but again, interesting. But remember, in Halacha is all about modifying shiurim. So Halacha again. So what is the actual time frame, right? So in other words, we don't create liability. I need time-wise. How long do I need to be liable after having contracted tumah? So And one of his how did who was Umanu? Rabbi Shimon ben Pasi. Rabbi Shimon ben Pasi Adi. Me'uman Rabbi Yitzchak Barachni. Va'amirai Rabbi Okay, Macholkes. The Amar Kimemri the Hype Sukkah. The amount of time that you are remaining in the Mikdash, ultimately, we'll see what this pasuk is in a moment. The Chad Amar Midiyichru l'Seifa. What's the pasuk that we're referring to? So the Gemara says as follows: the Roim, yes, Ha'ish, Beredes, Ukvod Hashem al Abayis, Hayik Arsa al Haritzba, Vaishkatavu, Beholdos Hashem, Kitov Kliolam Chasdo, Dirayam. So again, the Max says, is it the amount of time it takes to say the whole pasuk, the amount of time that it takes to say part of the pasuk? But that's the share. Whichever one you begin to see is very short share. Which means that the little the avoid liability, the moment that I find out that I'm coming, I need to get it as quickly as possible. Incredible. So the Gemara goes up. The Gemara says, good. The Gemara introduced us. I just want to point out, first nugget of information for today, Rabbi teach us that if I have tumor inside of the base of the Mikdash, so obviously my obligation is to get out as quickly as possible. How much time do I have? So I'm not allowed to remain there for the amount of time either of lingering or prostration. Now what's the difference? So the definition of prostration is bowing down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Bowing down in any other direction is not called bowing. Called bowing. So in any other direction, I'm liable if I linger. What's the definition of lingering? The definition of machlokes is the amount of time to say that entire pasuk or just part of the pasuk. Now that we spoke of prostration, the Gemara just talks about different forms of prostration. Kida. So we'll say what's called kida. That's called falling on your face. Batik Shava Apayim Aretz. Kriya Alberkayim. Nifra Albirkov. Called Zupisha Dedain Vraglaim. Prostration. Right? When literally again I will say like a person is just flat out. Okay. Abai Rava. So here we go. So last two designer days. Abai Rava. Sarach Sheila Malkus. So Rava asked the following Shaila. This entire point, what have we been talking about? We've been talking about carbonic liability. Right? So now in other words, so here's what I know. I know that if I'm in the base of Mikdash and I can trust Tumah, I've got to get out as quick as possible. And if I delay, however we're defining delay, I am liable to a carbon levy rate. Fine. We'll say, what about the following? Okay, look at Rashi. Actually, that's Rashi Malkus. In this Rubal, so watch this. Let's say I'm in Mikdash, and I come coming, and after I'm warned, look again, get as quickly as you can. Delay, not long to incur carbonic liability, but the question is, long enough eventually incur malchus. Right? Because remember, if you remain in the base of Mikdash, one is in violation of a law. So now I got Hasra. Interestingly enough, I remained in the Mikdash even after the Hasra, after the violation, but not Kidei Shihiyah. So let's say, for example, so just give an example. Let's say Kidei Shihiyah is 20 seconds. Bargain 20 seconds. Right? So the Maisa, so let's say, by the way, it's interesting. Just a moment that this is such a short amount of time to help. It's fascinating how advanced in life sensitizes you to different realities. So you think about this, like how could somebody in such a short amount of time they're not been going through, right? When the sirens go off, right? How first of all, a special welcome to our member of Daniel Pablo from Maine, who's joining us, one of our founders, be friendly, right? Right? So how long do you have for the sirens? You have for the sirens once it's on the clock. 2 minutes. You think about this, like we're living in times where people have this time to traverse a distance, or that's just interesting. Like different events sensitize us to realities. And we're talking about a situation that we haven't had for 2,000 years. Something happened. I gotta get somewhere quickly. And amazing how we have this same. You saw obviously in a very different context. But Lamaisa, you might ask like this. So let's say now, Halamaisa, So I became tummy inside the base of Mikdash. So that's no carbonic liability. But the Shaila is there a Malchus liability? Fascinating, right? Because the violation of a law is a Mikdash ultimate means of Tumah. So the Mesa again, so the Mesa is the Malchus or not? So the Gemara says, why Rabbi? Sark Shia Malchus and Sark Shia Malchus. Do we say that the same way that a car requires Shia lingering, so too Malchus requires lingering? Or no, maybe lingering is a din ultimately again in carbon, but not a din in Malchus. The carbon Shia the carbon Shia, the Malchus Shia. Maybe lingering is only within the carbon, but not by Malchus. Top of the exam. Oh, Dilma, Bifnim Shia, lotion of the carbon, the lotion of the Malchus. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. In other words, if you're becoming Tamei, there's a difference of Shia for all halachos regarding to the whether it's the carbon or Malchus. Most say what's the halacha? Gemara says, Teku. We don't know Tishbi Taris Kushos Bios. Good kasha, no answer. And as we always say, what do we do right after a Teku? What do we do after a Teku? Move on, because Yiddish conditions us. There are many questions, some of them really questions, and some of them are overwhelming questions for which you are not going to find the answer. So you have two options, two choices. For separate, right, and just like focus and just hyper focus on it, and lose yourself in the inability to find the answer to your questions, or move on. Understand the Tukasha, the day will come, we'll get all of our answers. And just as you have to do a teku next. Okay, watch this. What happens if you suspend yourself in the air of Azara? You suspend yourself right to flying with the Azara. So says, now, this is an interesting case, what's happening over here? I become Tamei, I become inside of the base of Mikdash, but now I'm suspended. Now, by the way, both say, remember, as we've been learning long enough to know that halacha lamar will always come up with people that like, come on, that's never going to happen. You might be right, but that doesn't make a difference. Remember again, sometimes Chazal purposely bring exaggerated cases in order to bring out here, trying to figure out, if I become Tamei in Mikdash, let's say my feet are not on the ground. Feet are not on the ground. I'm hovering the air of the Mikdash. Is there liability for that? So the Gemara is, Ki Genu Shehiyah the Basishtah. The La Basishtah, we say that maybe the only time you're lingering, which could result in castration, which means you got to be on the ground. If it's a lingering, that can castration. Why not? It's suspended in the air. Maybe there's no liability. Maybe lingering, just as you're lingering in the airspace, is going to be liability. What's the answer? Okay. Leaves unanswered. I will say that I was looking at this Gemara last night. I thought it was like such a beautiful metaphor. Tummy still soaring in that. Right, so here this guy is tummy, but yet Lamais at the same time. It's not a stira, right? In any given moment in life, I'm tummy and I'm soaring. I'm tummy and I'm climbing. I'm tummy going. Most of us live in these two states simultaneously all of the time. So it's almost like we're beginning saying some news. So what's your status? Are you a growing person? Right? Are you literally a Ben Aliyah? Like, are you going up? Are you going up? Or are you tummy? You know what it says? Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes I'm like, I'm up or am I going down? But when I say, will say, you know what the ikar is? Even if you're tummy, make sure you're consistent, constantly at Ben Aliyah. Even if you're tummy, because most of you all have certain things in my life right now, they're going to remain tummy. We all have those pockets of our life need to change. But the reality is, they're not. Too often we assume that because they're right now, therefore that precludes me from being an individual. And it's not true, but still find a way to the essence of what it means to be a yid. But still grow. Incredible. Let's go back there. Nazir B'Kaver. So there's another interesting case. Nazir B'Kaver is Nazir. Look at Rashi. Nazir, very interesting. Nazir Shikma Ba'onis B'Sot Pesachvaris. Tumye Dimikna Azara. So in the Schai Yisasa, Kidon Shenichna Sakvaris B'Shida Table Midal. Upachavenu Paralas Nazivas Gag HaOhel. So let's listen to this case. Similar case we were seeing before. So a Nazir enters into a cemetery. Now, interesting, I believe that actually the case is if he enters the cemetery, let's say in a carriage, like in a closed, box, in a closed carriage, then his friend he's going through a cemetery. Now, because of his carriage, he wouldn't contract tumah. His friend hears that he's going to a cemetery, decides to surprise his friend, right? Pops open the door of the carriage, surprise! Right? So now, suddenly again, the Nazir is military. So this is similar to the case of the guy who becomes Tameh inside of the Beis Hamikdash. What's the commonality? In both cases, they entered in a state of Tara, subsequently became Tameh. So therefore, again, that's what's called Nazir B'Kever. So, boy, Shia Malka. So, this is very interesting. So, once they say, now, what's this case? So, the Nazir entered the cemetery in a closed carriage, seeing somebody propped open it. Now, he became Tameh. Here's the Shaila. Do we say that the Nazir only becomes Tameh if he lingers? That's out quickly. Perhaps there's no liability. Oh, wait, sorry. So, the Bifnim Gemir Shia, before Gemir Shia. So, do the din of Shia lingering inside of the Beis Hamikdash. But after this, there's no din of Shia, which become Tameh. But only is Gemir Shia, both Shal different below Shal. So, maybe not. Maybe lingering, ultimately, maybe lingering is the din in ones, in extenuating circumstances. It doesn't matter in the case range outside of the first thing says take once again unanswered question. Next, Bala Baruka Chai B'Tzarpat. Supposed to now up to the next part of the Mishnah. So remember again, what is Mishnah say? Same case. I'm in the Beis Hamikdash. I walk in Tahar. I become Tameh inside of the Mikdash. Now, what does the Mishnah say? I get out as quickly as I can, meaning find the nearest exit. Then I do not incur liability. If I take the long way, then ultimately I incur liability. I'm a Rabbi. So we'll say, Rabbi, I'm a Rabbi. Tzara Sha'am, Afilu Akib Be'etz B'Sad Godo, V'Afilu B'Chol Hayom Kulo. So this is fascinating. It says, as long as you take very slowly, you're not liable. I will say, literally, like, you're walking away where you put literally one foot right in front of the other. So, like, your big toe touching your heel. Right? So you're walking one small step after the other. And even if it takes higher day to get out of the Beis Hamikdash, how slow you're walking, that's us. Ultimately, again, there's still no liability. So we'll say this is wild. What I'm essentially saying is, as long as you take the closest exit, the short way out, even if the shot takes you the longest amount of time, you are not liable. You're not liable. They will say, this is amazing about Chazal. The Derech Kitzra Shehi Aruka. Derech Kitzra, we learned it a few weeks ago. Derech Kitzra Shehi Aruka. There's a short path. Sometimes the short path can be very long. Conversely, sometimes there's a Derech Aruka Shehi Kitzra. And so get to the side. So by Rabbi says as follows. Now, by the way, just you should know, right? And so remember again, in Chazal, the Derech Kitzar Shia represents again that in life we try to take shortcuts. It looks like you have to say more often in life, when you take shortcuts from meaningful things, those shortcuts become incredibly circuitous and actually don't get me where I need to. That's called the Derech Kitzara Shia Luka, very long way. Conversely, very often in life, the Derech Haluka Shitsara. So very often in life, the path to choose more time. Get where you go. So Rabbi says over here, fascinating, if the shortcut, like the shortest way out, even if it takes you a very long time, you're not liable. So by Rabbi brings down Shios Ma'ashit Starful, to say, does let's assume for a moment again that the amount of time for lingering, which you're liable is 30 seconds. So let's say so the shaila is if you linger incrementally. Let's say I linger 5 seconds, I walk. I linger 5 seconds, I walk. I linger 5. In those increments of lingering, trying to form the shear or not. Officially, today, so Gemara says apparently not. Based on what Rabbi just said, because Rabbi said as long as you're headed out, the right exit, even if it takes you the whole day, you are not liable. To which the so obviously the lingering does not go ahead and combine. No. Some below Shaw. I was talking about an idea where halacha I'm taking the shortest exit, and even though it takes me the day, I never stop. I'm constantly moving. I'm constantly walking. I'm just walking very slowly. So if I had so again, this is the other thing with the Rabbi. Nice again. As long as you take the shortest exit, the closest exit, even if you delay, right? Even if you walk very slowly, even takes the entire day, you are not liable. Which of us say also tremendous hassle. In life, as long as you're in the right derech, I'm not looking how long it takes. As long as I put myself on the right path, self-actualization and growth, even if the result materializes so quickly, but I'm headed in the right direction, that's all the Ribono Shel Olam wants. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. So by me, Rabbi, from Rabbi, follow Baruch Bashir Tzara Mach. Oh, watch this. So let's say I become Tamei. I'm in the basement. I become Tamei. What happens? I gotta get out. Again, so what do? I scan the edge, right? It's just to the right, front, and the back, right? Illuminated line, right? So what happens? I know exactly where to go. Here's the issue. I know, so it'll take me 10 seconds to go ahead and get out the closest exit. But the truth, another exit that's further. But if I run, I can also get there in 10 seconds. So what if but I make it there in the same amount of time that it would have taken me to get out the closer exit? Is there liability? And I do that. So I end up exiting the Beis HaMikdash through the further exit, but within the same window of time that it would have taken me to get out of the closer exit. Is there liability in a case like that? That is what's fascinating. No, Shir Miri, he followed Baruch Hashem Sarapater. Oh, Baruch essentially, what the Gemara is asking is like this: is this a sheer? Is this a sheer time? And therefore, as long as I get out of touch within the sheer, who cares how you got out? So, this is a din closest exit. So again, let's say these are cases. So let's say in my case, I know that to get out the exit would have taken me 10 seconds. It turned out I made a mad dash for the longer exit. I got out in 9 seconds. So again, if it's here in time, then I'm not lying. If it's a ding, that Allah says no, gotta take the closest edge. Doesn't make a difference how fast the Gemara says. Amalei lo nitna aruka lihdachos etzlo. Says the din. It's not a shear. Interestingly, it's a din. What's the din? The din is close exit, closest exit. And I want to say, by the way, you can see this. I thought you could see this. You know why this comes up? I'm seeing that because last night. I know this is exciting me a lot. The basic English are very exciting. But you're in the basic English, just imagine you become, which is not exciting, but you become Tamei. Right? You can see this, by the way, right? The closest exit The farther exit, one's there. So I know that it's easy. By the way, think about even running, right? Even without running, I know I can get out closer exit. So like Gemara says, it's a din. Makes sense. It's a halacha. What does halacha say? Closest exit. That's the halacha. Even if technically speaking, not only can you get to the further, even you get to the further exit in less time. It's a halacha, which we don't say makes sense, because the moment you give this to a is the moment that this whole halacha. So it's halacha. Therefore, again, what? Take the closest exit. You don't, there is carbonic life. Incredible. Listen to this. Was another interesting halacha. If you have a coin who is tameh, so the halacha is he does have in the mikdash, he is chayiv b'dei shamayim. That at the hands of heaven. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. How can you ever certain again? So the right Kohen Tameh does the avodah. The Gemara says, "Hey, how are you ever going to find this case?" Now, what does this mean? Rashi is the second one. By Nathan Chasla, the aim bakaris. That was saying that generally, if you remain or you linger in the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah. Remember again, kares and sibidei shamayim are different punishments, both bad. Both bad, but different punishments. So the punishment for a Tameh Kohen doing the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash is misabidei shamayim. The punishment for lingering in the Beis Hamikdash in the state of tumah is kares. So the Gemara says, if a Kohen does avodah, he's chayiv misabidei shamayim. He automatically be chayiv kares. Why? Because if he's doing the avodah, then what is he doing? He's lingering. So how do you ever have a case where he's not chayiv kares? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If he didn't linger, how did he do the avodah? In other words, avodah takes time. And shah, and if you linger, then back kares. And he's chayiv kares. So watch this. Shira Gemiri, Mishkat Asla the honest nafshe b'kitzara v'avad avodah. So if you understand that lingering is a shear in time, then this makes sense. Why? When he becomes tameh, he realizes he's got to get out. He's got to get out quickly. So he realizes time to the closest exit 30 seconds. It's like, no problem. I got this. Right? He figures, you know what? I'm going to run. And if I run, I'll shave off 10 seconds, 20 seconds. That leaves me 10 seconds for the. Right? Incredible. So what does he do? A 30-second window. All of this is bad, right? You should not be doing this. But sometimes people, meanwhile, they just end up doing really bad things. So he figures to himself, okay, I'm going to run, shave off 10 seconds. That gives me 20 seconds, 10 seconds to do that. And he does, I don't know, he does Zrika, whatever he does, right, within 10 seconds. Then that makes sense. However, he pushed himself to the avodah. So again, he's time that it takes to get to the closest exit. He runs, shaves off 10 seconds, uses the rest of that shear, the rest of the time for avodah. On the base, one today. You have to slow down. L-E Amrit. L-E Amrit. Dafka, Gemiri, and if you stuff. But if you understand that it's not a sheer in time, right? But rather, again, it's just the din of getting out as quickly as possible. How is it going to do the avodah? Mostly like you do the shine. In other words, again, if you bring up, if you understand, is a sheer in time. And I will say, interestingly enough, what's the sheer of lingering? What's the sheer of lingering? Right? It's a shock about it's the amount of time it takes you to get to close exit, right? Which means it's subjective, right? So it depends on where I am. So it might say again, if you understand that it's a defined amount of time, active amount of time, then great. Cohen can understand 30 seconds to get to the closest exit. If I can make it in 20, that gives 10 seconds. I can use that remaining 10 seconds for avoda. Then I can have a case of a Kohen who does avoda while he's coming, never ends up leaving, and therefore again it's not chayiv kares, but will be chayiv misa b'din shamayim. But if you hold that the din of shia, the din of lingering, it's a just gotta get out the closest exit, then how can you ultimately again have this case of a Kohen who is liable? I'm Rabbi my kasha. What's the question? This is very interesting. Mishkacha is like he's going. What's the case? Say we're looking at avoda as like a longer process. The Gemara gives an answer is there is a type of avoda which is very fast. What's the avoda? Where Kohen is going out the closest exit, right? So therefore again he's going to avoid lingering. On the way out, he takes the sacrificial fork and he flips the piece of meat on his back. Right? Remember again, the meat's burning on his back. What does he do? He flips it, and that's flipping the meat on the mizbeach and causing it to burn. Ultimately, is part of the avodah zarah. So you can imagine that's something you can do really quickly on your way. We're imagining avodah as an involved process. He flips the meat on his way out. So again, this could be a case he didn't remain in the dush long enough for lingering. Therefore, he's chayiv kares. But he will be chayiv misa b'din shamayim because he's a Kohen Tamei who did the avodah. Incredible. So Rav Huna zar shahapa b'tzinura chayiv misa. Rav Kahana says that who flips sacrificial meat with official fork ultimately is chayiv misa. So what do you see from that? That it's an avodah. That's part of the avodah. Okay. So let's analyze it because it's actually quite intriguing. So the Gemara says, "Gufa." So we just said before that if a non-Kohen flips a piece of sacrificial meat with a fork, he's chayiv misa. What's the case? What's the So we're talking about a case where, let's say, for whatever the reason, the meat wasn't burning, right? And had he not did, or by the way, I use the word flip it, but it doesn't have to be flip it. It could also just be move it. In other words, I'm just going to use flip as the expression because that's hapa. Right? If we're talking about that, had he not flipped it, the meat would not have burned. And pshita, obviously that's avodah. Obviously that's avodah, right? Because again, he's doing something ultimately again to expedite this process. Now, on the other hand, we're talking about a clot. Even had he not flipped it, right? Had he not flipped it, ultimately, I'm sorry, and if had he not flipped it, the meat would have been burned, then my carpet. Then what is he doing? So just trying to figure out. So remember again, just say, what are we trying to accomplish here? You're like, that's an excellent. I have no idea. All right, we're getting tremendous schar for learning Torah. We're trying to find a very specific case. The Gemara said, Kohen who's tamei, who does avoda in the Beis Hamikdash, is chayiv misa b'shamayim. Okay, that's a fact. The Gemara just kind of threw out at us. The problem with that is we've been operating with the principle: if you're tamei and you linger in the Beis Hamikdash, what? You're chayiv kares. So now the Gemara is trying to figure out, I don't understand. How do you ever have a case of a Kohen who's doing that avodah in the Beis Hamikdash tamei and not lingering? By definition, he needs to be lingering. He's doing that avodah. If he's lingering, what's the problem? He's chayiv kares, not misli shema. So as we're trying to figure out, how can you find a case where a Kohen is coming to doing Kodesh, but he's not lingering? He's not lingering. And I got it. The case is on the way out. He flipped a piece of sacrificial meat with his fork. Right? So that's fast, right? And you can see when he's doing that kind of like not even stopping, right? Not even stopping. You see, I guess caught him on forks, right? He's got his own carnic fork. On his way out, literally walking out, flips the piece of meat. So again, he could be doing avodah, but not lingering, and therefore he's traditional in the colors. Let's talk about moments. Right? When he flips that piece of meat, what is he doing? He consumed on the fire without his flippage. Okay, so I understand that if the piece would have been consumed without his flippage, then I don't think it works, right? Without, right? If it would have burned through without his intervention, so what is he doing? And why should he be liable? He's inconsequential. The Gemara says, so sometimes, like, how do you know what you're supposed to be focused on? How do you know? So, but I just need to look at is that no one else is doing. And if it's not get done unless you do it, that's a pretty good indication that we want you involved in that. If your efforts are duplicative, if your efforts, whatever else is going to do it, then it could very well be that Kodesh Baruch Hu needs you to put your efforts elsewhere. So it's interesting, right? The Gemara says, if the meat is going to burn anyway, so the act of flippage is inconsequential, it doesn't mean anything. And on the other hand, if his flippage caused it to burn, then the mice is inconsequential. Again, let's say sometimes we're expressing like that we're so drawn to like replicate and duplicate things that other people do. Sometimes it's good, like there's a positive here that also. But Hashemah put us each in this world to accomplish special and unique. That's what you need to have your eyes open. What are the things that need you that are not doing? Others are not paying attention. That's where the Baruch Hu perhaps wants to have all. You know, it's a little tzricha. I think it's very interesting. Little tzricha. Kilo hapat ba achli betarta shayita ma'achli bechata. Oh, interesting compromise answer. Gemara says no. Without the flippage, it would have burned 2 hours, and now with the flippage, it's 1 hour. It's one. So the mice and the act were consequential. Come on. The whole krovoda avod. And Gemara says, what do you see from here? That any expediting of service is considered service. So it's not like, so the meat would have burned this, but it would have taken 2 hours. Now, post flippage, it's only 1 hour. And Kamash, when you would have, come on, what is expediting the burning of sacrificial meat? What does it mean? No, it doesn't mean something. So let's say, what do you see from here? It's incredible. It's like losing with such incredible light meaning. What do you see from here? The power of Jesus. So in life, sometimes, you say, so what does it matter if it gets done quickly or it just gets done in a regular stage? It matters everything because how you do something really represents how you're about that initiative. If you drag your feet, it's just you want to do it. It is good. Again, that alacrity in this act shows the cheshivah. So the Gemara says, what do you see from here? That expediting temple service through your resource is called incredible. So therefore, what comes out from this? So it comes out in this first statement of Rabbi, namely that halacha is you need to take the closest exit if you become coming inside of the Beis Hamikdash. But interestingly enough, we don't care. It's fascinating. We don't care how long it takes you to get to the closest exit. As long as what? As long as you're moving. As long as you're moving, we don't care about your little taking baby steps. As long as you're moving, right? Even we don't care as long as you're moving. So say tremendous just wants us to move, even if it's baby steps. As long as I am moving in the right direction, that Bono Shalom is happy with me. That was just sort of the coin. coming inside of the and does tumah. Sorry, does avoid in the state of tumah. Ultimately, again, is going to be liable for misvidei shamayim, as long as he doesn't linger. If he lingers, then he's going to be chayiv kares. What's the case of avodah without lingering? It's the case of where he walks out, and as he walks out, he engages in that the flippage. He goes ahead and he flips the piece of sacrificial meat, and specifically a case where he causes the piece of meat to burn faster post flippage than it would have burned. And halacha l'maisa, expediting of the burning of sacrificial meat is considered to be avodah as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. Let's go back to this. Now, Rothschild. This is the great statement. But the imam milsa. So this is so sweet. Rashi says, I want to say over a halacha in the base medrash. But I'm afraid of my case. Right? What does this mean? I'm afraid I'm going to say something. Everyone is going to jump out. Incredible. Well, I'm shared, but I'm afraid I'm going to jump on me. So what do I want to say? This is great. Listen to this. Supposed to get a house with saras. What's the lacha? Have to have a home like a home that is declared saras home. So what's the lacha? Out of it, including people who enter into it, will become tar as I did. He says he was like this. What happens if he walks into the house backwards? And even if his entire body in the house, except his nose, out, well, obviously with this means overwhelming majority of body, overwhelming majority of his body is inside the home, but if his body, even if the entire part of his nose outside, tahar. Wow, he's tahar. Why was this great? Because he goes over here, the pasuk is al-habayis. So this term, Va'abal habayis kol yimei hiskiro. So hitma da'erech. If you come into a home of saras, you are tamei. Derech bia asa. So the Torah only asks if you enter what's called derech bia. What does derech bia mean? Normal mode of entry. What's the normal way of walking into a house? Normal way of walking into a house. I don't know what you call it. First, right? Face. Right? So therefore, if you walk in backwards, so again, you're not going to case. So it sounds pretty logical. What was Rabbi afraid of? My friend is going to say, well, Rabbi, if you're right, there's a piece of your body you have to store in the house. Your friend, the halacha was, you walk into the house backwards, and your entire house inside the body, with the exception of your nose. So the little piece of your body is still extending out. So he was afraid that something was going to say, if you're right, then even if your entire body is inside the home, as long as you're walking backwards, you should be tar. Rabbi said, no, that's not true. That's not true. If your entire body is in the home, everyone will agree that what? Everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa, you become tar. Why? They said, yitma kol asher babayis. Because ultimately, you're going to say, because halacha l'maisa, sorry, I'm Rabbi Kulo lo gara mikil shabayis. They said, yitma kol asher babayis. Because, for example, let's say utensils. Utensils inside the home. What's the halacha? Enter in an abnormal way that is unbecoming tongue. So we just saw this example by a home of saras. So again, and it goes backwards into a home. Part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain bar. once your whole body enters, you're no different than Kelim. So we'll say, Gadin Halalu. So we'll say, this is actually very interesting. Look at Rashi. Then we'll say, on the part of the Beis Hamikdash, chambers had rooftop. Those roofs did not have those roofs. Gagin halalu ain't open sham kachin kadash. You can't check kachin kalam there. Gagin lahekal potter. If you were tame and keep from the roof, you are potter. You are potter. Shneemar savo, as the pasuk said, over to the mikdash in the state of Tumah. Bia asra Torah. The Torah answers what the entry about. Saying what's the entry? You come through the entry to the mikdash. But if you come from one of the roofs down into the hekal, liability for that. So another ultimately of this idea that halamais in order to be liable for entry. And again, so we saw Batzaras. So again, let's say on that Batzaras case is different. In this case, someone who's tahar is entering into a place that is tamei. In the Beis Hamikdash case, someone who's tamei is entering into the Beis Hamikdash, but it's the same principle. Essentially, Rabbi is a spelling. Whenever you see the lashon of ba of entry means a normative face first and normal entry entrance. Right? But halacha, that's in the case of tzaras, you walking back first, you're not going to be liable. You won't become tamei. Beis Hamikdash, if you come from the rooftops instead of through the front door, through one of the normative gates, ultimately there will not be liability. So stop over for today. Next week is its own piece. What a way to start the week. Incredible aschala. Here's what we resolve the like we started this week. This Rizos Ba'amkos Bezavos and Eretz Hashem together this week, many weeks to come. Shkaya. Everyone's going to have a great morning.
It doesn't say why it has thinking towards the Kodesh Kodashim. But it was such a
Is Kasai picking up on Test Vav Amud Beis 15b, and we are picking up on what we have a lot to do today. We're picking up by Va'omer Mizmor the Vav Shalom. So we're picking up that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 19 lines up from the bottom. I pretty much yesterday's up. So 19 lines up from the bottom, test level base. Whatsoever again, we're speaking about the truly dramatic and beautiful and meaning process for expanding and dedicating the Azoros courtyard to the basement, as well as the city of Yerushalayim. So the Gemara is discussing the different pieces, the tefillos, the kapit, karbanos that they were saying. Talk about Yoshe B'Sisrael, and then you wanted to look yesterday. Now he discusses Mizmor David B'Varcho Ne'af Shalom B'no. That you see the son of David when he was running away from Shalom his son. It's capital 0 to 50. And what is in that capital? Mara Sarai Ad La Yishalam Chavecha Sefer. We see from the pasuk Mara Butzarai. How great is my suffering? Up until the pasuk of La Hashem Yishalam Chavecha Sefer. So why do we say this particular pasuk? Why do we say the capital? If you look at Rashi, that says over here, "Va'omer Hashem Arabu Tzarai." Dishene Emar Bo Rabbi Omer Ein Yeshua Salo Belakil. Shem Mislot Tzim Sarim De Binyamin Kishayu Bnei Yisrael Bnei Agola Bonin as Achoma. So what so amazingly enough, David in this particular capital discussed here that no one supports me. Everyone derides me. No one supports me. When they were coming back to rebuild the walls of Yerushalayim, people doing it. Jerusalem is a destroyed city. The Jewish people are down. This is actually amazing. It's in why he was doing this. If you look at Rashi says over here, apparently again, because this particular capital speaks about being saved from destructive or difficult. Ultimately again, I'm sorry. No, so first of all, we're going to say Yoshe B'Seisei. Yoshe B'Seisei is Shema Lamita. We sing this couple every single night. Chapter 9, Parkesh Malamita. So where did it come from? It comes from Yeshua ben Levi. So Yeshua ben Levi did this because to sleep, he would ask for divine protection from all the different Torah. One is not permitted oneself with words of Torah. This means is that at the end of the day, one is not supposed to use Torah or psukim as a bomb, as some type of medical treatment. So the Gemara says, "Lucky and shiny." To protect against negative things, that's different. Ve'elokema asa dikamaka. So the Gemara says, and furthermore, again, when did we say that you can't divrei Torah as a form of ritual? That's why a person suffering from a maka, a person has an ailment. Idi maka asa. So the Gemara says, is that and idi maka is some type of injury? Again, one can't use the word as some type of small form of healing. Yet again, the Gemara says that if somebody lochesh on words of Torah in order to heal a particular ailment, a traumatic state, what does that mean? Remember, we've seen this before. So the Gemara felt that medicine at time felt that saliva had certain curative power. So there are many things that they would try to heal with saliva. So if you're giving something with saliva, one can't recite speaking to a company. That because that's a lack of derech. That's lack of derech. That's lack of covet to HaKadosh to go ahead and recite the speaking of Torah with saliva, right? With saliva while spitting on the wound. That by definition is considered to be disparaging, and that's the type of healing that one cannot do with words of Torah. But Rabbi said to go ahead and Torah, to go ahead and recite the Suki, ultimately is what? As a form of protection against negative things, that's actually permitted. And Rabbi said that's why halacha l'maisa just you should know we have Kiyashon Alamita. Kiyashon Alamita, it's always interesting. It's an incredible arrangement of a variety of different things. There's of course Shema in there. There's the Ribono Shel Olam. There's the Bracha of HaMakril. There's Yoshef B'Seiser. So you ever wonder who put all of these things together? So the simple answer is that these things put together as a compilation of various things that are found in the Gemara. So placement Yoshef B'Seiser, chapter 91 of Kiyashon Alamita, comes from here, from Rabbi Yeshua. Amazing. The Gemara goes like this. Basing Mahal Tolo Sacharim. So Rabbi walks. And the basically walks, this is around the area they want to consecrate. The two Toda loaves are after them. Remember, the basin coming Toda Asli is that to say the basin walks in front of the Toda. So the Gemara says, 1 second, it sounds like that ultimately, sorry, follow after the Toda. Now, the front door is what it means to say, Basin Mahalkin, basin walks, Todos Mahalkos, basin after. So the proper order is the Toda loaves come first, and then after, ultimately again, Basin follows. Case in Mahal. So I'll say, how do we transport the Lachmi Toda? Or how are they carried? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi, Chadam Azu Kinegitzu, the Chadam Azu Achar. One says you have the two loaves right next to each other. Other says you have the two loaves, one after the other. So the Gemara says, so the one who says that the two loaves are carried one next to the other, happening is Hacht Makava. So when the Mishnah speaks about the inner loaf is a reference to the loaf that is carried to the wall. The one who says that they're carried to the other, happening is Hala Bezdin. Ultimately, the inner loaf referenced by the Mishnah is the loaf that is closer to the. So I'm sorry, it's not. It's on the surface. So what Mishnah saying? The inner loaf is consumed. The outer loaf is burnt. So there was a Mishnah and there was Zuachar. So I understand. According to it says that the loaves are carried one after the other. So Amatu Lahafi. The name is Neachalas. Mishum Da'asya Chitzona B'Kitshalam. So it's like I understand that if the loaves are carried one after the other, as soon as the inner loaf is consumed, why? because the outer loaf comes in first, it's consecrated, or I should say, and it consecrates the loaf. Elamandam is a gitsu. Tarvayu doesn't become attached. But what it says, the loaves are carried to the other. They enter in at the same time, they are created at the same time. So ultimately, again, why would one be treated differently than the other? Well, this reasoning, furthermore, it holds that the loaves are carried one after the other. Is there a concept of being consecrated? Not the other, unless it's called. Says, yet it says that ultimately he's told the loaves are treated the same way. The two loaves are reckoned as one. So why would there be different treatment for each of the loaves? I'm going to be almost like the top of Zayin of Dalif. Therefore, Rabbi Yochanan says, Navi Nacheles, Navi Yisrael. Nothing the Gemara says, rather, this was the seed of the Navi. The Navi gives us ultimately again the proper protocol. You have to take a look at the top Rashi. Hagai Zechayu Umalachi, Hayu Sham, Vakia Berach HaKodesh Asu, Ve'en Ham. This entire process of using the Lachmi Toga to transfer the newly expanded Azaros or City Yushalayim was a process that was based in the Nevi'im ultimate proper protocol, and the Nevi'im are the ones who said one loaf was consumed. There's no reason for this, but where does that mean? There's no scriptural reason for this, rather than it being ultimately handed down. It says through the says you are called so it says, listen to this. Remember, the Mishnah discussed the wholeness of the protocol for the Azaros, the courtyards of the Mikdash, or and expanding perimeter or the size of the city. We told them there's the king, there's the Kohen God, there's the Tumim, there's all of these things. Now the Mishnah said, Kol Shalonas is called. If you do not expand or consecrate the area's process, then it is not consecrated. Says the Gemara, Itmar Funami means that in order to consecrate areas, you need all of these things. So the area ultimately is not. Rav Nachman says you don't need all of these things. Rather, what do you need? One of these things. Any one of them has the ability to expand and consecrate the city of Yerushalayim or the Azaros of the Beis HaMikdash. So Funa Amar, quite interesting. This is actually quite interesting. So for these things, so the cassava, kid shalashaita, the kid shalasid. Here's the problem we have. The problem we have is we know with certainty that there was a consecration expansion, or at least we'll call it a consecration, that was done without all of these. When was there a consecration without all these things? It was like Ezra. When Ezra comes back with wave of exiles from Babel, the second Beis HaMikdash, go ahead and reconsecrate Azaros and reconsecrate the city. There was stuff that was missing. There was no Melech, right? There was no Kohen at that point in time, right? There didn't go to the tomb. There wasn't the best way with this learning about the Mishpah. So these things were missing. Watch. Ezra does reconsecrate the area. So watch this. It says Rav Huna says that you require these things. But one second, you are all of these things, right? Kasava Kedusha Rishon Kiksha Shaydish Lasa level. Ve'ez Zecher Ba'al Mudar. So let's say Sekunas of the people that Kedusha of Yerushalayim. Once it was, and Ezra didn't need to re-sanctify Yerushalayim. Why? Because the sanctification stands. So why did he do this whole? The truth is, yes, it was supposed to be symbolic. It was symbolic. He didn't need to reconsecrate Yerushalayim. He consecrated. Rather, he just did something symbolic. He did a symbolic duty, but it was not necessary. Rav Nachman, all you need is one of the items mentioned in the to expand and to calculate Yushala the Harabais. We must say Kasava Kushona, Kishala Shaka, below Kishala level, so Yushala was sanctified. But that once the Nishanika is destroyed, once called Israel is exiled, that Kedusha is lost. And therefore you need one of the items mentioned in three consecrate. Kedusha Kadusha Gatalo, Hayu. And Ezra acting along the water did a real Kedusha. He actually literally reconsecrated Yerushalayim. It's okay. Don't need all of the items listed, no matter what you need, just at least one of them. So the word goes like the Ibra of Nathman, celebration to the Nathman, Kol Shalom Nasis, the Kol Elu, so the Mishnah says, Mishnah specifically, that any ultimately again, any consecration that was not done with all of the items is not a proper consecration. First, the Gemara says, "Enough now you have to hear some." The Mishnah Tani Ba'af Bashmi Kohen. All right, that's a good answer. So the answer is change the text, and it should actually say Ba'af Bashmi any consecration that was not done with one of these items is not a proper consecration. Okay, Tashma. So let's say we have another. So we have another brayso. Abu Shalom, man. You could see in Hayubahara. There were two like swamps, one marshes, Saturdays, mountain valleys. Right, so there were two swamps, two marshes, an upper marsh and a lower marsh. So the lower marsh, we tried to expand the earth time to include this marsh. In fact, sanctified with all of the items listed in the Mishnah. Our upper marsh was not sanctified with all of these items. So it was Ella, Ba'ola, but rather again, the upper marsh was sanctified by those who came back with Ezra, and we claimed this marsh as part of Yerushalayim. Shalom b'melech, and also we have to know the Turim. So the lower marsh, which ultimately had Kedusha. So apparently the lower marsh was sanctified from your arm. With all of the listed in the Mishnah, the upper marsh, the lower marsh was simply reclaimed by the Jews who came back as second to rebuild the second marsh. So therefore the Gemara sanctified. So no, Shaisa Kedusha Segura. So we'll say the lower marsh is listed in the Mishnah. Ami ha'aretz nichnas l'sham. See, the Ami ha'aretz comes in there. Both l'sham kachim kalim, and they can be kachim kalim there. How about ma'aser sheni? They can't be ma'aser sheni. The chaleirim of l'sham, the kalim ma'aser, what's all the Gemara through over here is what everyone's permitted to eat in each of the different marsh areas. The chaleirim of l'sham kachim kalim, or ma'aser sheni, so this means kalim chachamim, eat their kachim kalim. Ma'aser sheni. The upper mark of those which did not have complete Yerushalayim, it wasn't sanctified with all of the items in Mishnah, was only sanctified with the only gola, those who came back with Ezra. So so the Anam there, the open Sham Kachim Kalim, Palo Ma'aser Sheni. The Oakland Kalim, Palo Ma'aser Sheni. So most like why he know swamp. Excuse me. Why was it one of the lowest swamps was the upper swamp was not. So you are saying why was the upper swamp not fully lush? She will see them ala Azaros, Hela the Melech, the Navi, Guru, the Tumin, this and every shall I publish the Todos, so was ultimately again, so the Mishnah says, and so why was it that was not free? Or simply, because again, to sanctify a particular area requires all of these things. You only expand the boundaries of Yusha, right? So say this is over here, this is not this is expanding the boundaries of Yerushalayim. So again, they expanded the boundaries ultimately to include the lower swamp, but not the upper swamp. Why not? Because says the Gemara, apparently they had all of the tools available to include the lower swamp at that time, but to include the upper swamp, they lacked a king, and so on and so forth. And the Kidsha, just before wasn't sanctified, so Gemara is asking is the following. What you have over here is the lower swamp was formally recognized as part of Yerushalayim through the entire process of what territorial inclusion. King, then Rabbi, whoever told us this year, that was the upper swamp was. So we'll say, why is the upper not included? Because they didn't have disposal all of these, king. So why did they even try the upper swamp as part of it all? If the mechanisms were missing, so we'll say the idea was this strategic issue. They wanted to incorporate the upper swamp into why? Because if not, always be vulnerability. Meaning the idea is upper swamp outside of it poses strategic vulnerability to the city. So from a strategic perspective, they actually included in the wall, even though it was not part of the consecrated municipality of Yerushalayim. So this is actually an interesting idea. You had parts of Yerushalayim apparently that were part of what we'll call the general municipality without being part of the spiritual municipality. The spiritual municipality decided need what? You need this entire process. And you bring God, you bring God, all these things. To be part of the general municipality, what do you need? A governmental decision to include it in the wall. So the lower swamp was included. The lower swamp was sanctified with all the different processes spelled out in the Mishnah. The upper swamp was not. Yet the upper swamp was still included all of the in the actual Yerushalayim. Why? House is strategic decision. Because if not, it would be the city Yerushalayim exposed. Okay, beautiful. So we want to say, let's say first white line for sign of a dollar. In reality, this is a machlokes tanoi. What does that mean? This I'm remember about that. Shabbat will say now the machlokes tanoi understands that's five. It's really a two-part machlokes. Part one is when the Mishnah discusses this list of items necessary to consecrate Yerushalayim. Are all of the listed necessary, or just some of the items? As we're going to see, that kind of leads into another machlokes about Yerushalayim intact, no matter what. Picture the sanctity of Yerushalayim dependent on, again, the base of the probably struggling Yerushalayim as the following tonight. Yerushalayim Rabbi Yerushalayim is actually amazing. Yerushalayim Bonchol, Osuk Kilayim Benechol, Ukalayim, what's the name of the building of the Beis Hamikdash? This is speaking about ultimately again the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash under Ezra. So we'll say what they did is they put up curtains. So as they're rebuilding the edifice itself, they put up. Now the Pashtus, what it is they put where the walls would be. So watch this. So they put up walls for the adults. They put up curtains for the actual Beis Hamikdash itself, as well as for the guards. Else, what's different? So we'll say this is amazing. The curtains for the Shabbos means what they did is they positioned the curtains in a way that the artisans building the Beis Hamikdash would be building the walls outside of the curtains. So the idea is you would have the curtain building the walls on the external part of the curtain, not on the internal part of the curtain. With respect to the Beis Hamikdash, we didn't want the artisans working on the inside of what would become the Beis Hamikdash. Rather, they built the wall outside of the curtain. The curtain was here, the wall was, I know this isn't called much, right? But the wall was outside of the curtain, so they would be building the walls that was outside of the Beis Hamikdash. However, again, but for the curtains of the courtyard, that wasn't the case. In the courtyard, again, there was the curtain, and then they would put the wall on the inside of it. So the artists ultimately again were building those walls from inside the courtyard itself. I'm rather sure. Shamati Shanakid and Afabi Shayis was this amazing. And Rishon says, I heard that today you are permitted to offer up Kabbalah. Even though what? There is no Beis Hamikdash. Oh, Kachim Kadosh, you can go ahead and eat Kachim even though there are no curtain walls for Beis Hamikdash. Kachim Kadosh, even though there is no wall for you. Why? Essentially says, I heard that today you can offer up Kabbalah. But even in the absence of why? Why? Because the Harabayis has eternal sanctity. And that sanctity is independent even of the existence of Yahweh to the Harabayis and offer up. One has the ability to. So again, remember, listen, he's bringing Kadoshim, which refers to which consumed on the Harabayis. However, my Shishim, which have to be consumed, concept of Yisrael, Shana, Kishon, Shana, Kishon, Asid level. If the Kedusha Yishalayim and the Kedusha is ongoing, the Kedusha absence of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Kedusha is even in the absence of the wall of Yerushalayim. Now, you have the Esher no teacher lost level. Now we would infer from this that Rabbi Eliezer must hold that the Kedusha is sanctified. It is only sanctified when what? The Mikdash stands on the wall of Yerushalayim. How do you know that? Maybe everyone agrees. The sanctity of the Harabayis and the sanctity of Yerushalayim, you know, they'll say again, this is not everybody agrees that the sanctity of Yerushalayim is eternal. What we're talking about over here is a specific type of sacrificial sanctity. We're trying to figure out is, can I go up to Harabayis today and offer up karbanos? That's the shayla. Political considerations aside. Can I offer up karbanos? Can I eat nice shim in Yerushalayim? So that's talking about spiritual sanctity, my sacrificial sanctity. So maybe everyone holds that the Kedusha is eternal, and you can even offer up karbanos today. Umar, and each particular time of Osai is just relaying that which he has heard. If he came up, so that's the case. That Kedusha, Rishon, Kitchen, Shai, and Kitchen, Lasa level, the Harabayis is eternal. And therefore, you can offer up karbanos on the Harabayis. As you say, curtains require even if the chest, if you're going to offer karbanos, one should try to erect partition, some type of curtains in the area of the Beis Hamikdash, just for sneeze purpose. So what is sneeze purpose? You need the karbanos should be offered in some type of modesty. Not just out in the open. Ela Hanitana. To say during the Mahmoud time, we're referencing the following. This kind of Ashurios. Lama Marakanos is. Why did the Chachamim say? Ultimately, again, count these particular cities. We'll see which cities is right. Shikashalu B'nei Agola Mordekishu. Because ultimately, this came back to Ezra. They found these particular cities and they sanctified them. The original cities that were sanctified through Yoshua lost sanctification when the Jews were exiled. The Jews were exiled. What do you see here? What do you see? It sounds like from here, the end of the day, that at the end of the day, once we go ahead, the Kedusha of the cities of Israel were lost. Which sounds like she's trying to teach the Shaita, but Shala Asid Lava, which the Martin Ramini, the He Elu go about how you the only cities. Balo Financial Ear Kochel Argo, Mamlechas on Babashan, Ella Kol Oren Yitzuro Zoa, Mela Lama Montu. So there are many cities. So why would these particular cities in the Bible? Gola Matsu Elu Kishu, because when the Jews came back from Ezra, the cities. Says Kishnu, and I said the kitchen, we just say before you don't have to sanctify them because the Kedusha of Israel remains. No. Rather again, they came back to Israel, but not only these. Ela kol shala b'yadcha masoros v'secha. Shemu kefes nos Yeshua b'non. Sos ilu nol b'spa. B'nei shekidusha rishon k'kisha l'asad lava. Was it not? I say now it's much exactly. That's not something else. But you see, as walls. It seems that was a concept is to just referring that were walled of the Yoshua and ultimately again when the Jews once again designated these as walled cities. Ultimately again these cities should be walled cities even if what? Even if they lost their walls. Why? Because we should try to keep our side of the level. I pass Yisrael that Yisrael Yossi. But listen, now the problem is we have two contradictory statements. Are Yisrael Yossi? Ibo is in one possibility is there are two different opinions apart from Yisrael Yossi said. Ibo is in a Chadam Yaibu Dabalos of Yossi. The other thing I will say is that one of the attributions is wrong. And in fact, one of them should be Dabalos of Yossi. Sanyo, Dabalos of Yossi, Omer, Asher Choma. When the pasuk says that has a wall, even if it doesn't have a wall now, it has walls. It should be a wall. So now let's unravel this a little bit. So remember again. So what the Gemara is saying is the following. Just let's work backwards. The cities that are mentioned over here, these Shishim here, these 60 cities that were mentioned, and ultimately again were mentioned again, or are mentioned again by the only Baba, Ezra. So we'll say that's referring ultimately to which cities were designated as walled cities. So obviously again, walled city has a number of halakhic ramifications. The halakhic ramifications that the Gemara is focused on here both are the laws of Batoma. Batoma means homes that are sold in walled cities have a different kind of halakha. Under normal circumstances, if you sell a piece of property in Eretz, so what happens? You have your first, depending on with a certain amount of time in which you have a buyback option. You have a buyback option. And the truth is then you have a buyback option the entire time of your own. And then if you don't exercise your buyback option, what happens? Well, that property comes back to you. The exception to that rule is your walls. If you sell property in the city, you have 1 year to buy it back. If you do not buy it back, it is sold for eternity and does not revert back by them. Why is that? The same Rothschild comments on this and says walled cities were very often there were strategic cities. You don't want a lot of changeover, right? You don't want cities have to know each other, have to know how to work together, and have to be ins and outs of the city. If you changeover, right? Then again that compromises just the security and integrity of the city, but the rest of it Israel as well. So what Gemara says, they identified the walled cities as they come back. Of course, when you think about walled cities, you think about more like in terms of Mikra and Gila, but things like that as well. So principle number one of the Gemara saying is the status of a walled city that was walled with the Torah of Yoshua Ben Nun, even if what? Even if it's city. We'll say, but we want this to highlights. And again, we're not going to reach resolution. Kedusha Rishona keeps the Shaykh of using the sanctity of, like, at the time of the Beis Hamikdash and forward for all eternity. This seems to be the subject of the Machlok, yes? I will say, the Rambam passage means that we said, Kedusha Rishona keeps the Shaykh of the future of Allah. That the sanctity we try to appear even in the absence of, and the absence of all of that, which means on a technical level. If one wanted to offer up Karbanos today, so we'll say this is why we know the story. There were some of the greatest rabbinic personalities, it's going to sound strange, that Dafka left Yerushalayim for Pesach. Would not spend Pesach in Yerushalayim. Why not? Because they felt Karbanos could technically be offered up today. There would still be the key of Karban Pesach, and therefore again, to remain in Yerushalayim without offering Karban Pesach, this is not the accepted name. But I'm just pointing out that halacha l'maaseh, if you hold like the Rambam, if you decide that something means you can rub karbanos today, even in the absence of a Beis Hamikdash. And again, there are many manifestations of that halacha. For our purposes also, we'll say, how do we do the original Shiloh? The original Shiloh was if you want to expand and consecrate our diet. So the Mishnah gave us the whole list of all the different focus of Huna and of Nachman. You need one of these things, or one of these things, the Rambam passage is like Huna, that one requires all of these things in order to expand and consecrate any area of Yerushalayim or of the Hara. So, what's the base? Base on. Smart to have someone like that. So remember again, saying in a good way. This was to a new concept from which was a person who comes coming inside the inside. See, up until now, we were always focusing on cases where a person became coming outside and then entering in. This is the case ultimately again where the person is becoming coming inside. Some of us are not. We'll say, how do you want to tell you if you become coming in the Beis Hamikdash itself? So I remember there's a pasuk after Omer Mishkan Hashem Tinei. There's one pasuk that says there's defiled Mishkan Hashem. The pasuk after Omer he has Mikdash Hashem. So we'll say one says that he is defiled the Mishkan Hashem. One says he is defiled the Mikdash Hashem. And they don't even Hashem Achodz today. So the future was like one should be that one. That if I'm coming, I can't enter into the Beis Hamikdash. So why don't you keep? So let's see one pasuk is teaching me what. One pasuk is teaching. If I'm coming, I can't enter. And one person teaches me that what? That if I become coming inside, I have to leave as quickly as possible. And if I carry, we will discuss about carrying. I am chayiv for that. Well, kindly ask you, by telling me that one of these two that's not true. Mitzvah Sichi. You need this to also let me grab the Abba Omer. So what the says. In the Emar Mishkan and Mikdash, in the Emar Mishkan, we'll say, why does the Torah two different words? Why does it say, either call it Mishkan or call it Mikdash? Why do you use two different words? Even in Emar Mishkan, well, in Emar set Mishkan and Mikdash, and you see Mishkan and Chayiv. I wanted only chayiv for entering Mishkan in a state of Tumah. Why? Because ultimately the Mishkan anointed and inaugurated with oil. And maybe its kedusha is more in Mishkan. Maybe it has less of kedusha. Maybe again one is not possible. It just said Mikdash and Mishkan. You see, over on Mikdash chayiv, I would have thought them chayiv for into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. Why? Shari kedusha, kedushas ola. For the Beis Hamikdash, it was like what we just said before. Right? The kedusha is kadosh forever. I will say, but the Mishkan, which was a temporary structure, maybe I wouldn't be chayiv ultimately entering into the state of Tumah. Therefore, the Kach Nema Mishkan, the Kach Nema Mikdash. What do you see from here? Remember, what do we just want to say? We just wanted to say that there's an extra pasuk. The pasuk says, Ki es Mishkan Hashem Tinei, Ki es Mikdash Hashem Tinei. Two people saying the same thing. You can't go into the same Mikdash. We wanted to say is this extra pasuk. This extra pasuk comes to teach me that there's a prohibition to enter into the Mikdash coming, and what? And what? And what? There is a prohibition that if I become coming inside, I must leave. You know what I'm saying? What's that? Is that an extra pasuk? I need both these people. Why? Because the phrase is the prohibition for the Mikdash and the Mishkan to tell me that what? That the laws of Tumah apply to both. Because had you not said both Mishkan and Mikdash, I would not have necessarily assumed that the halachos apply to them. First, the Gemara says, "Look at the Mikdash." Those are the translate. These are the halachos. The first one line of this is a halachos kasha. Mishkan between Mikdash and Mikdash between Mishkan. Nichtav or Mikdash or Mishkan and Mikdash. Lama. Also, the halachos as follows: why did they use two different words for the same space? Either just always use the word Mikdash or always use the word Mishkan. And I kind of learned the same thing. Rather say most I mean like that. Therefore, I will say, in fact, learn out that we're actually learning two halachos in the say. What are the two halachos? Number one, laws of Tumah apply equally where? The Mishkan as well as the Mikdash. Plus the fact that what? The prohibition ultimately to enter into the Mikdash of Tumah. And there's also prohibition to what? To remain in the Beis Hamikdash once one already covered. So we're going to have both of these halachos ultimately again from these two. Says the Gemara. So we'll say again, want to be clear. Two I learned out from these two. Number one, visions of Tuma apply equally to the Mishkan, temporary tabernacle, as well as the Beis Hamikdash, the permanent structure. That's number one. And halacha number two is that not only is one limit prohibited to enter into the Beis Hamikdash in the state of Tuma, but if one contracts inside the Beis Hamikdash, one is prohibited and one must exit as possible. Good. Those are the two. So Bishmama, Mishkan. So we'll say now let's go back. Says the Gemara, I understand the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. That's how the Mishkan is called. But the pasuk says, I will come to the Mikdash Minavan. So we know that the Mishkan is also called the Mikdash. We say Mikdash carried the Mikdash. No, that Mikdash Hahu Ba'or. What is Mikdash referred to in that context? That refers to the honor. Make for me a mikdash, and I will dwell in your midst. So this is actually interesting. It's funny that the Gemara asks, we see that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash. The Gemara says, the Asu is that maybe that's not a reference to it at all. Maybe that's actually a reference to the Beis Hamikdash. It's called the Mikdash. How do we know? Because right after the pasuk says, "Kichol ashara oscha eis hamishkan." And we'll show you when it comes to the construction Mishkan. So from here you see that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash as well. Beautiful. Once again, the Mishkan says, if a person becomes Tamis, now here's what we know. If I become inside the Mishkan, what's the halacha? We'll say, what's the halacha? And take it out as quickly as possible. And if I tarry, chayiv a carbon. The Shaila obviously is what? So the Mishnah said, I bowed down, or I carried down. So that seems to be the definition of carrying. He says, you are Amr Lo Shalom Elashi Shtachavak Klapei. When we say bowing down, that's when we bow down towards the inside earth. We bow down on both sides, facing east, facing east. We bow down facing east. I'm sorry, west. I'm sorry, thank you. But it's bowed down facing outwards. Facing outwards, Rashi says, the Mizrach, Rashi points out over here, that's not called Shachaviyah. Excuse me. So the other says the following. If I bow down, clapping in, facing inside, towards the west, then the nice and then chayiv. But if I go ahead and bow down, facing outward, facing east, then that's not called Ishtachar. That's not called bowing down. Again, we're going to define these in just a moment. And therefore, if I tarry, I will be chayiv. But if I didn't tarry, I won't be chayiv. We'll see others go ahead and some of the same. If a person went ahead and tarried the amount of time it takes to bow down. It sounds like that even Ishtachava itself, and even bowing down, only what? If I bound and tarry as a Amarava, Moshe Elashi Ishtachava Klapei Chutz. So it says that's only true if you bow and facing right Klapei Chutz. Kavat Klapei Chagav Velosha, but ultimately again, if I bow down facing inward, if I didn't carry, I'll still be. This is what it means to say. If I face it inside. Or that it takes the bow. Ultimately, again, if I go ahead and wait and it takes the bow down, with this type of bowing down, even facing out, as we'll see in service, then I'm chayiv. But I'm not actually called carrying. If I go ahead and I wait the amount of time that it's to bow, either bowing or bowing outside, then the mice again I'll be chayiv. Sounds like a bower, but a fast bower. I say, no. Fast bower, so the mice again, I'm still going to be chayiv if I bow in order to fashion. On clapping outside, there's some amount of objective time that it takes to bow. If I clap in quotes, I will be chayiv. So we'll stop over here for today. obviously, we have to try to figure out, we have to quantify these amounts. But the idea is, let me just add these. The idea is, because I'll recognize a person contracts tumor. I didn't plan for that. I can't be chayiv. Why can't I be chayiv? This was very important because I didn't do it. You give me a window. You have to give me a window to extricate myself from this circle. We're trying to figure out what's the window, what's your exit window, So if you take advantage of the exit window, you'll be put. If you don't take advantage of the exit window, you'll be tried. So we're trying to figure out, we're trying to define the window. One of our sponsors for this morning shirt, I know commentators sponsor Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the shows this year. From Sarah Stone Rabbi Israel, commentators sponsors for the ER, Abadin, Rabbi Karatkin, Kamiyar Tek Shmuel's father, Ben Yechesel HaKoin, Zichron, the Rabbi Yotam, the merit of our commentators of Hashem Slavin, the family of Chama, Hashem, return all of our shalom and the cause of our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedeh. Well, so with that, let us begin to do today. Baruch Hashem, and the kind of head of us today's daf is test 15. We're picking up Hashem on Yudalit base. It's okay, I can't change it. Yeah. We are picking up on Yudalit base 14b. We actually kind of like in the middle of the Mishnah. The easy mitzvahs I say. Shebenida shechayeven aleh. So 2, 4, 6, 8. About 10 lines down at the top. So remember again, the Mishnah was talking about this actual case that has absolutely nothing to do with the topic we are learning, but it's really just brought in. You'll see for a moment. We ended up in yesterday's daf with a discussion about halacha l'maisa mitzvahs asay shebemikdash shein chayav aleh, which means I didn't get a chance to explain this very well at the end here, that there's a kind of based in erroneous ruling. Like if you were mistakenly instructed to do something that was usher, so there's certain carbality involved in it. So we can give an example of that. And these are the Tumah. And now the Gemara says, will be an example offering that based in would give, or if they gave someone the wrong advice. The man was having relations with his wife. And she says to him, I am a Nida. So what drew immediately? Keep relations with a Nida. Why? Again, since he's still there's pleasure in the act, in the same way that there is in the act of dia itself. For halacha again, it would be liability. So actually points out what has to happen in a situation like that is it should be in the midst of relations. He essentially has to remain until no longer aroused, and at that point is able to withdraw. So because they made an erroneous ruling in this area, there would be carbonic liability. Does this have to do with our topic? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just trying to bring a case in the previous video. Again, the only commonality over here is they're both tumah. So because you spoke about a case where a guy was becoming a base hamikdash, and again, if he didn't get out immediately, there would be liability. So that brings up just a similar case of Hilchos Nida. Okay, that's the end of that. Umar says, we're actually going back to my focus that we referenced also in the beginning, which is what type of lapses of awareness create carbonic liability. So Rabbi Elazar says that halacha l'maisa, what is only chayiv if there's a lapse of awareness about the tumah. But if halacha l'maisa there's a lapse of awareness, let's say that you're in the base or that you're consuming something called yesh, that does not generate carbonic liability. So the Akiva says, by the way, what is supposed to have Rabbi Akiva Lag Ba'omer? Absolutely incredible. Rabbi Akiva Omer. Okay, that's Rabbi Akiva very often. Right. So Rabbi Akiva Omer, still, you got to take the wins. Rabbi Akiva Omer ne'elam mimenu. So the Kiva says that the Nelam whatever it was given in his time. Al Helam Ben Chaim Helam Mikdash. So ultimately, the halacha I saw one is chayiv for a lapse of awareness about their tumah, but ultimately again not chayiv lapse of awareness about the mikdash. Now we'll say when we say not chayiv, what does that mean? It means not chayiv not chayiv a carbon. Rabbi Shmuel says no. It says v'ne'elam two times. The chayiv al ha'elam tumah mikdash to teach us liability whether your lapse of awareness was about tumah or whether your lapse of awareness was about awareness. Again, Rabbi Shmuel's opinion has been the one that we've really been operating with throughout this Masechta, namely, so whether I remember that I was tamei, or actually specifically, I forgot that I was tamei, that I remember the mikdash or I'm eating kachim, or I remember that I was tamei, but I forgot mikdash or eating kodesh. Those cases ultimately will generate ability. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, I'm not popular by it. So Rabbi says that Gemara introduced the cases of tumah. Is that never there are two cases that are Gemara says no. There's really 6 cases in total. Get that from. So you deal satuma tchila the. So remember again, there's two cases. Ultimately, again, where there's awareness in the beginning and the end, and a lapse in the middle of the self. 2 cases where there's a recognition of the mikdash, beginning and end, and lapse, and you deal with mikdash of the self. And 2 cases of reckoning them in the base of mikdash, beginning and end, and lapse in the middle. So all 6 cases. Right, so what's that make using that logic? Good. Really, there's 8 cases. How are there 8 cases? The ha'ika tumah kodesh, the tumah dish, chiva v'sof. Again, because there's the case. So what's the halakasha? Shin tumah. That's not a question because that's just considered one general case of tumah. But still, there are 6 cases, not 4, if you say 4. And Rabbi the olam have it. Rabbi in reality, when you extrapolate to the there are already 8 cases. This is, but here's the difference. Our boys kamaisa to the maisi leili dekon. So we'll say, whereas there might be variations of the case, not all cases lead me to carbonic liability cases that you go ahead and lead to carbonic liability are not mentioned. However, the mice would be carbonic kachashim. The 4 latter cases, they are counted. We'll say, now one of the 4 cases, one of the 4 latter cases, Rashi points out over here, that's the deals with self. Those are cases where there's an awareness after. So it's really you between self, where ultimately again after the lapse there is subsequent about what it is that those are the cases that go ahead and generate 4 cases where there is no yid of the self. There's no such recognition about what happened. There's no carbonic liability. Because the ultimate version of this, I'm gonna pop up. You have your reality variations. So much the boy I saw the last of the Torah. So ultimately, again, the first 4, which really don't apply throughout the rest of the Torah. Now, what are the first 4 that don't apply to the rest of the Torah? So Rashi points out over here. Rashi says, "Yedios shebetchila cases where there is initial awareness." Now, what does it mean that cases of initial awareness don't apply to the rest of it? So, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi says, "Less than b'chol Torah, sha'ol chel chelev b'shogeg, afilu lo nodolo al chativ amshich chelev, u'char achiva nodolo chayiv." Here's what's interesting. In the world of liability, it doesn't really matter if you have awareness on the front end. What matters? Awareness on the back end, right? In other words, if you give the example, let's say there's a piece of chaylev is forbidden fat. The piece of chaylev is sitting on my table. Okay, I have no idea it's chaylev. I thought it was just a hamburger, like kosher hamburger. So I go ahead and I pick it up, I eat it. And then afterwards, I find out, oh my gosh, that was chaylev. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv for eating chaylev. The only time in halacha where you require initial cognition or initial awareness is in these cases of, right, where you need the tchila and the idea of the soul. Initial awareness, then again, we'll call it end awareness, lapse of awareness in the middle. The other halachic area of life. All you need is lateral awareness that you did something wrong and you're liable. So just an interesting distinction. So therefore the Gemara says, the Mishnah is going out of its way to highlight the cases of those are the cases of Idiyah B'Tchila. Idiyah B'Tchila is but the subsequent four cases, and now in the latter four cases, those are cases of Idiyah B'Sof. They will say Idiyah B'Sof, right, subsequent awareness. That's true for what? Or for something, if what? If I don't know that I did it. So that's not a chiddush. And the Gemara does not bring up those particular cases. Okay, beautiful. So up until now, we've been mentioning two different kinds of cases where a person knew, right, and then again had a lapse of awareness to work, or knew that he was tamei, but a lapse of awareness that he was in the Beis Hamikdash, or a lapse of awareness that he was consuming something. What about the following issue? What happens if a person just forgot the halachos of Tumah? I forgot the halachos of Tumah. Right? So in other words, I knew that I was tamei, right? I knew that I was tamei, or I knew that I was in the halachos, the pertinent halachos. So what is that? The Gemara says, what kind of case is that? So the Gemara says, hey, what do you mean if you got the sheretz I will say first white line about it. So if we're saying that, like, he forgot the halachos of Torah, in other words, that let's say we're talking about a case where a person came in contact with sheretz, and so what are you telling me that he forgot if he touched a frog, which is not a sheretz, or another animal, which is a sheretz? Is that what we're talking about here? Zil kari beiratu. If that's the case, you should have paid attention in yeshiva. So we had this before. If you look at Rashi says right across. So remember again, we've seen this before that halacha l'maisa, common knowledge, right? Common knowledge is supposed to be common knowledge. A person is responsible to have maintained, and therefore forgetting that is not called a lapse of awareness. Good. So the old law, back to the Gemara. The old law, the Yotam Sheretz. No, he knew about Tumas Sheretz. So what did he forget? What happened? He touched a worth of sheretz. Doesn't he know? And what doesn't he know? What happens if halacha you touch a lentil's worth of sheretz? Make you tamei or not? So in other words, we'll say here his suffix is he wasn't sure. It's not he isn't in tumah, but it's in the shear of tumah. So the Gemara says. So what do we do in a case like this? So do we say all knows that a sheretz is metame? Not considered to be a lapse of awareness. Or do we say no, since although he knows that a sheretz is metame, but he doesn't know if the amount of sheretz is metame, then ultimately again that is considered to be a lapse of awareness. To which the Gemara says, take we're not sure. We kind of have to leave it. We have to leave it. Okay. So by Rabbi Yamir, so Rabbi Yamir is the kasha. Both of these using it. Listen to this. A Ben who went out to Israel. What about Yamir Sashem? Ben Mimenu Makom Mikdash. Wow. So Ben Baba goes to Israel and he knows that there's a Beis Hamikdash, but he does not know where Mikdash is. Well, so hear this case. Ben Baba to Eretz Yisrael, and he knows that there's a Beis Hamikdash. So Mahu. So let's say, obviously, what ends up happening in this? He wanders into Dash in a state of Tumah, but he's not. I know there's a Dash. I just not sure if this structure is case. It's Mahu. Alibit Mahu. So Alibit Rabbi Akiva. If we're asking according to Rabbi Akiva, did by Yediyah B'Rav, then ultimately. Again, because Rabbi Akiva says that you require Yediyah B'Tchila, you require this. remember, Rabbi Akiva, Holaman saw, you're not high for some awareness about the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so therefore, that this case, Shmuel the Mechayiv al Hela Mikdash. Every time you on Hela Mikdash, Ha'lo Ba'yidiyah B'Tchiva. To be Shmuel, you don't need to show this. Whereas Lo Tzvi Chalu the Rabbi, it's considered Kash considered Rabbi. The Ba'yidiyah or Mechayiv al Hela Mikdash. So this is all in accordance with Rabbi. Rabbi holds you require initial awareness, and Rabbi holds that you are Chayiv ultimately. For Hela Mikdash. So what's the Shaila? V'Amar Yedias Beis Rabo Shma Yedia Not. Even the Yada the Ika Beis Hashemos. I see here's the Shaila. The Shaila is this guy knows that there is a Beis Hamikdash. He knows it. Where does he know it from? Pay attention in Yeshiva. He knows that there's a Beis Hamikdash. He doesn't know if this structure Beis Hamikdash or not. So even the Gemara says, "No, it's halacha." Even the Ika Mikdash b'Olam, Yidiyah. So on one hand, you would say, "Look, since he knows that there is a Beis Hamikdash in the world, this is called awareness." O Dilma, Kevan den Komo Lo Yadale Halamoni. Or maybe since he doesn't know the exact location of this is considered to be he does not have complete awareness. So what's Talach Halosai? Teku. A really profound case. Incredible. So you see what the Gemara is struggling over here is that what constitutes a lack of awareness. So I see, interestingly enough, in case number one, perhaps the awareness or lack of understanding the sheer of Tumah. Does that create a lapse of awareness? I know there's a Beis Hamikdash, but I don't know exactly where it is. Does that create a lapse of awareness? Take. Okay, now we come to now this is a really beautiful sugya ahead of us right now. So remember, the topic that we're going to be dealing with is the following. So the Mishnah's the idea that if you add all of this is about Tumah. One of the cases of Tumas Mikdash, which means I know that I'm tamei, but I add, or could we actually disagree one of two cases, right? I know that I'm tamei, but I forgot that I'm entering into Mikdash. Well, let's go to a more classic case. I know that this is the Beis Hamikdash, but I was tamei. So let's just take a classic case. I knew that I was tamei, I forgot that I was tamei. During the awareness, I enter into the Mikdash. I subsequently come out of the Beis Hamikdash, and I remember that I was tamei. Okay, we call Yediyah B'Tchila, Yediyah. I knew in the beginning, and there was a lapse of awareness in the halacha in that case. What's the halacha? Karban Ola V'Yoleh. That's the paradigmatic to say. The Mishnah said there's only liability in that case if I entered into an actual part of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, there are two ways to become the Beis Hamikdash, which is either you're part of the initially built structure and area, or you can add on. They can add on. How do you add on? So the Mishnah went ahead and described the detail. Now, remember, the Mishnah described the process. Now, the Mishnah's process was not very good, right? The Mishnah just told us kind of who's participating in this, right? So you can add on to the area of the Beis Hamikdash, much in the same way that you on to the area of Yerushalayim, right? Who needs to be about two of the players, so to speak? The Melech, the king, the Navi. Right? Or the Tumim potentially means the Kohen Gadol. Of 71, two carbon todos, shear, song, and based it. So now we're going to get into this a little bit. It says the Gemara. And by the way, that's why if you enter into an area of Mikdash, which was added onto the Mikdash, without using this process, then what? There's no liability. Why is there no liability for entering into that within the state of Tumah? Because it doesn't have the Kedusha of the space with Kedusha. Says the Gemara, here we go. Where do we know this from? I will say, what does it mean? What is asking is like this: how do you know that in order to go ahead and add on to the area of the mikdash, you need this process? You need this whole process. Maybe it's just a declaration. This is now officially part of the base of mikdash. How do you know that you need this whole process as outlined by the Mishnah? It was very beautiful. I want to sing about the Makra. Kichol asher ani mar'eh oscha east tavnis hamishkan ve'east tavnis kol. As the pasuk says, this is by the Mishkan. Every time shown east tavnis hamishkan, in the plan of the structure of the Mishkan and the structure for all of the utensils, the and this is what you shall do for generations. Now, Mosai. So what does that mean? So the process that was used for the consecration of the Mishkan is the same process that must be used in order to consecrate and to expand the Beis HaMikdash. Who's involved in the consecration of the Mishkan? Take a look at the top Rashi and Kesval and Sasu. Remember who was in the consecration of the Mishkan? Moshe Rabbeinu. What was Moshe? Moshe king and the Navi. Right? The Echad Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol. The Shim Zikanim. So creation and dedication of the Mishkan you have in the prophet, the high and the Sanhedrin. So and the Pasuk says, this is what you shall do for generations. The same way all of these individuals were necessary for the consecration of the Mishkan, the consecration and expansion of the Mikdash as well. Incredible. Massive Rabbi raised the Kasha. All of the utensils for the Mishkan, ultimately, again, their anointment went ahead and sanctified them. So Mikdash, some had to consecrate. This was for Mishkan. So Rabbi says like this: when Moshe Rabbeinu anointed Aaron with oil, Shemen HaMishpah, that ultimately went ahead and designated them for service. But that was only by the Mishkan. So Mikdash later on, Avodah that went ahead and that designated them for service. Was it? It was service. It was the actual use of it, which was designated for a holy purpose. So which is really, really fascinating if you think about this distinction. In the Mishkan, Moshe Rabbeinu wanted utensils for sacred Mishkan service, anointment being worked. So in the anointing didn't work. What worked? Why don't we make the same drasha? Right? The pasuk said, why don't you say that whatever was done in Mishkan, process which we utilize ultimately against for future generations. That's what we just said. Right? The same way that the consecration of the Beis HaMikdash, or the consecration of the Mishkan, say whatever was done in the Mishkan, follow the same process in the future. And therefore, the same way that the utensils of the Mishkan were consecrated through anointing, so it should also be consecrated through anointing. Shani Hasan Damakra, like Shechem, like Kaddish also. Instead, it says that they anointed them and they sanctified them. Also, the Mashiach, it was only those ultimately again that were consecrated through anointing. Future generations, it was not done that way. Ima also the Mashiach, Legoros, all the Mashiach, all Babel. This one was it. Follow. Utensils only for through anointing, but for future generations, it's either through anointing or through service. It's a lot in the shares because the pasuk says for the future, which means that for the future, i.e. the Beis HaMikdash, utensils are consecrated through service and not through Mashiach. Hashta because of Rahman Sharsu, Also, normally, if that's the case, if the pasuk is already saying that they need to be used in order to be congregated, why do you need the word osam them? And I'll tell you why. Ilo kasabachsam, had the pasuk that said osam, ava amina hanihu b'shicha, I would have thought like this. It was in the Mishkan where the way you put these into service is through anointing. Doros, for future generations, the Mashiach ba'avoda, perhaps both anointing and usage. The kasav v'chein sasu, because the pasuk say this is what you shall do. From miyet rachmana osam. Therefore, the Torah uses an exclusionary phrase as osam. Some of Mashiach, but not most of Mashiach. It's only used on the Mishkan, which are commissioned through anointing. But generations, it's not anointed. What is it? It's use. So also before we go on, we learned a tremendous concept, and this is how that I'm passing it according to law. That there is a fundamental designation process for utensils for the Mishkan, then for utensils for the Beis Hamikdash. Now, what's fascinating about this is, even though there are many things about the Mikdash that we learn out from Mishkan, apparently in this, so again, remember how we got here. How we got here was, how do we name and consecrating, or say for consecrating the expanded area of the Beis Hamikdash? How do we know it? We learn it from the Mishkan. It seems that the Mishkan was consecrated with the king and the prophet, which again, in the midbar, that was Moshe Rabbeinu, and Aaron, who wore the order of the Torah, Sanhedrin. And the same way that for the Mishkan, that's also to expand, if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. But in this particular area of the utensils, there's a fundamental Mishkan, utensil into service through a king. In the Beis Hamikdash, into service through usage, through service. And we'll say, just if you think about it, by the why the distinction? So we'll say the distinction really becomes in one distinction, which is the role of the tzaddik, the power that a tzaddik has on those around him. And this is a profound yesod also to learn. Where again, the whole really on the power of tzaddikim. Rabbi Shalom Bar Yochai said, "Yachol ani liftar kala olam kulo." I could exempt the entire world from liability. Rabbi Akiva, what does it mean? In the Midbar, so there was Moshe Rabbi. When you have a tzaddik in your midst, and you have a shaykhs, and you have a relationship with the tzaddik, that relationship endows the recipient of the relationship, so to speak, with incredible contribution. Just being connected to the holy people, by definition, elevates you. So if you're with Moshe, all the utensils need is what? A little bit of Mashiach, and they're good to go. They just need a little bit of anointment. I don't know if anointment is a word, but okay, anointment. Like all they need is a little bit of anointment, and they're ready to go. Because that's the power of the tzaddik. When you have a connection with the tzaddik, to you, in the Beis Hamikdash, as great as it was, there was no Moshe. So what do you do when there is no Moshe? What do you need in order to create? With the tzaddik, sometimes people just sometimes connect. That's why in Chassidus, there's such an emphasis all the time at being together with nothing. Just attach yourself to someone who is great, even if I'm not doing anything. Rub is off on me. There's a Moshe Rabbeinu. There's an entire atmosphere of Kedusha. And all you needed is a little bit of anointing oil, and those utensils are ready to go. In the Beis Hamikdash, be as the Mikdash is. If I don't have a Moshe, I can still create the Kedusha, but it requires a lot more effort. So me again, dynamic activity. What's the good news? The good news is, as Jews, no matter what we need to do, we can always create the Kedusha. That's the takeaway. No matter what. Like right, Rabbi Akiva, Ashreichem Yisrael, with Rabbi Akiva, never worry. Why should Yisrael never worry? Because we can always find Kedusha, always find power. Klal Yisrael never despair. Everything is going to be good. You get that Kedusha, depends on where you are. If you're with Moshe, then I should, because sometimes all you need to do is just attach yourself to Moshe Rabbeinu and you are good to go. Just a little bit of extra effort will then bring about that Kedusha. If there's no, okay, don't worry. But just know it's going to take a little bit more dynamic activity to create that kedusha. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So where it says, now we're going through this process. Right, I'm going ahead and expanding the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. So now bring 2 carbon toldas. Remember again, a carbon tolda is a Thanksgiving offering. One of the carbon. Number one, very big. Buys the 40 loaves. Now, by definition, it's very big. Why? Because the wanted you to have to share it with others. One person could fish up a powder by themselves, right? No, you can't. There's not enough time for that. So what do you have to do by definition? If you're making you gotta make a sudas hodah. You have to invite your chevra, because again, it's only and that's the whole point. Because remember, again, when you bring your carbon hodah, usually when you've been saved from some type of dramatic life event, that's when you bring your carbon hodah. So you gotta share the difference. Remember, it says part of the creation process. The newly extended precincts of English is you bring 2. So Tana, Shaitan, the Lachman of Lobib Saran. By the way, when we speak about this idea, so like it seems almost like the process is, the Mishnah doesn't say explicitly. What it sounds like is you're taking the loaves, or so you're taking the carbon todah, and you're walking like the perimeter of this area that you would expect for the Beis Hamikdash. So now the Gemara said, by the way, what are you walking around with? You're walking around with the loaves, but not the meat. You're not taking the meat of the carbon todah, you're taking the loaves of the carbon todah. So the pasuk says, "Va'amida shtei todos gedolos v'talmi al lechoma," because the pasuk says over here, quoting from Nehemiah. So amazingly enough, this is actually taken out of how they recount the area for the Sekash that they wanted to recount and expand. So the pasuk explicitly says they did. I took the 2 large todos. What does it mean with 2 large todos? What does that mean? Either you go from a large type of animal, the Gemara says, name of it, and just say pardon. Like, then just say, you brought Ella Gidolos B'Mindi. But rather, again, so the Gemara says, but what is that? So it says, I don't understand. You think number is important to us? Such beautiful it says, a pleasing aroma. It says a pleasing aroma by a spur offering, which is much smaller. And even by a mincha, which is offering. Someone say, if you notice, by the way, it uses the same lach nichoach by all types of clothes. One of the most beautiful lessons in Yiddish. Whether you not or you do a little shana. Say, at the end of the day, Baruch is not looking at the size of the volume of your carbon. What is he looking at? He's looking at your heart. So again, I'm both saying, now just understand. Right? What this does is, you know what? The Baruch is not really worried if I'm really showing up to Shachas Mincha night, right? All that matters is a really good Shachas. No, that's not what it means, right? Obviously, I have 615 mitzvahs, right? And I'm obligated to go out and do all of them the best of my ability. But what I mean is that in life, sometimes because of our circumstances, from doing certain things, here specifically in the realm of karbanos, if I don't have money, I am precluded from bringing certain types of karbanos. You might have thought that because of less means, mitzvahs at your disposal, you are less than. Baruch Hu works. The Rebbe looks at the size of the carbon, and rather he looks at the also. Chazal also phrases and say, "Rachmana li'oi." Moshe wants my heart more than he wants a carbon. He wants a heart. There was the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. Yes, we have to be mad and be as careful with ourselves as we can be. But in those circumstances, when we want to do them, just know that the who looks for more than anything is Ratzon Ella. So what does it mean? So the Shaila is right. Nehemiah is saying they put large todos. So again, what does it mean? Is they brought the larger part referring to mind you. Everyone said carbon told to have interesting pieces. There's 40 loaves. as we're going to see in this, it is the only carbon. Generally, there's no chametz in carbons. It is the only chametz. So what did they bring for the? They used the chametz loaves of the carbon toast. Now, hatoda haisin chamish sin Yerushalmios. So again, the Toda came from five Jerusalem sins, change shesh medalios, which are the equivalent of six desert sin. Change days to evos. These just measurements. Va'ifa shlalosh is esri isaron. So the Gemara is asara l'chametz. Listen to this. There were 10 isonos that were used for chametz loaves. Asara b'mat l'matzah. Again, 10 isron for matzah. Interestingly enough, so exactly half of the flour was used for chametz, and half of the flour was matzah loaves. But here's what's interesting. For the matzah loaves, they made 3 different batches of matzah. What were they? Chalos and uravucha. So I'm going to say, now why is this good for them? I told them, this is good. Told information. How many loaves? 40. Interestingly enough, 30 of them were matzah. 10 of them were chametz. But volume-wise, right, it was the same amount. It was the same 10 esron of flour for chametz. It was ultimately again for matzah. Just the difference is that matzah was baked into 3 types of rucha, whereas chametz just made into 10 loaves. So now, I'll tell you just before we go on. So what did they brought the large of the Toda. So these chametz loaves were right. Total amount of flour used is the same for both. They both get 10 esron. Of chametz were larger than the actual loaves of matzah, and go ahead, loaves that they used to contribute the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. So Moses now fast. So remember, we're doing slowly but surely. We're kind of putting meat on the bones in terms of what the process was. So now I know what does it mean when I'm using my 2 todos. I'm using the larger loaves of the todos. So now Rabbi Rachama says that when we talk about using todos, that's for expand territorial area of Yerushalayim, the municipality. But if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, Rabbi said, remember, what's left over mincha? So often you're calling mincha. How much mincha goes in the day? How much? Just the it goes to the Kohanim. That's called Shiyar Mincha. So Rabbi Kama says when you enter the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you have to use Shiyar Mincha. My time, but what's the reason for that? Yerushalayim. This is interesting because the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash is similar to the expansion of Yerushalayim. How so? My Yerushalayim davar ne'achal mikatcha. So just like if you want to expand Yerushalayim, you use something that's eaten within the confines of Yerushalayim. Wasn't something eaten within the walls of Yerushalayim? What? A carbon toda. So just like that for expansion of the city. Azara, the Azara, the courtyards, you use something eaten in the courtyards, i.e. the leftover part. I also told about the toda in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. So what use the loaves of the toda? Yerushalayim. So is like this. Just like to expand the area of Yerushalayim, you're going to use something that must be eaten in Yerushalayim. And if you eat it outside of Yerushalayim, you invalidate it, namely Lachmei Toda, like the Toda loaves. Azara, so to expand, ultimately I use something that only itself, even outside will become invalid. That's ultimately again the leftover mincha. Imalalan chametz, afkan chametz. Oh, okay. So it's not this by the way is fascinating, right? This is really fascinating because now, essentially, I know it's like this. I'm going to use a carbon toda, ultimately again, or I should say, the loaves of toda as part of the process to expand the municipality of Yerushalayim. Why toda? Because I have to use something that can only be eaten in Yerushalayim can't be eaten outside of Yerushalayim. So too, to extend the Beis Hamikdash, I'm going to use something that can only be eaten in the Mikdash itself, but not outside. What are we going to use? Shiari Mincha. The leftover Mincha. Also, before we go on, I want to point out, we've done a Gemara today. I just want to everyone, right? I just want to point out one block, but again, but a block. Good, small ones. So when I say that's the case, Imala Alan Chametz, Akon Chametz. So we'll say that's the case. So okay, if you compare then the process for sending the Beis Hamikdash to Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim, we just said before, what are you using? You're just using any total loaves. What total loaves are you using? What are you using? The chametz ones. So too, to expand the Beis Hamikdash, you should have to use something that is chametz as well. Someone says, okay, the tizbara minchas chametz ni'ika. There is no mincha that is chametz. Also, as you said before, karbanos are chametz. The only exception to the chametz rule is a carbon toda. So we're going to find the mincha that's chametz on the days. The came out the machmetz rule. Or maybe you say this, maybe toda mincha allow it to become chametz, and then use that to go ahead and consecrate to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. But so you can't do that. We'll say Kesel is 15b second line down. That's it. We'll say after chametz shall come. You're not allowed to make the mincha chametz. So that's not going to work. Chametz lakish. Afilu shall come. We'll say after chametz. Lakish says, we'll remember again. You might have thought the mitzvah is ordered and the Kohen gets the leftovers of the mincha. Maybe the Kohen should be allowed to do with the mincha he wants. No, you can't. Halacha l'maisa, you could only go ahead and eat a mincha, but you can't allow it to become chametz. So the Gemara says, "Alama lo what efshar." So it says, just what we're trying to do over here. We're trying to figure out, is there some way to utilize chametz to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash? So we use this the consecration process for Beis Hamikdash expand. So it's Alama lo. Listen to this. Efshar the mekadesh b'shtei lechem b'atzeres. Listen to this. There is another carbon that is chametz, which is what b'shtei lechem shvuos. Which know also, and it's going to bring down that as much as all the sphira is a preparation for shvuos, in earnest begin on Lag Bomer. So incredible again. Shtei lechem. This kind of shvuos reference on Lag Bomer. Incredible. So actually, Gemara said, what about shtei lechem? That is chametz. And show the mekadesh b'atzeres. You shouldn't do it. Otherwise, you can't do it. Why not? Let's say now. Watch this. So let's say now again. Here's what we're doing, right? We're going to use the chametz loaves of toda to go ahead and expand the area of Yerushalayim. So now we're saying also we're going to use a cup of mincha to go ahead and expand the area of the basis. But it doesn't have to be the mincha. It just has to be anything that needs to be eaten within the Beis Hamikdash. But I would try to think chametz, something chametz. This way again, the processes could align. So the Gemara says, I'll tell you what, let's use the shtei lechem, which is the Kabbanic offering for shvuos, which was chametz. Use that. The Gemara says it's not going to work. I'll tell you why. What should we do? Nivnei me'esmo and the kachim me'esmo. Simply say, let's build the base, right? Let's say Nivnei, which is let's expand the Beis Hamikdash on erev shvuos, on erev Yom Tov. Therefore, consecrate loaves of the shtei lechem erev shvuos. So that's not going to work. Why? Shtei lechem b'shchitas kvasim b'kachi. Because remember again, when do the two loaves become consecrated? Only when what? Only when you shechted the carbon. When is it shechted? When is it shechted? On Yom Tov itself. And if you shecht it earlier than Yom Tov, ultimately again the carbon is invalid. So the Gemara says, "Nivnei me'esmo v'nekachia edna." So maybe build on erev Yom Tov and consecrate it now on But in a kiddush, b'shas habenus. That's not going to work. Why? Because you need whatever the words. I need the consecration of the expanded area to take place at the time that the area is actively being expanded. In other words, you can't build now and consecrate later. You have to consecrate at the actual time of it. Okay. So let's expand the Beis Hamikdash on Yom Tov itself. Expand it on Yom Tov, and then you'll have the actual load of the Shtei Alachan to consecrate the area. Because as important as expanding and building the Beis Hamikdash is, it's not Doche Yom Tov. Set aside the halachas of Yom Tov. So okay, fine. Leave over. So offer up the Shtei Alachan on Shavuos, and then leave over the loaves. Shavuos, go ahead and build out the Beis Hamikdash and use the loaves for that. So it says if similarly believe it. It's not going to work. Why? And the loaves themselves will become disqualified through being left over. Okay? So expand the area of Beis Hamikdash Yom Tov, but don't finish it. Leave over it, right? And then on Yom Tov, before loaves become puzzled through Lina, go ahead and use the loaves to consecrate the moving area to which the doesn't work in the Beis Hamikdash Balayla. The Beis Hamikdash at night. Fascinating. We must the Amr Shem known in Beis Hamikdash Balayla. From where do we know that we don't build the Beis Hamikdash at night? Shneimar will be Yom Hakinas HaMishkan. As it says on the day that they are at Mishkan, the Yom Makivo, Balayla in Makivo. By day, you could put up one. At night, you can't put up the Mishkan. Therefore, there is no ultimately again to use anything chametz ultimately for the or for the dedication of the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, we left over here. So we now understand that there's two distinct processes. We had in expanding the area of Yisrael Nir HaKodesh, and for expanding the area of the Beis Hamikdash. What do you use for these? Many pieces, but requires the use of karbanos, right? Sacrificial items. One sacrificial item that can only be in that particular area, not outside. So in Yerushalayim, we use total loaves. Total loaves. Why? Because total loaves can only be used in Yerushalayim itself, not outside the walls. And if you move it outside the walls, it's which total loaves do you use for the consecrated expansion of chametz? How many comes out of the 40? 10. What are they referred to as the large loaves? Even though it's the same volume of flour for the chametz and the non-chametz. Okay, again, the non-chametz ones are made into 30 loaves of 3 types. Chametz type of 10 loaves. What are you going to use for the in the Beis Hamikdash itself? You're going to use shiarei mincha. Shiarei mincha. Left over mincha of the kohanim is the carbonic item that is used for the ritualistic expansion of Beis Hamikdash. Why not use chametz as well? Simple answer is you can't find something that is chametz to use in that site. Shkoyach, tremendous, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Some gotta talk. Everything in there. I will say, tremendous week. Schus with all of you. A good Shabbos. All right, a good Shabbos, everyone. I think it's just I tell it to Shabbos. Shabbos as well. Everyone next week. Good morning. Let us correspond to Chilson Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. All of the shiurim and drushos this year as a zuchus for Besoramos for Am Yisrael. The Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar, Barvin, Torah Shmuel, Rabbi Karabin, and creation of the Yard Symbol's father, Rabbi Luka Ben Yisrael, Kohen Zechor, Rabbi Yochel, and the merit of our Torah, all of the all of those who need a full Shavin to the call for the Yisrael, Hashem, Homer hostages. I'm sure the cause of our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Amas. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Great daf ahead of us. Today is Yud Dalet 14. Picking up in Meretz Hashem on Yud Gimel on the days. Sorry. Okay. We're picking up in Yud base, and we left off actually which is 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Like that. I'm just saying that life has a plan. It's just a little speed bump, that's a little ingredient in your recipe, right? And then in life, it was a great Christmas Eve. Tuesday and Wednesday got real. Like, what the fuck? My wife's back was hurt. I was in the park with the baby, to be honest, you're right, fucking blast. But, after that, it was like, what do? You wait till 10:45 to go to the store. You're like fucking tired. I wish it that. Come on, babe, let's shoot something. Life slows down, man. For me, fuck. I didn't get no yet, good dog. Man, you don't need it. Like, you don't feel like you need like 44 days to do nothing. You probably do. See, that's what I wanted to do. How do you not feel like that, man? That's how I feel a lot. That's how I feel sometimes. I'm happy to have that downtime. I had downtime. In my world, I was downtime. Yeah. Those couple of days over Christmas, that's downtime. Yeah, too much of it. You're recharging, blah, 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 blah. In the back of my mind, I want to be writing. I couldn't really write. Everybody was around me. It was kind of distracting over the holiday. It was just, it's a bit much sometimes, but I did write the fucking window. I did write the book every day when there was a sentence, a paragraph, a new chapter. I got something in. I did do that, which was interesting. But the problem is when you on the road, I lose that. Because the computer I have on the road just sucks fucking dick. It's a service. And my wife is like, what the fuck happened? Yeah, see, I only focus on that stuff when I'm home. But I only focus on it when it's early in the morning. Yeah. I feel like I lock myself in and they do it to the pipe. And I watch that shit, Daddy work, it's good. That's when you bring in the ones around the Rousey fight. Now, I watched a lot of other street fights I was growing up. A lot of, always so some of it I don't like. I do respect it. I think these women are tough and talented, unbelievable. Did you watch it? Yes. What did you think? I thought, personally, I've said this before, that I thought it's just unsure. What was the one they make you wonder? The favorite. She's been gone for a year and a half, so the girl has been crazy good for a while. And my dad was saying today that she usually attacks and just gets people down, and in 12 seconds they're done. And she didn't seem urgency this time. That's what he said. He's a very amateur fan. And to me, I don't even know about that. It just seemed like, I don't know if she has to be there for a contract. It didn't even look like
So again, at this point, Rabbi Shimon is not disagreeing, right? Rabbi Shimon is saying like this. Rabbi Shimon is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Tumas, Mikdash, Vikadashav, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back to the second one. What's Tumas, Mikdash, Vikadashav? I enter into the Beis HaMikdash in a state of Tumah without realizing it, right? Or I go ahead and I consume Kodesh in a state of Tumah without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of Yom Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to be atoned for that through the blood application of the inner seir, the inner goat. So Shimon says, just like when it comes to Tumah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry. Kishim said, "Dam Nasir, Nasir from Mechapa Yisrael Tumas V'Nish Kadasham. Kach Tamapar Mechapa Kohen Tumas V'Nish Kadasham." And it's the way that the confession for the Sir Mishtaleach, which is the goal sent out to the wilderness, in the same way that that's for all generals, so too, so too, will take care of all other averos for the God. So look what's happening over here. This is really quite fascinating. So a funny machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying is like this: in the same way that kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different for Kohanim and Yisraelim, Rabbi Shimon says therefore the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Yisraelim. So let's go through this. So for Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned through the inner seer and Kohanim through the par. So averos, Yisraelim are atoned for through the confession of the seer Mishtaleach, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on that. That's Rabbi Shimon's model. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon, interestingly enough, Kohanim and Yisraelim have two different avenues of kapara on Yom Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between Kohanim and Yisraelim is in the realm of Tumah. Right? That, again, everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? That Kohanim will be atoned for through the power, and Yisraelim through the inner seer. But for all other averos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim and Yisraelim are atoned for through the seer Mishtaleach. Okay, it's a fundamental machlokes in the framework of kapara. Incredible. Or Rabbi Shimon, so Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The thing we just quoted, clearly kapara, right? Creates a certain common thread for kapara. Seems to unite probably all in the kapara process. But according to you, Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that folding like in a parallel for Kohanim and for you. So what's going on over here? So Gemara says, "My Hoshvu." So how is there a commonality? The Bnei kapara nidu. The Gemara says, So Mishnah will say like this. What the pasuk is saying is as follows: there's kapara for everyone. So that's actually a beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. You're a Kohen, a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of para. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so that's my point. So the Gemara says, my question is logic. Right? Let's just say, essentially what it really comes down to, let's start with what everybody agrees with. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that for Tumah kapara is this, right? I should say, everyone agrees on the mechanism. Israelim are atoned for through the inner seer of Yom Kippur. Okay, so where lies the machlokes? The machlokes is really about the Azazel. In this model, everyone atoned for all averos. Shimon's model, the Kohanim are atoned for through the power, specifically the vidui of the power. Okay. Shimon. So specifically, Rabbi Shimon holds that the soyer is not mechaper for Kohanim. The chsiv, the lokach es shni asir, so the word says the lokach es shni asir. So the pasuk says you shall take the two goats. Remember again, this is the goat. Remember, what are the two goats? What is the Sir Nasa Bifni, right? What we call the Sir Lashem. That's going to be offered up as a part. And the other is the Sir Lazo going to be pushed off the cliff. So the Gemara says, Isish Sir Nishtabea Nasa Bifni. So the Torah equates the two Sirim. The Torah equates the goat that is pushed off the cliff and the goat that is down on the inside. Sir Lashem Masir Hanasa Bifni Eno Mechaper Al Kohanim. So just like the inner seer is not mechaper for Kohanim. Remember, everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? For Tumas Mikdash Vekadosh, for Klav, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim. So the Gemara says, right, it doesn't say mechaper for Kohanim, because the pasuk says specifically that inner seer is the Am. Who is the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisrael. So to Av Seer, Hamishtalech Ein Chaper Ala Kohanim B'Sharas. So again, Rabbi Shimon will say, so too the outer seer, meaning the Mishtalech, is not mechaper for Kohanim. So essentially, what's fascinating. So what Rabbi Shimon's model is really predicated on is like this: the between the seer, what does that equality mean? Again, it's not mechaper Kohanim, because it's only mechaper for the Tumah for Yisrael. So to the seer is not mechaper for Kohanim. It's only mechaper for the Averos of Aaron. That's Rabbi Shimon's logic. So the Gemara, Rabbi Yehuda. Now again, I will say, so what does Yehuda do with this comparison between the two seers? How does he do with that? Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Lacha Lahachi Iskish. I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Shehu Sheishavim B'Mara Koma Uvidam and Huda. The pasuk is coming an equality between them, saying that they have to be the same in their height and in their value. That's what it means. But it doesn't mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to kapara. So let's say, so fascinating fundamental machlokes. Let's say what's really incredible about here's the beauty of this machlokes. Or just say the good news, getting kapara. Don't worry, don't lose any sleep. Getting kapara is on the mechanism of that kapara. So once again, I say just get this clear. So he himself is holding essentially every Simish Taliyah atones for everyone, for all Averos. Everyone for all Averos. So where is the distinction? There's only 1 minute area, namely Tuma for Israel. They're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi Shimon essentially says no. The same way that Kohanim would be in, same way that Kohanim are distinct from Yisrael for Tumah, so too Rabbi Shimon says they're distinct for everything. For everything, and therefore halacha l'maisa, they're not included in the siyah. They get sharaviros from the vidui on par. Incredible. Similar to the man who Rabbanoi choose the following idea: the shachat esira chatas. So the pasuk says, "Will shech the chatas." That is for this. This is inner seer now. The inner seer. Sheina kos kaprimbo. Kohanim do not achieve kapara is seer. So the Gemara is kaprin. So how do they kapara? They both say specifically what kind of kapara we're talking about. Every Pashto says kapara for tumah. So the Gemara says beparo. Sure, they get atonement through the power of Aaron. Oh, lo yis kapara shel Aaron. You might have thought that Kohanim, other Kohanim, get kapara through the power of Aaron. After all, sorry, kvar nemar, because the pasuk already says Asher lo. So interestingly enough, it comes to the power of Aaron. What does it mean? Asher lo. What does Asher lo mean? What does Asher lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works Aaron, to which the Gemara says Miata. Asher lo. Miata even kapara. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara through the seer hana asalifnim. And they don't get kapara through the power of Aaron, so then we have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get from? So the Gemara Yeshu Omer, Yichad ala Kohanim, when the Pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power, speaking about the Kohen kapara, I should get in there. The Pasuk says, Yichad ala Kohanim, the Pasuk says that there is kapara for the Kohen. So Matzil and kapara. We see that Kohanim do get kapara. What do they get kapara from? Mutav sheis kapara shel Aaron shaychusav michlalo etzel beisel. Makes more sense that Kohanim kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Much as the Torah calls the power of that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so too other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. But Kohanim will not be, we're no exception for any member of the Kohanic family. First wide line, and if you'd like to say, Omer Beis Aaron Baruch Beis Halevi Baruch Hashem, Yirei Hashem Baruch Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I will say it's not immediate what that proof is. The Gemara is going to explain why, so now everything will become clear. So the Gemara says, Mantana, who's the author of this price that we just quoted? Rabbi Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because they're both saying, what did the price say? Ultimately, again, Yehuda holds, right? Rabbi Yehuda atones for through the Siyah Mishtaleach. This is Umani. So whose opinion is? Rabbi Shimon. It must be Rabbi Shimon. That Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the Siyah Mishtaleach. Rather, according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the vidui on the power. Rabbi is not necessarily. The Rabbi even need a house so. The Rabbi needs to say, you might have thought that when you look at Kohanim have no mechanism for kapara. Kishu Omer Yechaper ala Kohanim, when the Pasuk will achieve atonement, Shiyish Lahem kapara b'shar averos. We do find that Kohanim will have kapara for other averos. So I'll say last line, you do on the base. And the same way that Kohanim have kapara for other averos, so therefore, again, in the same way that the Torah tells us, you will say, the Torah doesn't tell us how, but explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve kapara for shar averos. So the same way that Kohanim are going to get kapara for shar averos, they also should get kapara for tumas mikdash v'kadashav. Top of Yadam 14a, first end of the first spot, end of the first line. But how do Kohanim achieve kapara? Mutav sheyiskapu b'posha Aaron. It makes sense that at least for it should be covered under. They should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? There's already an exception, even though again the Torah calls the power of Aaron a share low, which makes it like it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to us. Also include other Kohanim. Incredible. By so it makes more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, where there's already an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, where there is no allowance for other things. It's clearly made function for Yisrael. If you'd like to say, Haredu Omar, for that, in addition to that, you also say, Beis Aaron Baruch Hashem, what exactly did the Gemara do by every passage? I'll tell you what. You'll say, but how can you do that? The pasuk says that the par only works for who? For Aaron Ubeil, and it was what? His immediate family. So how can you include the rest of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says, Kuyin Beso. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do we know that from? Shneimar Beis Aaron Baruch Hu Es Hashem. Who's Aaron? God's Kohanim, right? All Kohanim, and therefore when the Torah makes an allowance, ultimately, again, for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the par, is included in the family of Aaron, the entire community. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Beis Aaron Baruch Hu Es Hashem, Yirei Hashem Baruch Hu Es Hashem. Incredible. So the Gemara says, V'hai Asher La'am La'achiv Da'asa. 1 second. Is that phrase Asher? Now, both say, now the Gemara wanted to say beforehand that the pasuk by the Siyar Nasa Lefnei, the pasuk by the inner seer says Asher La'am. Asher La'am, the Gemara just to mean it only works for atonement for Israelim, but not for Kohanim. It's coming to exclude Kohanim. And also, it's a very interesting drasha about it, because generally, the way these types of drashas work, the Israelim are excluded from Kohanim. Here, it's fascinating to see a drasha where Kohanim are excluded from Yisrael, and Kohanim are from that phrase called Am, which is fascinating in and of itself. I want to point out something incredible, that as much as there is Kedushas Kahuna, there's something better than Kedushas Kahuna. I'm sorry. That you know what's better than Kedushas Kahuna? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is the most powerful. Now again, it doesn't mean Kohanim are part of Kedushas Am. But there is something ultimately, again, to the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have. And there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kahuna the masses don't have. Everyone has their own unique Kedusha. So the word goes like, Asher La'am, is that what that phrase comes from? They are excluded from the Siyar Nasa Lefnei. So where it's a honey brain, become Rachmana, Mida'am. That pasuk is answered for something else. That the Siyar Nasa Lefnei has to come from the communal coffers. If I come along and I say, you know what, I would take this opportunity. Imagine somebody said to you, you dedication opportunity, dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the Sir Hana'aseh of Yom Kippur. I was saying, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, Gemara says, sorry, not open. Taken is gotta come from communal funds. It's communal funds because communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from here, which I will say is also fascinating. So there's a place, I should say, there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But there are certain things that have to come from the tzibur, certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by anyone. And Gemara says, "Need the am." When it says that the carbon comes from the am, that means that the carbon has to come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us, not to exclude Kohanim. Hani Baile, to come Rachmana the am lehavi. Hani Gemara says lehavi. Hahu. The Gemara says no. That's learning out from a different source. So the Gemara says. No, we learn out the fact that comes from that phrase of Adas B'nei Yisrael, that the comes to come from Adas B'nei Yisrael. I, V'hai, Asher Lo, L'Hachiru Da'asa. The Lord said, but does that phrase Asher Lo come to me? That Halacha L'Maisa, only Kohen, right? Only the Kohen achieves kapara through par. So Gemara says, "Hi, me, but we need Asher Lo for something else. For the Sanya, Mishalohu maybe Mishal Sibor." That was the thing. In the same way that said within, the inner seer has to come from communal funds, cannot be privately. The Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot from communal funds. So the Gemara says, "Yo, lo yavi mishal tzibur, shina tzibur miskaven bo, aval yavi mishal echav ha'echav miskaven bo." Now you might get it. So the Kohen Gadol can bring his power from communal funds. You know why? Affect communal power. It does not affect communal kapara. But I can make a collection. Bring that money. Since Kohanim do get kapara from the Tamar Asher Lo. The pasuk says no. Even though as we've listed that the power of other Kohanim in himself. Yoko Yovi in Hebikash. The Kohen Gadol should not bring a power that is not paid for by his own. But if he brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. Talmud Lo Mashuv Asher Lo. So therefore the pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying, Shana Alav Akasav La'aki. We'll say something in the Torah says something twice. Is that you are that it's kuva, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. And therefore, again, it's not just that it should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. Anyway, no, it's got to be bought with this money, and if it's not, the part itself is going to be puzzled. Thanks to the Gemara says, this is what the Tana was bothered by. The law teaches why is it that ultimately, again, why is it that ultimately the Am is not why the Am that Am is not included in the Torah? The Gemara says the law Be Mamone Tichsiv Asher La'am. To get a low side. This is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara and something you do not spend money on. Isn't that you cannot achieve kapara with something you did not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say, we see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true Bali Tshuva, let's be right, it's too early not to be honest with you, right? What stands in our way of not becoming true Bali Tshuva is we're not willing to give up certain things, and we're not stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Because I'll have a term. What is it called? It's called teretz biyado. So all of us have our shorts in life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that are not good, they're not deep, they're not helpful, toxic. Maybe they're just detrimental, right? And I know it. But here I am, right? I'm strutting up to the mikvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve top, and I'm dunking. And again, the mikvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering about doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all those shvatzim. As long as you hold on to the sharets, you can go to the most beautiful mikvah. You can engage in all the most positive and beautiful dynamic activity in life. It'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let my shvatzim. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things, my being I self-focused. When it says, how I know that you are not included in the kapara of the power. How I know that? Because it cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires purity, requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice, whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the struts and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time that is actively holding me back. And if you, again, most like the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our struts. Now, the good news is, even if you, kind of good news. Even if you never let go of sin, could you accomplish great stuff in life? Yeah, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff that at the end of it, it's like you get a stain on your right underneath the area where you wear your tie. Right? It only happens to me. I guess I'm not the only person left to wear ties. Right here. Okay, guys. So the nice, you know what's interesting about it is you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as I lies straight, I'm good to go. But if I turn a little too quickly or something, it's right there. It's right there. To me, it's often become a tremendous metaphor. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? But you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. Kind of like, we're good. Like, we've kind of grown accustomed. Everything is nice. Everything's fine. So it's okay. If the tie remains centered, we're good to go. And what a tremendous metaphor in life. Instead, like, don't clean your shirt. Kind of life is so much easier. You don't have to worry about the positioning of the tie. But I like it. I got used to it. Even kind of Stan and I will become one. It's nice we go through life like that. So we hold onto those struts and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish and it's good. I look nice and I look fine. Hold the struts and make the sacrifice. Let go of the stuff and move forward. So I for 1 second, but that doesn't make any sense because you just said before that the Kohanim do achieve kapara through the power, and yet they did not spend any money on it. So what's going on? So because they're included in this, so Bishol Rabbi Shimon Hayu gets to trade Duyin. The Damar, so Rabbi Shimon it's also the power. So one goes to the inner seer, the Chad Kineged Sar Nasa the Chutz, and one corresponding to the outer. See, don't let the liable one achieve it. So don't let the liable one achieve atonement for the one who is liable. In other words, it was like the Kohen Gadol is the architect for kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for Gans Klal Yisrael. The quarterback, not the architect. The quarterback of kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of kapara and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it out on behalf of everyone? Also, in and of itself, is a beautiful Muslim skill that if you want to accomplish things on behalf of people, first make sure you want to raise inspired children, make sure that you're an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best, make sure you're living your best life. So we'll say ultimately, again, that's okay. So now, we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, how do we pass it? And there's a number of different things going on over here. And Rabbi Shimon, how are we passing? Specifically, so what this comes down to is as follows. So what's the point of contention? Rabbi Shimon, right? The seer that's sent over the cliff. Is that only atones for Yisraelim? That is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Yisraelim Kohanim get there to the power, or is it that's Rabbi Huda? Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreed on the top framework. For Tumah, Israelim are atoned for through the year. Kohanim are atoned for power. The Shaila is what? So I want to say here it is, the much awaited, long anticipated Rambam, Sir Mishtaleach. So let's say here, first of all, the Rambam says when it comes to Sir Mishtaleach, the Rambam, right? Mishtaleach, the Pishu Kapar, the Kol Yisrael, Kol Loshan, Kol Yisrael, Shnemar, the Stadlov, Sir Mishtaleach, Mechaper, Kol Averos, Shabbat Torah. The seer and atones for everything, all Averos. The Gemara Hakalos, the Chamuros, in terms of Zodon, Shogeg, knew about it, didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Tshuva. That's what the Rambam says. It atones for everyone. So we pass him at the end of the day like Rabbi Buddha. The seer atones for everyone, for Averos. However, Rambam adds in a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? Sha'asa tshuva. Sha'asa tshuva. So I'm sorry, you can't sleep for Yom Kippur. Right? So this goes back to yesterday's daf. Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, the essence of the day atones. But Rabbi, even if you don't daven, even if you're right, the Quran was even better, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do malach on Yom Kippur, the day itself for you. The Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones you, but you need to act the atonement power through what? Through the Rambam passing like the Rabbanan. Right? The Hamas Yom Kippur is the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through Shuvah. You say, oh, it's kind of like the other way about this, right? No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says in the next halacha, is manching this mikdash kain. So remember again now that unfortunately there is no Beis Hamikdash, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, Sham Eloch Hatshuva Michaperes Al Kol Averos. So remember again on both sides, as beautiful as it was to read position, that ultimately again it's sumo shal mechaper, that the day itself atones. Even according to Rabbi, that was unlocked through the seer, through the Sir Mishtaleach, which means as beautiful as Rabbi's model is, fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have, Rabbi says, even in the absence of Beis Hamikdash, the Rambam says, we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have, each of us possess something more powerful than the Mikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the Seir HaAzazel. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And it was like the Gemara said yesterday, and when can you ask that most powerful for the world? Anything you want. Azazel can only be mechaber once a year. Yom Kippur. The Kohen Gadol only going to the Kosher once a year. But you and I can access the most powerful force in the universe. Tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. All right, so that's all. Mazel tov. On our first parak of the second Shavuos. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. So once it's not actually, this is a repeat. Of yesterday's, of the first Mishnah. So back to tomorrow. I know you thought we were done with Tumah. We are not. More Tumah to come. Tumah everywhere. So this follows. too much time, remember again, we saw there are two biblical cases that are really for. Now again, what are they? Now we're experts in this already. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are, I forgot that I was Tameh, but I remember, so again, two cases, right? I became Tameh, I entered into the Beis HaMikdash, I remembered afterwards that I became Tameh, I knew that, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was Tameh. Okay, so those are the two biblical cases. So what we call Halam Tumah. I forgot that I was Tameh. That's two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remember that I was taught. I forgot that I entered into the Beis HaMikdash. Or I remember that I was Tameh, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? Those are the two additional. So those are the two that ultimately again become four. So kind of the Mishnah just elaborates on it. So again, I came Tameh. I knew that I was Tameh. And then I forgot. But I remember that I was in the Beis HaMikdash. Right? Do I remember that right? Or again, another case could be I forgot about that. I remember the Tumah about both of them. I assumed Kodesh and I didn't know after I ate the Kodesh. I remember Now, the Gemara's not really, the Mishnah is not fully explicitly of the cases. But again, essentially, any case is Yediyah B'Tchila, the idea of beginning, awareness, and lapse of awareness. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's forgot, I entered into the Beis HaMikdash, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was Tameh, I ate Kodesh, remembered afterwards. Cases 1 and 2, with 3 and 4, which are derivative cases. Remember, I know that I'm Tameh, but I forgot I was in the Mikdash. I remembered that I was in the Mikdash. I was Tameh. I forgot that I'm eating Kodesh. I remember that I was eating Kodesh. In all of those cases where there's a lapse in the middle, the liability is what we call carbon ola diore, which is a carbon is a sin offering that is big financial status. Right? If you have money, you'll bring one type of carbon. We'll talk about all of this. And if you're poor, all the way down to right, so in other words, the behema, and the lowest level is a mincha. A mincha. That's the range. So nitma, the person became tamei, and he knew right now, and then he forgot. I remember that he was in the Mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash. He remembered the Tumah, or he forgot about both of these things. And he went into the Mikdash and wasn't aware. Went into the Mikdash, he became aware again. Again, it's almost the same common denominator. Awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, fullness, relapse, awareness in the middle, results in carbon olivia. Next, so how interestingly enough, this is actually quite fast. We speak about entering into the rush in a state of Torah. Now the Gemara is going to discuss what constitutes entering into the mikdash. So whether you enter the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash, or let's say you entered into an addition. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to extend the temple compound. There's a process. So let's say Klal Yisrael decides, the Sanhedrin decides, we want to expand the Beis HaMikdash, so expand the footprint of the Beis HaMikdash. How do you add on? So it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add, and this is incredible. So the same way, by the way, you can expand Yerushalayim. If you want to expand Yerushalayim, you can do that. Now again, if I extend Yerushalayim, I just want to expand municipality, to expand ultimately a Kedusha, and Kedusha of the city to devolve upon the areas as well. So the only people who can do this are Navi, V'urim, Sanhedrin, Shal Shivim, Ve'echad. Yeah, we'll get into this process, but this is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis HaMikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Urim Tumim, which remember again is the 72-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that goes into the foot, right? That's the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, what do you need? Some of these people we're going to discuss. More of the Shleit.
things shorted out. Thank God the weather shorted out. But I got this Christ, just look at the shit that's going on, And she let me sleep over, and I told her, but usually I tell people before I sleep over, it's late, you're touching some girl's crotch outside of an apartment building, starting to notice what happens. So recreation. Yeah, listen, man. For me in LA, days, going on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Sometimes they mean that Thursday, right? That's something we're talking about here. I would. You look at the week, you see what drink for free. Yeah. And I think one of the managers I saw when they had week demands, the manager's fucking office. And I'm fucking up on my shit. Freddie Soto, God rest his soul. There was maybe 20 people there. Yeah, next thing you know, it's 10 and 2 you're at the store. You can't get in your fucking car. And then there ain't no man, and you're fucking sitting there with 2 packages burning all over your pocket. And you know, you ask somebody for a ride, they want to come in and shit. So you're looking for a waitress to go home with us. I mean, those days are horrible, but they were so much fun. Yeah, like Harvey would be up there, all of it would get high. Road was up there in the alley. They don't slow down. There was no fun. Road was out of town. Yeah, I was up there every Tuesday night and fucking lit. If I know, because I never liked being around Joe, and it would make him feel really awkward. Really? You can tell you did. Yeah, he had enough fight that was kind of crazy. So you learned from him, and Joe really loved when the guy died. So yeah, everybody has crazy stories. That's the thing. It's like at some point it's not that much fun, And also, it wasn't that fun at the store. Like it was more like, well, now it's up. Now there's a couple people spawning, right? A couple people, but they're swirling, but they keep it down. It's not when you walk into the hallway and there's 8 people in jaws going. Yeah. In the old days, 12:45, when that hallway, you'd see people with jaws going.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilsim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba Avinu Tova Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, the creation of the yard site of Shmuel's father, Leonard Krapin, Lipra Ben Yecheskel, Cohen Zechor Rabbi. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshem Slavim Aviyah, the families in the Chamo, all of those who need a full Shalom, get a call for the Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu Shnei Hashem, bring home our hostages. The Shalom and the Kavod of our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedei. Listen, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Great daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Yud Daled 14. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Yud Gimel Amud Beis. Yud Gimel Amud Beis. Sorry. Okay, we are picking up Yud Gimel Beis, and we left off actually Umani Rabbi Yehudahi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the top. So just a very quick review. Remember again, the Gemara is now focusing on the end of our Mishnah. And essentially, the Gemara pointed out as follows: that Rabbi Yehuda, who's the view of the Mishnah, says as follows: that is the goat that is off the cliff. So halamaisa again, that goat is mechaper for everything, and ultimately again mechaper for everyone. So that's Kohanim, Yelim, even Kohen Gadol. So wherein lies unique, where lies the distinction between the top? Say, for example, the Kohanim, Yelim. So that lies in a more specific area, namely Tras Mikdash V'Kadasha. That if there's any type of infraction, let's say regarding entering into the Beis Hamikdash in the state of Tumah, or consuming Kodesh in the state of Tumah, so Kohanim find kapara through the par, and Yisraelim find kapara through the inner seir. So that's the distinction between the kapara of Kohanim, Yisraelim, Yom Kippur. But for everything else, everyone is covered by the seir. By the way, these two ways you run it. Into the wilderness, or the seer that is set. It's the same animal, same problem. Okay, beautiful. So the Gemara says, well, money, Rabbi would be. Who's the king? This fight is this side because here we go. The Chipra is Kodesh. Sorry, the Chipra is Mikdash Kodesh. Now, what the word is going to do is as follows. The word is taking the pasuk. But again, and going to go through it as the pasuk as it reads is Mikdash HaKodesh, that's all Moed. So they will atone Mikdash HaKodesh, and we read through the pasuk. Right, that's all Moed. So the all Moed, which is the Mishkan of the Mikdash. That's Hamizbeach, and the Yechaper ultimately will be Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am Hakal Yichad. And the Kohanim and the entire Gila will be atoned. So now the Gemara breaks up this passage. Here we go. So the Gemara says, the Chipra is Mikdash HaKodesh. This refers to two things that occurred inside of the Beis Hamikdash as Alamoy. Or I should say, as Almoy, Heichal. That refers to the Mizbeach, Kimashmal. So all these things are things that may have occurred in different parts of the Beis Hamikdash. Chaper, Ilu Azaros. This is the Azaros Kohanim, Shma'on, Amkal, who's Amakal, Yisrael, Yechapim. So the Gemara says, Kula lekapora achos shemiskapin b'sareach b'shar avenos tigrat. So what's happening over here? It is establishing is what we'll call kapara commonality, meaning that all members of Klal Yisrael kapara in the same way. Which kap that referring to? That is referring to the kapara for all general averos. All general averos. Now remember again, all general averos is going to include everything except Tumah-related infractions. So for all general averos, all of Klal Yisrael is atoned for in the same way. Which way is that? The seir, the goat that's sent over the cliff. Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon disagrees. Essentially, over here, and this is really quite good. Are just two different cups. That's really what's fun for us over here. So Rabbi Shimon says like this. Rabbi Shimon disagrees. He says the same way. Shadam Seir Hana'aseh in the same way that halacha l'maisa, the seir of the seir, the dam of the seir Hana'aseh. Remember again, that's the inner coat. In the same way that halacha l'maisa, again, the dam of the inner goat is mechaper, right? Is mechaper on Klal Yisrael, on the meaning specifically Yisraelim. Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosham for certain related infractions. Hachdam Par mechaper Ala Kohanim Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosham. So again, at this point, Rabbi Shimon is not disagreeing, right? Rabbi Shimon is saying this. Rabbi Shimon is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Tumas, Mikdash, Kadasha, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back for just a second. Let's Tumas, Mikdash, Kadasha. I enter into the base of Mikdash in a state of Tumah without realizing it, right? Or I go ahead and like consume Kodesh without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of Yom Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to be atoned for that through the blood application of the inner seer, the inner goat. So Rishon says, just like when it comes to Tumah, different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael, for a Kohen, so too, Kishim said, down the נעשה בפנים מחפה, ישוע אתו מסמיד שחדשות. כך תמה פעם מחפה הכל אתו מסמיד שחדשות. וכשם שלידויו של סיר משתרח ישוע בשאר העבירות, and the same way that the confession, the Sir Mishtarech, which is that is sent out to the wilderness, in the same mission, atones for Klal Yisrael, for all general averos, so too, the Duyav shall par for ala kohanim b'shar averos. So too, the confessions for the kohanim. So I won't say, so look over here. This is really quite fascinating. So if you focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different from in Yisraelim. Shimon says therefore all averos is different for kohanim in Yisraelim. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Yisraelim owned through the inner seer and kohanim through the power. So too for Shar Averos, or through the video, through the confession of Yad Mishtaleach, and ultimately kohanim, or through the confession model. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon and kohanim Yisraelim have two venues of kapara on Yom Kippur, everything. For everything. Let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between kohanim and Yisraelim is in the realm of Tumah piece, right? That kohanim atones for through the power and through the inner seer. All other averos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, every kohanim and Yisraelim are atoned through the Siyar Mishtayach. Okay, so fundamental focus in the framework of kapara. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon, so Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The pasuk that we just quoted clearly creates reality in kapara. It creates a certain common theme, a common thread for kapara. It seems to unite all of this all in the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that are unfolding like in a parallel sense for kohanim and for Yisrael. So what's going on over here? What the Gemara says, Michael Shus, how is their commonality? The Bnei Kapara Nidu, so we should say like this. But the thing is as follows. There's Kapara, which is actually a beautiful thing. There's Kapara Fagor. So whether you're a Kohen, a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there is Kapara for you. That's the commonality in the Kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. After that, everyone has their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. It was my time made. Rabbi Shimon. So what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Right? What's Rabbi? So again, I won't say essentially what it really comes down to is this. Let's start with what everybody agrees with. What does everybody agree with? What does everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah kapara is the same. Right? In other words, I shouldn't say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer and kohanim through the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. Okay, so wherein lies the machlokes? The machlokes is really about this azazel. In Rabbi Huda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone atoned for in the Sir Lazal for all averos. In Rabbi Shim's model, Yisraelim are atoned through the seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the pot, specifically the vidui of the pot. So the Gemara says, my time is Rabbi Shim. So specifically, why is the Rabbi Shim holds that the seer is not mechaper for Kohanim? Chsiv v'lokach eshni asir. So the Gemara says v'lokach eshni asir. So the pasuk shall take the two goats. Remember, this is the goat. Remember, what are the two goats? One is the sir nasa b'fnim, right? What we call the sir lahashem. That's going to be offered up as a carbon, and the other is the sir lazazel going to be pushed off the cliff. The Gemara says iskish sir mishtareach. So the Torah equates the two seer, the two goats. Goat that is pushed off the cliff, and the goat that is down on the inside. Yisrael Hashem, Masir Hanasa Lifnim, Einu Lecha Kohanim, Al Tumas Mikdash Hadashav. So just like the inner seer is not chaper for Kohanim. Remember, everyone's agreeing. What is seer doing? What is it doing for Tumas Mikdash Hadashav? For Klav, for Yisrael. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so the Gemara says it right. It doesn't sound like because the pasuk says that inner is for the Am. Who is the Am in this context? Am in this context is Yisrael. To our seer, so again, so Rabbi Shimon will say, so too the elder seer, meaning the seer Mishtaleach, is not mechaper for Kohanim as well. So essentially, we'll say this is what the Mishimon's model is really predicated on is like this: the Torah itself, between the seer, quality mean essentially the same way that the seer now said within the inner seer for Yisrael. So seer mishtal it's on the mechaper for the abyss of Yisrael. That's Rabbi Shimon. That's Rabbi Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. So what does Rabbi Yehuda do? Now again, I won't say. So what does Rabbi Yehuda do with this comparison between the two seers? What does he do with that? Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Lacha Lahachi Iskish. I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Sheyu Shavim B'Mara Uvekoma Uvedalim Hudasa. The pasuk is coming to create an equality between the seer, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it does not they are the same in terms of their ability to affect kapara. So let's say it's really fundamental machlokes. And again, I will say what's really about this is what's the beauty of this machlokes? Or say the good news, everyone is getting kapara. Don't worry, don't lose any sleep. Everyone is getting kapara. Machlokes is on the delivery mechanism of that kapara. So once again, I must say, just get this class. So that Yehuda himself is holding essentially every the Seer Mishtaleach atones for everyone, for all averos. Everyone for all averos. So where is the distinction? The distinction is only one limited area, namely Tuma. For Yisraelim, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi says no. The same way Kohanim Leviim from Yisrael for Tuma, so too Rabbi Shimon just says they're distinct for everything, and therefore halacha l'maisa they're not mishtaleach, rather they're kapara for shar averos from the vidui on the par. So who's the author of Asher La'am? So the pasuk says that is for the nation. This is the inner Kohanim do not achieve kapara this seer. So the Gemara says, "Ubamamas kapar." So how do they achieve kapara? And I will say specifically what kind of kapara we're talking about. I mean, Pashtus says kapara for tumah. So the Gemara says, "Beparo." They get a tumah the power of Aaron. Okay. So the Gemara says, "Yachol lo yiskatu beparo shel Aaron." You might have thought that Kohanim, other Kohanim, cannot get kapara through the power of Shari Kvarnem because the Pasuk already says Asher Lo. So interesting enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the Pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron. To which the Gemara says, Asher Lo Me'ata Even Kappa. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get in the inner seer through the sun, and they don't get kapara through the power of Aaron. So then we have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get kapara from? So the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer Yichaper Ala Kohanim." When the pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power, speaking about the power of Aaron, Yichaper Ala Kohanim, Tina Lahen Kapara. Like we, I'm sorry, I should say that I should get in that. I can't have myself. When the pasuk says Yichaper Ala Kohanim, the pasuk says that there is kapara for Kohanim. So Matzil Lahen Kapara. We see that kind of. What do they get? But Mahim Mutas Kapu the partial Aaron it makes more sense that Kohanim will get kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because they're mostly just enough as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Shalom. That's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, so too what? So too other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. Vayis kapru b'seir hanaseh b'shnim shalochotem michlalo eitzel beisel. But Kohanim will not be included in the inner seer where an exception was made for any member of the Kohanic family. First one, why? And if you would like to say, Haregu Omer based Aaron Baruch es Hashem, based Alevi Baruch es Hashem, Yirei Hashem Baruch es Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I will get really clear what that proof is. The Gemara is going to explain to the rice and now whatever the Gemara says, Mantana. Who's the author of this price that we just quoted? It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? They both say, what did the Bryce say? Bryce said that Kohanim are not a now, if it was Yehuda, Kohanim, Yesh kapara b'siyah nishtaleh. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are told for through the seer hamishtaleh. Amar Rabbi Shimon, it must be Rabbi Shimon. England kapara b'sim mishtalach, because again, Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the sim mishtalach. Rather, again, according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the deed on the par. Rabbi says not necessarily. I think Rabbi Huda. Rabbi even the house. So all the Talmud needs to say me'ato ein lahen kapara b'tumas mikdash v'kadosh. You might have thought that when you look at Kohanim had no mechanism for tara, for right? No mechanism for kapara, for tumas mikdash v'kadosh. Kishu omer yichaper ala Kohanim, when the pasuk says Kohanim will achieve atonement, matzinu sheish lahen kapara b'shar averos. We do find that Kohanim will have kapara for other averos. So the last line, you give on the base, ukimodim matzinu sheish lahen kapara b'shar averos, and the same way that kapara for other averos. Kach yesh lahen kapara kapara gidalid b'tumas mikdash v'kadosh. So therefore, again, in the same way that the Torah tells us, like you will say, Torah doesn't how, but explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve for Shar Averos. That Kohanim are going to get Kapara Averos, they also should what? Get Kapara for Tumas V'Kadosha. 14a, first end of the first line. I have miskapen, I but how of she is kapu the paro shalom. It makes sense that, at least for Tumah, covered under. They should be covered the power of Aaron. There's already an exception, even though again the Torah calls the power of Aaron share low, which makes it like it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. Incredible. So it's more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, or his family, as opposed to the inner city where there is no other Kohanim. Rather, again, it's clearly made to function for Yisrael. In Nafsh Shalomar, if you'd like to say, Haregu Omar, in addition to that, you can also say, Base Aaron Baruch Hashem, not in Nafsh Shalomar. What exactly you are doing by bringing that pasuk? So you'll say, but how can you do that? The pasuk explicitly says that the power only works for who? For Aaron in base so. And which is like what? His immediate family. So how can you include the rest? Gans Kohanim, how can you include the Kohanim in the family of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says, Kulon in Beso. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do we know that from? Shnema Beis Aaron Baruch Hashem. Who's Beis Aaron? Who's Beis Aaron? Gans Kohanim, right? All Kohanim. And therefore, what do you see here? When the Torah makes the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire community. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shema Beis Hashem. Incredible. Asher la'am la'achim da'asa. But 1 second. Is that phrase, Asher la'am? And I both say, I wanted to suggest, before that, the pasuk is Siyar Nasa B'fnim. The pasuk by the inner seer says, Asher la'am. La'am, the Gemara interprets it only works for atonement for Yisrael, but not for Kohan. Interesting, it's coming to Kohanim. I must say it's a very interesting drasha about it, because generally, the way these types of drashas work, generally Yisraelim are excluded from it. Here it's fascinating, the drasha where Kohanim are excluded Yisraelim, and Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called Am, which is fascinating in and of itself. That as much as there is Kedushas Kuna, there's something better than Kedushas Kuna. I'm sorry. You know what's better than Kedushas Kuna? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is the most powerful part of Kedushas Am. But they're eating ultimately again to the masses that they don't have, and being powerful about the kiddush of the kahuna that the masses have. Everyone has their own unique kiddush. So the Gemara goes back to Asher la'am. So the Gemara says, is that what that phrase comes from? That phrase used to teach us that kohanim are sabifnim. So the Gemara says, "Hani b'rechamar midah." The money or the sirna sabifnim has to come from the communal cost. If I come along and I say, you know what, truth is, I would take this opportunity. Imagine somebody said, opportunity open, right? Dedication opportunity to engage and to sponsor the Sir Hana Sebethim of Yom Kippur. I would say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the Gemara says, sorry, not open. It's got to come from communal funds. So it's fascinating in that it has to come from communal funds. It's a communal offering. Offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from communal, which I will say is also fascinating. So there's a place, I say there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But then there are certain things that have to come from the tzibur, certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, the am, when it says the carbon comes from the am, that means that the carbon has come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us. Not to say, Hani Baile, to come Rachmana the am, Lehavi. And the Gemara says, Lehavi, Hahu, the Gemara says, no. That's learned that from a different source. So the Gemara says, No, we learn that that's come from communal funds. That phrase of Ne'es Adas B'nei, that the carbon has to come from that's the so I the high Asher Lo. I will say, but does that phrase Asher Lo come to teach that halal am I only the calling, right? Only the calling chiefs high but we need that Asher Lo for some else to understand. Mishalom maybe. Maybe we shall see what. So this is interesting. In the same way that the Sirna Sebefnim, the inner Sir of Yom Kippur, has to come from communal funds. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. So the Gemara says, Lo Yav Mishal Tzibor. She not seen this carbon ball. About Yavi Mishal Achav HaKohanim Shechav HaKohanim this carbon ball. Now you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol does not have communal power. It's not communal kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps you can make a collection amongst his fellow Kohanim. Go ahead and bring the power from that money, since Kohanim do get kapara from it. Amalomar Asher Lovar, the pasuk says no. Even though as we established that the power will atone for other, it must be paid for by God himself. Yoho Lo Yovi Heavy Kasher. So you might have thought, okay, ideally the Kohen Gadol should not bring a power that is not paid for money. If he brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. Talmud Lomar Shul Lo. So therefore, the pasuk taking time that the power still belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying Shana Bavakosav La'aki. Both sometimes in the Torah says something twice. Is to teach you what? That it's Kuva, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. Therefore, again, it's not just like the power should be bought Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with this money. It's not the power itself to be puzzled. Time says, this is what I was bothered by. The law says, why is it that ultimately the am is not why is it the local amisa that the am is not included in the kapara? The Gemara says the law kachas mamone tichsiv at this is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara in something you didn't spend money on. Isn't that incredible? Kapara requires sacrifice. if you're not willing to give something, well, let's say, see this concept stands in our way of becoming true Bali Tshuva. To be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? What true Bali Tshuva is we're really not willing to give up certain things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that end in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go certain things that are holding me back. Because I'll have a term for this. What is it called? It's called Toda V'Sheretz Biyada. Right? So all of us have our shruts in life that we hold on to, right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic. Maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just detrimental, right? And I know it. I am. Right? I'm strutting off to the mikvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking and dunking and dunking. And again, the mikvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering about doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to all of those shruts. As long as you hold on to this, you can go into the most beautiful, you engage in all the most positive dynamic activity in life. It'll help, but I don't get anywhere in life by letting go of my shruts. True kapara requires sacrifice. Kapara requires sizing certain things from my being so I can move myself forward. Where it says, do you know that Yisraelim are not included in the kapara of the par? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the shruts and the stuff that I've been going to for a very long time that is actively holding me back. And again, most like the reality is, most of us go through life and let go of our shrutzim. Now, the good news is, even if you, kind of good news, you never let go of your shrutzim, can you do great stuff in life? Can you accomplish? Yeah, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff. And at the end of it, you know what? It's like, you ever get a stain on your shirt? Right underneath where you wear your tie. It only happens to me. I guess I'm not the only person left to wear ties. Right. That might be it. Okay, guys. So the nice interesting about it is you have to fully self-conscious all right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. But if I hurt a little too weakly, there's something else right there. It's right there. To me, it's often a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? I'm here for 4 days already. I'm kind of grown accustomed to one another. Everything is nice. Everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're going this metaphor in life. Instead, just put a clean shirt. Just put a clean shirt. And life is so much easier to worry about the positioning of the tie. But I like it. I kind of got used to it. It kind of like staying and I become one. So we go through life like that so much. We hold on to those shruts and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish and it's great and I look nice and I look fine. Instead of finding the courage to go the shruts and make the sacrifice. Go over the stuff and move yourself forward. So the Gemara says, "No kapapadian." So the aronami lo kafasi b'mamona. Vikar kuvan kruyin base. So I go on second, but that doesn't make any sense because you just said before that the Kohanim do achieve kapara. Who achieved kapara through the par, and yet they did not spend any money on it. So what's going on? So the Gemara said because they're included in base. So Bishul Rabbi Shimon had this Trevi Duyin. This makes sense. That's why it says again two viduis, right? There's two men. Also so one corresponds to the seer. And one corresponding to the outer seer, the seer Mishnah. The Chad connected seer. I'm sorry. The Chad connected Rabbi Yehuda, trade doing the Dama parallel. Ultimately, again, why do I need vidui in a parallel? I don't need three, I only need two. You only need one application and one dam. So you must follow the base. So ultimately, again, one is for the coin gadol, and one is for his family. So you must to determine the Rabbi Shmuel, here is how Midas Hadin was. Mutav Yavel Zakai v'yechaper alachiv v'al Yavel Chayiv v'yechaper alachiv. It is better, again, that the innocent one will achieve it for the one who is liable, and don't let the liable one achieve atonement for the one who is liable. In other words, it was like the Kohen Gadol is the architect for kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, only makes sense that the architect of kapara, or say back, not the architect, the quarterback of kapara should first achieve his own level of kapara and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not, how is he going ahead? If he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it out of itself? It's a beautiful Musahah skill that if you accomplish things on behalf of people, first make sure your own house is in order. Make sure that you're an inspired individual. You want to go encourage others to become the best themselves. Make sure you're in your best life. So we'll say, okay, I get that set up. So, okay, so now a ton of information over here. How do we pass it? And there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in this Ismail Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, how are we explaining? Specifically, so what this comes as follows. That what's the point of contention? Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, see that sent over the cliff. Is that only atone for Yisrael? That's Rabbi. That is Rabbi Shimon. Only Yisrael and not Kohanim get their kapara, or is it for everyone? Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreeing on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The shayla is, what does the seer do? So it is the much awaited, long anticipated Rambam, Seer Mishtaleach. So let's say here first, so the Rambam says when it comes to Seer Mishtaleach, right? Seer Mishtaleach, the Pishu Kapar, the Kol Yisrael, Kohen Gadol Misvah Alav Alosha Kohen Yisrael Shnei Misvah Alav is Kol Alav Misvah Yisrael. Seer Mishtaleach Chaper Achol Avish. The seer goes ahead and for everything, all Averos. The Gemara says Hakamuros, intense Averos, less intense Averos, Zodon, Shogeg, knew about it, didn't know about it. Everything is atoned for through tshuva. There was another that time says it atones for everyone. So we pass him at the end of the day like Rabbi Yehuda. The Seer Mishtaleach atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam adds a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? So I'm sorry, you can't sleep for Yom Kippur. Right? So Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanan. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, "Itzumo shel Yom Mechaper." The essence of the tones. According to Rabbi, even if you don't daven, even if you're right, the Quran was even better. According to Rabbi, even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do malach on Yom Kippur, the day it atones for you. The Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through tshuva. The Rambam passing like the Rabbanan. Right? The halakha Yom Kippur is the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Now, you say to yourself, something like he says, "Oh, I was kind of hoping like for the other way about that." No, so to understand, this actually is in our favor. This works in our favor because the Rambam's halacha is man shamikash kayim. Kapara. So remember that unfortunately there is no this, and now that there is no altar to achieve kapara, ein sham ela hatshuva meres al kol averos. So we're going to say, as beautiful as to Rebbe's position, and ultimately again it's sumo shayapar that the day itself atones. Even according to Rebbe, that atonement was through the seer, through the simashtalea, which means it's fantastic when the base stood, but if the base is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have, Rabbi is even in the absence of the base Hamikdash, the Rambam says we have something more powerful than Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have each of us possesses something more powerful than the base Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the we possess something powerful than the What is that called? Tshuva. Higher use is the power of tshuva. And I will say to you, and when can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time you want. The Sir Lazal only be mechaper once a year on Yom Kippur. The Kohen Gadol can only go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim once a year. But you and I could access the most powerful force in the universe, namely tshuva, when? Each and every moment. Incredible. So that's our first paragraph of the second shul. What a ride. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. So once it's now actually, this is a repeat. This is a repeat of yesterday's of the first Mishnah. So we're back to Tumah. I know you thought we were done with Tumah. Tumah to come, Tumah everywhere. So what it says as follows: remember again, we saw before there are two biblical cases for. Now again, what are they? We learned this already. What are the two biblical cases are? I forgot that I was Tameh, but I remember. So again, two cases, right? I became Tameh. I forgot. I entered into the Mikdash. I remembered afterwards that I was Tameh. When it became I knew that I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was the Tameh. Okay. So those are the two biblical cases. So what we call Halam Tumah. I forgot that I was Tameh. What's two more cases? What are the two? What are the cases? I remembered that I forgot that I went into the base of Mikdash. Or I remember that I was coming, but I forgot eating is Kodesh. Right? These are the two additional cases. So those are the two that also elaborates on it. Nitma Biyada. So again, I was Tameh. And then I forgot. But I remember that I was in the base of Mikdash. Right? Or Nelo Imenu Hektish. Or the case could be that I forgot Hektish. I remember or I forgot about both of them. Vaklas HaKodesh, and I consumed Kodesh for Lo Yada, and I didn't know Umish Yada. And then after I ate the Kodesh, I remembered Harezeh Ola V'Yoreh. Now I will say, so again, the Mishnah is not fully articulating the cases. It's giving elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is Yediyah B'Tchila, the awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lack awareness in the middle. Again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of Tumah awareness. I knew I was Tameh. I forgot. I entered into the base. I remembered afterwards. I forgot. I ate Kodesh. Remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4, which are derivative cases. I remember. I know that I'm Tameh, but I was in the Mikdash, and then I remembered that I was in the Mikdash. I knew that I was Tameh. I forgot that I'm eating Kodesh, and then I remember I was eating Kodesh. In all of those cases where there's awareness beginning and end, right in the middle, the liability is for what we call a carbon. A carbon is a sin offering that is based on your financial status. Right? If you have money, you'll type of carbon. We'll talk about all this. And if you're totally down to the price, so in other words, the highest level is going to be a behemoth, and the lowest level is a mincha. That's the range. So Nitma, the person became Tameh, and he knew, and then he forgot. Now he that he was in the base of Mikdash. Mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash. He remembered Tumah. Or he forgot about both of these things. The Mikdash, the low Yada, and he went into the Mikdash and wasn't aware. That when he came out of the Mikdash, he became aware again. It will say same common denominator. The idea of awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, and forgetfulness, or lack awareness in the middle, results in carbon olabiyore. Next, so what I say now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. Speak about entering into the mikdash in a state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes entering into the mikdash. So whether you enter into the courtyard of the mikdash, or you entered into an addition onto it. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to extend temple compound process. So let's say Shaul decides, the Sanhedrin decide, we want to expand the base mikdash. So expand the footprint of the base mikdash. Okay, how onto the base mikdash? So let's start building stuff. You have to add, if you're going to add, you want the additional area to have the sea of the base of Mikdash. How does that happen? This is incredible. So the same way you could expand Yerushalayim. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you can now again. If I extend Yerushalayim, I don't want to expand the municipality. I want to expand ultimately again the Kedusha. I want the Kedusha to develop upon the extended area. So in order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melch, Navi, Tumim, the Sanhedrin. So again, we'll get into this. This is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha border, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the base. The king, the Prat, the Urim Tumim, which remember 72 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the fold, right? That's the vision of 71. Now, whether you, all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, you bring 2 carbon todos. Here, and there's Levitic song. But what happens? Based in Mahalchin, based in walks. Now again, I want to see like where all of this takes place. We're going based in Mahalchin. The 2 todos are following after. The Chol Yisrael Acharei. Whatever this is awesome. This is awesome. Like we are expanding the footprint of the base. I'm making the footprint of Yerushalayim. So how does it happen? You've got to get the whole chaver together, right? There's singing and the Sanhedrin and there's 2 todos, and if Klal Yisrael is there. So on the base, the inner toda. Now again, we'll have to see what all of this means. The inner toda is soon. The inner toda ultimately is burned as there. If you don't follow this process, then the expanded area does not have Kedusha. With the Gemara, if someone goes ahead and into a state of Tumah, ultimately again they are not Chai. So you know, it's not clear from the Mishnah. Very excited for this. There's a process. And there's a clearly delineated process that requires again the king, the Navi, the Urim Tumim, all the Klal Yisrael, Shir, and Toda in order to go ahead and expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, or in order to expand the Beis Hamikdash. Yerushalayim. Sorry. Nitma Bazara. So let's say again, back to Tumah. So let's say again, we'll call him Ruvain. Ruvain becomes Tamim Yazara. But now I'm at Tumah. So let's say something very interesting. This is a different kind of case. What's happening over here? Up until now, we've been focusing on a case where Ruvain becomes Tameh outside of the Beis Hamikdash and then enters into the Mikdash of Tumah. Let's say it's a little bit different. Let's say Reuven becomes Tameh in the Azara. He's in the Beis Hamikdash. He becomes Tameh in the Beis Hamikdash. So how does that happen? I don't know. Is there or Chasrum signs right there? So he's becoming Tameh now in the Beis Hamikdash itself. But now in the Tumah, and again, either he doesn't know that Chasrum, but he knows that he's in Mikdash. He knows that he's in the Mikdash. Or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash, but he knows about the Torah, or he forgets about both of these. He remains in the Mikdash. So again, even though at some point in the Mikdash for a certain amount of time, how much time? Enough time to prostrate. Enough time to Bala Baruka, or he realized the long way out instead of the shorter way out. He's chai. That was what this thing is like this. If Reuven becomes Tameh, in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So now read the next line. If somebody becomes Tameh in the Beis Hamikdash and you realize, oh my gosh, he just became Tameh, and he gets out of there as quick as possible, he does in the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. As quick as possible, there's no liability for being Tameh in the Mikdash. If, however, he became the Beis Hamikdash, and what? Just either time by taking the law or remain there for the amount of time it would take to prostrate. It says, Zohi mitzvahs aseh she'ein chayavin aleha. This ultimately represents, right? This represents a mitzvahs aseh in a for which there is no liability. Now, what that means is like this: if you become in the Beis Hamikdash, and you read it and you get out of there as possible, you are not liable. You're not liable, even though there's a mitzvah. Remember, what's the mitzvah say? The mitzvah say over here is the mishalkol min hamachas. The mitzvah say is that if you are tamei, get out of the Beis Hamikdash as well, right? So I should say, or if you are tamei, you can't be in the mikdash. So if you became tamei in the mikdash and you got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability. Let's stop over here for today. I know we're stopping mid Mishnah. We'll talk about another mitzvah aseh for which there is liability. We continue tomorrow. Mazel tov, finishing the first parak. And again, I will say, Satzlach on this new second parak of Shuas. Bayach. Baruch Hashem. Be able to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Torah sponsor, the Chilson of Eretz, for dedicating all the shows this year as these Torah Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar, the creation of the Yard Church of Shmuel, Ben Yecheskel, according to the Rabbi, we open and merit the families, Ibn Chamo, all those who need to report travel here, Kol Choli, so to bring home hostages, and our holy should be successful. B'chol say Yedei. That let us begin. I'm not exaggerating when I say that we have a ridiculous ahead of us today, and everything you could want of a block of. There's lumdus, there's inspiration, there's halacha, there's hashka, there's everything you want. Everyone wants to just deep breath, take a big swig of coffee, because in Eretz Hashem the ride is absolutely riveting, amazing, inspiration. Gimel 13, we are picking up your base on the base 12 at the 2, pretty much like the middle of. Right? Yeah, Ba'azadan Tumas Mikdash. Good. Excellent. Ba'azadan Tumas Mikdash Vekadashim. So we're now making our way towards the end of the Mishnah. Remember, so far we've only Mishnah with Sefer Shavuos. It was a big Mishnah. It was pretty much a one. We're making our way towards the that particular Mishnah. Over here, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said, Al-Zadon. So remember again, thinking about the Seirin, all of this, which Seirin have we had? We have a lot of goats everywhere. We have the Sesh, we have the Seir of Regalim, and also the Seir of Yom Kippur, right? Again, specifically Rosh Chodesh and the Regalim, those offerings atone for what we call Mikdash V'Kadasha, which means either you're entering into the base of the state of Tumah, you're consuming the consecrated state of Tumah. Always the commonality, however, amongst all of those experiences, there is some element of shogeg. Whether there's shogeg on the front end, shogeg back end, I didn't know that I was Tamei, and then I realized afterwards, I knew that I was Tamei, but I forgot. So now we come to a more severe case. What about intentionality? What we call Zodon Mikdar Hadashah. I knew I was Tamei, but even though I knew I was Tamei the whole time, I still entered into touch. I still eat kachim. See, even for such an infraction, there is still kapara. Where does that kapara come? So that's what we're talking about here. Azodo Mikdash Kadashah, originality. To enter into the Mikdash instead of kachim instead of Tefillin. That is the goat, the image of Yom Kippur, that atoned. So the Gemara says, here we go. This is the Rabbanon, because once it says, the Chiper ala kol yashmi tumos b'nei Yisrael. The pasuk says that literally again, that it will atone on the kodesh for all of the tumos of Klal Yisrael. Now, I will say now, the Gemara is supposed to rest the pasuk, which is exactly what we need. And then it says, "Uvi pishehem l'chol chatason." We'll take care of their psha'im. We're going to discuss in a moment. Pishehem l'chol chatason, all of their sins. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Here we go. Psha'im hamiradim. So I'll say, so remember again, what do psha'im mean? Now, in the world of sin, this is good to know, not for you to be of a friend. Right? In the world of sin, there are different types of averos. So there's what's called the pasha. Pasha means a sin, intentional sin. Intentional sin. I have every intention to sin. So psha'im elav radim. Now, interestingly enough, a pasha is a type of sin that's there actually with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Pasha is considered to be the most severe form of sin, intentionality with the intent ultimately to rebel against the authority. Okay, so that's so let's say the Chiper al Kodesh will be Pishehem. So what does Pasha refer to? It refers to Mezi. The Chiper Melach Moach Pasha Tiva Omer Az Tipar Lidna Beisahi. Chatos. What are chatos? Elu hashkagas. This refers to accidental averos. So Shogi the Chiper Omer Nefachita Chata Mishkaga. You see from here that the inner goat, even for Psha'im, even ultimately intentional averos. I will say this is incredibly important. We say Vidui, so remember again, depending on what Nusach you daven determines how certain is close. Again, we're saying Vidui every single day, and what else? Yom Kippur, right? Certainly that's just what do we say? Chatasi, Abisi, Pashat, Chay, Shogeg, Avon, intentional, but with the intentionality for benefit. I'm just doing it for my pleasure. Pasha is an intentional avera with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Good, let's go back there. Said Gemara, so now, the comments are very interesting, and this is going to open up the door for a beautiful and incredible sugya. So this is really the end of Mishnah. So Mishnah then says, Al Shara Avera Shabbatot, for all other averos in the Torah. Now, what it means is all other averos in the Torah. Halos, chamuros, zidonos, shkados. So lighter averos, more intense averos, intentional, unintentional. Hoda, I knew about it, I know about it. Asay, positive commandments, prohibitions. Krisos, omises, nimkares, the Mishnah. Now, seir hamishtarech bechaber. So we'll say, so essentially, the fascinating enough in halacha, there is a catch-all kapara. What's the kapara? The seir hamishtarech la'asasah, the goat that is sent off the cliff on Yom Kippur. That goat atones for nothing. It's a catch-all kapara. So says the Gemara. Now the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Mishnah says, Hainu kalos. The Gemara says, Hainu kalos. Hainu aseh v'lo saseh. So what are kalos? Kalos refers to regular mitzvahs, aseh and lo saseh, positive prohibitions. Chamuros. What are chamuros referred to? How krisos and misos bezdin. That are again to curries bearing infractions bezdin. Hold up, you knew about it. I knew it. Lo hold up. The question I was asking the phraseology of the Mishnah appears to be fundamentally. Some Rabbi who don't know the Hagi Kamar. I will say this is an important thing. Listen to this. Hagi Kamar. Torah in general. So we'll say, so up until now, our Mishnah about Averos. But what kind of Averos? What we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. That's the specific type of Avera that we have been discussing. You have the Gemara transitions, Mishnah transitions for all their Averos, right? Besides, so remember, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, we've got that covered. What is that covered by? Sir Rosh Chodesh, Seer of Bifnim of Yom Kippur. Those atone for different types of. Now for all our Averos, and what does all Averos include? Literally, all other Averos. What takes care of that? Rather again, what we'll call Kalos, lighter Averos, Chamuros, more intense Averos. Bein Sha'asan B'Shogeg, Bein Sha'asan B'Mezid. Whether you did the Kalos of Chamuros, B'Shogeg or B'Mezid. Also Sha'asan B'Shogeg. And when you wrote a Ram of Shogeg, sometimes I commit an accidental error, and I know exactly what I did. Sometimes I don't know what I did. Whether Gemara says, and what are the cows? So 14 examples of kalos. So a kalos, what we call is your typical asay velos asay. I'm not saying that obviously there's still averos, but like I eat something not kosher. I go ahead and I wear shackles. I fail to put tzitzis on, right? Tzitzis is my garment. So again, those are examples of just everyday assays and most assays. Furthermore, the Elohim Chamuros, what are the more examples? Right? The Gemara says that's krisos and misos based. That's infractions that carry the penalty of karis and misas based. So we'll say so now essentially the Mishnah just informed us, and we'll have to obviously drill down into this. That the seer that is sent over the cliff, that seer is so powerful that it atones for everything. For everything. Now, what's interesting to see is, despite the fact that it atones for everything, what Tumas Mikdashav is still in its own category enough that it requires its own atonement, right? Isn't this interesting? Every other Avera that you could think of is taken care of by this Mishtaleach, but the exception, Tumas Mikdash Mikdashav. Right? So again, if I enter into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah, I can some kach state of Tumah. Those type of infractions require their own kapara mechanism, but literally everything else in Yiddishkeit is taken care of by the seer HaMishtaleach. Incredible. So the Gemara now drills down a little bit and say, hey, Hidami. So when we say this when we say that this sire, right, that is the same. So remember again, Kippur, 2 goats, right? 2 goats. Seer HaMishtaleach. Yeah, that's the goat thrown over the cliff. What's the other one? What is this? What is the inner goat take care of? What does it take? Right, give you a hint. You just did it 30 seconds ago. Right, excellent. Right. So again, so remember that is the seer that atones for intentional violation of Tumas Mikdash V'Kad. Right, the seer Nasa. That's what that takes care of. Seer Mishtaleach takes care of everything else. Everything else. Okay, so now the Gemara says, let's pause just a second. You say the Seer Mishtaleach takes care of mitzvos aseh. Mitzvos aseh. So the Gemara says, say, hey, what's the say? So again, just a simple idea. I failed to put on tefillin. It's a case of an example. I failed from an assay. I didn't put on tzitzis. That is, I failed to perform an assay. So okay, so it takes care of that. The Gemara says, what does that mean? Hi, I say, what's the case of the? So the Gemara says, listen to this. The law of a tshuva shem ta'iba. Sounds there. If I didn't do tshuva, so let's say again, I didn't put on tefillin, I didn't put on tzitzis, and I didn't do tshuva. So that's the case. So what's saying? Without tshuva, carbon is not hocus pocus. Right? Carbon doesn't take away all of your problems. Carbon still requires. So in other words, if I felt the matter violated the law, if I'm just bringing a carbon, that's called zevach hashad. It's called the offering is an abomination. So that's a pretty says. Okay, so what's the other possibility? The other tshuva. Suggesting how could this Yom Shtaleach be mechaper for us says if I haven't done tshuva? Listen to this. Eat the other, and if I did tshuva, beautiful this is. Guess what? I don't need to wait for Yom Kippur. I don't need the seer. Right? If I did it, works every single. Look at Rashi. The other wow, look at that phrase. If I did tshuva, who needs Kippur? Who needs Yom Kippur? Yoma Nami Shuva every day Shuva is mechaper for me. Sanya Ozaz Misham Achemocha specifically on a lower level infraction, like violation of an essay, is just the truth. Just pause here for just a second. This is by one of the most incredible things about doing the daf first thing in the morning. Because often what Baruch Hu does is he gives us the messages we need for that day. So look at what Baruch Hu just whispered in our ear. Shefala, you did something wrong? Just do tshuva. Just tshuva. Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? Is something wrong? Why wait? We're saying in life, we go ahead and we do wrong, right? All the times that we do things wrong. The change in life is not that we do things wrong, right? To err is human, right? As was said, we all make mistakes. So what's the challenge? We get this wrong. We think the challenge is that I sin. The challenge is not that I sin. The challenge is that I don't pick my mistakes in the immediate act of those. That's where my failures in life come from. That I sin, I'm going to sin every day. I'm going to continue to sin. I'm going to zoom on to I'm probably going to become the best sinner. That's going to be the way life is. My whole day in life is after I sin, clean up your mess. Clean up your mess. Why do we wait to rectify the mistakes? Why do we wait to clean up the mess? Why do we wait until some later date to fix all the stuff that's broken? The Gemara says, Shuvah is every single day. And Shuvah is so powerful, I could just do Shuvah today. So incredible. So the Gemara says, so we just try to figure out the mechanics. Every time I'm going to say, so then, again, if I didn't do Shuvah, then why should this severe help? If I did Shuvah, then I don't need Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, Disanyo, Avraham Sasaseva Asa Shuvah. If I violated the mitzvah and I did Shuvah, ultimately, now literally translated, it means I move from there until Hashem forgives you. We'll say, now, this is part of much of a bigger discussion, but the discussion already in the sentence there are certain heroes who can attain instantaneous kapara, instantaneous forgiveness. So, lower daveros, again, I did it for them today. Violation of a mitzvah, so say positive, violation of a positive commandment less severe than the violation of prohibition. How do you violate a positive commandment? How do you do that? It's inaction. So obviously, inaction is going to be less severe than a dynamic activity. So the Gemara says in the Tshuva, so you could essentially attain instantaneous kapara for the violation of a positive commandment. So if that's the case, just the Tshuva, Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, so what's the case? Gimel say, Ba'omid b'merdo b'rebi. No, what's the case? And once I get ready for this, to me, this what we're about to do is one of my favorite sugyas of Shas. And then we're going to have time because they actually moves quickly. I don't move quickly, but he does move quickly. We're going to have a Hilchos Shuvah, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So listen to this. What case? The case is a call him Ruvain. He comes to Yom Kippur and he's only made the Merga. We'll say, what does Odo mean? What Merga means is he had about Shuvah. Ruvain committed an Avera and he has not done Shuvah. And he's holding fast, right? He's strong in his Avera kite. Rashi says, only the Merga, the law of a Shuvah, the Dikash of the Chazevach or Shantoy, must listen ready the Amar Yom Kippur. Okay, so let's watch this. What's the case? The case of our Mishnah. So remember again, keep our eye on the ball here. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that comes Yom Kippur, the Seir La'azazel, which is the Seir thrown off the cliff, atones for all our errors. So where's whose opinion? First, where's the text is someone who has not done Shuvah. And yet the Mishnah still says even if Reuben didn't do Tshuva, Kippur is still mechaper for him. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi Omer. I call it Shabbat Torah. On any hand in the Torah, Ben Asa Tshuva, Ben Lo Asa Tshuva, HaKippurim mechaper. The of Yom Kippur is so overwhelming as sleeping that even if you did not do at all, even if you are the worst Avar in the world, even if you committed Averos, that our Achiv is mechaper for everything. Even according to Rabbi's model, three exceptions to this rule. What are the schutz? Miporek all. Rashi says kofar be'eker, if you deny the existence of God. Makes sense. Right? So if you're kofar be'eker, Yom doesn't atone for you without Shuvah. Megala, but this is very interesting. Rashi says in the Torah, Ba'al dibam bechutzpah, we also tanav. I will say this is incredibly important. A person is disparaging about Torah. Disparaging about Torah. Unfortunately, there is a Yitzhahara like this, where a person sees something, that they don't understand, sees something that seems that they don't necessarily agree with, sees something that seems to fly in the face of whatever our contemporarily held isms, and a person is disparaging about Torah. That terrible infraction, here again, is unforgivable. And next, we make for bris the basar, or a person negates bris. I will say that the way this is understood generally is one of two. It's either a person does on the mitzvah of bris milah, a person tries to hide his bris, tries to make it uncircumcised. So by the way, it's interesting. So just to understand what Rabbi said. Rabbi said the power of Yom Kippur is so profound that Yom Kippur mechaper for everything. But even if you did it again, even if you did not do tshuva, even if you have to you feel in the power of Yom Kippur is so intense that Yom Kippur atones for everything. The Gemara Maseches Yuma frames this, or I should say, phrases this as sumo shal yom lecha. That's how it's quoted in the Maseches Yuma. The essence of the day provides atonement. It doesn't matter what your there is. But the Rebbe says three exceptions. For the three exceptions, again, you're kofar, you don't believe it. You're disparaging of Torah, and you deny bris. Bris milah. I will say it makes sense because remember again, denial of all those things. What's the commonality over there? They're part of the mental underpinning of the covenantal relationship between the Kadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. If you don't believe in God, there's nothing to talk about. Like if I don't believe in sanctity, and if I don't understand it, there's nothing to talk about. Bris milah represents idea. What was it? Where's bris milah in its essence? My desires, second, ultimately again to what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. If I don't have that, then there's no relationship. if there's no relationship, then you cannot tap to the power of Yom Kippur. Rabbi said, but this is Rabbi. To me, this is one of the most astounding shittos in all of Shas. In all of Shas. It's sumo shas. Just understand what this means, right? You eat your sudim of sakes. You say that was delicious. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You say, you know what? I'm really not fasting. So what do? For Havdalah on Motzei Yom Kippur. Right? You go to sleep 24 hours, right? Fantastic. You wake up refreshed, ready to go to school, ready to take on the world. But you didn't daven your fast. Rabbi says, Shkoyach. How do you feel? How do you feel? Hope you feel like 1,000,000 pounds lighter because you have been cleansed. You didn't daven, you didn't open up your mouth, so you didn't do anything. He says it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't matter. You didn't say what you do. Sumo shayom kata. The day itself cleanses. All you need to do essentially for Yom Kippur is be up throughout the day, and you have Shiva atonement for every single Aveira. You did Shuvah, you didn't do Shuvah, it doesn't make a difference. You took Shuvah again, with 3 exceptions. Now watch this. Gemara says follows. So my time to Rabbi, so therefore, what Gemara wants to suggest, just as how he's back, Gemara is suggesting Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah. Because what did our say? Our Mishnah said that the Kippur, which essentially is the Avot of atones for everything. Who's it? That's Rabbi. My time, Rabbi. What's Rabbi's up? Where did he get that from? Right, that the day atones even if a person doesn't do anything. The pasuk says ultimately again he's talking about the asking over here. How does it mean there are 3 exceptions to the atonement power of Yom Kippur? So first of all, the pasuk says he describes the word of God. Refers to someone ultimately and also is disparaging of Torah. That's mitzvah sohefar. Gates bris milah. Again, either by not performing the mitzvah, by trying to hide his bris milah. He carries the Yom Kippur. He carries the Yom Kippur. And you can even get this at Yom Kippur, which shows that what? Shows that Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. In other words, he before Yom Kippur, carries the Yom Kippur, because Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. Now remember, all of this is talking of Yom Kippur atoning without any tshuva. So now Rabbi will tell us Yom Kippur atones for every single mitzvah, with these 3 exceptions. You might have thought that even if a person does tshuva, he stays. Talmud Lomar no ba. For the pasuk says his sin is in him. Well, no. Any time that a person chas v'shalom suffers kares is when he hasn't done tshuva. Obviously, so the power of tshuva is that tshuva can wipe out everything, right? Tshuva can atone for everything. So you need things in addition to tshuva. Tshuva by itself can do everything. So even 3 major averos, tshuva of course helps. But again, whereas Yom Kippur itself is too much the day atones for everything. By all other averos, these 3 averos Yom Kippur is not enough. You need tshuva. But Rabbanan, what are the Rabbanan? This he carries for all of us. Carries the Olam Haba. The Rabbanan is that these 3 averos are so severe that they have repercussions both in this world and the next. But his sin is within him. What does this mean? So most Rabbanan understand certain averos that are so severe that tshuva by itself does not, but rather you need tshuva and nisa and death, and those 2 things together ultimately atone. So that suggests by these 3 areas of Koper, Be'eker, Magala, Badamatora, and Meper, Bris, that again, if you do tshuva, that fully atone for it. Say for in just a moment, tremendous accomplishment. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? It reflects the view of Rabbi. And if Allah again, that's why the Mishnah says, which represents the essence of Yom Kippur, ultimately is mechaper for all averos. Good. The word challenges that. Umi matzis so I'm not going to say it explicitly, but the Rabbanon disagree with Rabbi, and the Rabbanon say, that Yom Kippur only atones if what? If accompanied by Shuvah. If accompanied by Tshuva. So ultimately, again, so the way the Chalkis is often phrased is Rebbe holds Itzum Shal Yom Mechaper, itself affects the Talmud without Tshuva, and the Rabbanan say, no, its notion is not Mechaper, only Tshuva, again, with Yom Kippur allows for atonement. Rabbi Rebbe Lakudei Sichos has a very interesting idea over here. He says, he brings down, he says, no. He says, everyone agrees with Sumo Shal Yom Mechaper. Everyone agrees with the whole essence of Yom Kippur, that Yom Kippur, the day itself, provides kapara. The Rebbe posits that the focus here is, what do you need to do to unlock the power of Sumo Shal Yom? How do you access the power of Yom Kippur? So that Rabbanan will say, Tshuva is the key. Right? And the way that Rabbi says it makes so much sense, because that's the whole idea. There's an essence of Yom Kippur, of the day itself, that goes in the tones. How do you unlock that power? So that Rabbanan will say, Tshuva, but Tshuva works all year. But remember again on both sides, we know this is an Tshuva, that Tshuva has a different power than Aseres Mei Tshuva, and specifically on Yom Kippur. That's why the Rambam quotes the pasuk, Dirshu Hashem b'hi matzah. That Rambam says this explicitly, whereas you could go ahead and do Tshuva throughout the entire year, special power during a Seresimi Tshuva with that evening for itself. So the Rabbanan say that's the key. Rebbe says the key to unlocking Sumo Shal Yom is simply being alive. As long as you are alive, you access the Sumo Shal Yom. So just a different way to frame the machlokes. Okay. So now the Gemara says, "Umin matzis muslak Rebbe." And we'll say, okay, one last set up the Mishnah like Rabbi. And only the Sefer Rabbi Huda, the Sefer for the end of the Mishnah is Rabbi Huda. Therefore, Reish and Rabbi Huda. In general, remember again, the way we like to frame things is to create authorship that runs consistently throughout the Mishnah. So if we know that the Sefer is Rabbi Huda, wouldn't it make more sense to make the Reish like Rabbi Huda as well? In the Mishnah, Echad Kohanim, Echad Kohanim, as we'll see this in other days. Right? Again, the end of the Mishnah says, Elim Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol, are all able to kapara on Yom Kippur. Uman Islay Haiset. Now remember, so this is the opinion that says all Jews achieve atonement through Mishtaleach. Now we're going to see this machlokes in the right machas about maybe Kohanim get atonement through the mechanisms. Who is the opinion that says Sir Mishlech Haisra? Rabbi Huda. So Rabbi Huda, if it's Rabbi Huda at the end of the Mishnah, make sure Rabbi Huda, it makes sense part, which is we're focusing on. That Sir takes care of all of this. It'll make more sense to say that's Rabbi Huda also. He says, no, you're right. The Savarlach Rabbi Huda. Really, the author of the Mishnah is Rabbi, but Rebbe holds like Rabbi Huda. Okay. Beautiful. That is a good answer. That is a good answer. The Gemara says, I'm going to do this good. The Gemara says, I'm going to Abaye. So Abaye says, okay, so can you explain? So how does this work? Rabbi is Savarlach Rabbi Huda. Ava Rabbi Huda lo Savarlach Rabbi. Savarlach Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda Savarlach Nami Rabbi. So now Abaye just asks, by the way, what does that mean? So just that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, which again I will say all that means is that Rabbi holds that Siyah Mishtaleach, like Rabbi Huda, that Siyah Mishtaleach atones for everyone. Yisraelim, Kohanim, even the Kohen Gadol. So when we say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, does that also mean that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rebbe? Now, what does that mean? What is Rabbi Yehuda's model of Yom Kippur? Does Rabbi Yehuda subscribe to the Rebbe model of Yom Kippur, namely Yitzumo Shalom Mechaber, that the essence of the day just by itself is Mechaber? Does he agree with that or not? So the Gemara says, "Oh, Dama, Rabbi Savar Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda Savar Nami Tu, or Chadis." Sorry. Oh, Dama. That's wrong. Rabbi Savar Rabbi Yehuda about Rabbi Yehuda Savar Rabbi. So are we saying that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, but maybe Rabbi Yehuda doesn't hold like Rabbi? Oh, Dilma, neither Rabbi Savar Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda Savar not like Rabbi. Maybe Rabbi holds like Rabbi. Mihu, or the new Sakatan, the name are the Talmud Savar like Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi's Rabbi. So therefore, again, just the way it's appropriate to say it is that the student holds like the Rabbi, not that the Rabbi holds like the student. But in reality, Rabbi agrees with Rabbi's understanding of Yom Kippur as well. No, I meant the way I said it. Rabbi Savar Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda lo Savar lo Rabbi. No. In fact, it doesn't go both. Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, namely that the Siyam Mishtaleach atones for all Yidden, right? Kohanim, Yisraelim, Leviim, Mamzerim, right? Whoever, Kohen Gadol, right? A Jew has kapara ultimately through Siyam Mishtaleach. Rabbi Yehuda does not hold like Rabbi, which means that Rabbi Yehuda does not hold Itzumo Shayom Mechaber, but rather Rabbi Yehuda is going to hold like the Rabbanan, namely that Halacha L'Maisa, you need Shuvah in order to access the Gisanya. Yachol Yehuda, Yachol Yeheyom Kippur Mechal Sham Na'ashem Shavim. You might have thought that Yom Kippur should be Mechaber on a person. They did Shuvah or not, or they did Shuvah or not. So the Gemara says, I can make a Kavachomer, but didn't Holul Chatas v'Asham Mechaprim, give him a Chaper. Now let's make a comparison. For example, Chatas and Asham, Kapara. And Kippur creates Kapara. Ma Chatas v'Ashim Mechaprim Ela Alashim. Just like Chatas, never. The person brings a Chatas and Asham. Let's say the one Granadera brings a carbon, but doesn't do Tshuva. That's what we call it for. Zerach L'Oiva. The offering of Rishayim is an abomination. So the Gemara says, just like Chatas and Ashim only work if accompanied by Tshuva, so to Yom only provides atonement for Tshuva. So says, so this is the power of Yom Kippur is only accessed with Tshuva. Matas va'asham shemecharin al hamizid kishoge. So ultimately, we can say back, but here's the problem. Asham only mechaper. But remember again, there's no carbon for peasantry. There's no carbon for an intentional avera. Truth is, it's not totally true. There is a carbon for intentional. What carbon is that? That's the hana'aseh b'fnim, but that's not something I'm bringing. That's something that is brought on behalf of Israel. Just like Chatas and Asham, only mechaper on Shogeg, right? The Gemara says, Tomar mechaper ala mezid to show. Ultimately, again, the Yom Kippur, however, is different because Yom Kippur has the ability to mechaper both from mezid and Shogeg. Only mechaper ala Shogeg, yechaper al shavim ba'ashem shavim. So that's the case that Yom Kippur can be mechaper for Shogeg and mezid. Perhaps Yom Kippur can mechaper even whether you did Shuvah or not. Talmud Lomar ach. Therefore, the pasuk says ach. Rabbi say usually is a chilik, which means some things are included, some things are excluded. To teach me that Yom Kippur has the ability to atone for those who do tshuva, but not for those who do not do tshuva. So that's good. Now, interestingly enough, this price is given in a way to Rabbi Yehuda, to show that Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi, and Rabbi Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa Yom Kippur only works together with tshuva. The problem is if you look at this brisa is without action. Right? There's no name here. To which the Gemara says, Stam Sifra. So we'll say this is a Sifra. Sifra is a chelik of medrash. Okay, so it's that we call Toras Khan. And Tam Sifra and Toras Khan, who is it? The Kara Shavin, Lo Shavin Lo. Okay, what do you see from here? So this should be this Rabbi Huda. And what do we see from this Braisa? What do we see from it? We see from it that Yom Kippur only works if you do tshuva. But Yom Kippur does not work if you don't do tshuva. So therefore, again, to kind of bring this full circle, therefore, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, namely that this Taliach atones for everyone, for everything. It's not hold like Rabbi, because whereas Rabbi holds Itzunu Shum Mechaper, then ultimately again Yom Kippur is Mechaper for all others, even out Shura, and like Yom Kippur is only Mechaper. Incredible. So you want to say Verani Stam Sifra, Stam Sifra. But again, I can bring another Stam Sifra, right? There's another what we call Stam Sifra, which means rice from Toras Kohanim. We learned Yachol Lo Yehei Yom Kippur Mechaper, Ela Imkinis Anabon Kamalacha. So listen to this. This is just wild. I might have thought that Yom Kippur can only be Mechaper. Listen to this. If you fasted, or Kalabo Mikodesh, right? You davened, right? But also you didn't do Malacha. You didn't violate it. How do I know? Well, he's not about. Supposed to get ready for this. How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, Lo Kara Mikra Kodesh, I didn't daven on Yom Kippur. I violated. I did on Yom Kippur. How do you know that Yom Kippur is still Mechaper? I say, is this not the craziest thing you've ever read? When I say crazy, like I mean amazing. In other words, how do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't dive on Yom Kippur, I look on Yom Kippur, how do I let Yom Kippur is Mechaper? Yom Kippurim hu mikol makom. See what the Pasuk says? Yom Kippurim hu. Yom Kippurim, it's an absolute day. An absolute day. When you read a brisa like this, it makes you want Yom Kippur right now. Now, oh my gosh, I could use that cleansing absolutely right now. The power of this. Just wipe everything clean. I do, I don't do, it doesn't matter. So from Mikkel, so what do you do with this? So what do you do? So again, we have two brises from Toras Kohanim that fundamentally contradict each other. Right? First says, Yom Kippur, a little skip if you do tshuva. Second brise says, the second says, even if you violated, right? You ate on Yom Kippur, you did malach on Yom Kippur, you didn't fast, right? You didn't die. Still, Yom Kippur is not bad. So what do I do with this? No, it's not a contradiction. Rabbi Huda. Again, now it's fine. It works. It's reflecting, I will say, ISIS reflect the two funded opinions, not different opinions, about the way Yom Kippur works. The first brisa that says you need Shuvah, that's Rabbi Huda. How do you access the Panal? Everyone agrees that Yom is this tremendous tidal wave of spiritual cathartic energy to fundamentally cleanse you. Yes, but you need to access it. That's the first. Second, right? So that even if you're Yom Kippur, can you imagine this? You're eating for you. Yom Kippur still telling you. That's Rabbi. He says, eat sumo shoyo. That makes no sense. How does it make sense that if you're eating on Yom Kippur, that Yom Kippur is still working on your, doesn't make sense. And the Rothschild loves us such. He loves us, there's a phrase like this, right? Rashi HaKadosh brings down, I don't know if it's Rashi's or it's the Gemara's. Love disrupts the naturals, right? Where do we learn that from? From Avraham Avinu. The passage says, Avraham Avinu got up early in the morning, and he saddled his donkey. Right? So, and what's bothering the Gemara is, Avraham Avinu, he's got a guy for that, right? Every Jew has a guy to saddle his donkey, right? We don't do that ourselves. Right? So why is Avraham Avinu going there and saddling his donkey? Because again, Rashi says, Mark says, Avraham calls us sure love. Avraham Avinu's love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, love for us, disrupted the natural order. Love makes people do crazy things. And love is such a strong emotion that often intellect is dispensed with. Halachas when you're talking about the love that Hashem has for His children, there is none stronger in the universe. That love that Hashem has for us. So why does Yom Kippur work? Because Hashem who loves us so much and wants more than anything for the slate to be cleaned. For us to have a new start, then it's illogical. It's illogical. So literally, again, Reuven is pressing on Yom Kippur. Pressing on Yom Kippur. Don't worry, before that's right. But right, he's pressing Yom Kippur. He's doing malacha on Yom Kippur. Hashem's who's literally, it's okay. Right? Atonement, forgiveness. Avo kalkalas hashula. The love that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has for us is so intense that it disrupts natural order and anything. Rabbi says, no. Rabbi, both can be Rabbi. Mo the Rabbi bekares dioma. Now, listen to this. This is fascinating. The Gemara says as follows: prices can be Rabbi, right? Maybe the violent Yom Kippur itself, Kippur can't atone for you without you, right? Even Rabbi who holds Itzumo Shalom Mechaper, right? Even Rabbi will say, but if you violate Yom Kippur, you need to do tshuva in order to affect the cathartic power of Yom Kippur. Because if not, if you don't say that, the Gemara says, Karis Yom Kippur on the Rebbe Yeslay. And let's say, this is fascinating. What's the halacha about that? The halacha is, if you eat on Yom Kippur, what's the halacha? It's a chiyuv kares. If you do halacha on Yom Kippur, what's the halacha? Chiyuv kares. If Rabbi holds it's social yom mechaper, that the day itself atones, then what? Then there's never a chiyuv kares for Yom Kippur violation because the day atoned for itself. But yet it says that you're chiyuv kares or for violation of Yom Kippur. So it applies to everything but the Yom Kippur violation itself, right? In other words, if you violate Yom Kippur cannot for you by itself. You're going to need shuk. So the Gemara says, obviously, but why not? I can still find the case. So the Gemara says, Mishkachas could go to Abbas Balayla Umis. Yom Kippur night, a person eats, and what happens? He died before daybreak. In that case, the Lo Asa Yemama avail himself of the Gemara's understanding over here that when we say Itzumo Shechaper, it's actually the daytime of Yom Kippur that affects Kapara. Not, you can have the case ultimately again of a guy. Rabbi of Yom Kippur. Right? So you can have a guy who eats at night, dies before the opportunity to tap into the kapara status of this. Elaima on the base, Karis Diyamama L'Rabbi last night. Which you want to say, why not? Listen to the Akhal's law. The Akhal is Reuven ate something and he choked when he was eating and died. So therefore, never a moment of Yom Kippur after the act of eating to go ahead and provide kapara. Right? In other words, we're just trying to fit out according to Rabbi. How you could have a situation where Yom Kippur itself can't atone for the act of kares. So, for example, if a person is going in and eating dies during the act of eating, in other words, in Rabbi's model, you would need a moment of Yom Kippur post-act of eating in order to atone. If he dies during the act of eating, there's Yom Kippur. Or another Gemara gives another. Rabbi said this is very interesting. What happens if Reuven, people used to break between Musaf and Inchon, all different kinds of ways. Right? So Rabbi decides to decide. So Reuven just sit down for a Su'udah, right? He begins to eat, and he eats all the way until Matzah Yom Kippur, right? He's all Kippur. So in that case, Rabbi again, what's come down in all these cases? So again, there was no of Yom Kippur after the act in order to atone. You see this. He literally he started by Sunday of Yom Kippur, by Yom Kippur, I eat all the way from Matzah Yom Kippur. And let's say to yourself, right? Say to yourself, out of all of the others, out of all of the others that a person could commit, right? Really, that sunset of Yom Kippur, you can't just wait a little bit. Say, in general, just understand, and one could say this about any Avera. I committed to Avera. Really, I couldn't hold out. 30 seconds. We know this concept that so many times the way that I could try to avoid sin, see, it is firm brings down that as a person is tempted by Yitzhara, don't say you're not going to sin. Don't say you're not going to sin. Rather, what's a good strategy to employ? Say, you know what? I'm not going to sin for the next minute. Put on a stopwatch, right? But I'm not sinning for the next 60 seconds. So I was saying 9, 10 times if a person thinks that strategy, overcome the desire. Because we know this, that the way hate works is I'm so caught up in the moment that all I see and all I want is that thing. But if I'm able to catch my breath a little bit and able to make a little bit of a dispassionate decision, what often happens is the ability to resist temptation. It's an incredible strategy. You're not going to sin because you're probably going to fail, right? But I'm going to sin. No, I'm doing this, right? I am going to sin. Waiting 1 minute, 2 minutes, right? So I'm waiting. Let's say it has tremendous ability to solve from such incredible mistakes. So often, if we could just control ourselves for moments, rein in those desires that seek to derail us. But all too often, we just desire with such immediacy. There's no, so we look at this guy, we look who's eating, literally again, on Yom Kippur, we say, what a fool. He can't hold on for another couple of minutes until Matzah Yom Kippur. So let's say, so unfortunately, that's us so often in life. Can't hold out for just another minute or two until I'm able to get this Yitzhak control. I could just hold out, just keep myself a little bit of pause. There's no telling what type of mistakes I could save myself up. So let's say, that's the end of the sugya. How do we pass in? How do we pass in halacha l'maisa? Actually, let's just a little bit more Gemara. Right, so let's try to cliffhanger over here. This Rabbi Rabbi, how does Yom Kippur work? How do we pass in? We just got to cover a few more lines. And so, let's remember again, and this towards the end of the Mishnah, because we're going to finish the Parat Hashem. Everyone is able to achieve atonement. This Seir Lazazel, Hagupa Kasha is inherent contradiction. Katani, Afra Yisrael, Mohamed, Afra Kohen Mashuach, Father Tani, Mabe Yisrael, Kohen Mashuach. So it doesn't make any sense. You said everyone is in the same. Then you said, what's the distinction between Yisrael, Kohen, and the Kohen? Rabbi, who doctor needs to say, Afra Yisrael, Afra Kohen, Afra Kohen Mashuach, Miskan Besira Mishtalech, Bishar Averos. All Jews, Yisrael, Kohen, even Kohen Gadol, are atoned through the Sir Mishtach, through the right to the goat that's over the cliff. There's no distinction between them. So, but are there differences between Yisrael and Kohanim? Yes. Ultimately, and I will say here's the fundamental distinction. They are atoned through the power of Kippur. We Yisraelim are atoned for through Seir Hanas Bifnim. What's opinion is this? Rabbi Hudesh, Rabbi Nisanya, the Chipar Kodesh. Actually, we'll say no to stop over here for today. We'll read it tomorrow, and tomorrow I will give you the resolution against Rabbi and the Rabban about this of Yom Kippur. We'll see you tomorrow in the Hilchos Shuvah. Shkaya, everyone. All right, everybody, have a great day. begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Coach Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus, Torah for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah, which is for the month, the Torah Shmuel, the creation of the yard site of Shmuel's father, Leonard Kurakin, then the test of HaKol Zichrono Yisrael. The only sponsors for today, calling Kathy Power, is celebration of Mishnah Yomi's completing Mishnah Avodah Zarah with Hakar Satov to the Shir to Talmud Akiva cracks and continued Hatzlah in this beautiful endeavor. Let's say, of course, we hope that in the American all of the Aliyah, the family and the family, all those who need to level together with Cholei Yisrael, Hashem, continue to bring hostages home. We have tremendous I felt for the beautiful mission that was the Tal Yisrael yesterday. However, the rest of our hostages should come home in Yetz Hashem. Holy soldiers should be successful. The whole of Naaseh Yudayan and the true souls for all of us. So we got another lot to do today. Such a beautiful daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Yud Days 12. We are picking up on Yud Aleph on the days 11b, and we are picking up Hari Para. I really like to do today. It is 2, let's get 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 7 line out from the top. So we'll say 30-second review. So again, in the beginning of yesterday's, I introduced to the riveting idea of Rabbi Yochanan. Uber name of Rabbi Yochanan, naming the Hava, leftover cups, leftover Tmidei Tzibor. What do you do with them? So Rabbi Yochanan proposed this idea of simple redemption. You go and you redeem them onto money. By transfer sanctity of your money, that money then falls into a machat used for temple repairs, specifically for the Kodesh. Subsequently, the animals are repurchased. And you are good to go. That triggered firestorm conversation. Physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so how are you able to go ahead and to which Rabbi introduces us to a concept. Based and stipulates stuff that is used. Stuff only the animals that are used actually attain the function of physical sanctity. Everything else does not. And therefore, you're not really redeeming physical sanctity because you unused guys, you can't just make an animal out of this and using it for mundane use. You go through this model, this mechanism of what looks like a thing, but in reality, the animal became vested with Kedusha because they were never used. The Gemara then raises a couple of questions to this. It says, maybe they was only cases that are common. And that's why, again, in the cases of lost karbanos, which Baruch Hashem is good to hear, where uncommon occurrence, concept of weekdays days in Masnalayim doesn't apply. That's where picking up. Now the Gemara challenges this idea again. Bahari Para. What about Paraduma? What about Paraduma? So watch this. So Bahari Paraduma Devoshki. So Paraduma is an uncommon situation. Right? Again, Ramon said, remember, the whole chap of Paraduma. It's not an everyday occurrence. So it's considered what we call a lochia. And yet, the tiny we learn was very interesting. Harik this Al-Kop Shaba. A Paraduma could be redeemed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. So that's why Rashi says over here. Rashi says it's about half down in short lines of Rashi. The whole you may buy also Ella Sheva. This is just a fascinating statistic. In all of the years of the first and second temples, there were only 7 27 red heifers. All those years, hundreds of years, only 7 paros adumos. Okay, Rashi goes on. Al Kop Sheba in Iran during so again, in general, if a paraduma develops anything, so ultimately the part to be redeemed. Okay, that's not so much of the Kiddush. Let's go on. Mesa, if the paraduma dies, again, this is just it just dies. Halacha, you can redeem it. You should talk if that. If it was slaughtered, Rashi points out over here. Let's say it was slaughtered outside of its prescribed area. You could also redeem it. If you find nice para aduma, and that's not a reference. That's like a reference, to again. You find more amicable para aduma. Again, you find a better para. So what's the ultimately you could redeem the old one and utilize the new one. Now, once the puma has been shafted, right? Now, when you shafted and placed on Lakadiyah Olamis, ultimately it does not have any kind of redemption. Now, listen, let's hear this. If you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says, remember, just as a Paraduma was not in the base of the flesh. Right? Very unique. Paraduma away up on Harazis. Right now, again, you can go to the site where Paraduma now, unfortunately, it's a monastery, was offered up, and you can see it works. The offer again, Harazis is a mountain, Harab is a mountain. The incredible part, the area of where the Paraduma is directly across from the entranceway of the base of Mikdash from there. So part is unique. So when it says Gali Ma'arab, that means on the pyre, but not in the base of Mikdash. On the pyre in Harazis, where would it be? To finish that Rashi, he said that home fine. And here's so what is right. So, pretty much you can redeem Paraduma at any point in time, and for any reason, right? It dies, you can redeem it. It has a mum, you could redeem it. You find the nice one, you could redeem it. The only time you can't redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on its designated pyre. On Harazaisin, you can no longer offer a redeem. And Rashi says that's because it doesn't look right. It's a ginai. Now ginai who it doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on its pyre. What are you going to do? You're going to redeem it now and use it for cute, like it doesn't make any sense. Now what do you see from here? Now the assumption is paraduma kedusha saguf, and yet it seems to be that you could read for what? For any purpose, even without it developing a mum. Now again, this would have troubled us much more yesterday. I should say before yesterday. Now it troubles me less. I understand how could this happen? Can you redeem something that has physical sanctity kedusha even if it doesn't have a mum? How do you do that? What's the problem? We just said ladies and masna lane only applies in a situation where but this is an uncommon situation, and yet we're still saying this. So earlier, Shushmar says, no, it's fascinating. Shiny para, because of the kabayas. Wow, quite fascinating. Shushmar says, no, you got it wrong. It's not kedusha. It's bedek kabayas. The bayis is a sanctity that is associated. They're there for temple upkeep. So you look at Rashi, Kilomar, Abraham is back to Kaddish Kedusha San. If he calls Niftis Malomum, the Enot Yukali doesn't have Kedusha San, doesn't. Now, by the way, it makes sense. It can't have no sanctity. Why? Because if it had physical sanctity, it has to be offered up based on it does. But the fact that it's offered outside of the temple would seem that it's more financial sanctity, monetary sanctity, either what we'll call Shazmanim or Kedusha Kabayis. But not physical sanctity. So the Gemara says, now, what's the base din masna alein necessary for items that possess kedusha saguf? Items that possess monetary sanctity, right? That's a low form of kedusha. So therefore, may those just be redeemed, just for a reason. So the Gemara says, of that case, that paraduma is kacheveh bekabayis, then mesa mishkata tifteh. Then how could it be that if the para dies, right, if the Torah shechted that's outside of its prescribed area, that it can be redeemed. How could that be? The most of the general halacha is like this: anything that is kachim bedekavayis, right? That was dedicated to the temple. If it needs to be redeemed, it requires hamada v'ha'aracha, which means it has to be brought in front of the coin, literally stand in front of the coin, and its value assessed by the coin. If that's the case, and the paradigm is dead, it should be you can almost bring it before the coin. If that's the case, then Allah has to be able to stand in front of the coin. If that's the case, they have to use it. This is not a problem. Money that you shouldn't need the heart, shouldn't use how you become among the Vara. But you let it come out, nor how you become among the Vara. Okay, this is apparently this is subject focus as well. And Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion the country by the Kabayis not to require among the Vara, and therefore halacha could be redeemed. Okay. So therefore, so I just want to point out these Gemaras are also like the issue that we pick up in the way over here. So I don't know, this is quite striking that Torah Adura, which is also, if you think about it, one of the most powerful forces we have, the ability to go out and literally take away Tumas Maze, and you take away Tumas Maze, even just by the Kabbalists. So it has marker sanctity, that's sanctity. So I just want to point out a tremendous consequence on this. Why doesn't Torah Aduma have Kedusha? Why not? Why not? Because it's not offered us in the base of Mikdash. What do you see from here? That to really attain the highest level of sanctity, you must embed yourself in holy circumstances. Nothing in life just do the right things. You have to push yourself the right Adila. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You kind of, a lot of region, in a lot of like, I don't want to say self-deceptiveness, but like you like that as long as I'm doing things, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter who I hang out with, it doesn't really matter the activities I'm doing, because again, I'm strong enough to withstand everything, and I may really be doing the right thing. I'm davening, I'm learning, I'm giving stuff, I'm doing chesed. So, I know these guys are not the right activity, it's not really the actual, but I can withstand those things. And it's incredible because that's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Kedushas Haguf comes when you embed yourself in a framework of Kedusha. It's only if you live in Kedusha, if you operate in the midst that you have, once again, you could have Kedusha coming. Absolutely, you could have physical, you could have monetary sanctity, but at the end of the day, you cannot shoot Kedusha Haguf. Tremendous. This is called. Concept much for the power of Eretz Yisrael. What is the power of Eretz Yisrael over Chutzlaretz? What is it? We have children Chutzlaretz, we have the Bakanevich Chutzlaretz, we have Torah. The difference is that in Eretz Yisrael, one is embedding themselves in the absolute atmosphere of Kedusha. You cannot replicate that outside of Eretz Yisrael. You just cannot. In Eretz Yisrael, so that's why incredible pockets of holiness, but you cannot create the totality of a holy atmosphere. Incredible. You know, it's okay, it's tradition. Okay, so now let's go back. So what did the Bride just say? Part of people can be redeemed, but there's one point of no return. What's the point of no return? Once you sheft it on top of its pyre, on top of its ma'aracha, it cannot be redeemed. I got time here, Bishul Omer. Part of okay, so he shared himself that, and he knows that this is fascinating. That part of has the ability essentially to treat it like food. When it comes to Torah, why? Because this is at a certain point you can have a time to watch traceable. If you look at Rashi, wide line Rashi, about 5 lines in the Kami Tumas Ochlan. What does this mean? So Rashi says, Sheretz B'Sara, V'Chazer V'Naga B'Sara B'Ochlan between Mitam Asan, or Tim Asan, excuse me. Now, literally, they tuma just like food, right? A Sheretz touches the Paraduma touches another item, could convey tuma. Vamir Turkish, Rabbi Shimon, Haramik Nisagarim Narafta, and yet the Shush says, Rabbi Shimon says that a para, because of it, so para could be removed even after it's been put on the fire. That contradicts with the rights that said, Ella, shiny para, hold on meha yikarim. That says, you're right, para duma in both. Again, has a little bit of a different set of circumstances. Why? Because Hamaisa, it is incredibly. Rashi says over here, El Tokma, don't set up the bicycle for Ella. We must buy the Matza Nahimenatif. Then Shum, the lead base in Masnala, Afagabo Shifa. So also, we're actually reversing course. We're saying reality. Why can you redeem Paraduma? The most is very important. Why are you allowed to redeem Paraduma? Now, the Aduma is saying that Halal like the Raisa, which means if the Paraduma dies, you can redeem it. If you redeem it, you find a nicer one, you shaft it outside of the prescribed area, you can redeem it. The only time shafted on the higher on why? Leave Beis Masnala. That's the reason. Because essentially Beis Din says it's not called Paraduma until it's actively shafted any time before. For that, ultimately you can redeem it in the fashion you just said before. That late Beis Din Masnala only applies in the case of what? In case of what? Shia comes to that Paraduma 7 over the book, but then that's totally. The Gemara says it's different because since Paraduma is so expensive and so unique. Therefore, again, Beis Din said essentially it's not para until it's offered up on the mizbeach. Up until that point in time, you could swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. So let's say so now in fashion, it's fascinating. So let's go back there. So the Gemara says so now the Gemara goes back to the mechanics of this, right? So let's go through. I Paraduma. Paraduma dies. Okay, so obviously now it's not useful for me anymore as a Paraduma, but it still has Kedusha. So what could I do? I could redeem a transfer its value, transfer its sanctity, and now the car itself becomes just fluid. So what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? The Gemara says, what are you going to do? You're going to redeem the product. You don't go ahead and feed it to the dogs. First of all, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Even if the same technically has been removed, even with the carcass. I'm going to share shum ora. No, it's because it's high. It does have value. Even now, it's really based on the so late days of masculine is going to be there in order to preserve the high. What's a cow? Right? How much of a high, right? How much of a, again, it's a small cow. It's hard to listen to young animals. How much, like, how much high you actually going to get? So because in order to preserve the value of the high, so we're going to see a really basic mass knowledge. First thing says, yeah, I'm not kind of, I mean, in sheets, the gamma owner. Yes, as the famous adage goes, an ear of a camel. Again, one of these that sounds much better in the Aramaic as well. Right? Megamle owner, which means I will say sometimes if you should salvage or you salvage from the camel his ear, still you should do that. In other words, you're right, the heart of the Paraduma is not worth that much, but it's something. And if you can recoup some of the value of Paraduma redemption, Chazal wanted to enable that. Incredible. They say, Amulo, Rabbi Shimon, so let's see now. We're going back to our Mishnah. Let me just finish the whole saying. So the Mishnah all about the Seir, Rosh Chodesh, of the Riddah, of Yom Kippur, and again the idea. Remember from the Mishnah is that all of those sealing are for some type of Beis HaMikdash centric Torah or Kedusha centric, right? Whether it's entry into the Beis HaMikdash without knowledge, consumption of Kodshim without, and then there were cases, right? Yediyah B'Tchila, Eino Yediyah B'Tchila, B'Yishli Yediyah B'Tchila, Eino Yediyah B'Tchila. So what's this? We learn as follows. The Mishnah, they asked Reb Shimon, so what's this? Now let's say the Mishnah had the case, what happened? We lost this year. Let's say this Kodesh was lost. Come before Yom Tov. Can you offer up the seer of Kodesh on Yom Tov? On Yom Tov. So they will, people, Rishon says, yes, it's to offer up the seer of one on the occasion of another. Hey, Craven. How do you say that to Rishon? How can you do that? For different seers for different things. You go and offer up one for the other. On the other hand, so Rishon says, we have a common denominator. What's the denominator? They all come from regarding the Beis HaMikdash consumption of consecrated items. Because of commonality, you can actually offer them up on, you go up on different occasions. So you see a Rosh Chodesh on the Regalo on Yom Kippur, and so on and so forth. You want to go ahead and get into that. But Leib based in Masna. Why didn't Reb Shimon give an easier answer? Reb Shimon say, of course you can. Why? Because Leib based in Masna. I'll say, what does Leib based in Masna mean? Yeah, the animal only achieves its designated identity once it's for that designated purpose. So, for example, if I have a seer of Rosh Chodesh that is set aside for Rosh Chodesh, and then that seer runs away, right, and I offer up another one in instead, and I find that seer by Pesach. Now, of course, I could offer up on Pesach because when I saw, we don't look at that as witnessing a seer of Rosh Chodesh for Pesach, but rather it never became a seer of Rosh. Why not? Because maybe it's not land. If you don't use it doesn't become designated for that. But that answer, that's the answer. You wish the message is no. Shouldn't come far. You bring up Reb Shimon, less days in Masna land. Wow, okay. Turns out that this concept is got to focus. Apparently, Reb Shimon himself does not subscribe to this idea of late days in Masna land. Listen to this. This is our case. This is how we started. Right? So again, I have 4 leftover animals in the Lishkas Hatvoim for like Havana. Well, I no longer use them because they were purchased with years. So what do I do? According to Rishon, they cannot be redeemed unless they develop a moment. Incredible. They must look a moment in order to go ahead and the Gemara says, but the Chachamim niftin to me. According to the Chachamim, they can redeem without a moment. Rabbi say, the Gemara says as follows, let's not focus. Leib bezin masna lein. The Rabbi bezin masna lein. And therefore, again, Chazal said from the beginning, if these animals are not used for communal purposes, then ultimately, again, their Kedusha is simply removed with money. Reb Shimon rejects that idea. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon who are the people who are arguing with Rabbi Shimon? He named Rabbanim Diktoras. If you want to say it's Rabbanim Diktoras, what's going on yesterday's daf in the case Diktoras, half of your days, right? Remember again? So in the case of Diktoras, we also saw another case where Halach Halamaisa can be redeemed just with money. Now, again, remember yesterday, the reason the Gemara said that was why, was perhaps the Torah only possesses Shivishas Mother, right? Shivishas Daven, and not Shivishas. The Gemara says, top of the base, shiny Torah. So if the Torah is different, why? The law bar Rayu. Because it was like, there's no choice. Because by animals, you could say, let it graze until it develops, and then we eat. By Torahs, there's no more. There's no more. So because there's no more, what exactly is the option for redemption? Not straight up redemption. So it's Rabbanon Ella, Rabbanon Para. Maybe it's Rabbanon Paraduma. Who also said, you see, they say from Paraduma, that way they do not know it. Which was a Para shiny, Duma Para, we got now you cut. As we just said before, in general, it's treated differently. Why? Because it's so unique as well. It's not Ella, Rabbanon Amru. Rather, it's the Rabbanon of Law. What is the Amru? That's a reference back to the Mishnah. If you look at the Rothschild, days in the Aleph 12a, and the Amru, they must listen. Rashi Amru, hold of the Inkaparas on Shabbat, less luck in the evening, Masnishim Abad Bazet, Yaki Bazet, Mekapara, it's included. Remember again, Rabbanon Mishnah, right? It's quite considerable. Mishnah said, let's just reestablish it. And then essentially are offered up Kodesh, Regalim, and Yom Kippur. All of those must have come buckets of goats, right? Those 3 buckets in the commonality. They're all offered up for some called Tuma infraction regarding entry into the English or consumption of kosher. They vary, but that's what they all focus on. What happens if I have my designated for a Chodesh? It runs away, it escapes, I end up with it. So the rabbis, the Rabbanan said, how can you do that? They're designated for different things. To which Reb Shimon said, share the commonality of Tumas Dash, the Kadash, and that's enough. Now, the Rabbanan agreed with reason. The Rabbanan say it can be offered up. Why? Because leave days been must. Because it turns out that when the Seir Rosh was never offered up for Rosh Chodesh, for obtain that Rosh Chodesh sanctity for the next Yom Kippur. But you, Reb Shimon, who don't hold late days in Masnah, why do you allow for it? Reb Shimon says, the Kasan Shabbat. The Shimon says they all have commonality of purpose. That's the Rabbanan of the argument. So you might have you. So how do you know that it's reflecting you that you go? The Gemara says, but I'll become a lake. Which some of the got me the ladies in Masnah. So again, what conversation exactly is it happening over there? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, you might have you the Ka'amalei, Yugoslavia, Nami, in Kaparas, and Shabbat, you should lay based in Master with the Kamosibla. So again, on one side, how do you know this Rabbi Shimon, who again, this is Rabbi Shimon, this is Rabbi Huda. This is Rabbi Shimon, but ultimately all the late days in Master. What's the conversation that's happening over here? God, come on, you don't need to say, Michelle, pretty cool works out well, that means Master, and because I lay in Master, and these here of Rosh Chodesh is for example, to be offered up by the Regalim. As you got, according to you, that Amrit Lo, who do not subscribe to these Masnah, how can you take this seed that was lost, let's say, by Rosh Chodesh, for Regalim or Yom Kippur? And my Yikubu. So the Gemara says, don't maybe there's some situations where there, what it means to say. Thought to come like, this someone would be weak, I mean, according to me, this makes sense. I hold it. You have commonality in purpose. In other words, they're all Hadassah Shabbat means they're all used to atone for some of Tumas Mikdash and Mikdash. We should not be equal. That's why if this year is lost for one occasion, it should be used for different occasions. But according to you, why should it be offered up? Rabbi Yochanan says, Gemara Gamir. Rabbi Yochanan says we have Masorah. Masorah, the bigger Rabbi Shimon ein niftin l'divrei chachamim nift. So we have a Masorah. What's the Masorah? According to Rabbi Shimon says it cannot be redeemed. According to the Chachamim, they hold it here is that the point of contention is Lev based in Masleh. I, Rabbi Shimon, the less Lev. But it's just see all these things over here. We take over here is what was originally introduced to us as a concept that everyone subscribed to. Now turns out to be fundamental machlokes acts our Mishnah on that is about Rabbi Shimon rejecting the notion of late basin or accepting the concept of late basin on land. So we must Rabbi Shimon late basin masna land abdul lahu. So now let's go full circle. So what did you do? Let's go back for just a second. Remember, how did we get in this whole late bin masna land? Right? Get to this. We got this because we have a very practical issue. Leftover karbanos, the sacrificial animals. So what are you doing with the whole great days in Masna land as a real, right? As the Rabbanon hold, right? This simple mechanism. Redeem the animals, right? Redeem us to amount of money. Donate that money back to us with Machzis HaShekel fund and reach the animals with Machzis HaShekel. We're good to go. But according to Shimon, if you reject late days in land, so at the end of the day, what do you do with those leftovers? To which the Gemara says, "Makitzin b'henes hamizbeach." Okay, so this is very interesting. What do we do with it? So we've seen this phrase before. We use it for dessert for the mizbeach. Okay, look at Rashi. Rashi's in the short lines, about 4 lines in Makitzin b'henes hamizbeach. Yisham mizbeach batal. And the time of the mizbeach is done. Let's say again, no one's turning up any other Kabbalah ways right there. So Masilim Sa'olah, then it does see she offered up as an Olah. Again, on behalf just a gift offering, Kiddush Amir, Rabbi Shimon, Karim Masnisin, Gashlo Karabazay, Yudabazay. You should time of the cooler body of the cap for Altumas Mitash Vekaga. So, Alma, Arpa, Gab, the lap, and that he kapara Gufa, even the Shek, Kabin Saksa, Harab Law. It should not pull its off in Hotzifu, you will the kids on his back, showing the shoulder for sure. Such the Shimon says, simply, you don't redeem it. What do you do with the leftover karbanos? Offer them. Offer them. That's it. What do you offer them? So we're going to get into this more. There were a period, there was nothing, no activity happening on his back. Now, we don't like it. We don't do it when the back is dormant, right? So what would they do when they were at, it's hard to believe that I was ever dormant. But again, what would they do in those moments that it was dormant? They had like a dessert fund, right? In the dessert fund, they would offer up just additional communal offerings. So those leftover animals would be used for the dessert of the mizbeach. And I want to point out, like, just tremendous chance to go, why not? Just like, so what? If there's not clearly on the mizbeach, leave it alone. So let's remember again, what's the whole avodah of the mizbeach? Well, the mizbeach is sort of the bridge between heaven and earth. The carbon is coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The mizbeach itself as a model of avodas Hashem. What is the core principle of avodas Hashem? The core principle: never stop. Never stop. Be spiritually dynamic. In the rest of relaxation, I'm still active. I'm still doing. I'm still efficient. The mizbeach is dormant with no carbon, with no curve, with no closeness, with no dynamic activity, bridge heaven and earth. Impossible. Impossible. You can't have that. That is it. Because again, the whole point is we practice to serve as the paradigm for our avodah. Constant, dynamic, forward momentum. So, according to Rabbi Shimon, we don't need to redeem the animals, just Just use them. That's it. Fascinating. So let's go. I'm not finished with that. original Aristotle. And listen, interestingly enough, Rabbi, this works well with animals left over in the Lishkas HaTzloim, because since they were already designated offerings, so just offer them up. Offerings. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So the Gemara says, but even Rabbi Shimon, in the case of eating chatas, let's say you have leftover chatas animals. Leftover chatas animals, those cannot be offered up as dessert for the Mizbeach, but rather, again, you have to be redeemed. Rashi says over here, Mod Rabbi Shimon, actually Rashi right across, Mod Rabbi Shimon, Sinei HaChatos, Sheniktu Masalishka Shalozu, Benisos Rakidon Sir Shalosh Chodesh Adar, Sha'abarei, you already cut all the Chovas Tzibor. So this is very important. He bought ear, right? A sin offering, a seer, for tzibur purposes. What's an example of that? The sin offering of Rosh Chodesh. The seer of Rosh Chodesh, right? This is that. Why is there an offering on Rosh Hashanah? Sin offering on Rosh Chodesh. Who says, "Maybe I like that. I'll show you atatias haya. Bring to me a totally diminish the power of right. It ran away. So you ended up throwing up another one in this. Now what happens? When do I find it? I have to Rosh Chodesh Nisan. What's the problem? That's a shekel. So again, what agrees that cannot work up on the Mizbeach. But the kids on Mizbeach, before we carried to Allah, Buddhama, Shira, Shiyimam, Yikach, what's the reason for that? If you offered up, why not? That's a chatas. It's a chatas. So a chatas can only be chatas. The problem is, if you have this chatas from Yad Maxis HaShekel and wasn't used during that financial year, you can't use it. So there's going to be, in that case, the animal graze, once well sold, you can redeem it onto money, you can use that money for an olah. So you just so again, Rabbi Shimon says the leftover animals that you have at the end of the fiscal year, that's easy. You don't need to redeem those. Just as dessert for the Mizbeach. Whatever the Mizbeach is from. Why? Because those essentially were set aside for olah communal use. Just use them for olah communal use. That's it. So that's an easy one, right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have leftover chatas, that's a problem. That's a problem because that cannot just simply be put them in his bag for dessert use, because the chatas cannot be repurposed as an olah. But still, there's a remedy as well. What do you do with that? Let it graze, and redeem, and use them for, kids on his back, from his back. So the Gemara says as follows: Hashtalos to make kara olah, the olah. That's good. So again, in the case of lesser animals, in which that's like one, they were initially designated as olah, so offered up as about the most in the case of the seer, it was originally designated as a chatas, right? You can't go ahead and offer that up as an olah. Now, what's happening over here is as follows. Technically speaking, you can, right? In other words, if I had a seer designated as a chatas for Rosh Chodesh, and then what happens? The seer gets lost. I end up offering up another one in its stead. And it said, and then I find it afterwards, technically speaking, I could offer that person. What we're concerned about is if we allow that, you may come to repurpose the chatos and use it as an olah even before the chatos has been offered. That's awesome. So in order to avoid that, in the sense we say, once an animal was designated as a chatos, you can't be for an olah. Beautiful. I'm Rabbi, this assertion, namely that once an animal has been designated as a chatas, even if another chatas has been offered up in its stead, can't use that original chatas as an olah. That's all the Gemara put up. So Rabbi said, are you going to agree with this as well? The Gemara says, part of the assertion of Gippurim, they said the parents of Yom Sha'avdu that were lost for Shachrim, Tachtayin, and other animals in the stead you offered up. The things and it got lost. It came Tachtayin, and you went ahead and you offered up other kabbalas in its original ones. Kulan Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Yet let them all die." The Rothschild stavu let it graze, the mom, redeem it, and they use the money for the double. She'im chatas for mesa. Because at the end of the day, we don't leave communal chatas to die. You all up, but what's the big deal? Just use it for cakes on his bear. Kites on his bear, use it for his bear. Dessert. Like after all, again, the purpose has been served already. Just repurpose it. For which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Is there a kapara or to take kapara? This is very important. Everyone agrees that halakha l'maisa before the chatas has been offered, a chatas cannot be purchased ultimately as an olah. Technically speaking, if you have a chatas, it was lost, replaced effort, and then you subsequently find chatas, you really should be able to repurpose that chatas as an olah. Really, you should be able to, either because of late days, right? Or just because the purpose has been served. But the Maisa, we don't let you. Why? Because we're concerned if we do it after the chatas offered, you may come to what? Repurposing before. So therefore, essentially, there's a halacha, no repurposing of the chatas for an olah. Good. Rabbi says, I also agree with this. That's what I'm telling you. Bashini, you're actually staying. So this is by the serum. The two goats, the two goats of your right? If one of the goats is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So we use the remaining. Let it raise, develop a more, and then sell it off and let the money be used for an adult. Why is that so? You say, hold off. Just let the remaining one be offered up as an hold off. Let me know. No, once animal is designated as a chatas, a purpose as anything else. I also agree with this. Asham shemesu ba'ilov. If you have an asham, right? This is also another type of sin offering. I mean, the owner died. Ocean is carved, or the animal was lost. The owners used a different animal to achieve a total. You actually. Let the animal graze, develop a more, and then redeem it and use the money to purchase an adava. Yamos. Rabbi says also, if you just let the animal die, then you show Omer Yavi the time of Ola. No, use the proceeds and bring all of the Rikari Hudgens. But why not just offer the animal itself? So the Gemara says, Rikari Hudgens for Ola. So I'll say all of these are of this same basic idea. So again, just to understand what's happening over here. Right? So what's time to spare? Right? So again, remember what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying like this: the reason we got to the late days in Masna land was because Rabbi Yochanan said we're doing it for leftover kabbalos. Rabbi Shimon says, I don't. Another simple Eitzah over animals. What do you do with that? Ice on his back. Desserts on his back. Right? Why? Because since originally they were dead offerings, these are for communal offerings. But even Rabbi Shimon made it for all the purposes. But even that was designated for a chatas, you can never repurpose a chatas or an olah. You want to go ahead and get it out of the chatas state is how, let it graze, develop a redeem it, and then you can use the money ultimately again for an olah. Tainam, everybody that supports this. So we'll say, what would they do? This is going back to what we spoke about before. You have leftover animals from the lishkas and they bring on the altar, they offer up an altar like dessert, like white pigs that people eat for dessert. She says in the days, kites, on his back. The other maybe the kinuach suda, meaning like a person goes for desserts, right? Brings figs, dessert. So too, you bring animals on the kavanah on his back as dessert. One second. You're allowed to bring figs for on his back. But it takes this thing quite literally. He calls Sa'ar. The Chol Dvash was like you're not allowed to bring honey. But you can't bring lemon, and you can't honey. Which the punch means you can't bring figs on his back. Which is calm down. Keeping those shava, it's an expression. I didn't mean it literally, right? Again, it's just an expression, right? The same way that people commonly eat pigs over animals, you bring them as dessert for his back. Whenever them is back, you just grab one of those leftover animals and use this stuff. Also, so just to understand what's happening, you know how the fundamental machlokas, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals at the end of the fiscal year? Rabbi Yochanan, just for the sanctity of the money, back into matzah shekapah from last year, use new matzah to repurchase those animals and then use them for the new purpose. Rabbi Shimon, you don't have to use them for his gap whenever the mizbeach is done. That's our regime machlokas. There we go. So now he just hides on his back because the Nachman says you can only use animals, not birds, for kites on his back. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Now Rashi says over here that means it's been looking so for example, let's say a case. So let's say the chatas that developed the moon, you sold it up, you use the money, now you want to use the funds to purchase return his back. You only purchase animals, not birds. Birds. Brother says that's a lie. That's a lie. Like what? Right? Fact check. Right? You made this as interesting. Was like it doesn't say this situation. I bought you made that up. You made that up. Where do you know that from? I'm going to knock my dog. I'm not going to I'll tell you. My broadcast, I'm talking about I made it up. I'm easy, right? I said it over before. Maybe that seen me now done. I said it over and over. Seen me now. Don't see me now done. Just the dollar see what the aim all that's all. It's very simple, right? Ultimately, again, whatever is left over, right? Whatever is left over ultimately goes for over seabird, right? Goes for you, right? That's tight and it's there. And ultimately, listen, we know there is no such thing as a so it makes sense. In other words, the only things that are offered up as the zbeach, so to speak, are things that can be offered up as communal offerings. Only animals are up as communal offerings. Birds are never offered up as communal offerings. Therefore, it makes sense that you cannot go ahead and sacrifice money, which is birds, for dessert for the mizbeach. That's all I didn't look it up. Stash will something about the so it looks like even Shmuel went ahead. Even Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yochanan. I will say now again, we're going back over here. What did Rabbi Yochanan say? So late days and Shmuel agrees with this concept. I'm going to read Karbanos Sakin Moshchas Mashay. Shmuel said this is an interesting expression. So again, when it comes to offerings, is the knife that designates them for their purpose, which is another way of saying the carbon only achieves. Like the carbon only achieves its purpose, its identity when it's shifted, which also is another way of saying Lev Beis in Masnale. Like Lev Beis in Masnale says, the carbon only achieves its identity when actively used. So Sakin Moshe Chassan ultimately again means the night literally again pulls them towards their identity. So Shmuel holds like a turn up here by Sasa. This year, Shmuel Kara Bereg. I'll use the brush Kodesh. It shouldn't be reached. Rabbi it is not offered up, let's say, by Yavtiv, right? It's offered up by Rosh Chodesh in low Kara Rosh Chodesh. You could be Yom Kippurim. If you didn't offer up by Rosh Chodesh, in low Kara Yom Kippurim, yeah, if you didn't use Yom Kippur, again, you say, one of the others, in low Kara Bereg Zeh, Yikra Bereg Acher. If you didn't use it this Yom Kippur, is a different Yom Kippur. Why? Because at the end of Rochel Maisa, it was only brought to serve for someone coming on the Adam's behalf, and therefore again it can be repurchased. So the way the Gemara is Halakha Maisa about the focus. So fundamentally based in Masni Aleh or not. Yochanan says yes. Rabbi Shem says no. What is the halakha? So we'll say the Rambam Pasnas calls out the Hilchos Shkolim. Hilchos Shkolim. Perek Dalet Halakha Yiralet. Here we go. You see Agir Rosh Chodesh Nisan in Makpidim Kavanot Siva El Shema Kadosha. Once Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, you can only offer up Kavanos from the new Shekel collection. You'll know about Kavod. Leficha in the Agir Rosh Chodesh Nisan Yishma the Hemos. So what do you do if Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes? But I still have over animals that were with last year's Mitzvah Shekel. What do I do? So what's the halacha? You know, son, you redeem those animals, the yotzim l'chulin, and they become even though they are totally human. And what do? You may l'chuma yishana, and I go ahead and ultimately again use the shekel pot. Now, sometimes the Rambam says essentially you can redeem those animals straight out. Now, it doesn't add in over here. It doesn't add in that you have to purchase those animals with money. So apparently that's up to if they want to or not. But Allah myself that I'm on such a tonight based on you, I'll call the Hamish Shalokin because in any animals that are used for sacrificial purpose, ultimately, or in other words, we paskin halacha l'maisa masna aleihem. We paskin like a Yochanan, we paskin on both sides. That is the halacha. Let's stop over here for today. All right, so have a great day, everyone. No, the way we were introduced to correct. Like I said, the way we were introduced to the Gemara, right? We said he was correct. Right.
And they come with a package to do it. Like whenever the vacuum broke, my mom would take it out of from the technician, you gotta unplug it. And the vacuum will suck your fingers in. My mom could take the thing with a Kirby. My mom was such a fucking spit. She was such a pumpkin around.
All right, so let's talk. I should be back with all of you. Especially thank you to our listener for being such a beautiful and masterful over the last couple of today's daf. Well, first begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our annual Talmud Torah responsibility. Tells you to about it yourself to dedicate all the Shema instructions this year as a plus for the service to all the Sha'anim. So, Talmud Torah the month of Iyar Haba'alim and Tova Shmuel Rabbi correcting the page of the yard sake of Shmuel. Father, Mr. Leonard Rapkin, Litva, Ben Yechassin, from the Rabbi, Yokta, and America by Talmud Torah. All of the Shama now, we are the families in the Torah, all the Shabbat, again, we call the following Israel. miracle should return, and the Karov and our holy soldiers should be successful before a massive thing. Listen, with that, let us begin. That is a really incredible daf, ahead of us today. Today's daf is up actually on good days. We're going to go back a little bit because the sugya that began on Yudah would really extend all through the entire daf. So let's make sure to get clarity on that. We're going to take this slow and methodically, and you are going to remember how beautiful, how incredible, how fun, how exciting, and how inspiring Shavuos truly is. All a question of perspective, and what you hope to get out of it. So let's say, we're picking up 10 B in our base, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up bottom. All right, look, if you feel you've mastered it, you don't have to go back. I'm hearing some groans. Like, yeah, if you got it. Good. I need to hear. So Gemara says as follows. So this is a very interesting case. The is as follows. Let's take a look at Rashi. Like I said, we're going to go through this slowly and methodically. Cup on this because this concept is going to be the one that is going to be subject of discussion today and tomorrow, all of today and part of tomorrow. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi is on the left-hand side, about 4 lines in 4 lines. So Tmidin Shlovitzukol Chumas Alishka. So we know is right every year on the Nisan. Remember back on the meeting the first of Nisan announcement. What was the announcement for? Machzis Hashaka. Well, really again in Adar they would do it. First of Nisan again they would begin with collections. So the way it's is essentially the financial year on the first of Nisan. So what would happen? So now you have Shalom Kumimos Chumas Shitzlan on the Rekardish. Okay, so they would always, obviously, they would purchase communal from the half shekel fund. Now, there was a law. The law was 6 sheep. I was going to say bullpen, but it's the sheep pen. I remember one of the timbers in the Azar, in the courtyard of the basement, which was called Bishkas Hatzuloy. Right, if you're looking at that aerial view of the basement, side chambers. So side chambers was what's Bishkas Hatzuloy. Bishkas Hatzuloy, Rashi points out there, they always had sheep ready to sacrifice. Okay, that's the background. Now what happened? Here is Chodesh Nisan, even Shuv Karban Sibor Shemish Mishkaki. If you come to Sacrifice Rosh Hashanah, Truma Chadasha. Okay, what happened? Come Nisan, essentially the beginning of the financial year in the Beis Hamikdash, so they would only bring sacrifices from the monies which were collected. Okay, now what often presented was, or potentially presented, I don't know, often, potentially presented with an issue. What was the Mitzvah of Shana Rishona Arba Twan the Mishkas Time Mimol Satama Yishona behind the Rothschild Tzibor Lahakir the Bishon Shabbat. So what happened? Chodesh Nisan generally there were leftover in the Lishkas HaTzlan, in the chamber of sheep. The issue was you can't offer them. Why can't you offer them? Why not? Because they were purchased with last year's Machzis HaShekel. Because of that, they could not be used for this year's sacrifice. So now the question is, you have 4 sacrificial sheep sitting in those Mishkas Hatzil. What do you do with them? What do you do with them? So Rabbi introduces something that was really groundbreaking. Does he say? To me, the Rutzukol Tzibor, Niftin just redeem them. Just redeem them. Now, I will say, now we're going to see this is a shocking statement. Why is it shocking? Because in general, in order to from the sacrificial sanctity, what do you usually use? What do you usually need first? Usually need some type of blemish. You need something in order to, you need the animal to be disqualified for capacity in order to be, in this case, you're not something shocking. You won't say it's shocking. It's absolutely that you could just redeem someone straight out. Look at Rashi, we just wanted to get. Rashi is going to be very important, but very important for us in the right now. So Rashi identifies a little bit more about what the process is. So what do we do? What's the goal of redemption? We'll say the goal of redemption is to make them fit or used for sacrificial use in this current. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi. talking sequence of this code in the base code of Shakadash. So first thing you do is like this. So now remember, I had these four animals, four sheep. So first thing I do is I redeem them. Now what happens when you redeem something? What happens when you redeem something? The sanctity transfers to the money. So now I have money, beneficial sanctity. What do? I put it into the residual of last year's machzis hashaka. Okay, because remember again, the sanctity of those animals is directly to machzis hashaka. So I redeem, put that money into last year's residual machzis hashaka. What's done, by the way, with whatever is redeemed from last year's machzis hashaka? What's done with that? So we'll call it temple upkeep, right? Specifically, it was repairs for the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Redeeming sanctity unto money, right? Money goes to the pot of last year's Makakel. Any of that left over ultimately again is used for culture repairs. Okay, good. So far, so good. Now, what about now the sheep? Total fooling. So now what do you do with these? Watch this. He goes on, the great, what do you do with it? You now take 2 half shekels from this year and essentially repurchase the sheep for the base of the. So again, let's just do the process. Right? What's my problem? That's not a general thing about over here, right? In other words, what's my problem over here? My thing is I have leftover sheep that are vested with sanctity that I can no longer use past this Nisan. What do I do? Redeem them. Take money, transfer the sanctity of the animal's money. The money then is put into Machzis HaShekel pot, used for Kodesh Kadashim repairs. The sheep are quote unquote, not quote unquote, repurchase those sheep this year's Machzis HaShekel, and we're good to go. And what's the amazing thing about the sheep have never left Mishkas HaTuan, right? Remember again, all done with Apagav. She'ein, Rashi points out that it is Jewish. The Apagav came there, She'ein, Yosef, Nichalalas, for time long, we didn't come back. Today, Adama Marvali, the Mushikla Hazudabra, and shall Tzibur Nifti. So what's saying that's one distribution, as we just said. We never heard of redemption because generally, redemption of a sacrificial animal, at least in the realm of personal sacrificial animals, must always be preceded by the appearance or emergence of a mum. Something qualifies the animal. This is a unique halacha by karbanos tzibur, by communal. Beautiful. We'll say, so that's it. So that is a statement of Rabbi groundbreaking. Good. It says, fine. So what happens? Other lady, let's see stuff. Man says the color Yochel. So Rabbi says to Rabbi, which you and Rabbi Yochanan, you're ready to get this from. In other words, mechanistically, how exactly does this occur? There seems to be a major problem. What's the major problem? Where did you go? So you just described the process, but I don't understand why that process works. So as I say, we're going to see in just a moment. Generally, take a look at that. Kedusha Shebahen, Rashi's verse. Kedushas Hagul Bahen Shebahen. The Kiman She'ina Mischala. We know that in the world of sanctity, that there are different Kedushas. There's Kedusha, right, which is physical sanctity. There's Kedushas Domin, which is mighty. The way it works in Bishul law, right? So a carbon generally has Kedushas. The only way to go ahead and redeem is how, essentially, if the sacrifice loses its sacrificial capability. Hence, the moment. In other words, so I have a carbon that has physical sanctity. Now it has a move. That move precludes being offered up. That's my opinion for redemption. But in general, you can't take away physical sanctity, spiritual redemption. It doesn't work that way. So Rabbi's ground of the statement of Rabbi Yochanan said here you could just redeem these leftover sheep, but your Chis is saying, wait up, how does that work? That's not how redemption of physical sanctity works. Physical sanctity, I just understand. Dushas Haguf is the highest form of Kedusha. And he's not, because remember, what does Kedusha Saguf mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? It's part and parcel. So financial sanctity, essentially, an element of sanctity embedded in this object, but there's also other elements. Kedusha Saguf means that at the end of the day, so the Krista says, where did the Kedusha go? It's very nice that you went ahead and forward this fantastic model. Go. That's what a woman should say. What's so beautiful about this Gemara is first when you actually understand like how these put up. Now I get it. Carbon is physical. That physical sanctity is the height of sanctity. The only way to quote unquote get, I don't want to use the word, but redeem the animal from that sanctity is how? Is if something interferes with that sanctity. What is it that what interferes with sanctity? All right, so a woman says, sorry, we can't up anymore. Okay, now that won't open the door for redemption. The Yochanan bouncing a model that's for redemption of some Kedusha Saguf entranceway. Tusha Chisda says, what are you talking about? So it's incredible. So let's go back there. So it's better helpful. Amalei, Atmo Tishbra, Farminon, Kedusha Shabbat and Alpha. So to which this genetic concept that we're discussing, that's now making it sound like something that has Kedusha Saguf without a moon, but that you hold of this as well. Take a look at the most incredible Gemara. Let's just point out, by the way, on a tremendous Musa Hasa. Understand what the Gemara is saying over here. This level of Kedusha is Kedusha Saguf. An inherent. They will say, what does a Jew possess? Kedusha Saguf. From the moment I come into this world, the person is born Jew. Or the person converts, the moment that they convert, essence is vested with Kedusha. It's with Kedusha. It's a Kedusha Saguf. The Kedusha of a Jew is not something that will say, sometimes we think about these things, and we think about kind of our Judaism or Yiddishkeit as something that is us. Like, I'm an accountant, and I'm Jewish, and I baseball, and it's like a function of like, but that's not the way that is. Like what I do for a living is something very, very nice. So hopefully, long term, do for a living, or at least it should not be who I am. Right? It's a function of Jew, it's a function of what I do. Yiddishkeit is who I am. Kedushas Haguf. It's who I am. And fascinating, what creates a little bit of the breach in Kedushas Haguf? It's the moon. Is hate. Hate is part of hate. Is that hate has the key to breach a little bit of that Kedushas Haguf. But the beautiful part of it is that it doesn't. It can breach Kedushas Haguf. The Kedushas Haguf of a youth is impenetrable. It's unchangeable. Because you shechata, you solve it. That hate, breach Malon, it doesn't. By carbon, moon breaches Kedusha. By Yid, hate and Avera, never breaches my Kedusha Saguf. Incredible. All right, anyway, so Rabbi shoots back at Rabbi. So what about the following? Rashi 9. This is fascinating. Most Torah smile you also about same case, just not leftover carbonos, leftover keys. We'll say they were always leftovers in the Beis. Again, Rashi goes through here. Rashi, this is most Torahs, and the Chol showing same thing. Remember, the spices for the Torahs were purchased with what? Maxis comes the first of Nisan. You have Torahs purchased with new money. So now, inevitably, you have leftover. Now, she explains why they have leftover Torah every year. Not important for us. It's very important for us right now, but I need a little bit more focus, right? What do you do now with that? Now, the first of Nisan, I have leftover Torah that was bought with last year's Maxis a shekel. What do I do with it? See, here we go. So the Gemara says, very simple, fascinating. So the Gemara says, so watch this. So look at Rashi. So first is you have to pay workers. Right? So they would go ahead and they would pay the workers. They would pay the workers from last year's Maxis Hashaka. So that was, it sounds interesting. Like, remember, give us a quote from Yuma. Hey, Sabatinas, right? They were the ones who knew how to make the Torah. Torres. Remember, specifically, what do they know that no one else knew? Mali Ashan, which sips on Yakikala, but I'm a little bit beyond that. I think the guy's smoking some Mali Ashan before. Anyway, so the Nice, this is apparently Abatinas got paid at the end of the year. So comes the end of the year, they got paid from year's mark to Sashako. So follow the progressions, right? What's our problem? What's only identical? What's our problem? Leftover stories, right? Leftover stories. Remember, can I use it? No, why not? It's from last year's master shekel. So what do I do with it? In step one, pay the workers. So we paid base Sabatinas from last year's master shekel. Okay. Now watch this, Roses. And now, after they receive that money, look at the next fraction. Is that going to hold for I can use bottom? Also only this is great. So watch this. We pay the workers. After we pay the workers, we say to the workers, do me a favor, to purchase the leftover or redeem the leftover ketos. So now, they set out to their wages, which is just a shekel, and means the leftover ketos on the money. The money, then what happens to the money? What happens to the money? Money goes back into the temple pot. Last year's Machzis shekel pot. What's last year's Machzis shekel used for? What is it used for? The pairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Pinas have what? What do they have? Ketoras. They have now the redeemed Ketoras from last year. Now what does the Beis Hamikdash do? The Beis Hamikdash then goes and repurchases Ketoras from Beis Hamikdash. They repurchase it with what? They repurchase it with the funds of this year. Sounds like a Ponzi scheme over here, right? But Lamaisa, but here's the top. Remember what we're just saying, what we're trying to do. It's not a scheme. It's very clear. We're very transparent about what we're trying to do. We're trying to go ahead. We have a problem because we have leftover sanctified items from last year's Machzis, which you can't use this year. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they were bought with this year's Machzis. What we're doing over. So again, pay Sabatinas, right? Pay the Kohanim, or whatever. Pay Sabatinas for their work with the money of last year's Machzis. Then they take that money, redeem the leftover Torres, okay? That money goes into last year's Machzis shekel. They said us have this Torres, which by the way is numbered. Not fully Torres. So we goes back and we purchases it from them with this year's Machzis shekel, and we're good to go. Good, and we'll set the prices outlined. Everyone agrees happens for Torres. He says, nine. So that was back today. Remember, Ketoris also is, at least we assume is Ketoris is also physical sanctity. So if Ketoris is physical, again, the assumption we're working under over here is that when someone possesses Kedusha of physical sanctity, something to interrupt the physical sanctity so as to allow for the redemption. So again, by an animal, it's a munch. Like Torah, I don't know what it would be. But if the conscious, I need something. So how can you just take some and suddenly redeem it with money? So I'm like, so Priest says, Rabbi, the Torah's camera, you're talking about the Torah's? No, it says, shiny the Torah's top of other things. Now, shiny, oh, the Torah's are different. The Torah says that this is fascinating. It's not Kedusha Saguf. The Torah says Kedusha Domin. The Torah is manifesting something. It's fascinating. Look at Rashi. Kedusha Domin. Ein ba el Kedusha Domin. Shlach chami trumas halishka. But the kli roksha. The Kedusha Saguf. The Pekash Neksha. Fascinating. say, in order to be growth. So again, for an animal, the animal gets that it gets carbonic designation. Carbonic designation. Harezu Ola, Harezu Shlomin, Harezu Chachos. So verbal designation by inanimate objects, the way they become kadosh is to place it in a green shards. If you're not placing a service utensil, by definition, you have to reach out something, monetary sanctity, not physical sanctity. This is fascinating. Torahs, and now, is one placed in a shards at a certain point? Yes, but remember again, how is Ketoras offered? Remember again, they'll say Ketoras was offered, Ketoras was put on a magrifa, like a shovel pan. Right? So that was a cliche. When you're talking about the production of Ketoras, so Ketoras was ground up. You take the spices or the herbs, you grind them up. That's not that mortar, that pestle, that's not a Ketoras. Those are Hanikdash utensils, but it's like Kisharis. So interestingly enough, yes, up until the point that it was actively used in the Beis Hamikdash, been inside of a Kisharis. Because it's inside of a sweet utensil, it only has financial sanctity and not physical sanctity. Mind blowing. This is absolutely because again, up until you search more than that, we always assume the first Ketoras sanctity, and again because it's being used in the service of. Sometimes if I tell you something, just to believe it, right? Just shake your head. Yes, that's what I always thought. Right? So again, that because Ketoras is physically using the Beis Hamikdash, that of course it has physical sanctity. The Gemara saying, or Rabbi is saying, or Chris is saying, no, it doesn't. It's not being inside of the Ketoras actively used in the Beis Hamikdash, and it's portion of preparation in financial sanctity. Financial sanctity. Now, financial sanctity, I won't say moral sanctity. Financial sanctity, the same way that it is financial sanctity, therefore, what it can be redeemed financially as well. That's why leftover Ketoras could simply be redeemed. Now, again, can you do this with any Ketoras over the course of the year? No. This is a din in how you redeem leftover Ketoras. But the idea is that the sanctity could just actively removed because it's not sanctity, it's only financially. Okay, so let's listen. Just again, keep track of the progression of here, right? Roll TV back right now to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says, what do you do with leftover sheep in the Lishkas HaTloim? You redeem them. You redeem them. How do you redeem them? You go ahead, you transfer the sanctity onto the money, put that money then and put that money to the and then purchase them with new Machzis HaShakal. Rabbi students agreed with it. Chisda said, what about the Kedusha? What about, how can you do that? How do you just take away physical sanctity like that? Rabbi says to Chisda, you agree with what about Ketoras? Ketoras do pretty much the same exact thing. This responds, no. Different animals, which are different things, right? Ketoras is not physical sanctity. It's not Kedusha Sagor. Rather, what is it? Kedusha Stamen. Kedusha Stamen, monetary sanctity. So now, if that's the case, that Ketoras is only financial sanctity, monetary sanctity. Eliminata, no Tvul Yom. Oh, it wouldn't be a Monday without a Tvul Yom. So now, what's Tvul Yom? Right now, who's the Tvul Yom? I mean, don't raise your hand, but I'm saying, like I don't say, who is the Tvul Yom? The Tvul Yom, once I remember again, is someone who is, right, has gone to the mikvah, requires hair of shesh, right, requires sunset. He's an interesting guy. In certain respects, he's tahar, he's gone to the mikvah already, still needs that sunset. So I think it's like this. If you're right about, and Ketoras only has financial sanctity, it doesn't have Kedusha Sagor, then if that's the case, then if it touches it, he shouldn't make it tame. Yet we know that it does. Alama Kanya, why do we learn? Nasna, listen to this. Nasna Maftashas, if you put the herbs of the Ketos, right? You begin to maybe put it in the grinder. Maftash is a grinder, or a vessel, and it's just the Tvoyom. If a Tvoyom touches it, he makes it possible. He makes it possible, which also need to indicate that it's not Kedushas Damim, rather what is it? Kedushas Haguf. Which the words with Yutema called Kedusha and Mitzri in the Tvoyom. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe even items that have Kedushas Damim, maybe they also become coming with contact with the Tvoyom. In other words, I don't know, maybe that's the law. We want to just say maybe that's the halacha. That even Kedusha's done and becomes tamei with to which that's now you learned Hamanakos, more behind Mishnah Book this year. Hamanakos, which is the so they remember again, Megillah means mundane use of a consecrated act. Okay? So they come to the last Mishnah Book issue from the time that they were consecrated. Culturally, once it was consecrated, hopefully possible this whole yom. Ultimately, once it was considered, or once it became kadosh and klisharis, then it becomes fit or it becomes susceptible to a full yom. For someone who hasn't yet brought, someone who's telling hasn't brought necessary kabbalas, ubelina, and through being left overnight. So what do you see from here? Cut should be in, no cut should be low. So from here, that even items that possess financial sanctity only become subject to come up to its full yom once they come in contact with the klisharis. Right? If it has come in contact with the klisharis, then it should not be subject to tumah through its full yom. Remember, what's our problem? Our problem is that we just that if the full yom touches Torahs, the Torahs ultimately becomes which would us then that what? That the Torah is not simply Kedushas Damim, but there must be something else. Elamai, rather what we have is that Kedushas Haguf. That the Torah is not the same thing, but rather the Torah actually possesses actual physical sanctity. And I want to understand the interesting part about that. Now, what I'm suggesting is that the Torah has physical sanctity, even though what? Even though it's never been in a klisharis, never been in a service utensil. So it must be that the act of putting the Torah into the machtashas, like the act of putting the Ketorah into the grinder, right, into the mortar and pestle, by but if that's the case, so that's like a lot of moving pieces. If indeed Ketorah has Kedushas Haguf, then ultimately it should become possible with Lina. What's Lina? Lina ultimately means being left overnight. So I love how much it should be possible for being left overnight. So much as I love it, man, why did we learn how comets going on? Not the Torah. So let's again, comets is the 3 finger folds that the coin takes from the carbon pot. Levona is the frankincense that is pushed over a person with carbon. Minchas Kohanim. Minchas Kohen Mashach, that is a special mincha of the anointed Kohen. Minchas Nisachim. Moalim behind Mishav Yeshu. So they are all subject to the laws. Once they've been consecrated, typically, once they have been consecrated in a certain klisharis, Once they are coming to Sharis, so then again, what? Then they are susceptible to Tumah through a Tvoyo, because Kippurim is going to bring his representatives and Lina. So we'll say, but again, remember, follow the flow here. What is here? That a carbon or a sanctified portion of Lina, which means leaving overnight, when only one of these Sharis. What we need to is that Torah has never come in contact with a Sharis. Has never come in contact with a Sharis. And again, Allah Maisa, what's going on here? To be low. Only if something is consecrated in Sharis is it subject to Lina. But if it's never been in the place, it shouldn't be subject to Lina. So what's our problem? Our problem is we're saying that the Torah has Kedusha Saguf. Like that was the phobia, that physical sanctity is subject to Lina, left overnight. Then it's possible. Something is only left outright subject to Lina if it's come in contact with the Kedusha. Space, where on one hand we're suggesting entity, which would make it subject to Lina, but it hasn't been in the Kedusha race, which means that it's not subject to Lina. So how do I reconcile these two things? Amalei says, no, not a problem. Lina Kamrid, Lina. Shiny Kitoras, Hol Bitsura, Bechol Hashana Kula. So Rabbi said, this is fascinating. You wants to suggest that perhaps Kitoras is not subject to Lina, right? Why is Kitoras not subject to Lina? Why? Because it never changes. So Rabbi said, if you think about it, when does Lina apply? Right? Not a case of Lina, sacrificial meat. Listen, what happens if you leave meat out overnight? What happens? It changes. Right? It looks different. So the more suggesting is that perhaps Lina only applies to things which could be different if left out. Kitoras is fantastic. Right? You don't need refrigeration like that. You probably need some ideal temperature. Right? So Lamais again, but there's no more suggesting maybe Kitoras itself. Look at Rashi. Horvitz Rasa, first why line in Rashi. Oh, it's Rasa. Ain of the Shamas. The appearance of Kitoras never changes by Filpa. Apagap Kedusha Sagufi, Mifsula Alina, Umil the Shikarsha Bikare Gaza Baraban Subina, Dilma Asilak Shurshibkli. So I will say, so this is fascinating. Here's the thing, just understand it. Let's just be aware that what we're holding right now is that it does have physical state. Why is that subject to Lina? It's not subject to Lina because appearance when being left at night. But what's the but? The Torah has been put in a Klisharis. It is subject so before. And it comes into a Klisharis is subject to Lina. Why is Kitoras subject to Lina in a Klisharis? Well, we don't make it subject to Lina. You'll confuse it. Just like Kitoras is not subject to Lina, so to other items that are going to a Klisharis and subject to Lina as well. Therefore, in order to create a uniform halacha, we say anything that goes in a Klisharis is subject to Lina. But it's fascinating. Enough, Kitoras, before it goes into a piece, even though again it has Kedushas Hayuf, it is not subject to Lina. Why? Because its appearance of the angel is being left overnight. Beautiful. Good, riveting exercise. Now we're back to square one. And let's say, what was square one? Say, remember again, let's go back. What did the open and say? It's the first of Nisan. It's the Imamishkas Hatzloi and bought with last year's Matzah. I can't offer them this year because they were bought with last year's Hatzloi with them. What do you open and say? What do? Go ahead and sanctity of the sheep onto the money. Put it in last year's half shekel, done with all of the leftover last year's Matzah shekel. Use it for temple upkeep, specifically again the upkeep. what do I do? Now, again, I have regular sheep, right? Just regular sheep, right? Human sheep. Repurchase them with Jim's Machzeh Shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. What was the overarching question? How do you do that? Kedusha, though, they have Kedushas Haguf. They have physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so I don't understand where did sanctity go? Where did it go? If you just simply look at it. You want to hear it? Let's get ready for it. Amarabo, let's hear it. It's underlined. Amarabo, lay based in Masne Ale. Literally, again, it looks like Din stipulates regarding the designation of these animals. Let me tell you this outside, I'll read it inside. Essentially, the way this Kiddush works is as follows. Din recognized that when the Beis HaMikdash purchases stuff, it's going to be left over. Essentially, what Din says is that the Kedushas Haguf really only devolves upon the stuff that they use. But the stuff that they don't use, the Kedushas Haguf never really ex post facto devolve. And obviously, again, when all of those sheep are sitting in the Lukas, Pushkas Atlan, or all of that the Torres, we don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. But ex post facto, it's the first of these, and there's 4 leftover sheep, or that now they stipulated the way anything that's not used during the current financial year does not Kedushas Haguf. Because it does not have Kedushas Haguf, therefore what? It can be easily used. Beautiful. I wasn't seeing inside. Literally translated, Lev Beis Din Masne Ale. So literally again, the heart of Beis Din makes it tonight, which means Beis Din makes it actually Lev Beis Din. Rashi is 6 times up on the Lev Beis Din Masne Ale. Kishas Lakicha. The time that these items are purchased, whether we're talking about us, whether we're talking about sheep, so much right now. The Lolakach Kedushas Haguf El Hatzrichin L'Shan the whole media this season. Those things Beis Din Lev. So remember, this has to be in a general sense, right? That Beis Din, right, the Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, have control over monetary matters of Klal Yisrael, which is actually fascinating because it sounds like this. We always assumed that was the case. Us regular people, the concept even of like Hefker is apparently over temple finances as well. Basic finances as well. So the way it works is like this. Basically says, we understand it's going to be left over. So again, it's not the shot that everything has Kedushas Haguf and now we're redeeming it. It's the Chazal structure is only the stuff you use has Kedushas Haguf. Anything left over never had Kedushas Haguf. Now you'll say, if it never had Kedushas Haguf, then what? Then what? That part was sitting in the Beis HaMikdash. That's going to look very strange if you just take sheep that says you're the last thing with Lukas and are selling it again and making a barbecue, right? That's not going to be right. So you have to undergo some mechanism, ultimately of redemption, but just to understand, we thought the whole problem was I'm redeeming something that has physical sanctity without the emergence of a more or anything else. That's how it works. The way it works is Beis said you use, you don't use, never had to use yourself. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So Rashi ends up with a Tzibor knows the Beis Din Lev. Any matter concerning the Tzibor, Beis Din, it's actually a very heartwarming, a very beautiful. Anything that concerns, against Klal Yisrael, knows the Beis Din Lev. Beis Din puts their heart into that. In other words, it's concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha. So again, they said only what you use has Kedushas Haguf. What you don't use does not have Kedushas Haguf. It's wild. So we'll say this is Rabbi. So this is Rabbi now reinterpreting Rabbi Yochanan. Incredible. The Gemara says, "What's And if Chazal said, if you need the sheep, use the sheep, but whatever is left over, you can just simply deal with money. That's a go. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. If that's the case, I'm going to Rabbi, for Hamar the Amar, Hikdish is on the Dama, to Kaddish, to Yushas. But Rabbi, here's the problem. That you're the one who said that there's really no such thing as being Hikdish an animal for financial safety. Even you said that Allah. So Rashi's example is if you're makdish an ayah, like if you take a ram and you say, I hereby makdish this ram for sanctity, the animal is automatically acquires kedusha. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in kedusha. If these sheep are dead, how do you avoid vesting with kedusha? Hasha, hada amar midnei olah, hada amar midnei. So I'll say, so ultimately again, everything is in that. Rashi is called Amad Aleph. Hada amar midnei olah, the ami uchavev kedusha. So go pay. So that's, yeah. It doesn't make an animal. You say that this animal should be for an Olah, which is what the ayah, which should be fit for. That animal is automatically vested with Kedusha Hadron. But Allah for myself, let's say you say this animal should be for your suffering. Suffering is a wine libation. That means you're vesting the animal with financial sanctity and not with physical sanctity. So Allah for myself, you just see that you can designate on a personal level, if you wanted to designate an animal with financial sanctity and not physical sanctity, you have to designate it for something other than a carbonic person, like Musaf. I mean, Musaf is a carbon wine. But again, here, they based in Masna, and essentially based is it once again, what you use has physical sanctity, or what you're not going to use only has financial sanctity. Incredible. Back to Mudalit. Sabai raises it. So a par for social is great cases. These cases are just incredible. So listen to this. You have your par Visayr Shemiki from this is a great case. Right, so remember these are your kavanas for Yom Kippur. Your kavanas for Yom Kippur. So par and Sar Yom Kippur, Shav do this. They lost. Somebody is losing their job. Right? Someone's getting right. So they lost the kavanas of Yom Kippur. Right? But no problem. Find another. Listen, by the way, in all seriousness, can you imagine that moment based on Mikdash? Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. But hey, you know, look, can you get the par and Sawyer, right? And that moment when they realized they lost it. Can you imagine that? It was such a tremendous loss for hospital. What happens after that moment? Is it like a pachad? What does it mean? What do we do? What's the message he's telling us? And then what do they do afterwards? Then what do they do? Right? You just get a replacement. Most like in life, there are often problems that present themselves that seem tremendously overwhelming and scary. And it's easy to get paralyzed by the challenges of life. What do you do when faced with a challenge in life? Create and orchestrate and choreograph a solution. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Be solution-oriented in your... So here, they lost the Kabbanos and Kippur. To me, I don't know, it's dramatic reading it. As Yom Kippur, you lost the Kabbanos. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution. Then what happens? So they go and they separate out the Kabbanos. Days, the thing is, see you have all the Zara. Similarly, again, we have several Zara, right? Which were again seer that was these are the Kabbanos that are Rashi says over here. Sibur Shechatu Ba'avod Baraz Bezin, but these are apparently all the Shalachata. So these are the Kabbanos that Klal Yisrael through the instruction of Bezin accidentally were about the Zara. Okay, so what happens? Same thing. They had these Kabbanos designated and it was lost. And what happens? And myself, they had to separate it out. The part that's not written over here. What happens? Then they find the old ones. So after Kippur, they find the lost part of the Sar. After they offer up the carbon fiber Zara, they find the one that was lost. So what do you do with found animals? You have to let them die. You know, the lost animals that were now found, you let them die. Rashi says, don't see how about 80 ראויים עד יום הכיפור מדבר, וכבר עבר לא חבלו ב-70 שנה, רק ימוסו כדין חטא. So Yehuda says, centuries nothing to do with these kavanos, because you can't leave them till next Yom Kippur. If you leave till next Yom Kippur, they're already aged out, right? Because the sacrifices of Yom Kippur have to be under a year old. So there's nothing to do with it. Same thing for Avodah Zarah. The covenant has already been used. So Yehuda says, you have to just let the animals die. The Elazar and Shimon only no. You don't actually stop them. No, let them graze until they develop a mom. Sell them. And ultimately, again, use the money. Let them develop a mom because the Kedusha Saguf. Let them develop a mom. Sell it off, and then use it for company purposes to purchase them. The Gemara says, "Shein chatos sibur misa." Rashi says, again, the only crow a covenant just is by individual sacrifices. But by covenant siba, we don't. There's a much easier answer to this. What's a much easier answer? The book says it's like you struck gold. Once you get to this lay days in the master land, what does that mean? What is lay days in the master? It says only the animals you use have the full sanctity. So I have to say this. It's true. I separated out the from the Sarf Yom Kippur. They got lost. I want animals in their stead. The status of those animals. Essentially, I mean, not hopefully, but let me do it. Let me pull Rabbi Yochanan. Go ahead and just redeem them onto money, right? Let the money be sanctified. Those animals be clean. We're good to go. We're good to go. Or repurchase them for something else. Because Leilos, essentially, based on Muslim says Tavel control sacrificial designation. And what they say essentially, Kedushas Hagrimi develops upon the Karbonos. You go using animal for sacrificial purpose. Then what? Then it should not redeem. No. Don't bring up this case. You're bringing up the case of the different case of lost kavanos. Not a good case. Why? Because it's not. Which, first of all, is very difficult. Right? This is not a common occurrence. A common occurrence. We'll say in general, you see this that Chazal legislated, right? Only legislated in common occurrences. Uncommon occurrences, they legislate. So because a lost carbon is such a rare occurrence, therefore we don't get into this whole Bezdin thing. We get into that instead. Again, either we, according to Rabbi Yehuda, let it, according to Rabbi Shimon, let it graze until it develops the moment, and then redeem it, let the money go to the dollar. So that's Gemara says. So this is actually very interesting. So you begin to see is that this late Bezdin Masnala is only applied to normal cases, but what we'll call exception cases apply. Gemara says, really? What about Paraduma? Once it's great. Literally everybody's coming to the party today, right? We've got we've got Paraduma, we've got Shitoras, we've got Shmushkas, everything. So about Paraduma is considered to be an uncommon scenario. Everyone say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to everyone say, now, because these Gemaras, I feel a little bit guilty for going to last because I feel that Shavuot's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days, but I'm hearing a lot of Shavuot's talk. A lot of Shavuot's talk. Let's say Shavuot's is you can't get better Gemara than this. So chap is you gotta take it slow and steady. So again, we're not behind, we're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short days somewhere where we'll make up ground. Okay, still see that with all of you, Shkayach, everyone.
At Granger,
All right,
we're the ones who detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to whatever your industry.
Good morning.
You're always getting professional grade to stop by. Granger, for the ones
Good morning.
who get it done.
Time growing up was when the power would go out. And we would all get around together.
Now it's brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Hiring and ring for the It's out there. Yesterday, I was jackbiting high out the some new mood and an alpha brain. I went over to the Chinese people and got a little massage with
Hey.
my little ass that I had in my muscles out. And I went home and I relaxed like, bam, CHURCH, and get 10% off your phone. What a better way to be, man. Like, run your way.
Footsteps, man.
My footsteps. Just work on it.
You're leaving these giant tracks out there.
It's just a fucking sticking with it, you know. I went to Denver this week. And it's Wednesday. We were leaving Thursday morning. And I didn't know about what I was going to walk in with. And I went to my daughter's ballet class. And while I was sitting there, stage for the first time, of what I was able to make a spot with Leo right the fourth wall, just to rant, you know, for 5 minutes, just because I was about to have a nervous break that was going on. This is the place where I started. Like, people don't understand when you start, really get love there because they remember you as you were.
Yeah.
So people always have beefs with their home club.
Oh, that's interesting.
Temperament was your picture. And then we declined up a chain, and I was on my way on the chain at the time. I was doing guest spots, like 10-minute guest spots. Yeah. So I was like,
What up? Big dog. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Go fuck yourself.
Up the stairs, like it used to be a little deeper. And then she ran down when she saw me. She went, make jump on me. And when she jumped, like natural grad, that's not natural grad. And tried to convince her to go to management and say that I have to like banned me from this club for 20 years. And they just banned her. She was like, I can't be here. And she shattered me. But at the same time, campaigning my life, like, right, they just get worse every day. And if they cut my legs out, what kind of worse they do? And they were going to feature me too. What are you going to do? You're going to get $250 a week for the rest of your life and stay in Denver. I mean, because of when Dave Chappelle tour was in the summertime, she asked me if I was mad, and I said no. She didn't. And it was just weird. 6 sold out shows. Wow. And when did you start?
I think I started actually down in Louisiana, but only just briefly. Because, you know, there's nothing but guys down there. They're just haters, really. When you get out of it, there's a lot of angry dudes there, you know.
Okay, what's the closest city to you? Baton Rouge.
Yeah, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
That's funny, Mom. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the girl was the manager.
When the guy, as well. And he was the manager, and you could get over there, and it was like the first place I ever featured for John Reed. And it was awesome. Out of the gate, drop some F-bombs, call somebody fat. Next thing you know, you're at 20. I was stretching it pretty good down there. And then, I don't even remember. And then after I talked with you, but I can imagine, I can really imagine that feeling of going home. It's like you get out there, you're the crab that got out of the pot for some people.
That's also the place where no next is and one of them is around this, and it gave me a different feeling. It gave me like a little stuck with it. Like he'll be stuck with it instead of quitting.
Is Daf Yud in the Sefes, of course, by taking all of our sponsor. We thank our annual college sponsor, the Sosa family, who sponsored all the shiurim and all the drashas of this year. As it is the cost for the shiurim coverage all of Israel. Merz Hashem. Their tefillah should be in Skabo. We also thank Shmuel and Rabbi for sponsoring all the shiurim this month in commemoration of the Yartzeit of Shmuel's father, Leonard Kravkin, Lipa on his Yartzeit tomorrow on Pesach Sheni. So Baruch Hashem, yesterday was Shabbos, a long afternoon, we were able to complete the entirety without any hard deadlines. So Baruch Hashem, we got to Daf Yud Amud Aleph. It was a long sentence. We couldn't stop in the middle to get to Yud Amud Aleph all the way. It takes about 2/3 of the way down to the words of Meir Omer Kos Yom Kaparas Inshallah. So where we happen to not to have been at this year yesterday, it is basically what's left from today's. What we're leaving, what we did yesterday from today's was a problem of elimination to be able to explain the previous sheet. We're going to continue now with the Meir Omer Seir and Kaparas Shav. We mentioned this opinion before, and this opinion comes from Meir in the Mishnah. What he essentially says is that together, it's true that the Seir Pizza Shiyom Kippurim. Hey, let's just take a quick break to remind ourselves a couple of things. We have a number of different over here that we're talking about. A different goats. If you haven't heard about them, what we're talking about for the most part is Sa'ira Pnimi of Yom Kippur, it's the Hanasa B'fnim, as I refer to it, which is its avodah was taking place inside. And described that according to opinions, comes for somebody who has the yediyah at the beginning, yediyah at the end. So he knew beforehand what the halacha was with regard to becoming tamei. He was forgetting this lapse of memory. And then what happens? He eats something which is where he goes into the Samikdash, he doesn't ever find out about it. In other words, that's with the Sawyer and not with the Tofu. And we have another which happens on Yom Kippur, which is the Sarah Pizza. This is done entirely outside, and that is subject to a process when it comes to do. Opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, in the beginning, but knows about it at the end. So everybody agrees. So it comes to atone for a person who did not know anything about the tumah before he actually violated the tumah, and then at the end he found out. He's like, "Oh, I didn't realize I was tamei," or I know that while I was tamei, could go to the karbanos, and then he said about it at the end. Then we have Seiri that are brought on Yom Tif, and there again we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that works for somebody who we called him yesterday, the person who's completely oblivious. In other words, he doesn't know at the beginning there's a problem with it, he does not know about it at the end. If he violates the Tumah, he finds out about it after. So the Seiri Aragolim come to a for that person. And then we have Seiri. We have the goats that are brought on Rosh Hashanah. So now, the first opinion that we had to be And he said it's really the same thing as Seir, except that it comes more frequently. So you have this opportunity for kapara every single month. One, two, it atones for the oblivious guy. The oblivious guy who violated his Torah, he did not know about the problem from the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because Baruch Shimon we mentioned yesterday said no, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar sha'achal esaf tameh. A person who's tahar and he eats the carbon which is tameh, so that's the problem. In other words, typically, all the other was when the guy himself had become tameh. He did something that a tameh person should do. In this case, that's not. We have a person who was tahar, but he ate a tameh. He should not have. We're going to address right now. He essentially says all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the so'er hanatzavit. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the so'er lashem, which is not so. And that's something you have to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. Not what is unique. However, well, the case of number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out. So in other words, initially he's a but then you find out. Or the second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or a person coming out of the carbon, which is so that person needs a kapara. Says the mayor, the Hachitza on Yom Kippur. In other words, Yom Kippur goat, which is brought outside, and the goat on Yom and the goat brought on so they all atone for all those three things. Now it happens to be, if you were to make all the drops as we've been doing, you'll find that outside, the star outside of Yom Kippur, it's really initially, and then finds out at the end. And the Seir Regala, the one that comes in Yom will be for someone who never finds out about it, he's still totally oblivious. And the Seir Rosh Hashanah, he holds like Rabbi Shimon, actually, that really it's a tahar sha'achal. But even though that's initially what they're for, they borrow from each other and all work to cover for each other. Now, on this opinion of Rabbi, where Rabbi tells us that they all essentially work for each other. Now the Gemara wants to know where this comes from. Now, the truth is no secret here because the last couple of Amudim, we've been quoting this person of Kala Bar Chanina. So here it comes from. Rabbi Omer, they cover for everything. The kapara is focused on the Kedusha. Now, for Kala Bar Chanina, my time is Rabbi. What is the reasoning for Rabbi? So he answers on our the pasuk says, Sa'ir Seir. Sometimes it says Sa'ir, just plain Sa'ir. Another place it says Seir. What is he talking about? I myself have been giving this show last week, and I had to just spend some time this morning opening up a comment and just reminding myself of what's going on over here. Because it gets a little overwhelming. So if you open up the Parsha, relates actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is it starts with in Parak Chav Ches V'Rosh Chadashim, it goes to the Kabbalah of Rosh Chodesh. So this is Parak Chav Ches in Parshas Pinchas, Sefer B'Midbar. V'Rosh Chadashim, it lists off all the karbanos, and then the pasuk Tes Vav, it says, "U Seir Izin Echad L'Chatas." Instead of saying Seir Izin It says ooh serious. What's the difference between the ooh regular? The ooh means and always comes with a vote. It adds on to something else. You go on the next section. So immediately after Rosh Chodesh, the